Chapter 1. Transcendence and Unfamiliar Memories. In the realm of Xiantian, within the eastern wilderness, the lofty peaks towered high, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. As one of the three great sects of the eastern wilderness, the Qingyun sect was today adorned with festive decorations, welcoming numerous distinguished guests from the region. Congratulations! Congratulations! Haha! Lin Yuan is renowned as a prodigy in the eastern wilderness. On this day of his marriage, it is indeed a joyous occasion. The alliance of the two great sects on this day is a momentous event for our eastern wilderness. Within the sect, the air was filled with continuous expressions of joy and flattery, for today marked the wedding of Lin Yuan, the current disciple of Qingyun sect. His bride, Lu Shui, was no ordinary person. She was the holy maiden of the Piaoxua sect, a sect equally renowned among the three great sects of the eastern wilderness, and the daughter of its leader, with an esteemed lineage, a disciple and a holy maiden. Their union represented a powerful alliance between two formidable forces. Amidst the bustling festivities, the sect was abuzz with guests arriving from all directions. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, in a richly endowed and antique room, a young man clad in black, with a handsome visage that belied his near 20 years, pondered his situation.So. I have transcended? This Lin Yuan was not the same as the Lin Yuan of the past. He awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar realm. He hailed from the modern world, where, after a day's work, he had lain in bed reading a novel, only to lose consciousness and awaken in this new world. Ouch! My head! At that moment, Lin Yuan, having barely adjusted to his new existence, was overwhelmed by a surge of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, causing veins to throb and beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Lin Yuan, senior brother of Qingyun sect. Marriage? As the unfamiliar memories melded with his consciousness, Lin Yuan's suffering intensified. Through these memories, he realized, quite by coincidence, that the original owner of this body also bore the name Lin Yuan. However, in stark contrast to his past life of hardship, this Lin Yuan was akin to a privileged heir, born with a golden key in hand, possessing extraordinary talent and unparalleled aptitude, that he was the undisputed heir of the Qingyun sect and was on the verge of marrying the holy maiden of another great sect, thereby reaching the pinnacle of success. Yet, despite the merging of memories, Lin Yuan found no happiness in this realization. Can I refuse this marriage? A bitter smile graced his lips. Through the memories, he discerned that the original Lin Yuan was, in essence, a hopeless infatuate. Lu Shui, who held such talent and status, would have no shortage of suitors. Why would she tie herself to a single tree? As Lin Yuan lamented, he believed the merging of memories had concluded. What is that? Suddenly, the agony of memory integration intensified. No, something's not right. Lin Yuan's complexion grew paler, sweat pouring down like rain. Upper realm. Forbidden imperial clan, Lin family. Trial. As these strange phrases tumbled from Lin Yuan's trembling lips, the overwhelming tide of memories surged forth, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the Qingyun sect, a father and daughter were engaged in conversation. Father, why must you force me to marry that Lin Yuan? The voice belonged to Lu Shui, draped in flowing white garments, her fair skin and graceful figure reminiscent of a celestial being. As she spoke of Lin Yuan, her beautiful eyes reflected a glimmer of disdain. Perhaps due to her status as the daughter of the Piaoxua sect's leader, Lu Shui possessed an inherent nobility, often looking down upon others, including Lin Yuan, despite his esteemed position. Another reason for her discontent was that, prior to her engagement with Lin Yuan, her heart had already been captured by another. Are you still pining after that prince from the central state? A voice interjected. It was Lu Shui's father, Lu Tsong, the leader of the Piaoxua sect. He regarded his spoiled daughter with a mix of exasperation and concern. Years ago, Lu Shui had traveled to the central state, where she met a young man who was, unbeknownst to her, the crown prince of the Dayu dynasty. In the realm of Xiantian, there existed 5 states, with the central state being the most formidable in terms of strength and spiritual energy. Although the Piaoxua sect and Qingyun sect appeared significant within the eastern wilderness, they were relatively inconsequential compared to the central state. The Dayu dynasty was a force to be reckoned with, even in the central state. Its crown prince was a figure whom even Lu Tsong had to look up to. Naturally, Lu Tsong hoped for a favorable outcome should his daughter unite with such an illustrious individual. However, He understood that someone of that caliber would hardly take notice of a small sect in the eastern wilderness. Years passed, and the reality proved this notion true. There had been no further contact between his daughter and the prince. Given this, why not settle for Lin Yuan? Among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness, he was relatively respectable, if not comparable to the prince. Father, you knew? Lu Shui's delicate face expressed surprise. She had thought her acquaintance with a man named Yi Xian, far away in the central state, was a secret unknown to all. Yet, her years of concealment had been discovered by her father. Still, Lu Shui appeared indifferent. In her eyes, compared to Yi Xian, Lin Yuan was nothing more than a figure of fleeting fame in the eastern wilderness. She had experienced the grandeur of the central state. Although Yi Xian had not sought her out for many years, she believed he must have had his reasons. Not long ago, Lu Shui had secretly conveyed news of her impending marriage to the Dayu dynasty in the central state, hoping to draw Yi Xian out of hiding. At that moment, she envisioned her wedding day, with Yi Xian arriving in resplendent white, astride a rainbow cloud, to whisk her away. She wished to show the people of the eastern wilderness that she was destined for a prince of the Dayu dynasty, not some insignificant talent from the eastern wilderness. As she contemplated these thoughts, Lu Shui, though born in the eastern wilderness, yearned for the broader horizons of the central state. Let us go, the auspicious hour approaches. Lu Cong shook his head slightly, and the two departed the secluded chamber. Chapter 2. The imperial clan of the upper realm, the Lin family. Clad in black, Lin Yuan lay on the floor, having been unconscious for a brief period. Soon after, he awoke, fully integrated with the memories of his predecessor. Upper realm, Lin family. Lin Yuan's voice carried a note of astonishment. After merging with that memory, he comprehended that the original owner of this body possessed another identity. He was not merely a denizen of the Xintian realm, but hailed from the upper realm, a place coveted by all cultivators. The Lin family, an imperial clan and one of the most forbidden families across the myriad realms, wielded immense power and authority throughout time immemorial. Such a formidable lineage required every child to embark on a journey of trials across the multiverse upon their birth. Even Lin Yuan, despite being a member of the contemporary, forbidden imperial clan and the son of the Lin family patriarch, cannot escape the unyielding rules that have long governed his lineage. Within the Lin clan, the strong thrive while the weak perish. Although such regulations are harsh, they have been the cornerstone of the Lin family's endurance, establishing it as one of the most formidable and taboo families across the myriad realms throughout the ages. In "Oh Wonder, my cultivation speed surpasses that of my peers." From his memories, Lin Yuan recognizes that he possesses exceptional talent among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. This realization dawns upon him as he contemplates the connection to the bloodline of the Lin imperial clan from the higher realms. Just as he marvels at his true identity, a sound of footsteps echoes from outside the room. "Senior brother, today is a momentous occasion for you. All the guests have arrived." The voice is melodious and bright, belonging to a young maiden with delicate features and elegant attire. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, Xiao, the head of the Qinyan Dao sect and the daughter of Xiao Zhantian, has grown up alongside Lin Yuan and is his junior sister to As she speaks. Xiao appears before Lin Yuan. And your beloved, Lu Shui, has also arrived. With a playful pout, she expresses her discontent upon mentioning Lu Shui. Xiao feels a sense of indignation for her senior brother. While others may not see it, she is acutely aware of Lin Yuan's unparalleled talent and strength. The rumors circulating among the various sects in the eastern wilderness merely scratch the surface of his true capabilities, as demonstrated by his previous encounters where he effortlessly overshadowed countless prodigies. Yet, Lu Shui has consistently approached Lin Yuan with an air of arrogance. In an attempt to win her favor, he has lavished her with rare and precious treasures, despite Xiao Zioxiao's clear perception that Lu Shui does not genuinely harbor affection for him. The agreement to become partners in Dao seems suspicious to her. "Since everyone is here, let's venture outside," Lin Yuan replies nonchalantly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts about his true heritage and the memories of the Lin family. As for the impending marriage, his expression reveals a distinct lack of concern. The original owner was a sycophant, but he is not. As he speaks, Lin Yuan affectionately tousles his junior sister's hair, offering a gentle smile as he strides toward the exit. "How peculiar it seems my senior brother does not appear overly invested in Lu Shui." Xiao muses, her brows furrowed in confusion. Given her understanding of Lin Yuan, she expected him to eagerly greet his beloved on this significant day. Shaking her head slightly and tidying Lin Yuan's tousled hair, she follows his departing figure to the banquet venue. Guests abound, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The presence of prominent figures from the Qingyundao sect and the Piaoshuadao sect lends an air of distinction to the gathering. Senior brother, our esteemed senior, has arrived. Throughout the gathering, disciples of the Qingyundao sect regard Lin Yuan with profound respect. Yuaner, come here, the auspicious hour has arrived. Why are you so late? Amidst the crowd stands an elderly man, his features stern yet dignified, with a mane of white hair. It is none other than Xiao Zhantian, the sect leader of Qingyundao, who beams with delight upon spotting Lin Yuan. Xiao Zhantian has always viewed Lin Yuan as a successor to lead the next generation of Qingyundao. Though he has a beloved daughter, Xiao, the position of sect leader is reserved for the most capable. Satisfied with Lin Yuan's exceptional talents and strength, he believes that no one among the younger generation can rival him, and Lin Yuan is on the verge of surpassing even the elders. Years ago, he discovered an infant swaddled in a snowy landscape, accompanied by a jade pendant inscribed with the name Lin Yuan, leading him to believe that this was the child's name. After more than 20 years of nurturing, their bond has grown akin to that of father and son. Master. Lin Yuan bows slightly in respect. According to his memories, this master is notoriously strict with all his disciples, including Xiao, yet he has always shown Lin Yuan exceptional care, never once reproaching him. Come, pay your respects to your esteemed Uncle Lu, for today you shall wed his daughter. Xiao Zhantian exclaims with hearty laughter. Greetings, Elder Lu. As Lin Yuan gazes upon the refined, middle-aged man clad in white, he does not bow, but merely utters the words lightly. From his recollections, the original owner had pursued Lu Shui for many years, but Elder Lu was never particularly fond of him. However, recently, for reasons unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, the elder suddenly proposed the marriage of his daughter to him, which strikes Lin Yuan as curious. Of course, the original owner believed that his years of sincerity had finally earned the approval of the Lu family, but having just transcended into this body, Lin Yuan maintains his rationality and does not share that sentiment. There is no need for formality. Dear nephew, after today, we shall be one family. Elder Lu regards Lin Yuan with a faint smile, though there is an undercurrent of reluctance in his expression. He internally sighs, having long contemplated the prospect of his daughter being wed to a prince from the Central State dynasty, which could elevate the Piaoshuadao sect to prominence through their alliance. This has been the reason for his previous indifference towards Lin Yuan. However, after years of waiting without results, coupled with Lin Yuan's rising reputation in the Eastern Wilderness, Elder Lu has reluctantly decided to unite Lu Shui with Lin Yuan. Your reputation in the Eastern Wilderness has grown quite notable in recent years. Elder Lu remarks with a smile. Humph. It's merely a modest reputation among the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness in comparison to the prodigies of the Central State. He is nothing. At that moment, a voice interrupts, belonging to Lu Shui herself, adorned in flowing white garments, her fair complexion and graceful stature accentuated by cascading locks of hair. With a haughty gaze, she regards Lin Yuan with disdain. Chapter 3. The arrival of a prince from the Central State at the wedding. In recent years, Lin Yuan has indeed gained considerable fame in the Eastern Wilderness. However, in Lu Shui's eyes, this is merely a reflection of strength in a lesser region. In the Central State, where prodigies abound, even an ordinary one would outshine Lin Yuan, let alone in comparison to her brother, Yi Xian. Lin Yuan's expression remains placid, betraying no sign of emotion. How formidable are the prodigies of the Central State? With a calm demeanor and an unperturbed heart, Lin Yuan responds softly. He possesses an understanding of the Central State from his memories, known as the most suitable place for cultivation in the Xintian continent, a realm rumored to be filled with prodigies. Yet how does this compare to the higher realms? Across the myriad worlds, the hierarchy of realms ascends from the most basic to the highest. Body refinement, qi gathering, spirit condensing, divine bridge, Tao palace. Ascension, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor realm. In the eyes of those from the higher realms, the most powerful cultivators in this lower realm are merely at the ascension stage, and only those who reach this stage can aspire to ascend to the higher realms. The Lin family, an imperial clan, even among the upper echelons, is considered one of the most taboo families. Haha. What an audacious claim. Lu Shui scoffs derisively. Once, she too held similar beliefs before her journey to the central state. As the revered saintess of the Snowfall Tao sect, she was born with an innate cold spirit physique, initially believing her talents to be unparalleled in the central continent. However, upon her arrival there by chance, she realized just how naive she had once been. The central continent boasts a multitude of formidable sects, where even the most ordinary of them surpass the three great Tao sects of the eastern wilderness. Above these sects looms the immortal Yu dynasty, which reigns supreme. In this realm, Lu Shui encountered Yixian, a prodigy with extraordinary gifts, scarcely matched among the youth of the central continent, and also the crown prince of the Yu dynasty, destined to inherit the throne. Consequently, in Lu Shui's eyes, Lin Yuan appeared nothing more than a frog confined to a well. On the day of the wedding, the two newlyweds found themselves at odds. Those around them watched intently. "Ha! Shui'er has truly been spoiled by me," exclaimed Lu Tsang, stepping forward in an attempt to diffuse the tension, though a look of helplessness crossed his face as he sighed inwardly. Despite her disdain for Lin Yuan, she should not have chosen this moment to express that moment. Even Xiao Zhantian, the sect leader of the Qingyan Dao sect, regarded Lu Shui with a frown. What should have been a joyous occasion was marred by such discord, yet he felt it inappropriate to reprimand her now. Not far away, in a flowing azure dress, Xiao yearned to rush forward, having long held a grudge against Lu Shui, but was restrained by her fellow disciples. "Junior sister, today is the grand day for our senior brother. Do not cause a ruckus. Indeed, you know how our senior brother feels about Lu Shui. Perhaps it's best to let it be." The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Just then, a voice pierced through the tension, announcing, "The auspicious hour has arrived." This signaled the moment when Lin Yuan and Lu Shui were to become partners. "Where is brother Yixian? Could he truly have forgotten me?" Amidst the crowd, Lu Shui anxiously scanned the distance, her lovely face betraying her worry. In truth, she had never desired to marry Lin Yuan. Her agreement to the union was merely a ploy to compel Yixian to reveal himself and whisk her away. Now, as time slipped away, his absence weighed heavily on her heart. Perhaps her longing had begun to manifest. At that moment, while the entire Qingyan Dao sect buzzed with excitement for the couple's union, a youthful figure suddenly appeared above. "I am Yixian, hailing from the Yu dynasty of the central continent." His voice resonated with authority as he stood tall in a robe of intertwined black and gold, exuding an air of elegance as he gazed downwards. Being a prince of the Yu dynasty, Yixian regarded the eastern wilderness with disdain. The three great Dao sects were nothing but trifles he could obliterate with a mere snap of his fingers. Having received word, Yixian journeyed countless miles from the central continent, intrigued to ascertain what kind of person dared to vie for his beloved. His gaze was haughty and filled with arrogance as he looked down upon Lin Yuan, central continent. Goodness, the Yu dynasty. What is such a figure doing in our eastern wilderness? With Yixian's appearance, the crowd erupted in excitement. The central continent was revered by countless cultivators across the Xinjiang continent, and the renown of the Yu dynasty echoed even across vast distances. In this moment, the Qingyan Dao sect and the Snowfall Dao sect, though formidable in the eastern wilderness, paled in comparison to the monumental presence of the Yu dynasty. Around them, guests exchanged curious glances, pondering the intentions of such a distinguished individual arriving on the day of Lin Yuan and Lu Shui's union. "Brother Yixian, you finally came for me." Amidst the throng, a voice rang out. Lu Shui, one of the day's protagonists poised to become Lin Yuan's partner, disregarded him and the entire Qingyan Dao sect as she rushed towards Yixian. "I have arrived, and I will take you away." In the void above, Yixian stepped forward, appearing before Lu Shui. Their intimate demeanor made the situation abundantly clear. For Lin Yuan, however, on the day of their wedding, his partner had turned to embrace another. Standing at a distance, he observed the scene quietly, his gaze calm. Chapter 4. Provocation. At this moment, Lin Yuan, having traversed through time, was no longer the Lin Yuan of old. Consequently, he harbored no feelings for Lu Shui. If she did not wish to marry him, she could have expressed it sooner, and he would have borne no resentment. However, it was unacceptable for her to treat him and the reputation of the entire Qingyan Dao sect as mere trifles. Stepping forward to halt his master and the other disciples of the sect, Lin Yuan made his presence known. "Is this truly your choice?" His voice was devoid of emotion as he regarded the two before him. though a glimmer of cold light flickered in his gaze. The grand banquet had drawn almost every significant force from the eastern wasteland, and the events unfolding at this moment threatened to render Lin Yuan and the Qingyun sect the laughingstock of the entire region. Lin Yuan abandoned all hope. I shall never marry you. Compared to brother Yi Xian, what do you consider yourself? Brother Yi Xian is the prince of the Diyu Empire, a true dragon among men, while you're nothing more than a mere insect. Do you truly think that your modest fame in the eastern wasteland elevates you to prominence? Cuddling up to Yi Xian, Lu Shui treated Lin Yuan with utter disdain. Upon the arrival of the one she truly awaited, she felt no need to conceal her feelings any longer. She believed Lin Yuan was merely sulking over his unrequited affection and hastily spoke up, eager to clarify her relationship with him to prevent any misunderstandings for her beloved Yi Xian. You are Lin Yuan. Yi Xian's gaze was haughty as he appraised Lin Yuan with a look of contempt. Do you know of the Diyu Empire? How dare a mere disciple of a small sect covet the woman of this prince? Are you even worthy? His words were a scathing inquiry directed at Lin Yuan. Having learned of Lin Yuan's name prior to this encounter, Yi Xian, as a prince of the Diyu Empire, regarded himself as of the utmost nobility. To him, the people of the eastern wasteland were little more than ants. At this moment, had Lin Yuan knelt in supplication, Yi Xian might have shown mercy, sparing his life. Should you dare to defy me, I will ensure that the native cultivators of the eastern wasteland understand what it means to be a top talent of the central continent and the prince of the Diyu Empire. As this scene unfolded, the gathering fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan. Logically, on the day of his wedding, it was an utter disgrace for his intended bride to be nestled against another. Lin Yuan represented the Qingyun sect, and there were rumors that this renowned prodigy of the eastern wasteland was destined to inherit the position of the sect's master. Yet, what transpired now was tantamount to trampling the honor of Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun sect beneath their feet. The newcomer was a prince of the Diyu Empire, renowned as one of the most powerful forces in the central continent. The disparity is staggering, murmured those around, aware of the Diyu Empire's formidable reputation. Though they resided in the eastern wasteland, they were well acquainted with the renown of the top powers of the central continent, and the Diyu Empire was far too powerful for the Qingyun sect to contend with. Indeed, while the events of the day were profoundly humiliating for Lin Yuan, maintaining composure was imperative. One must not act out of impulse. What is personal honor and disgrace? Endure for a moment, and tranquility shall follow. Voices arose from the other sects of the eastern wasteland, many of whom shared amicable relations with the Qingyun sect, offering their counsel. They understood that a prince like Yi Xian possessed the capability to obliterate the entire Qingyun sect. Such blatant arrogance. What if you hail from the Diyu Empire? This is my Qingyun sect, in the eastern wasteland, not your central continent. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed, filled with indignation. It was the current master of the Qingyun sect, Xiao Zhantian. Yuan, no matter your course of action, I, along with the entire Qingyun sect, shall stand by your side. His gaze was complex as he looked upon Lin Yuan, who appeared unusually composed. Xiao Zhantian assumed that his disciple was merely reeling from the blow, lost in thought. He had long understood Lin Yuan and Appo's deep affections for Lu Shui. However, now, Xiao Zhantian's gaze was filled with a complicated mix of emotions as he shook his head slightly. Having nurtured Lin Yuan since infancy, he regarded him as a son. While Lin Yuan was gifted in many respects, he lacked experience in matters of the heart. Today's incident would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to him. But for such a woman, it was hardly worth the pain. Xiao Zhantian could only hope for Lin Yuan to regain his composure swiftly. Master, do not worry. I am unscathed. Lin Yuan replied calmly, his demeanor entirely unfazed by the situation. This reaction momentarily startled Xiao Zhantian. Lin Yuan then turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu Empire, facing the pinnacle of talent from the central continent. He felt no trepidation, only disdain. So what if you are from the Diyu Empire? What are you in the grand scheme of things? As a member of the forbidden imperial lineage of the upper realm, the Lin family, he saw no need to regard a mere lower realm force, regardless of its ostensible strength. Lin Yuan, you are truly ignorant. Do not think that you or your Qingyun sect can withstand my brother Yi Xian's wrath. Should he choose, your sect can be obliterated at any moment. Lu Shui interjected with a mocking laugh, her face radiating arrogance as she regarded Lin Yuan. Do you know that to insult the Du Empire is to invite death? Yi Xian, tall and imposing, looked down at Lin Yuan, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. A mere native cultivator of the eastern wasteland dared to covet his woman, and now dared to speak ill of the Du Empire. Yi Xian was resolute in his intent to take action. Oh, I have insulted you? If you have the courage, feel free to make a move. Lin Yuan's voice was cold, his black robes swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind, his countenance stark and unyielding, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Under the gaze of countless cultivators, he pointed at Yi Xian, his tone indifferent. At this juncture, there was little left to articulate, only a battle awaited. It was widely acknowledged that the talents of the central continent far surpassed those of the surrounding regions. Lin Yuan was eager to witness the prowess of this so-called prince of the Du Empire. By your status, you are unworthy of challenging me. However, for insulting the Du Empire, I shall demonstrate to you that before this prince, you are nothing but an insect. One finger will suffice to crush you. Yi Xian sneered. Chapter 5. The guardian Lin Jiao of the Qingyundao sect was amidst a grand wedding feast, which was thrown into disarray by the sudden arrival of a prince. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, within a forbidden domain in the eastern wilderness, lay the ancient and dreaded forbidden ground of the Xiantian continent. Since its inception, no formidable warrior from the Xiantian continent had dared to step foot into this ominous place. Even the strongest beings, those at the heaven ascension level on the brink of transcending to a higher realm, refrained from approaching. It was said that only those who reached the saint realm could enter the ancient forbidden land. However, it must be noted that such saint-level warriors could only be born in the higher realms, while the limit of this world was the heaven ascension level. Therefore, despite its notorious reputation across the Xiantian continent, no one had ever ventured inside, leaving its mysteries shrouded in enigma. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the forbidden land that none dared to tread. An elderly figure clad in gray with flowing white hair emanated an aura that commanded respect, causing the very air around him to tremble, as if the space could not contain his presence and was on the verge of fracturing. The voice was resounding, shattering the dark clouds above. This was a saint-level warrior. Lin Jiao hailed from the imperial Lin family of the upper realm. It was he who had once guided Lin Yuan to the lower realm for training. The Lin family, despite its harsh ancestral rules demanding that every descendant undergo trials in the lower realm, did not abandon an infant to fend for themselves. Typically, a guardian accompanied them. Lin Jiao was Lin Yuan's guardian. Not long after the young master's birth, the family had sought a suitable realm for his training, choosing this world due to the legacy of a great emperor preserved within. I have searched for 20 years, he exclaimed, his heart brimming with excitement as he gazed upon the luminous portal radiating imperial laws. The legacy of the Yuan Tian Emperor, a renowned figure across the heavens who had ascended from the lower realm, left behind a place of inheritance after his demise. Yet throughout the eons, no one had ever located this legacy, making the Emperor's tale a tantalizing prospect for cultivators, even for those at the saint level like Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao understood the immense price the family head had paid to uncover this realm. The young master probably does not remember this old man, he mused, recalling Lin Yuan's infancy. Despite making clandestine visits to Qingyundao sect to check on Lin Yuan, he had never revealed himself. With Lin Jiao's saint-level strength, he remained undetected by anyone in this world. With a determined step forward, he traversed a newly formed spatial rift, disappearing into the void, heading towards Qingyundao sect. At that moment, within Qingyundao sect, a resounding commotion erupted. A striking figure adorned in a black and gold dragon robe stood majestically in the void, exuding an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Surrounding him, golden light blazed forth, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon. A dragon silhouette hovered behind Yi Xian, whose presence left countless cultivators in awe, including the older generation of Eastern Wilderness practitioners. This is the dragon spirit body. Voices of astonishment erupted as onlookers recognized Yi Xian and Appo's extraordinary physique. The dragon spirit body was one of the most powerful constitutions in the Xiantian continent, with few peers even among the prodigies of the central state. Regrettably, this unique physique belonged solely to the imperial lineage of the central state, rendering it unattainable for others. Yi Xian's innate power was formidable, yet his cultivation had also reached the divine bridge realm. Gasps of disbelief echoed around him. The prodigies of the central state were indeed beyond compare, and many from the eastern wilderness yearned to venture there for their training. Witnessing this firsthand, even the elder cultivators were left astounded. The divine bridge realm was sufficient to establish a sect in the eastern wilderness, and with the renown of the dragon spirit body, it could be asserted without hesitation that Yi Xian, appearing to be merely in his 20s, could easily overshadow numerous elder practitioners from the eastern wilderness. Save for the three major Dao sects. Amidst the admiration for Yi Xian's prowess, Lu Shui stood nearby, her face alight with pride. This was the man she had chosen. His talent, strength, and noble background effortlessly eclipsed that of his peers. He had the potential to inherit the entire Dou dynasty. As for Lin Yuan, how could he possibly compare to her brother Yi Xian? Lin Yuan, give up. With your strength, you are insignificant before my brother Yi Xian. If you are willing to kneel and apologize to him, I may spare your life out of respect for the shared status of Qingyun Dao sect and my Piaoxue Dao sect as the three major sects of the eastern wilderness. Clad in flowing white robes, her fair complexion and delicate figure exuded an air of haughty elegance, with her long hair cascading like silk. Lu Shui resembled a proud phoenix. Her disdainful gaze fixed upon Lin Yuan as she coldly remarked, "The dragon spirit body? I am quite curious to know how formidable it truly is." Ignoring Lu Shui's taunts, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the dragon silhouette surrounding Yi Xian, his expression serene. Although he had yet to fully comprehend his true constitution, he reasoned that the bloodline of an imperial family from the upper realm could not possibly be inferior to a mere dragon spirit body from the lower realm. Suddenly, a comparable surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from behind Lin Yuan. Dark and light energy intertwined, forming a swirling taiji silhouette that gradually rotated. At that moment, Lin Yuan's true cultivation realm was revealed. He too was at the divine bridge realm, standing on equal footing with Yi Xian. Chapter 6. The Dragon Spirit Body. How could this be? The disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect has actually stepped into the realm of the divine bridge? At this moment, when Lin Yuan's true realm was revealed, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Although Lin Yuan had previously made a name for himself in the eastern wilderness with his remarkable feats, at that time, he had been concealing his true strength, leaving no one, not even within his own sect, aware of his actual capabilities. How could it be? This young man, even I, an old fool, was unable to see through him. As he gazed at the aura emanating from Lin Yuan, the elderly figure with a resolute face and an upright posture, the white-haired sect leader of Qingyun, Xiao Zhantian, looked toward Lin Yuan in astonishment, murmuring to himself, his senior brother, with delicate features and elegantly arched brows. Xiao, donned in a flowing azure dress, expressed her confusion. Is this truly the realm of my senior brother? It seems the eastern wilderness has greatly underestimated him. The entire Qingyun Dao sect, along with countless other cultivators from the eastern wilderness, were filled with amazement, some wearing expressions of bewilderment as they observed Lin Yuan. It is important to note that, from the perspective of the gathered crowd, Yi Xian, as a prince of the Great Yu dynasty, born of noble lineage and possessing the dragon spirit body, was capable of reaching the divine bridge realm at this age, which was somewhat understandable. However, Lin Yuan, despite being a disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, could not possibly compare to Yi Xian in terms of resources, as there existed a vast chasm between the two. Yet what could have caused a mere cultivator from the remote eastern wilderness to possess a realm nearly on par with Yi Xian? In fact, considering their ages, Lin Yuan was even a few years younger than Yi Xian. No, look quickly, what is this physique behind Lin Yuan? Soon, someone noticed something amiss, their gaze fixated on the swirling Tai Chi diagram behind Lin Yuan. For some unknown reason, upon witnessing this ethereal Tai Chi figure, many felt a faint aura of the Dao. Hiss! Why does it seem that this is not much weaker than Yi Xian's dragon spirit body? Impossible. The dragon spirit body is known as the most superior physique in the central continent. Voices began to rise, as the dragon spirit body is renowned throughout the Xintian continent, even described in the central continent as the #1 powerful physique. However, countless individuals present began to harbor a subtle feeling that Lin Yuan's physique might surpass even the dragon spirit body. This was unprecedented throughout the endless ages of the Xintian continent, a physique superior to the dragon spirit body. Yet, Even some of the most seasoned elders admitted they had never encountered or even heard of such a physique as Lin Yuan's. A bunch of ignorant fools. How could Lin Yuan possibly compare to my brother Yi Xian's dragon spirit body? Lu Shui remained incredulous. Her own realm too low to perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Yuan's Tai Chi Dao body. To her, it seemed Lin Yuan was utterly outmatched by Yi Xian in every aspect. I never expected someone of the same age in the eastern wilderness could match the prince's realm. Hovering in the void, Yi Xian regarded Lin Yuan, his previously arrogant gaze now revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, it was merely a flicker. Alas, the foundation of my great Yu dynasty is something a mere native cultivator from the eastern wilderness could ever comprehend. This prince will crush you beneath my feet. Yi Xian pointed at Lin Yuan, speaking nonchalantly from his lofty position. Kill. The black and gold interwoven dragon robe billowed in the wind. Boom! At that moment, Yi Xian charged toward Lin Yuan, stepping through the air and unleashing a powerful punch. Roar! 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 The brilliance of his fist, unmatched, bore the weight of 9 golden dragon shadows, transforming into a golden radiance that shook the void, reaching Lin Yuan in an instant, intent on crushing him. The Dragon God Fist, a secret technique of the great Yu royal lineage, could only be practiced by those with the dragon spirit body, even among the royal family. This strike was immensely powerful, far beyond the comprehension of the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. It was a killing move, and Yi Xian had already set his murderous intent. His objective was clear: to make these native eastern cultivators understand that his status was not something they could provoke. At this moment, Yi Xian was filled with unshakable confidence. Believing that this strike would be sufficient to obliterate Lin Yuan, the so-called disciple of a small sect, with a single blow. Hiss! What a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Is this the strength of the top prodigy of the central continent? Within the Qingyun Dao sect, countless gazes were fixed upon Yi Xian's strike, many cultivators' hair standing on end, their hearts trembling. It is feared that even many of the sect leaders present would find it difficult to withstand this prince's blow. Is this the might of the dragon spirit body? One strike unleashed, as if possessing the strength of 9 dragons. The sound of astonishment echoed around, marveling at Yi Xian's rightful claim to the title of the top prodigy of the central continent. This strike undoubtedly possessed power surpassing that of the divine bridge realm cultivators of the eastern wilderness. At this moment, numerous eyes turned toward Lin Yuan, eager to witness how he would counter this attack. A trivial skill. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm as he too stood in the void, facing the approaching 9 colossal dragon shadows. Boom! The Tai Chi figure behind him erupted in black and white radiance, countless sword shadows floating around him, accompanied by the power of thunder. With a gentle point of his finger, whoosh, an endless array of sword shadows coalesced into a gigantic sword, seemingly poised to cleave the very void in two. Is this my Qingyun Dao sect's extermination sword technique? Why does it seem that this young man's extermination sword technique is so powerful? It shouldn't be like this. Below, witnessing Lin Yuan strike, Xiao Zhantian wore a perplexed expression. This was the supreme sword technique of the Qingyun Dao sect, the extermination sword technique created by the sect's founding ancestor, and could only be practiced by the sect leader. He had regarded Lin Yuan as the next generation successor, willing to break sect rules to pass it on to him. However, at this moment, what bewildered Xiao Zhantian was that the extermination sword technique Lin Yuan displayed far exceeded its original power. No, it seems this young man's Tai Chi figure is enhancing the extermination sword technique. Just then, Xiao Zhantian finally discerned a reason. In the heavens above, the gigantic sword descended slowly, imbued with the power of the Tai Chi figure behind Lin Yuan, thus amplifying the might of Lin Yuan's extermination sword technique beyond its original capabilities. Chapter 7. The True Power of Lin Yuan. Boom. 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 Above the Qingyun Dao sect, 9 dragon shadows collided with Lin Yuan's sword projection, creating such vibrations that even the elder cultivators felt a shiver of awe. What was ostensibly a confrontation between 2 young prodigies had transcended the power of many sect leaders. In the realm of the Divine Bridge, one could establish a sect in the eastern wasteland. Yet at this moment, both Lin Yuan and Yi Xian unleashed a force that seemed to surpass this realm. At that moment, in the void above, the phantom of a colossal sword emerged, surrounded by an endless swirl of black and white light. emanating from the Taiji illusion behind Lin Yuan, enveloping the giant sword. In an instant, the sword light surged magnificently, dazzling as if it were about to rend the fabric of the void itself. Crack! The golden radiance surged forth as Yi Xian's fist shattered the dragon shadow, transforming it into countless luminous specks that vanished into the ether. Puffed! Simultaneously, Yi Xian's handsome visage paled, and he spat a mouthful of blood. How could this be? He was utterly astonished that a mere native cultivator from the eastern wasteland could injure him. Yi Xian's expression was one of bewilderment, as his long-standing pride had taken a hit. Hiss! The prince of the Dayu dynasty had actually suffered a defeat? How could this be? This was one of the most renowned prodigies of the central continent, vanquished by Lin Yuan. As the scene of Yi Xian and Apos, as defeat unfolded, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The outcome had taken many by surprise. Although all present were cultivators from the eastern wasteland, they had not held Lin Yuan in high regard until this moment. After all, he was merely a native of the eastern wasteland, while Yi Xian was a prince of the Dayu dynasty. The disparity between them was insurmountable. The atmosphere trembled. Oomph! Lin Yuan, what despicable means have you employed to ambush my brother Yi Xian? If you truly possess strength, you should engage in a fair battle with him, rather than resorting to some underhanded tactics. Below, Lu Shui's voice rang out, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, her delicate features marred by ire. At this moment, Lu Shui remained convinced that a mere Lin Yuan could not possibly be a match for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was among the most powerful prodigies of the central continent, while Lin Yuan was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, long ensconced in the eastern wasteland. In terms of identity, background, status, or resources, Lin Yuan was incomparable to her brother Yi Xian. Lu Shui resolutely believed that Lin Yuan must have resorted to some dark methods to gain a fleeting edge over Yi Xian. To think, you are nothing but a despicable scoundrel. A person like you, Lu Shui, will never marry. You might as well abandon that hope. Lu Shui continued, her voice laced with anger as she believed she had unraveled Lin Yuan's true character. Turning, she hurried towards Yi Xian, who appeared pale, blood trickling from his mouth. His aura significantly diminished compared to before. Brother Yi Xian, are you all right? In stark contrast to her demeanor towards Lin Yuan, Lu Shui and Apos, S face now bore a look of deep concern for her beloved. I know that with your strength, brother Yi Xian, how could Lin Yuan possibly be your adversary? It is merely that Lin Yuan's methods are too treacherous, catching you off guard. Rest assured, I am fine. I was merely careless, Yi Xian replied nonchalantly before his beloved. As one of the top cultivators of the central continent, he held his pride dearly. He had never intended to take Lin Yuan seriously. His previous strike had been executed without much thought, yet unexpectedly, his opponent had unleashed their full might. At this moment, Yi Xian believed that Lin Yuan had indeed given it his all in their recent clash, while he had only acted casually, resulting in his defeat. When he truly displayed his strength, Lin Yuan would surely understand. An ant is but an ant, and the lowly remain lowly. The noble prince of the Dayu dynasty is not to be compared with a native of the eastern wasteland. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan observed the unfolding scene from above, an amused smile creeping onto his lips. Despicable? Resorting to underhanded tactics? Alas, it seemed even Lin Yuan himself was somewhat unaware of his own circumstances. Whether it was his unparalleled talent that far exceeded his peers or the Taiji diagram behind him, everything indicated that his constitution was anything but ordinary. The Dayu dynasty of the central continent, the dragon spirit body, and this is their strength? Pathetic. Casting his gaze upon the pale-faced Yi Xian, Lin Yuan chuckled. To strike at the heart of the matter, is he not proud? Believing that his lineage from the so-called central continent, as a prince of the dynasty, elevates him above all? At this moment, I shall trample upon his haughty demeanor. As Lin Yuan's words echoed through the air, a wave of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. Indeed, this is the strength of a central continent prodigy? A prince of the Dayu dynasty. Yet he fell with a single blow from Lin Yuan? One must not be overly arrogant. Most of those present were cultivators from the eastern wasteland, who had long been displeased with Yi Xian's condescending attitude upon his arrival. If he possessed true strength, it would have been acceptable, but now, as a prince of the Dayu dynasty, he had been defeated by Lin Yuan. There was no room for their scorn to be silenced. Of course, those voicing their scorn were largely affiliated with sects closely related to the Qingyun Dao sect. Among them, The eastern wasteland cultivators regarded the name of the Diyu dynasty with trepidation. Lin Yuan, my nephew, one must not be arrogant. Do bear in mind, the foundation of the Diyu dynasty is not something your Qingyun Dao sect can compare to. At that moment, a figure clad in elegant white stepped forward. It was Lu Tsang, the sect leader of the Piaoxua Dao sect. Initially, he had considered marrying his daughter to Lin Yuan as a final choice. Given their statuses, Lu Tsang had primarily contemplated the prince of the Diyu dynasty. He had assumed that his children had no future with Yi Xian. Yet, Lu Tsang had not anticipated that. At this critical juncture, Yi Xian would take the initiative to appear, even willing to battle Lin Yuan for the sake of his daughter. At this point, Lu Tsang had begun to reconsider the marriage arrangement. After all, in the end, his daughter had not truly become Lin Yuan's partner. So even if they called off the engagement, it would not matter. Lu Tsang's gaze was fixed upon the noble Yi Xian, adorned in a black and gold dragon robe. Your Highness need not worry. I possess a Tianshan sacred lotus to aid in your recovery. Chapter 8. Breakthrough of the Sacred Medicine. This is the sacred lotus. It is said that within the Snowfall sect, there exists a sacred herb, and to my astonishment, Master Lu is willing to part with such a treasure. It seems Master Lu has firmly decided to place his hopes on this prince of the Diyu dynasty. At this moment, a cacophony of excited voices erupted around. All eyes burned with fervor, fixated on the sacred herb that floated before Yi Xian. The flower, with its 9 petals as pristine as snow, exuded a subtle blue glow, instantly enveloping the surroundings in frost, accompanied by a powerful surge of aura that was utterly imposing. The sacred herb is considered a top-tier treasure in this realm. The Heavenly Mountain Sacred Lotus is not only a miraculous healing item, but also possesses boundless benefits for cultivation. It is no surprise that those present were astounded. This Heavenly Sacred Lotus is indeed a treasure possession of the Snowfall sect, which Master Lu seldom uses himself. Yet, unexpectedly, it has been brought forth for the injured prince of the Diyu dynasty. However, this act would likely plunge the relationship between the Snowfall sect and the Qingyun sect into a deep freeze from this day forth. With an elegant demeanor and a hint of a cold smile, Master Lu regarded the situation. To him, a mere sacred herb was trivial, but the prospect of aligning with a prince of the Diyu dynasty could potentially pave the way for the Snowfall sect to unify the entire eastern wilderness in the future. It was indeed a profitable venture. Moreover, Master Lu was aware that Yi Xian and Appo's status was far more significant than just being a prince. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Yi Xian was not only the crown prince, but also the sole dragon spirit body of this generation in the Diyu dynasty, a likely candidate for the future throne. This was an immortal dynasty that had suppressed all in the central continent, and the current ruler had personally come forth for the sake of his daughter. The mere thought exhilarated Master Lu. As for Lin Yuan, he was merely a disciple of the Qingyun sect, a prospective match for his own children. Now that the true heir, Yi Xian, had appeared, Lin Yuan was naturally cast aside. Thank you, uncle. I am immensely grateful for your generosity in bestowing this sacred herb upon me. With the support of Lu Shui, Yi Xian rose, his eyes glistening with excitement as he expressed his gratitude. Despite having access to similar treasures in the vault of the Diyu dynasty, he had only ever been granted one by the ancestral elders. To think he would receive such a boon in this place, where spiritual energy was scarce. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual power within the sacred herb, Yi Xian knew that consuming it would not only heal his injuries, but might also elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. There is no need for excessive courtesy, young prince. I'm already aware of your relationship with my daughter. Rest assured, I am on your side. Looking at the resplendent and noble Yi Xian, Master Lu's smile was warm and inviting. At this moment, with Master Lu's protection, as Yi Xian consumed the sacred herb, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, gradually healing the injuries inflicted by Lin Yuan and restoring the pallor of his complexion to a healthy flush. His aura grew stronger, and his realm advanced to a higher level. Taking advantage of Yi Xian's cultivation enhancement, Master Lu suddenly turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan, his expression turning icy. Lin Yuan, are you not going to apologize to Prince Yi Xian? If the Diyu dynasty were to find out, do you think the Qingyun sect can bear the consequences? His tone was devoid of warmth, and one could not help but note how swiftly the master of the Snowfall sect could change his demeanor. Lu, how could you? a fellow leader of the three great sects in the eastern wilderness, be so shameless in your eagerness to cling to the Dayu dynasty? A booming voice reverberated throughout the Qingyun sect. With a resolute expression, white hair cascading, Xiao Zhantian pointed at Master Lu and exclaimed in anger, directly exposing his intentions. He regretted his decision regarding his disciple Lin Yuan. Had he not agreed to the marriage proposal earlier, none of this would have occurred. Yuaner, pursue your desires boldly. Regardless of the Dayu dynasty, both I and the entire Qingyun sect will stand as your support. Listening to his master's words, Lin Yuan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was clear that today's turmoil stemmed entirely from his actions. The Dayu dynasty was indeed an immense force in this realm, far beyond the Qingyun sect's capacity to provoke, which could lead to their extermination. Yet at this moment, his master steadfastly stood by him. Thank you, master. Today's events are my doing. I shall resolve this. Dressed in black, he stood tall in the void, clasping his fists toward Xiao Zhantian with determination in his gaze. Turning to face Lu and Lu Shui, he regarded them with disdain. Just a worthless wretch and an old dog. If this marriage were to proceed, I would become a sinner in the Qingyun sect. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold as he sneered at the pair. Perhaps this was the consequence of underestimating others. He mused. You are courting death. Should a powerful figure from the Dayu dynasty arrive, do you realize that not only will you perish, but the entire Qingyun sect will face annihilation? Master Lu's eyes glimmered with cold disdain as he mocked Lin Yuan's ignorance. He understood the terrifying might of the Dayu dynasty all too well. In the face of such a colossal entity, the entire eastern wilderness was insignificant. Father, do not waste your breath on him. There will come a day when he will regret his choices, Lu Shui arrogantly remarked, viewing Lin Yuan as one would a mere insect. Thankfully, she had not married such a person. Otherwise, her life would surely be draped in shades of despair. At this moment, tensions escalated. The appearance of Yi Xian, the prince of the Dayu dynasty, had irrevocably severed the ties between the Snowfall sect and the Qingyun sect. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly fraught, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged skyward with a thunderous roar. It was Yi Xian, harnessing the power of the sacred herb. He not only healed all his injuries, but also transcended his previous limitations, breaking through to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. Uncle Schwer, allow me to deal with this wretch. I will crush every bone in his body and force him to kneel before you both to apologize. Having reached a new level of cultivation, Yi Xian brimmed with confidence. Chapter 9. Yi Xian, after the breakthrough, the disparity between the early and mid stages of the divine bridge realm is incomprehensibly vast. Prior to the great battle, both Yi Xian and Lin Yuan stood at the initial stage of the divine bridge realm. However, at this moment, aided by the power of a sacred herb, Yi Xian not only recuperated from the injuries he sustained his previous defeat to Lin Yuan, but he also managed to surpass Lin Yuan in cultivation. This remarkable transformation was entirely attributed to the heavenly mountain sacred lotus held by Lu Tsan. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted around Yi Xian, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. Roar, roar, roar. Concurrently, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the heavens, and the dragon shadow behind Yi Xian grew increasingly substantial, as if it were on the verge of manifesting in reality. Golden radiance surged across Yi Xian's skin, suddenly giving birth to scales of golden dragon armor, as if they were embedded in his flesh, radiating a chilling brilliance. Did you truly believe that the dragon spirit body of the great Yu imperial clan could be compared to yours? Filled with unparalleled pride and buoyed by his recent breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura soared like a rainbow, his gaze imbued with disdain as it fixed upon Lin Feng. Today, I shall make you comprehend the chasm that lies between us. The dragon spirit body, esteemed as the most formidable physique in the central continent, stands unrivaled in the realm. During the earlier skirmish with Lin Yuan, Yi Xian had not unleashed the full extent of his dragon spirit body's power. Now, adorned with golden dragon scales that enveloped his entire being, merging seamlessly with the dragon shadow behind him, he finally unleashed the complete might of the dragon spirit body. The aura he radiated was so terrifying that it transcended the capabilities of any practitioner within the divine bridge realm. As the scene unfolded, the crowd erupted once more in fervor. What a formidable presence! Is this truly the strongest dragon spirit body of our Xiantian continent? Voices echoed from below, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon Yi Xian, who now resembled a true dragon. Indeed, it is no surprise that such a physique belongs to the Great Yu imperial clan. It is undeniably powerful, Lu Tsang remarked with a smile, admiring the young prodigy before him, considering him the most suitable son-in-law for his daughter. Father, now you must realize that my judgment in suitors is never mistaken. Lu Shui chimed in, her ethereal beauty and delicate form accentuated by her flowing white attire. Lin Yuan is merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, believing he could win my hand in marriage. Given his background, how could he ever be compared to brother Yi Xian? It is nothing but a delusion. With those words, the father and daughter duo firmly believed that Lin Yuan's defeat was inevitable, especially in front of so many sect practitioners from the eastern wilderness. The reality would soon prove their choice to be astute. The Great Yu dynasty compared to the Qingyandao sect, the most renowned young prodigies of the central continent against a mere son of the eastern wilderness? One with a modicum of sense would know how to choose wisely. Boom, 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 kill. Golden light surged as Yi Xian transformed into a streak of gold, charging towards Lin Yuan. Each strike he unleashed resonated with the roar of a dragon, echoing throughout the entirety of the Qingyandao sect, his overwhelming momentum and indomitable fighting spirit rendering him unparalleled. Meanwhile below, Xiao Zhantian and others watching the battle wore expressions of concern. This prince of the Great Yu dynasty, having just broken through and wielding the terrifying might of the dragon spirit body, posed a significant threat to Yuan heir. With white hair trembling and hands aged like withered bark, Xiao Zhantian clenched and released his grip, his brow furrowing in anxiety. Although Lin Yuan had always been exceptionally gifted, Xiao Zhantian had scoured all records of the eastern wilderness to ascertain the nature of Lin Yuan's physique and found himself at a loss. Hence, he perceived Lin Yuan's unknown physique to be, at best, comparable to the dragon spirit body. Yet now Yi Xian had just attained a breakthrough, his momentum at its peak, far surpassing that of his disciple Lin Yuan. As the battle reached its climax, Xiao Zhantian feared for Lin Yuan's safety. Alas, even if it would draw criticism, he would have no choice but to intervene for Yuan heir. Having raised Lin Yuan as if he were his own son, Xiao Zhantian had long regarded him as the upcoming successor of the sect. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's ardent pursuit of Lu Shui, having reached a point where he could not marry anyone else, Xiao Zhantian had even contemplated marrying his own daughter, Xiao, to Lin Yuan. However, history had dictated otherwise. Since time immemorial, the confrontations among young prodigies have traditionally been free from the interference of the elder generation. Though this rule was never formally established, it was an unspoken agreement throughout the Xiantian continent. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhantian had resolved that should Lin Yuan find himself in peril, he would intervene, regardless of the consequences. Senior brother, as the battle ensued, the disciples of the Qingyandao sect looked upon Yi Xian's overwhelming strength with growing trepidation for Lin Yuan. Among them, the graceful and elegant Xiao, adorned in a green dress, expressed her concern. Since childhood, she had followed Lin Yuan closely, cherishing the bond they shared. While her father was strict with her, the other disciples often regarded her with apprehension due to her status as the sect leader's daughter. Only Lin Yuan had always treated her with kindness, and she had unknowingly harbored feelings for him. However, with the emergence of that woman, Lu Shui, Xiao sensed the disdain Lu Shui held for Lin Yuan, despite her attempts at subtlety. This had fostered a deep-seated aversion towards Lu Shui within her. Now, witnessing the formidable growth of Lin Yuan's opponent after his breakthrough, Xiao felt a wave of concern wash over her. The unleashed power of Yi Xian's dragon spirit body was overwhelming. In that moment, not a single practitioner present believed Lin Yuan could triumph in this battle. Yet just then, atop the heavens, amidst Yi Xian's boundless fighting spirit, Lin Yuan stood resolute. His ink-black hair danced wildly, and his black robes billowed in the wind, his gaze remaining composed and unfazed. Boom, boom, boom. The Tai Chi shadow behind Lin Yuan began to rotate slowly, merging seamlessly with his form. In an instant, Lin Yuan's eyes transformed. One gleamed with darkness while the other radiated light, exuding an ethereal grace as if he had become one with the Tao. An immense surge of dual-colored light, both black and white, erupted around him, staining the void with an inky hue. Kill. Chapter 10. Lu Shui's Confusion Boom. 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 At this moment, the sky above Qingyun Dao's sect was in tumultuous upheaval. What appeared to be merely a duel between two young prodigies unleashed waves of energy that left many seasoned warriors from the eastern wilderness feeling astonished. Golden light surged, accompanied by the undulating form of a dragon, shaking the surroundings. Every strike from Yi Xian was formidable, far surpassing the typical prowess expected at the Divine Bridge realm. Yet, at this moment, with black and white radiance swirling around Lin Yuan, it seemed to transmute the very essence of the space into shades of black and white. Each of Yi Xian's powerful blows was effortlessly neutralized by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's aura had now taken on an extraordinarily enigmatic quality, as if he were in close proximity to the Tao, exuding an unfathomable detachment and transcendence. How could this be? What manner of constitution does Lin Yuan possess that even the fully manifested dragon spirit body cannot inflict harm upon him? Below, incredulous voices arose, directed towards Lin Yuan, who was enveloped in the dual-colored light, their gazes filled with perplexity. It was bewildering. Yi Xian at this moment was clearly in the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm, a rank above Lin Yuan's. Indeed, yet observing the current situation, it appeared that Lin Yuan was not merely holding his own, but subtly gaining the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. As the spectators gazed upwards at the fierce clash between the two figures, they were engulfed in shock and confusion. The combat prowess displayed by Lin Yuan exceeded their wildest imaginations. Initially, they had presumed that with Yi Xian's recent breakthrough and his formidable dragon spirit body, Lin Yuan would surely be at a disadvantage. This had been the consensus among those present. However, it now seemed this belief had been completely overturned by Lin Yuan. Before this moment, not only had the other sect's cultivators doubted Lin Yuan, but even Xiao Zhantian of Qingyun Dao's sect had harbored no hopes for him. Ha ha! How delightful! It seems my old eyes have deceived me. Just how much strength has this boy concealed? At this point, Xiao Zhantian, who had earlier been deeply worried for his disciple, now laughed heartily, his aged face alight with exhilaration. He had been prepared to disregard the rules prohibiting elder intervention in the duel between prodigies to protect Lin Yuan. Yet, it appeared that such measures were now unnecessary. Lin Yuan was fully capable of triumphing over the so-called prince of the Decisive dynasty on his own merits. It was well known that the top prodigies from the central region had never been rivals for the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. However, today, the myth of the invincible central region prodigies against those from the other four regions would be shattered by Lin Yuan. Remarkably, he would defeat the current grand prince of the Decisive dynasty, a young powerhouse endowed with a dragon spirit body. Is my senior brother truly this formidable? Xiao sighed. For although Lin Yuan had already gained considerable renown in the eastern wilderness, it had merely been hearsay until now, despite never having set foot in the central region. She had heard it referred to as a paradise in the eyes of cultivators from the Xintian continent. Their prodigies were countless, each beyond comparison to those from the eastern wilderness. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst the top-tier prodigies of the central region, Yi Xian had previously surpassed Lin Yuan after his breakthrough. Yet, judging by the current battle, it was evident that Lin Yuan had the upper hand, rendering Yi Xian utterly powerless. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Xian had reached an unprecedented intensity. In the midst of the conflict, Lin Yuan thought, a breakthrough in realm? An all-out manifestation of the dragon spirit body? A prince who considers himself exalted? Yet, what significance do these attributes hold before me? Surrounded by resplendent black and white light, Lin Yuan traversed the void, his long black hair billowing, his indifferent gaze mocking Yi Xian, his figure standing tall. At this juncture, even without a clear understanding of his own circumstances, Lin Yuan realized that his constitution was undoubtedly unparalleled, far beyond that of the so-called premier constitution of the Xintian continent. The dragon spirit body. With each of Lin Yuan's strikes, crack, the golden dragon scales embedded in Yi Xian's skin shattered, blood oozing from the wounds, while the dragon silhouette behind the dragon spirit body dimmed gradually. Yi Xian staggered, his previous arrogance evaporating, his expression tinged with resentment. Already shaken within, hearing Lin Yuan's words, he spat another mouthful of blood, eliciting concern from Lu Shui standing nearby. How could this be? Her brother Yi Xian at this moment. Lu Shui's heart was in turmoil, unable to accept the scene unfolding before her. She could not comprehend how Lin Yuan, whom she had previously dismissed, had transformed into such a formidable opponent. Chapter 11. The guardian of Yi Xian's arrival in the eyes of Lu Shui. Whether in talent or status, her brother Yi Xian was the most admirable man. Prior to this moment, Lu Shui considered it a disgrace to compare Lin Yuan with her brother Yi Xian. Yet, at this instant her heart trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She felt lost, confused, and bewildered. Boom, boom, boom. Above the void, Yi Xian was in a precarious situation, surrounded by countless gazes fixated upon him. Who would have thought? Could it be that an unparalleled prodigy was about to emerge in the East Wilderness? It was rumored that the Danyu imperial clan, possessing the dragon spirit body, had been invincible throughout history, even amidst the many talents in the central state. But now, who could have predicted this? The scene was rife with commotion as many cultivators from the East Wilderness expressed their astonishment at the unfolding drama. They were shocked not only by the defeat of the dragon spirit body, the premier physique of the Xiantian continent, but also by the profound depth of Lin Yuan, the current Daozi of the Qingyuan Dao sect. Although Lin Yuan had gained some fame, having been heard of in various East Wilderness sects, it was still within the confines of this realm. Now, even an invincible prodigy from the central state was on the verge of defeat at Lin Yuan's hands. The phoenix had fallen, while the sparrow had triumphed. Indeed, until now, many had viewed Yi Xian from the Danyu dynasty as the exalted phoenix, while Lin Yuan, as the Daozi of the Qingyuan Dao sect, appeared as a mere insignificant sparrow in comparison. At this moment, countless cultivators could envision that it wouldn't be long before the name Lin Yuan would resonate throughout the central state, causing a significant stir. Father, please save my brother Yi Xian. Clad in flowing white garments, with fair skin and a delicate figure, Lu Shui trembled as she looked to her father, Lu Tsang, beseeching him to assist her brother Yi Xian. Even now, Lu Shui stubbornly believed that Lin Yuan had merely stumbled upon some fortuitous luck, and that it was luck alone that allowed him to triumph over Yi Xian. She was well aware that the dragon spirit body would grow more formidable as time passed, and she firmly believed that her brother Yi Xian would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse renowned across the Xiantian continent and ascend as the emperor of the Danyu dynasty. Lin Yuan, in her eyes, was merely a fleeting stroke of fortune, destined to fade into obscurity with time. Lowly is lowly, and an ant is an ant. Such is the fate one is born into. The resplendence of the Danyu dynasty over countless ages cannot be compared to Lin Yuan's transient luck. Fear not, my dear. I am well aware of the situation. With an elegant demeanor, Lu Tsang's voice resonated as his gaze remained fixed on the battle above. Undoubtedly, as a prince of the Danyu dynasty, Yi Xian could not afford to falter. Lu Tsang had long been aware of his daughter's affections for Yi Xian and wholeheartedly supported her feelings. Had it not been for Yi Xian finally revealing himself at this moment, today's engagement would never have come to pass. Fortunately, the prince of the Danyu dynasty had indeed made his appearance at the last moment. As for Lin Yuan, he should have recognized his place now that Yi Xian was present. Lu Tsang's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lin Yuan. As the master of the prestigious Piaoxue Dao sect, one of the three great Dao sects of the East Wilderness, his strength had already reached the Dao Palace realm. Even though Lin Yuan's displayed combat prowess was commendable in Lu Tsang's eyes, it was still insufficient. Just as Lu Tsang prepared to intervene, Master Lu, do not forget that you are also a man of the East Wilderness. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, Xiao Zhantian. He had been observing the actions of Lu Tsang and his daughter. When Lu Tsang spared no effort to use the innate holy lotus to restore Yi Xian's injuries and elevate his realm, Xiao Zhantian had already determined Lu Tsang's stance. Yet, he could hardly believe that Lu Tsang, in his eagerness to align with the Danyu dynasty, would turn against his own disciple. Brother Xiao, you should understand what the foundation of the Danyu dynasty represents. If anything were to happen to Yi Xian today, can your Qingyuan Dao sect bear the consequences? With an elegant countenance, Lu Tsang wore a slight smirk as he issued his threat. How could a mere Lin Yuan compare to Yi Xian? If anything were to befall Yi Xian, the multitude of sects in the East Wilderness would find themselves unable to withstand the repercussions of the Danyu dynasty's colossal presence. The dignity of the undying dynasty of the Central State was not something to be trifled with. Even esteemed sects like the Qin sect would appear as insignificant as dust before such an empire, just as Lu Cong and Xiao Zhantian found themselves at an impasse. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, Lin Yuan's relentless assault continued, his gaze cold and indifferent. In stark contrast, Yi Xian stood disheveled and staggering, blood pouring from his mouth. He had been utterly defeated, his vitality waning to the utmost degree. How could this be? Yi Xian's voice trembled as he stared vacantly. Born into nobility, he had always looked down upon the cultivators of the East Wilderness, having scarcely regarded any as worthy. Yet now, he found himself vanquished by one he had never deemed worthy of his attention. This was an unimaginable reality for him. As he gazed at Lin Yuan, a chill crept into Yi Xian's heart. He understood that if this continued, he would truly perish. Being the prince of the Danyu dynasty, he was not alone in this confrontation. At this moment, a golden token quietly materialized in Yi Xian's hand. This prince has traversed the Xian-Tian continent, battling countless prodigies. I must concede, you indeed possess some skill. Blood continued to flow from his mouth. Yet even now, Yi Xian did not relinquish his arrogance. His gaze still condescending as he regarded Lin Yuan. However, the disparity in their statuses dictated the distance between them. In my presence, you will forever remain a lowly insect. With a cold chuckle, Yi Xian spoke as he crushed the golden token in his hand. A last resort, a means to resolve all troubles. Though such tactics were looked down upon in battles among prodigies, his status rendered him deserving of reverence from the natives of the East Wilderness. As Yi Xian shattered the token representing the prince of the Danyu dynasty, at that moment, boom, 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 above the Qin sect, a blurred figure materialized in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, vast and awe-inspiring. Pardon my tardiness. May the prince forgive this old man. This was Yi Xian's guardian, a powerful being at the brink of ascension, whose formidable presence enveloped the entire Qin sect, instilling a sense of shock and reverence in all. Chapter 12. Lin Yuan's Decisiveness, the Ascending Realm, a pinnacle where one becomes a formidable force in this world, offers the opportunity to transcend and soar to the coveted upper realm, a dream cherished by all cultivators. Yet, such powerful beings are but whispers in the eastern wasteland. At this moment, even the arrival of a half-step ascendant would unleash an unimaginable pressure upon the countless cultivators present, leaving them in awe. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Qin sect trembled before the protector of Yi Xian. How audacious! A mere sect from the eastern wasteland dares to harm our prince? Such a grave sin. An aged voice resonated throughout the Qin sect, echoing like a thunderous bell. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward, a terrifying wave that rendered many eastern wasteland cultivators pale with fear. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Some of the less powerful cultivators even spat blood, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. After a moment of shock, a trembling gaze turned towards the protector beside Yi Xian, filled with utmost reverence. This senior has already cultivated to the half-step ascendant stage? Upon this revelation, the scene erupted in a wave of astonishment. Half-step ascendant? Is this the profound heritage of the immortal dynasty? Hiss! The murmurs of shock filled the air, as all present were cultivators from the eastern wasteland. The esteemed leaders of the eastern wasteland's three great Dao sects, Lu Cong and Xiao Zhantian, were mere Dao palace cultivators at present. Yet even so, they were among the strongest in this remote land. A single thought could determine the fate of countless sects in the eastern wasteland. However, at this moment, a half-step ascendant appeared before their very eyes, a level of power they had only heard of in legends. Even more astonishing was the fact that such a formidable being showed profound respect towards Prince Yi Xian, referring to himself as an old servant. This exemplified the depth of the immortal dynasty's heritage. From birth, Prince Yi Xian was accompanied by a top-tier protector at the half-step ascendant level. Such a foundation was indeed unfathomable to the cultivators of the eastern wasteland. With an air of supreme confidence, Yi Xian surveyed the myriad cultivators around him, relishing their astonishment. He reveled in this sensation. His status was one that the natives of the eastern wasteland could only look up to, a born superiority that none could shatter. Even if Lin Yuan were stronger than him, what did it matter? In the face of such an absolute disparity in status, all else was futile. Long Air, the protector by the princess' side, stood ready. Today, Prince Yi Xian wished to see who in this trifling eastern wasteland could challenge him. Feeling invincible, Yi Xian wore a cold smile directed at Lin Yuan. Now you should understand, compared to me, you are but a mere insect. How dare you covet the prince's woman? Do you even deserve it? As Long Air presented a few spirit pills, Yi Xian's pallid complexion transformed, his vitality restored. The black and gold robe billowed in the wind as he stood in the void, radiating arrogance. Given the present circumstances, Yi Xian indeed possessed the qualifications to look down upon all. A half-step ascendant protector was more than capable of annihilating everyone present, should he desire it. I knew it. With Yi Xian's status, he is incomparable to Lin Yuan, who merely stumbled upon luck. Once Yi Xian's protector appears, crushing Lin Yuan would be as effortless as squashing a bug. Below, Lu Shuai chuckled. Dressed in flowing white, her fair complexion and delicate figure resembled a celestial maiden. Though she possessed an exquisite exterior, her expression was one of disdain, evoking a sense of revulsion. Forming a partnership with Lin Yuan had merely been a means to force Yi Xian into action. She had never regarded Lin Yuan as anything more than a tool. Now, with her beloved appearing, the fate of Lin Yuan and the countless cultivators of the Qingyun Dao sect was of no concern to her. The tide had turned entirely. What was once a certain victory had transformed into a dire crisis with the arrival of Yi Xian's protector. The oppressive aura of a half-step ascendant bore down upon Lin Yuan, as if he were carrying the weight of countless mountains. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space compressed, and an overwhelming pressure surged towards Lin Yuan. His bones creaked painfully, and his body felt as if it would be crushed. Drip, drip, drip. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Indeed, there was some strength capable of resisting a fraction of the elder's aura. The voice carried a hint of surprise. Cloaked in black, concealed within shadows, Long Air sneered, his crimson gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. He never expected that a mere cultivator of the divine bridge realm would possess such tenacity. In this moment, even Long Air, as a protector, had to admit, no wonder this young man could defeat his own prince. However, alas, in the face of absolute power, what use is even the greatest talent? Fallen prodigies are merely corpses. To stand against the prince is your sin. Like a deity, he seemed to judge Lin Yuan. The Diyu dynasty had always acted with unparalleled dominance, not only in the eastern wasteland, but even in the stronghold of the central continent. Their word was law: obey and prosper, resist and perish. Let alone someone daring enough to injure their prince, Yi Xian. Such a transgression was utterly unforgivable. As he spoke, an immense pressure once again descended upon Lin Yuan. Bones crackled ominously, as if they were about to snap. With unwavering resolve and a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Yuan did not retreat. Enduring the infinite pressure, the black and white radiance surrounding him dimmed. In this life-or-death moment, Lin Yuan recalled a memory of an elder who had once brought him to this realm. Chapter 13. Crisis: the gap is insurmountable. This time, the Qingyun Dao sect has provoked someone they should not have. Whom can we blame? Why offend anyone, if not the mighty Diyu dynasty? Who could have anticipated that this prince's identity was so exalted? A mere half-step to the ascendant realm is sufficient to sweep away our entire eastern wasteland, and yet, this is merely the protector of the prince. At this moment, gazing into the void, the indomitable Lin Yuan stood in defiance, as voices echoed throughout the assembly. Some shook their heads in lamentation, murmuring that there was no hope. Before a half-step ascendant realm powerhouse, Lin Yuan's demise today was a foregone conclusion. It is feared that even the entire Qingyun Dao sect faces a colossal crisis, one that may lead to its obliteration. The Diyu dynasty is overwhelmingly powerful. What is displayed now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Ah, how oblivious they are to the heavens' heights, daring to be so arrogant before Elder Long. This boy is beyond redemption. A voice resonated through the crowd, dripping with scorn. It was Lu Tsong, his demeanor refined, standing impatiently to distance himself from the Qingyun Dao sect. After all, today's wedding is also connected to their Piaoxue Dao sect. Offending the Diyu dynasty means no one can save Lin Yuan. He must clarify his stance. Lu Tsong was also counting on the relationship between his daughter and Yi Xian to elevate their sect. One can foresee that even if the Qingyun Dao sect miraculously escapes annihilation, they will undoubtedly be severely weakened. Among the three great Dao sects of the Eastern Wasteland, leveraging their connection with the Dao dynasty, perhaps Piaoxua Dao sect could unify all the sects in the region. Lu Cong bowed respectfully to Long Air, excitement bubbling within him. He sought little. If Elder Long was willing to assist them, that would suffice. Brother Xiao, I am not mistaken, am I? Lu Cong's smile was devoid of warmth as he addressed Xiao Zhantian with a chilling grin. The foundation of the Dao dynasty is beyond our imagination. Your disciple may perish, but do not be deluded. Otherwise, today could mark the annihilation of your entire Qingyun Dao sect. While seemingly advising Xiao Zhantian, the sect leader of Qingyun Dao sect, against acting rashly, Lu Cong understood his old friend's temperament all too well, unyielding and honorable. The more he said, the more impulsive his friend would become. This was precisely the outcome Lu Cong desired. He wanted Xiao Zhantian to clash with Elder Long. Thus, Piaoxua Dao sect would have the opportunity to absorb Qingyun Dao sect. Although their sect stood among the three great Dao sects of the Eastern Wasteland, Lu Cong knew that in terms of overall strength, Qingyun Dao sect reigned supreme, leaving them with a considerable gap. Today's events might just be their opportunity. Father, senior brother, a clear voice interjected, delicate and beautiful, as Lu Yu, clad in a green dress, stood beside Xiao Zhantian. It was Xiao, her voice trembling with concern as she gazed at the void above, where Lin Yuan teetered on the brink of death. A half-step ascendant realm powerhouse is indeed formidable. Xiao Zhantian, with his resolute demeanor and white hair, sighed. Though he had reached the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, few could compare within the Eastern Wasteland. However, against a half-step ascendant realm, he understood well that he was no match. Such powerful beings are but a step away from standing atop this realm. Yet, this was merely a protector of the prince. In his aged eyes, there was no hint of retreat. Xiao Zhantian knew that in some matters, retreating would yield no fruit. Offending the Dao dynasty might signal the end of the Qingyun Dao sect today, and all would perish. So, are you afraid? A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he looked at his only daughter. I do not want senior brother to die. Xiao replied succinctly, her words few yet filled with emotion. Crack, crack, crack. Above in the void, the surrounding space was compressing. The relentless pressure from the half-step ascendant realm was threatening to shatter the very fabric of reality. The burden Lin Yuan bore was unimaginable. The adversaries seemed intent on ensuring his death was not a swift one, instead choosing to crush his bones and flesh inch by inch. His body cracked, covered in a myriad of wounds, blood oozing from the gashes. Drip, drip, drip. Through the gruesome wounds, the sight of Lin Yuan's white bones became visible, shattered. What a fate for offending this prince. A mere native of the Eastern Wasteland. What do you have to fight against me? Arrogant and frigid. Clad in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, Yi Xian continued to mock him. At this moment, with a mere command, he could have Long Air obliterate Lin Yuan entirely. However, born into nobility, he had never been humiliated before so many, especially in the presence of his woman. The previous humiliation would not allow him to let Lin Yuan die so easily. He intended to make his opponent suffer, to dismantle his spirit until he begged for mercy, thereby alleviating the resentment in his heart. Only then would he strike down Lin Yuan. Yet unexpectedly, even at this juncture, Lin Yuan had not pleaded for mercy. His black attire soaked in blood, Lin Yuan remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding. Although aware of his own identity, he had never encountered the protector who brought him to this realm. Lin Yuan did not know where this figure was or when he would appear. Perhaps today would be his last. Though his heart lamented, he felt an undeniable bitterness. Yet, with his current strength, facing a half-step ascendant realm was indeed a vast chasm. Long Air, dispose of him, Yi Xian declared, having lost his patience as he observed Lin Yuan's body shattering before him. He could not fathom how someone could endure such excruciating pain without pleading for mercy. Yes, your highness. Long Air responded respectfully from his side. To them, Lin Yuan was akin to an ant, easily crushed at any moment. Kid, some individuals are not to be offended. Take heed in your next life. Long Air sneered, preparing to strike down Lin Yuan. At that moment, a voice boomed from below. Who dares to touch my disciple? Accompanied by a brilliant sword light that cleaved through the void, it was Xiao Zhantian. Chapter 14. The appearance of Lin Yuan Master. On the brink of death, his once vibrant spirit, now flickering like a dying ember. Blood trickled from his eyes, tracing a crimson path down his pallid cheek, while his long hair cascaded, obscuring half of his face. Lin Yuan gazed at the frail figure before him, his heart trembling. He understood the gravity of the situation. His master's actions at this moment would herald calamity for the entire Qingyun Dao sect. Thousands of lives would be extinguished, all due to his own missteps. Lin Yuan could not bear to see the elderly man who had nurtured him suffer because of his own failings, nor could he let it endanger his fellow disciples, who had grown alongside him. Though Lin Yuan had recently traversed into this realm, the amalgamation of memories had rendered him indistinguishable from the original. He was now the original, and the original was him. Fear not. With me here, none shall harm you. With the celestial sword of extermination in hand, Xiao Zhantian addressed Lin Yuan, his aged eyes radiating unwavering resolve. The Qingyun Dao sect had stood in the East Wilderness for countless ages, harboring once ascended beings of immense power. The celestial sword of extermination was a holy artifact, a legacy from those who had ascended. Yet, faced with a formidable foe at the half-step to ascendancy, even this divine weapon might not suffice. With his current strength, he could not fully wield the power of the artifact. Nevertheless, some battles must be fought, even when the outcome seems bleak. Lin Yuan had been found in the snow nearly 2 decades ago, and during this time, Xiao Zhantian had come to regard him as a true son. Lin Yuan had never disappointed him. Merely a Dao Palace realm. Do you think wielding that sacred weapon can save this boy? He is courting his own demise. A cold snicker echoed from the shadows, belonging to Long Air. Today, I shall ensure this boy, along with the entire Qingyun Dao sect, meets its end. Beside him, Yi Xian scoffed, still incensed by his previous defeat at Lin Yuan's hands. A lingering humiliation he could not shake. He sought to establish his dominance through the blood of Lin Yuan and countless other cultivators of the Qingyun Dao sect, demonstrating the dire consequences of offending him, a prince of the Dayu dynasty. Yes, your highness, Long Air replied respectfully, turning his gaze towards the approaching Xiao Zhantian. Although the Dao Palace realm preceded the ascendancy, the chasm between them was unfathomable. Even a half-step to ascendancy was no match for Xiao Zhantian's Dao Palace realm. He resolved to dispose of Xiao Zhantian first, knowing Lin Yuan would soon be incapacitated. Boom, boom, boom. Long Air charged, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. His eyes aflame with a sinister glow. A massive, skeletal claw emerged from the black mist, casting an ominous shadow over the Qingyun Dao sect as it descended upon Xiao Zhantian, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The sheer force of a half-step to ascendancy unleashed in full fury was terrifying, sending tremors through the hearts of the onlookers within the sect. Is this the might of an ascendant? Someone murmured, trembling. No, this is merely a half-step to ascendancy. Yet even so, it could obliterate us all. Another lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The disparity was staggering. Even with the sacred artifact, Xiao Zhantian would struggle to withstand this attack. Within the Qingyun Dao sect, voices rose in concern as they beheld the white-haired elder standing tall beneath the colossal claw, none believing that Xiao Zhantian could endure this onslaught. All of this chaos was ignited by Lin Yuan's actions. Countless gazes were fixed on the unfolding drama. Clang! A resounding cry of a sword echoed as a brilliant golden arc sliced upward. Mere firefly light, mocked the voice from the shadows. That sacred weapon in your hands is nothing but a waste. Long Air's visage remained obscured in the black mist, his disdain palpable. From his elevated position, he regarded all beneath him as mere ants. Sacred artifacts could only be forged by those of the Holy Realm, beings who did not exist in this realm, but rather in the upper realms. Xiao Zhantian, with his current capabilities, could not unleash the true power of the celestial sword of extermination. Boom, boom, boom. The claw collided with the celestial sword of extermination. In that instant, a spurt of blood erupted from Xiao Zhantian's mouth, his once proud stance faltering as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Blood flowed freely, staining the earth, leaving him gravely wounded. Ants must recognize their own insignificance. It is folly to stand against an unstoppable force. Long Air's cold scoff resonated through the void. Xiao Zhantian had fallen. unable to lend assistance to Lin Yuan in his moment of need. Father, sect leader, master, countless figures surrounded the fallen Xiao Zhantian, including Xiao, elders of the sect, and disciples, their faces etched with concern. They gazed upon their gravely injured leader and then towards Lin Yuan, who was equally bloodied and on the verge of collapse. No one had anticipated that what should have been a joyous occasion for the Qingyun Dao sect, inviting numerous cultivators from the East Wilderness, would devolve into such despair. The Dou dynasty was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Yixian's protector was beyond the capability of their humble sect to resist. This was perhaps only the tip of the iceberg of the Dou dynasty's might. Today might indeed mark the end of the Qingyun Dao sect, as they faced an invincible dynasty that cast a shadow over the entire Xintian continent. No one could save them. At that moment, within the sect, aside from the disciples of Qingyun Dao, faces were filled with rage. The others remained silent, no one daring to utter a word. They had all witnessed the earlier scene, the power of a half-step to ascendancy, under Long Heir's intimidation. Even the mightiest of the East Wilderness's three great sects could not escape the threat of annihilation. After today, there shall be no more Qingyun Dao sect in the East Wilderness. Standing tall, adorned in a black and gold dragon robe, Yixian loomed in the void, exuding arrogance as he gazed upon Lin Yuan, seeking the expression he desired to see. Yet, he was met with disappointment, for in Lin Yuan's blood-soaked, profound eyes, only an endless chill swirled. This coldness inexplicably unsettled Yixian. Long Heir, just as Yixian was about to command the obliteration of the Qingyun Dao sect before Lin Yuan's eyes. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from afar, reverberating throughout the Qingyun Dao sect. The void trembled, reminiscent of a serene lake disrupted by ripples. What is that sound? Countless individuals, including Yixian, Long Heir, and numerous cultivators, strained to discern the source of the footsteps. As many searched for the owner of the footsteps, a crack resonated through the air, and a figure stepped forth from a rift. Young master, after many years apart, do you still remember this old man? An elderly man appeared, clad in gray, his long hair white as snow, emanating an aura that commanded respect, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it could not bear his presence. It was Lin Jiao, emerging from the ancient forbidden grounds, smiling as he surveyed the scene, searching for Lin Yuan. Despite the years apart, among those present, only Lin Yuan possessed the constitution of one from the upper realms. Thus, as one gazed around, it was only upon witnessing the blood-soaked and breathless Lin Yuan that Lin Jiao's originally cheerful countenance was suddenly overshadowed by frost. Chapter 15. Half-Step to Ascend? Merely a wretched being, the Lin family of the imperial lineage ranks among the forbidden families of the upper realm, renowned throughout the myriad domains. Lin Yuan, the son of the family head, was sent to the lower realm for training due to the clan's regulations. Lin Jiao understood well the profound trust placed in him when the family head entrusted the infant heir to his care. Yet at this moment, witnessing the bloodied and battered Lin Yuan, whose bones seemed to be shattering, an overwhelming surge of guilt, anger, and murderous intent welled up within Lin Jiao. Standing amidst the void, clad in gray with white hair, the aged figure appeared unassuming, yet in this moment, the entire expanse of heaven and earth seemed diminutive before Lin Jiao. Once a guest elder of the Lin family in the upper realm, blessed with the Lin surname, Lin Jiao's strength could not be merely dismissed as trivial, even within the upper realm itself. I have truly failed to live up to the family head's expectations. His gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, who was gradually succumbing to unconsciousness, and Lin Jiao's voice trembled with emotion. In a heartbeat, he stepped forward, moving with such swiftness it resembled teleportation, arriving before the gravely injured Lin Yuan, his face etched with concern. His palm, as rough as withered bark, rested upon Lin Yuan, channeling a vast surge of spiritual energy that transformed into a life-giving force, continuously flooding into Lin Yuan's body to mend his wounds. Before unraveling the circumstances behind Lin Yuan's grievous state, ensuring his safety took precedence. Cough, Lin Yuan felt the shattered veins and broken bones within him begin to mend and regenerate under the overwhelming spiritual energy. Gradually regaining consciousness, he focused on the elderly man before him, realizing he was the one who was saving him. However, confusion clouded Lin Yuan's mind. given Long Air's power. No one within the Qingyun Dao sect should have been able to rescue him. It was then that Lin Jiu's appearance aligned with the figure etched deep in Lin Yuan's memory. "Is it you?" The weak voice emerged, and Lin Yuan's pupils constricted in recognition of Lin Jiu, the elder who had once brought him to the lower realm. "Young master, do not speak. Focus on recovering." Lin Jiu reassured him. "I shall ensure that those responsible will pay the price." Upon assessing Lin Yuan's condition, Lin Jiu's initial worries began to dissipate. Ordinarily, such injuries would have claimed the life of any other cultivator, yet Lin Yuan's unique constitution had preserved a glimmer of hope. Lin Jiu silently rejoiced at having arrived in time. Had he come even a moment later, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. At the critical juncture of Lin Yuan's peril, an enigmatic elder suddenly appeared. Countless cultivators from various sects of the eastern wilderness, including the Lu family and Yi Xian with his protector Long Air, looked on in bewilderment. "Who are you to dare save the enemy of our prince?" Yi Xian questioned Lin Jiu, his tone dripping with arrogance and disdain, as if belittling the elder and Appo's actions. Did this old fool not comprehend that the one he sought to save was the adversary of the Diyu dynasty's prince? Indeed, Lin Jiu's sudden appearance had left Yi Xian momentarily stunned. Yet, recalling that they were in the eastern wilderness, representing the Diyu dynasty, he felt emboldened. Were there truly any in the entire Xian-Tian continent who dared oppose them? As Yi Xian's inquiries rang out, Lin Jiu, who was focused on healing Lin Yuan, felt a surge of murderous intent. He comprehended that Lin Yuan's injuries were indeed connected to this individual. However, now was not the time for vengeance. Lin Jiu's entire focus remained on restoring Lin Yuan's health, disregarding Yi Xian's words. "My prince is addressing you. Have you not heard?" Long Air, witnessing the indifference of Lin Jiu towards his prince's inquiry, was incensed. "Of pretense, I shall see what power you possess to be so audacious." Earlier, when Long Air had attempted to gauge Lin Jiu's realm, he found himself unable to ascertain it. As a half-step to ascension expert, was there truly someone within the small eastern wilderness he could not penetrate? Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming might of Long Air, a half-step to ascension, cascaded down towards Lin Jiu. It was worth noting that during his previous attack that had severely injured Xiao Zhantian, Long Air had not unleashed his full strength. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of pressure gripped him in the presence of this mysterious elder. With a cold huff, he unleashed his full power, eager to gauge Lin Jiu's true realm. At this moment, countless eyes were fixated on this spectacle. To their astonishment, the elder who had just appeared to heal Lin Yuan remained utterly undeterred, concentrating solely on his task, as if nothing else mattered beyond the well-being of Lin Yuan. Among the crowd stood Lu Shui, clad in flowing white garments, her fair complexion and delicate stature accentuated by cascading locks of hair. No wonder Lin Yuan was able to defeat brother Yi Xian. It must be related to this person, she thought disdainfully, observing Lin Jiu tending to Lin Yuan. Yi Xian's protector is a half-step to ascension expert. What good will saving Lin Yuan do? It merely prolongs his demise. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, Long Air's powerful strike descended upon Lin Jiu. Finally, sensing that the last vestiges of crisis within Lin Yuan had dissipated, Lin Jiu rose to his feet. His gray robe billowed as he stood, his gaze devoid of emotion, an aura of unfathomable terror emanating from him. Under his presence, the very heavens shifted, and the earth trembled. Half-step to ascension, merely a wretched being. Boom, boom, boom. With a casual sweep of his hand, he unleashed an overwhelming force, sending boundless purple energy crashing down upon Long Air. Chapter 16. A stunning blow. The news brought by Lin Jiu, the void, reverberated ominously, and the entire Qingyun Dao sect trembled beneath Lin Jiu's formidable aura. In the face of that strike, how could this be possible? The once supremely confident Long Air now spoke with bewilderment as the sheer force surpassed all his expectations. The palm print loomed over the heavens, descending upon Long Air, who now found himself flustered, unable to resist or defend against it. With a splatter, the void was stained crimson as Long Air's battered form plummeted like a shooting star, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth surged like a tide, and several nearby great halls collapsed with a thunderous roar, dust rising to obscure everything around. As this scene unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the area, as if time itself had frozen. At this moment, how could a half-step ascendant being withstand a single blow from this elder? Some spectators gazed in horror, their hearts reverberating with shock. To possess such strength, it was likely that this elder had truly reached the ascendant realm. They looked up at Lin Yuan's figure in the void, pondering the enigma. It was strange. Although the Qingyun Dao sect was notable in the eastern wilderness, when had they ever harbored such a powerful figure? Voices began to rise around them, most of the attendees being cultivators from the eastern wilderness. In their eyes, the ascendant realm was a legendary echelon. As for those who surpassed it, such beings were beyond their comprehension, belonging only to tales of the upper realms. Thus, in their understanding, the concept of the strongest being only reached the ascendant realm, and the majority concurred that Lin Yuan was an elder of the ascendant realm. Meanwhile, in the void above, Lin Yuan, having been near death, was now recovering from his injuries thanks to Lin Yuan's aid. Although he had yet to regain his peak state, he was no longer in dire straits. While the highest attainable realm in this world was the ascendant realm, Lin Yuan could distinctly sense that his protector, Lin Yuan, was far from merely that. With a curious gaze, Lin Yuan turned to the elder beside him. "Surely, you are not merely of the ascendant realm? Call me Lin Yuan, young master." "I am unworthy of the title elder," Lin Yuan replied, bowing slightly. As the protector of the young master, he felt deeply remorseful for nearly allowing Lin Yuan to perish in this small realm of Xintian. Even now, he was haunted by the feeling of having betrayed the former sect leader's trust. "In response to your inquiry, I am but a mid-stage saint," Lin Yuan said with a wry smile. It was no jest. The Lin family, an imperial clan of the upper realms, was a taboo family that commanded all throughout the myriad domains. Given Lin Yuan's status as the son of the family head, how could a mere ascendant be qualified to serve as his protector? Regrettably, their conversation was hushed, inaudible to others. Otherwise, the mention of saint would have sent shockwaves through the crowd. Saint. The mere mention of this term caused Lin Yuan's gaze to flicker with astonishment. Regardless of whether in the upper realms or within the Xintian continent, Lin Yuan had been aware of the hierarchy of realms since his early cultivation days. The realms, from lowest to highest, were body refinement, qi gathering, spirit condensation, divine bridge, Dao palace, ascendant, quasi-saint, saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor. In this realm, the ascendant realm was already considered peak, invincible across the continent. However, the protector assigned to him by his true family was a saintly powerhouse. The Lin family's direct bloodline must venture to the myriad domains for training during their youth. A fact you must already be aware of, young master, Lin Yuan continued, his gaze becoming solemn. Every Lin family direct descendant possesses a sealed memory of family heritage within their consciousness, which only awakens upon reaching adulthood. Now that you are of age, your memories of the family should have awakened. I chose this realm as your training ground on the family head's orders for another reason. A relic of an emperor lies hidden within this realm, and this relic is intimately connected to your true constitution. Lin Yuan declared, "I have searched for over 20 years, and this is the gift I bring to you for your coming of age." A relic of an emperor. Lin Yuan's heart trembled at this revelation. The implications of an emperor were self-evident. Anything connected to an emperor was strictly forbidden. Yet, the existence of an emperor's legacy hidden in this lower realm was perplexing. No wonder Lin Yuan, his protector, had not been by his side all these years. He had been seeking this emperor's inheritance for him. Moreover, was the mystery of his true constitution finally about to be unveiled? The two stood in the void, their whispers lost to the world around them. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the Qingyun Dao sect, the disciples bore no ill will towards the elder who had conversed with their senior brother Lin Yuan, despite the destruction wrought upon their sect. Instead, their faces were alight with curiosity and joy. Just moments ago, countless disciples and elders had despaired, prepare to face death alongside their sect. The oppressive presence of long air, a half-step ascendant, had been utterly demoralizing. Yet at the most critical juncture, that elder, seemingly acquainted with their senior brother, had appeared. With a single strike, the once formidable long air was rendered oblivious to his fate. It was this elder's intervention that had saved the entire Qingyun Dao sect. I grew up alongside the senior brother. But when did he come to know such a powerful being? Xiao, supporting Xiao Zhantian, expressed her curiosity. Lin Yuan undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Though still pale, Xiao Zhantian had awakened from his coma, having received aid from the elders. However, the severe injuries inflicted by long air had aged him further. Xiao Zhantian had long been aware that Lin Yuan concealed secrets, having watched him grow. He had recognized early on that Lin Yuan's unique constitution was not of this realm. The defeat of the renowned dragon spirit body by Lin Yuan had only confirmed his suspicions. Yet, Xiao Zhantian was astonished to learn that an elder of the Ascendant realm was acquainted with Lin Yuan. Such a being was the pinnacle of this realm, and even in the central continent, they would be considered among the elite. Chapter 17. Yi Xian's Confusion. The Temporal Escape Talisman. How could this happen? This is impossible. At that moment, Yi Xian stood amidst the chaos, his gaze filled with profound bewilderment, unable to accept the scene before him. His guardian, Long Air, a formidable being at the cusp of ascension, was a top-tier expert even within the mighty Du dynasty. Yet, here in the remote East wilderness, someone had managed to severely injure Long Air with a single blow, leaving his life hanging in the balance. The one capable of wounding Long Air had undoubtedly stepped into the true realm of ascension. Although there was merely a half-step difference between the cusp of ascension and true ascension, the disparity was often as vast as the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian found it incomprehensible. As a prince of the Du dynasty, his status was extraordinarily noble. Yet even his identity could not compel a true ascendant to protect him. And Lin Yuan, a mere disciple of a small sect in the East wilderness, born into obscurity, what right did he have? Yi Xian stood there in a daze, fear gripping his heart as he contemplated the fate of his guardian, Long Air. In the past, Long Air had always been able to resolve any troubles that arose. But this time, a girl from a minor sect, coupled with some insignificant prince from a small dynasty? Lin Jiu's voice echoed, his expression indifferent as he surveyed Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Having conversed with Lin Yuan earlier, he was now well aware of the unfolding events. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for his young master, who had found himself in such a predicament on the very day of his marriage. It was one thing for the esteemed heir of the Lin family to take an interest in a woman from the lower realms, but to be spurned by her was altogether another matter. If word of this reached the upper realms, other imperial clans and forbidden factions would surely mock them mercilessly. Lin Jiu had resolved that upon returning to the upper realms, he would never speak of this incident, for Lin Yuan represented the dignity of the entire Lin family. Lin Jiu shook his head in resignation. Lin Yuan felt a bit awkward, acutely aware of Lin Jiu's subtle glances, perhaps out of respect for his own status. Lin Jiu refrained from voicing his thoughts, but Lin Yuan could still perceive the hint of helplessness in his eyes. But could this be blamed on him? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon the original owner of this body, a sycophant. Having just traversed into this world, he had yet to acclimatize when he was thrust into a marriage. Then, a proud prince of the Du dynasty had appeared, claiming to have taken his woman. Engaging him in a fight, the prince, lacking honor, resorted to summoning allies when he found himself at a disadvantage. And thus, here they were. Lin Yuan had suffered greatly and had nearly perished. Boom! Just then, Lin Jiu, standing beside Lin Yuan, casually pointed a finger towards Yi Xian. No! Yi Xian let out a piercing scream. Crack! 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 The sound of his bones echoed as if they were about to shatter. He was forced to endure the agony previously inflicted upon Lin Yuan, and now he would experience even greater suffering. With Lin Jiu's prowess, it was far too easy to eliminate someone as trivial as Yi Xian. However, Lin Jiu believed that allowing his young master to suffer such torment only to die so easily would be too lenient. You come here too. Boom! Lin Jiu's hand reached out into the void, directing his force towards the location where Long Air had fallen. Boom! 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 In that instant, debris flew as a tattered figure erupted from the ruins, transforming into a streak of light and standing beside Yi Xian, enduring endless torment. It was Long Air, who had not perished, though half of his body had been obliterated. No, senior. His voice carried an unbearable pain. At that moment, Long Air finally understood why Lin Jiu's previous strike had been so powerful. It should have been enough to kill him. Yet for some reason, Just as the palm strike descended, it seemed to retract its force, merely wounding him. It turned out that the intention was to torment both him and the prince to death. We are of the Du dynasty. We beseech you, senior, to spare our lives for the sake of the Du dynasty. Long Air and Yi Xian pleaded, attempting to leverage their backing to instill some trepidation in Lin Jiao. After all, in this continent, the significance of the Du dynasty was well known, and no one dared to disrespect it. It must be noted that Long Air, at the cusp of ascension, was merely a protector for Yi Xian, while the elder before them was indeed powerful, a true ascendant. It was not the case that their dynasty lacked ancestors who had reached that realm, and there was more than one. Yi Xian, the sole dragon spirit body among the current princes, was crucial to the future succession of the Du dynasty. Should anything happen to him here, the consequences would be beyond imagination. Oh, you wish to threaten this old man with your so-called dynasty? A cold laugh escaped Lin Jiao's lips. Clad in gray and with white hair, he loomed above like a deity, exuding an aura that made the very space around him tremble, as if it could not contain his presence, threatening to shatter. His gaze towards Yi Xian and Long Air was akin to that of a predator observing mere insects. Saints transcend this realm. It is merely ignorance that leads some to believe Lin Jiao is an ascendant. Moreover, this realm is too small for him to wield his true saintly power, but annihilating a minor dynasty like the Yu is well within his capabilities. In the face of such authority, tinged with the slightest hint of murderous intent, the heavens themselves seemed to change color at the wrath of a saintly practitioner. This is bad. Enduring unfathomable agony, Long Air was suddenly struck by panic. He realized that the other party had truly harbored intentions to kill them both right here. Undeterred even by the reputation of the Du dynasty. Long Air, save me! Yi Xian's fear was palpable, his hair standing on end, his heart gripped by dread. Born into nobility, he had never imagined that he would one day meet his demise in this insignificant East wilderness. Both men felt the encroaching threat of death. As Yi Xian's protector, Long Air would rather sacrifice his own life than allow any harm to befall him. This was not merely a testament to his loyalty. It was a reflection of the control that the Du dynasty had over his family and descendants. If Yi Xian were to perish today, with his body maimed, Long Air's gaze grew resolute and unwavering as he activated a talisman inscribed with the laws of time and space. Your Highness, I shall assist you in escaping this place, but I implore you to care for my kin. Long Air silently transmitted this message to Yi Xian. In the past, an esteemed elder of the Du dynasty had bestowed upon Long Air a temporal escape talisman, meant to be activated in times of crisis for Yi Xian. The Du dynasty's influence over the entire Xiantian continent was far from superficial, for even in the upper realms, there were those who served them. The temporal escape talisman in Long Air's possession was rumored to be a priceless relic passed down from the upper realms. Chapter 18. One death and one escape, fear not. Long Air. As long as you can save this prince, I shall ensure the safety of your kin. In a state of urgency, Yi Xian conveyed through his thoughts. He was willing to pay any price to ensure Long Air's survival. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of blood-red light erupted from Long Air's battered body, coloring the void above. The time-space escape talisman was an artifact of the upper realm. Even in his prime, Long Air would have found it impossible to fully activate such a talisman, given the immense spiritual energy it required. Prince Flee, a thunderous shout erupted as blood-colored flames ignited around Long Air, who was sacrificing all his power. Blood sacrifice was the last resort of a cultivator, and the power unleashed from such a sacrifice was unfathomable. Yet, this method came with an exorbitant cost. One's life, soul, and essence were often forfeited. When a cultivator resorted to such power, they did so with the resolve of facing death. Endless streams of bloodlight converged into the time-space escape talisman. Long Air's remaining form vanished. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the forces of time and space surged, and golden light radiated from the talisman, enveloping Yi Xian. Crack! A rift in space opened, drawing Yi Xian within. Oh no, it's the time-space escape talisman. Lin Jiao shouted, his brow furrowed. Everything transpired too quickly, in mere moments. The time-space escape talisman was a precious item even in the upper realm, capable of tearing apart the void and transporting one across vast distances. However, Lin Jiao was taken aback that a mere lower realm dynasty possessed such a treasure. He glanced at the vanishing spatial passage. I have been too careless, he thought, not allowing himself to ponder further. Boom! Lin Jiao struck out with his palm. If he allowed the enemy to escape, he would have nowhere to hide his old face. A heart-wrenching cry emerged from the spatial passage. It was Yi Xian. Even the passage crafted by the time-space escape talisman began to shatter and collapse under Lin Jiao's strike, transforming into countless fragments of space. With a splatter, a portion of Yi Xian's mangled limb was severed by the shattered spatial fragments, drenched in blood. Yet, the upper half of his body was nowhere to be seen. Dragging his remaining form, he ultimately managed to flee. I am guilty. Please punish me, young master. Lin Jiao, his face pale, bowed deeply to Lin Yuan, filled with self-reproach. He felt regret for allowing the young master's enemy to escape due to his carelessness. There's no need for such remorse. At least Long Air is dead. Yi Xian will have ample opportunities to deal with him later. Lin Yuan hastily helped Lin Jiao to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. Had it not been for Lin Jiao's timely intervention, Lin Yuan knew he would have met his demise. By both sentiment and reason, he felt no right to blame the man before him. Thus, the crisis of the Qingyun sect was averted. Originally, the day was meant to celebrate the union between Lu Shui and Lin Yuan, yet the events unfolded into an unexpected turn, surprising all present. Even the formidable prince of the Diyu dynasty, who exerted pressure over the entire Xintian continent, gained not an inch today. Instead, a powerful cultivator on the cusp of ascension met his end, his soul dispersed. As noble as the prince of the Diyu dynasty was, he too fled in a broken state, all due to Long Air's blood sacrifice, a scenario that left countless cultivators astounded. The outcome was utterly surreal. Impossible. How could it have come to this? Yi Xian had escaped, but at that moment, Lu Shui and her father remained rooted in place. Among the crowd below, a figure clad in flowing white, with fair skin and a delicate stature, her long hair cascading like a celestial being, was Lu Shui. Her expression was one of despair. Her face pale. Even now, she struggled to accept the scene before her. Her brother Yi Xian had been defeated and had only narrowly escaped with his life. Lin Yuan was merely a tool to coerce her brother into appearing through the pretense of marriage. Now, her painstakingly awaited destined one had lost, while the tool she had never regarded seriously had emerged victorious. Who could have anticipated such a conclusion? That was a prince from the Diyu dynasty. With a bitter smile, Lu Tsong helplessly shook his head. He had misjudged the situation, placing all his hopes on Yi Xian's shoulders. He had envisioned leveraging the relationship between that prince and his daughter to elevate the Piaoxua Dao sect to dominance over the eastern wilderness, a dream Lu Tsong had long cherished. He had even offered the long-cherished sacred lotus of heaven to that prince. Yet, in the end, it was all in vain. Is it merely because of a powerful ascendant? Lu Shui scoffed, recalling how Yi Xian had mentioned that there were multiple ascendant ancestors within the Diyu dynasty. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan from afar, she remained unconvinced. At that moment, Lu Tsong, who had previously worn a bitter expression, suddenly brightened at his daughter's words. Are there truly several ascendant cultivators within that dynasty? Upon realizing this, Lu Tsong was astonished. If that were the case, his investment might still yield returns. Today, it was the elder beside Lin Yuan who had revived the Qingyun sect, recognized by all present as an invincible ascendant cultivator. Dad, why would I deceive you? This is what my brother Yi Xian told me. With this thought, Lu Shui found her spirits lifting, a flicker of hope igniting within her once more. Chapter 19. The young master of the crowd of Qingyun was taken aback. Master, your injuries. Lin Yuan appeared before Xiao Zhantian, accompanied by Lin Jiao, his demeanor respectful. Had it not been for his master, who spared no effort to thwart Long Air earlier, Lin Yuan knew he might not have lived to see Lin Jiao arrive. Therefore, he held his master in the highest regard. Such minor injuries are inconsequential. Xiao Zhantian laughed heartily, his voice resounding. The imminent peril of the Qingyun sect had been averted, and Lin Yuan, recognized by Xiao Zhantian as the sole successor to the sect, had survived. Though his injuries had yet to heal and his stature seemed less imposing, he appeared even older than before. His gaze shifted from Lin Yuan to Lin Jiao. Thank you. Esteemed senior, for saving the lives of all members of Qingyun. For reasons unknown, the seemingly formidable senior, at least at the Ascendant realm, showed a hint of deference towards Lin Yuan. However, this was irrelevant to Xiao Zhantian. Respect for the powerful was paramount. You honor me, sect master. I must also express my gratitude for your nurturing of our young master over the years, Lin Jiu replied with a serene smile, devoid of any pretentiousness often associated with strength. Although Xiao Zhantian did not recognize him, Lin Jiu was well aware of him. When he first brought Lin Yuan down to the mortal realm, he had quietly observed Xiao Zhantian for considerable time before entrusting Lin Yuan to him for cultivation. Even when Xiao Zhantian brought Lin Yuan back to the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Jiu had lingered in the shadows for a long while, only feeling at ease when he ventured across the Xintian continent in search of the remnants of Emperor Yuantian. However, with his strength, he could remain undetected in the Xintian continent unless he chose to reveal himself. Lin Yuan was merely in his 20s, yet had cultivated to the divine bridge realm. Besides his innate prowess, Xiao Zhantian's guidance had played an indispensable role, earning Lin Jiu's deep respect. Young master. At this moment, when Lin Jiu referred to Lin Yuan as the young master, Xiao Zhantian, along with Xiao, the elders of Qingyun sect, and numerous disciples, were utterly astonished. Some of the older elders within the sect recalled the tale of how the sect master had once returned with an infant, and this was common knowledge among them. A senior of the Ascendant realm, the pinnacle of this world, was addressing Lin Yuan as young master. This revelation sent shockwaves through the many disciples of Qingyun who gazed upon Lin Yuan with astonishment. Feeling the myriad of eyes upon him, Lin Yuan maintained a tranquil expression. Regardless of my future identity, I, Lin Yuan, shall forever remain a disciple of the Qingyun Dao sect, he proclaimed with a smile. His memories had merged completely, and he was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. In contrast, his original family, the Lin family from the upper realm, felt distant, existing only in the legacy of memories. Lin Yuan would not forget that it was his actions that nearly led to the destruction of the entire Qingyun Dao sect. In such peril, Master Xiao Zhantian had stepped forward, and not a single disciple harbored resentment toward him. They were willing to face death alongside him. One must never forget their roots. Though the curiosity surrounding Lin Yuan's true identity was palpable, given that neither the senior nor Lin Yuan elaborated, no further inquiries were made. Senior brother, I never imagined you possessed such a background. You mustn't forget about your little junior sister. A melodious voice interrupted, belonging to Xiao, who was adorned in a flowing blue dress. She smiled brightly, having grown up alongside Lin Yuan. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before her senior brother would return to his true family. She worried that she might not see Lin Yuan again. How could that be? Lin Yuan laughed, tousling his junior sister's hair playfully, leaving her locks in disarray. He had always regarded the girl before him as a sister, their bond close and unwavering. From this day forth, our Qingyun Dao sect shall have no further entanglements with the Piaoxua Dao sect. At this moment, the many cultivators from various sects attending the festivities had yet to depart. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Xiao Zhantian glared with fury at the father-daughter duo from the Lu family. Although the Piaoxua Dao sect had not taken advantage of the Qingyun sect's crisis, their actions had clearly aligned with the prince of the Diyu dynasty. Not resolving the Lu family's matter on the spot could be seen as a gesture of goodwill, given their long-standing relationship as one of the three major sects of the Eastern Wasteland. However, from this day forward, their relationship would plunge to an icy depth. Since sect master Xiao has spoken, I shall take my leave. Lu Tsang's gaze was calm, having recognized the true power of the Diyu dynasty. He believed there were still opportunities ahead. As for his relationship with the Qingyun Dao sect, he scoffed. Once he harnessed the might of the Diyu dynasty, he aspired to unify the entire Eastern Wasteland, inevitably clashing with the Qingyun sect. We depart, Lu Tsang commanded, and beside him, Lu Shui and the cultivators of the Piaoxua Dao sect followed suit. How arrogant. They think they're something special, relying merely on an Ascendant realm expert. As they left, Lu Shui muttered disdainfully, her gaze inadvertently flicking to Lin Yuan. Her original plans had been thwarted, and even her brother Yi Xian had nearly perished due to Lin Yuan's interference. Thus, her feelings toward the Qingyun Dao sect and Lin Yuan had shifted from contempt to a simmering hatred. Though her voice was low, Lin Yuan heard her words. Clad in black, with a stern expression, he regarded the tumult around him, knowing it had all stemmed from this woman. There was a burgeoning intent to kill in his eyes. Lin Yuan had never harbored any fondness for her from their first encounter. Her unwillingness was, in fact, fortuitous for him. Yet, she should never have put the entire Qingyun sect and his life at risk merely to fulfill her own desires. Had Lin Jiu not arrived in time, both he and the Qingyun sect would have faced annihilation, all due to her selfishness. Heh, just wait. I am eager to discover how formidable this so-called Diu dynasty truly is. With a cold laugh, Lin Yuan calmly observed. Chapter 20. The mystery of the original physique. As the events concluded, countless cultivators who had attended the wedding banquet began to depart. Days later, a piece of news spread widely among the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. Lin Yuan, the disciple of the Qingyun sect, had triumphed over a prince from the great Yu dynasty of the central continent. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. Is it true? That prince is a prodigy from the central continent. When has the eastern wilderness ever produced such a talent? No way. The great Yu dynasty is the most formidable force on the Xintian continent. How could this be? A powerful being on the verge of ascension has perished. Historically, cultivators from the eastern wilderness have always looked up to those from the central continent, where the disparity in spiritual energy and sect power has been immense. Consequently, neither the older nor younger generations of eastern wilderness cultivators could ever compare to their counterparts from the central continent, as the gulf was simply too vast. In the Qingyun sect, within a room steeped in antiquity, only 2 individuals were present. Your progress in the divine bridge realm is commendable. It appears the young master has diligently cultivated over the years. Lin Jiu remarked with a smile. Senior Lin, you flatter me. Lin Yuan gently shook his head. According to his master, Xiao Zhantian, Lin Yuan had been able to surpass his peers in cultivation speed over the years due to the uniqueness of his physique. However, the enigma of his true physique remained elusive to him until this moment. The person before him seemed to possess insights into his true condition, and Lin Yuan regarded him with curiosity. Observing his surroundings, Lin Jiu, standing across from Lin Yuan, seemed to discern his thoughts and spoke with a smile. In the myriad realms, there exist 3,000 physiques. Are you aware of what the top 10 physiques among these 3,000 are? Rather than revealing Lin Yuan's true physique, he inexplicably mentioned the existence of 3,000 physiques and the exalted top 10 among them. 3,000 physiques in the myriad realms? The top 10? Lin Yuan stood bewildered, shaking his head in confusion upon hearing these words. The top 10 physiques in the myriad realms are known as the 10 supreme physiques, the pinnacle of all physiques. Lin Jiu began, intentionally building suspense. Even Lin Jiu, a sage, spoke of these 10 supreme physiques with profound admiration in his aged eyes. It could be said that any prodigy endowed with one of the 10 supreme physiques was destined to be a ruler among their generation, invincible within their realm, and capable of transcending borders with ease. Among these 10 supreme physiques, one is called the supreme Tao physique. This physique is heralded as the son of the great Tao. As Lin Jiu individually mentioned the supreme Tao physique, his gaze towards Lin Yuan underwent a transformation. The supreme Tao physique? Lin Yuan's voice was filled with confusion. Hearing Lin Jiu mention it so deliberately, he felt an inexplicable connection to this seemingly formidable physique. Young master, your true physique was originally the supreme Tao physique among the 10 supreme physiques. Alas, due to certain circumstances, your once supreme physique has undergone some transformation. At last, he began to unveil the truth of Lin Yuan's physique. The supreme Tao physique, ranked among the 10 supreme physiques, is revered in the upper realms as an unparalleled physique. The emergence of such a physique is exceedingly stringent, even within the myriad realms. It requires 100,000 years to manifest. Once a supreme Tao physique appears, the myriad realms cannot give rise to another for several 100,000 years. Curiously, however, over 20 years ago, Lin Yuan, endowed with the supreme Tao physique, descended to the mortal realm shortly after the fall of a past emperor who possessed the same physique, which was less than 100,000 years ago. The outcome of this was that Lin Yuan's new supreme Tao physique was suppressed by the laws of the universe, transforming it into a lower-tier physique known as the innate Tao physique. The innate Tao physique ranks around the 90th among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realms. While it is commendable, it pales in comparison to the supreme Tao physique, which is revered as one of the 10 supreme physiques. At this moment, Lin Jiao gradually elucidated the events of the past to Lin Yuan. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan could hardly believe it. So, my physique was originally the supreme Tao physique. 20 years ago, I was suppressed by the laws of the universe, transforming into the so-called innate Tao physique. The revelation was overwhelmingly shocking for Lin Yuan. The power of the innate Tao physique had already allowed Lin Yuan to surpass countless individuals in this realm. Now, however, his protector suddenly informed him that he had never been merely an innate Tao physique, but rather originally one of the 10 supreme physiques in the upper realm. Observing the perplexed expression on Lin Yuan's face, Lin Jiao began to explain, mentioning the name of an emperor. For over 20 years, he had been searching for the relic of the emperor who once possessed the supreme Tao physique. To enable Lin Yuan to awaken his supreme Tao physique, all mysteries must be unraveled by locating the last remnant of the supreme Tao physique, the relic of Emperor Yuan Tian. According to Lin Yuan's father, the head of the Lin clan, that relic held the potential for Lin Yuan's restoration to his former state. Is this also one of the reasons for my descent to the mortal realm? Lin Yuan realized that the true reason for his descent was not only due to the clan rules of the Lin family, but also to recover his original physique, all connected to the emperor's legacy. Indeed, young master, the head of the family expended considerable resources to deduce the location of Emperor Yuan Tian's legacy for you. Lin Jiao replied with a smile, emphasizing the significance of awakening the supreme Tao physique. This was also the reason Lin Jiao had initially disregarded Lin Yuan upon descending to the mortal realm. Days passed since Lin Yuan began to comprehend the situation regarding his physique. Within Lin Yuan's chamber, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted as he broke through his realm. It seems that the life and death crisis from that day has unexpectedly turned to my advantage. Although Lin Yuan had been pulled back from the brink of death by his protector Lin Jiao, his injuries had not fully healed. In the realm between life and death, crises and opportunities coexist. The room trembled as a black and white aura illuminated, coalescing into a shadow of the Taiji symbol that floated behind Lin Yuan. A natural progression. Mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lin Yuan stood up. Within the entire eastern wilderness, among the younger generation, only Lin Yuan had reached the divine bridge realm, a testament to the might of the innate Tao physique. One could only wonder how formidable the supreme Tao physique, known as one of the 10 supreme physiques, truly was. Reflecting on that day's conversation, Lin Yuan felt a surge of curiosity as he rose to his feet and began to walk outside. Chapter 21. The Great Universe Dynasty. Arrival at the Forbidden Land, the Qinyan Hall, a magnificent main hall of the Qinyan Dao sect, stood proudly. At this moment, within the hall, Xie Zhantian, with a worried expression, addressed Lin Jiao with respect. Despite knowing that Lin Jiao, the elder before him, was Lin Yuan's protector and had displayed formidable strength at the lowest level of ascension, Xie Zhantian still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they were venturing into the ancient Forbidden Zone, a place whispered about in fear across the Xintian continent. Rest assured, Sect Master Xie, even if I, Lin Jiao, were to lose my life, I would ensure the safety of the young master, Lin Jiao said with a faint smile, having noticed the concern etched on Xie Zhantian's face. Internally, he mused that he had indeed chosen wisely in selecting Xie Zhantian as his successor. Soon, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Were the two elders discussing? He inquired casually. Just some trivial matters. Lin Jiao replied with a grin. Has the young master made another breakthrough? He noted, sensing that Lin Yuan's aura had grown significantly stronger. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck following a life-and-death crisis. If only there were more such opportunities. More opportunities? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, even the saint-level Lin Jiao stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Once was more than enough for him. Multiple occurrences were utterly unacceptable. His tone turned urgent as he feared for Lin Yuan's safety in the future. He still wished to live a few more years. As Lin Yuan prepared to venture into the dreaded ancient forbidden zone of the Xintian continent, a number of individuals gathered within the Qinyan Hall. Your journey may be perilous, and I have nothing to offer you. Take this Zhutian sacred sword for your protection. It will eventually be yours. The Zhutian sacred sword was an artifact held only by the sect leaders of the Qingyun sect throughout generations. After much contemplation, Xie Zhantian decided to bestow this sword upon Lin Yuan, his chosen heir. As the sword was presented to Lin Yuan, astonishment rippled through the assembly of Qingyun elders and peak masters. The sword resonated with a melodic hum, its blade shimmering with golden light, inscribed with numerous runes that illuminated the hall. "This is a sacred artifact," Lin Jiao remarked, recognizing its significance. Sacred artifacts could only be forged by those of the saint level, yet Lin Jiao knew he lacked the power to create such an item. Curiosity piqued within him. How could the Qingyun sect, a mere sect from the eastern wasteland, possess such a treasure? "Master, this item is far too precious," Lin Yuan stammered, momentarily taken aback. "Accept it," Xie Zhantian replied calmly, offering no further explanation. "Yes, master." Lin Yuan bowed deeply, holding immense respect for the elder who had guided him since childhood. After bidding farewell to the gathered individuals, Lin Yuan followed Lin Jiao out of the Qingyun Dao sect. "Lin Jiao, let us depart." "Yes, young master." Lin Jiao led the way, and the two soared through the sky towards the farthest eastern edge of the eastern wasteland. The ancient forbidden zone lay at that distant point. Meanwhile, in the central continent, within the imperial domain of the Great Universe Dynasty, the atmosphere was charged with regal energy. The Imperial Hall, a towering edifice of grandeur, radiated magnificence. Shinner, on a purple golden dragon chair, sat Yi Tu, the reigning emperor. Clad in a black dragon robe and wearing a majestic crown, his countenance exuding authority. His powerful aura filled the space as he gazed with concern tinged with anger at Yi Xian, who appeared before him in a state of disarray. "Father, save me." It was the Qingyun Dao sect. Yi Xian, having barely escaped with his life thanks to his protector Long Heir's sacrificial blood ritual and the use of a time-space escape talisman, collapsed after uttering the name of the Qingyun Dao sect. As the Imperial Guards rushed to aid him, Yi Tu's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. "I demand to know what transpired with Xian'er upon his arrival at the Eastern Wasteland and the Qingyun Dao sect. And where is Long Heir?" His voice resonated with authority, causing the entire dynasty to tremble. With a single command, the Great Universe Dynasty mobilized. This immortal dynasty, which exerted its influence over the entire Xintian continent, not only governed the central continent, but also affected the other four regions. As night fell, reports about the whereabouts of the Crown Prince reached Yi Tuesday. It was revealed that the incident was connected to the Qingyun Dao sect, allegedly due to a woman. Furthermore, Long Heir had perished in his attempt to save the Crown Prince. Each emperor of the Great Universe Dynasty was revered as the Universe Emperor. Those delivering the report knelt in fear, knowing the grandeur of the dynasty and the overwhelming power of its rulers. Yi Tu, the current Universe Emperor, stood at the pinnacle of the ascent. His reign was marked by ruthless governance, where those who complied thrived while those who opposed perished, subjugating countless sects across the central continent beneath his might. With a rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the dragon chair, the sound echoed through the vast hall, reflecting Yi Tu's fluctuating emotions. Because of a woman? Regardless of the reason, a mere Qingyun Dao sect. I shall discover who dare to harm my son. Time passed. In the eastern wasteland, at the extreme eastern edge, Lin Yuan stood in awe, gazing at the imposing peaks ahead. Is this the ancient forbidden zone? His voice trembled with astonishment. The soaring ridges were majestic, exuding an ancient and rugged aura, distinct from ordinary mountains, their sparse vegetation hinting at a wild, primordial essence. This was a true forbidden land. No one dared to tread here on the Xintian continent. Indeed, young master, your opportunity to ascend to the supreme Dao body may lie within this place. I have searched for years to find it for you, Lin Jiao exclaimed, recalling the day he had left Lin Yuan at the Qingyun Dao sect and traversed the expanse of the Xintian continent until he finally uncovered this hidden realm within the Forbidden Land. Chapter 22. Discovering the hidden treasure and entering the ancient forbidden zone amidst a sky heavy with dark clouds, the void above crackled with purple lightning, resembling a boundless sea of thunder enveloping the forbidden area. Here, one could not soar through the air, lest they be struck by the tempestuous forces of nature. Yet, Lin Jiao, a being of the sacred realm, remained unfazed. However, he was not alone. Lin Yuan accompanied him. The landscape was barren, with not a blade of grass in sight, presenting a dismal, grayish hue that instilled a sense of dread. This was a sacred ground for cultivators of the Xiantian continent, a place fraught with peril. Aside from the dreadful environment, countless formidable beasts roamed this realm. It could be said that even beasts of the Ascendant realm were a common sight within this domain. Roar, roar, roar. Not long after Lin Yuan followed Lin Jiao. A colossal white tiger, adorned with wings and piercing green eyes, appeared before them, blocking their path. Towering several dozen feet high, it resembled a mountain, emanating a terrifying aura that confirmed its status as a beast of the Ascendant realm. Merely a great demon with the bloodline of the white tiger. Lin Jiao remarked calmly. With a thunderous clap, he struck down, unleashing a massive imprint that descended from the heavens, radiating purple energy. The mountain collapsed, and the earth cracked. As the Ascendant realm beast perished before Lin Yuan's eyes. Was this the might of the sacred realm? Lin Yuan's expression flickered with astonishment. Although he had known Lin Jiao to be a sacred realm cultivator, he had not fully grasped the extent of that power. Previously, Lin Jiao's display of strength in defeating Long Air had already left Lin Yuan in awe. Now, in this ancient forbidden zone, witnessing the casual emergence of such a beast, whose presence shook the heavens and earth, far surpassed Long Air's might. Yet what did it matter? With a single strike, it was vanquished. Lin Yuan began to reassess the capabilities of his protector. Do not be surprised, young master. In the upper realm, I am but an average member of the Lin clan, Lin Jiao said with a warm smile, devoid of any pretense of superiority. He maintained a humble demeanor before Lin Yuan. Observing Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao mused that perhaps the young master only knew of his origin from the imperial family and remained unaware of the true significance of his identity. This may explain why the Lin clan had been able to stand tall across the myriad realms for countless ages. Although the Lin clan's direct bloodline was born into immense privilege, every descendant was inevitably sent to the lower realm for trials due to clan rules. Alone and without support, only a few could truly rise, grow, and return to the imperial Lin clan, perhaps 1 in 10. Without exception, those who returned were always the elite among the younger generation of the upper realm, possessing exceptional talent, character, and resolve. Among the current generation of Lin clan descendants sent to the lower realm alongside Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao knew of several hundred, each from different realms. Upon returning to the upper realm's Lin clan, these individuals, along with Lin Yuan, would compete for the title of the current Lin clan's divine child. Lin Jiao still recalled the words of the clan leader from years past. Lin Jiao, no matter what, please ensure you find the legacy of the Emperor Yuan Tian for Yuan. Before departing to the lower realm, the clan leader's tone had conveyed a hint of earnestness. As a mere servant of the Lin clan, having been granted the Lin surname was already an unparalleled honor. What merit did he possess to command such a request from the clan leader? Thus, for nearly 20 years, he had not dared to slacken his efforts. At last, he had discovered the legacy and brought the young master to this place. Let us proceed, young master. The legacy left by Emperor Yuan Tian lies just ahead. Lin Jiao led the way, his aged form appearing somewhat stooped. Yet the aura he radiated rendered the entire expanse of the heavens and earth insignificant in comparison. Navigating through the ancient forbidden zone, they encountered little danger. The might of the sacred realm was sufficient to suppress all threats. The further they ventured into the ancient forbidden zone, the more terrifying the perils surrounding them became. Months passed, and they had no sense of how far they had traveled. This area was immense, likely larger than the entire eastern wilderness. In such a vast domain, only remnants of past human presence could be seen in the periphery. As for how far they had journeyed, it was likely that only the two of them had set foot in this place throughout the endless ages of the Xiantian continent. Lin Yuan understood that had he not followed Lin Jiao, he would never have stepped foot here in his lifetime. Finally, young master, we have arrived. There lies the entrance to the legacy of Emperor Yuan Tian. Following Lin Jiao's gesture, Lin Yuan beheld a colossal gateway standing before them, towering 1,000 feet high, radiating golden light and swirling with violet mist. It emanated a force of law that transcended all, connecting heaven and earth, as if the entire ancient forbidden zone existed solely due to that power. That was the power of the Emperor's way. which should not have manifested in this humble lower realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had formed within this ancient forbidden zone on the Xintian continent. The true legacy of Emperor Yuan Tian lay concealed within that luminous portal. Only by entering could one attain it. Emperor, that is the power of the Emperor's way. Even from a distance, the overwhelming Transcendent might have evoked in him a feeling akin to that of an ant gazing up at the sky. Having never ventured to the upper realm, Lin Yuan had only encountered the concept of an emperor through text during his upbringing in the Qingyandao sect. The awe inspired by Lin Jiu's sacred realm prowess had already left Lin Yuan deeply impressed. Yet, as he gazed upon the true power of the Emperor's way, words eluded him, and 5 words suddenly arose in his heart. All beings are but ants. Emperor Yuan Tian is the last of the supreme Tao bodies in this world. Lin Jiu's voice resonated beside him, filled with admiration. If Lin Yuan were to regain such a physique, combined with the background of the imperial family, he could scarcely fathom the heights Lin Yuan might reach in the future. A legacy of an emperor placed in the upper realm would incite fervor among countless sacred lands, immortal sects, and even imperial families. Heaven knows how great a price the Lin clan had paid to deduce the existence of this legacy. Chapter 23. The Land of Inheritance, Ta Qing Palace Young Master. Stay close to me. Gazing at the radiant portal ahead, emanating the essence of imperial laws, even Lin Jiu dared not let his guard down. It was no trivial matter. This portal was a remnant of a fallen emperor, and despite the passage of countless years, it was not to be underestimated by a mere saint-level cultivator. Boom! As he spoke, Lin Jiu pointed a finger, and purple energy surged forth, enveloping Lin Yuan in a protective barrier to ensure his safety. The two advanced, the colossal portal still looming before them at a distance. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, the Emperor Yuan Tian ascended from the lower realm to the upper realm. Though he was merely a lower realm cultivator at that time, the Emperor Yuan Tian, with an unrivaled presence, suppressed all formidable opponents of his era, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of power. If my conjectures are correct, the lower realm where Emperor Yuan Tian resided back then should be this Xintian continent, and it is quite possible that he hailed from the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Lin Jiu was recounting the experiences of Emperor Yuan Tian to Lin Yuan. 100,000 years is an eternity, even for cultivators of the upper realm. The feats of an emperor are only recorded among imperial families like the Lin clan. Upon entering the 5 regions, Lin Jiu had discovered that among them, only the eastern wilderness possessed the most meager spiritual energy. Perhaps that emperor had exhausted all the fortune of the eastern wilderness, leading it to become the least formidable region in terms of both the number of powerful beings and the richness of spiritual energy. The people of the eastern wilderness, with their extraordinary might, once suppressed everyone of their time, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's heart trembled, and he felt an instant surge of respect for this emperor, thanks to the ancestral memories passed down through his family. He understood, well, the unimaginable disparity between the prodigies of the upper and lower realms. What kind of charisma did this emperor possess to dominate all in his era? Alas, this formidable figure fell unexpectedly after 100,000 years. Before his demise, he utilized his supreme imperial law, transforming into the 3 pure ones and established 3 secret locations. This place is merely one of them. Lin Jiu sighed, stating that an emperor, being transcendent, should represent invincibility in the world. Yet, he fell mysteriously 100,000 years ago. To this day, the circumstances surrounding Emperor Yuan Tian's fall remain a mystery in the upper realm, with no one knowing the true cause. As they conversed, the two had already arrived before the portal. Golden light surged, and purple mist swirled, with endless brilliance cascading around them. The power of the imperial laws, left behind by a fallen emperor, surged forth. Even with Lin Jiu, a saint-level cultivator, guarding him, Lin Yuan still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. His complexion turned pale, and his body trembled. Is this the might of the imperial laws? Lin Yuan's heart quaked, his face ashen, beads of sweat dripping down as he shook. He was not under attack. Yet merely approaching this supreme force was beyond what a cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm could fathom. It felt as though he bore the weight of countless mountains, threatened to be crushed by this power. At this moment, Lin Yuan could hardly imagine the consequences had Lin Jiu not alleviated most of the burden. He would likely have been obliterated by this law's force in an instant. This was merely the residual power of a fallen emperor, a fraction of its former glory. Crack, crack, crack. As they drew nearer, the oppressive sensation intensified, causing Lin Yuan's bones to creak, as if they might shatter. It seemed that the Emperor Yuan Tian had not made it exceedingly difficult for his descendants to access this inheritance. How could the secret treasures of an emperor be easily obtained? Even under Lin Jiu's protection, the pressure Lin Yuan faced was terrifying. This was especially true considering Lin Yuan possessed an innate Tao body. Had it been another cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm, they would have been instantly crushed by this force. However, Lin Jiu conveyed that the Emperor Yuan Tian had not set insurmountable obstacles for them. Young master, hold on. Once we cross this portal, we shall enter the true land of inheritance. Lin Jiu's eyes reflected concern as his spiritual energy surged, shielding Lin Yuan from the majority of the imperial pressure. He could only do so much. The rest depended on Lin Yuan himself. Thank you, Elder Lin. Fear not, Lin Yuan, am not so fragile. Previously, when faced with life-and-death crises, Lin Yuan remained unafraid. The imperial pressure, while terrifying, was not enough to deter him. Clad in black, Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. Crack, crack, crack. Within him, his bones trembled on the verge of shattering. Each step was immensely laborious. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, they were but a step away from crossing the threshold of the portal. With determination and resolve, Lin Jiu, observing Lin Yuan, nodded slightly. His eyes filled with a hint of satisfaction. This was one of the reasons for sending Lin Yuan, the young master, to undergo trials in the lower realm. With the resources of the imperial Lin family, even if they had to pile resources, they could indeed elevate Lin Yuan to the saint level. However, the Lin family sought not merely a second-generation heir, but a peerless prodigy capable of contending for the singular imperial throne in this era. While realms, cultivation, and talent are undoubtedly important, it is the heart of the Tao that ultimately determines how far a cultivator can go. Throughout the ages, those who ascended to the imperial throne were all individuals possessing an indomitable heart of the Tao. Boom! At that moment, with immense difficulty, Lin Yuan took the final step. At last, his figure traversed the portal, disappearing from sight, entering the true land of inheritance left by Emperor Yuan Tian. It seems the young master's heart of the Tao is even more formidable than I had imagined. With a smile of relief, Lin Jiu recognized that. Given the pressure Lin Yuan had just endured, he too might not have been able to withstand it in his youth. Taking a step forward, Lin Jiu followed closely behind, entering the realm as well. Upon crossing the threshold, at the very moment Lin Yuan entered, he perhaps did not notice that the sacred sword, Zhutan, gifted to him by his master, Shao Zhantian, and stored within his spatial ring, suddenly flickered with a faint glimmer. Time shifted and space warped, as if entering another world. They found themselves within an imperial palace, grand and towering, surrounded by endless chaotic mist. An ancient and weathered aura greeted them, as if everything here had long been forgotten by time. The surroundings were vast and eerily silent. Was this truly the land of inheritance of Emperor Yuan Tian? Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, perplexed. Just a moment ago, they were in the desolate, ancient, forbidden zone, yet in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at this imperial palace. Veiled by the chaotic mist, the scenery appeared somewhat dim. This is the Ta-Ching Palace of Emperor Yuan Tian. At that moment, Lin Jiu's figure appeared beside Lin Yuan. Remarkable, Lin Jiu exclaimed, recognizing the origins of this imperial palace. Chapter 24. The Supreme Tao, and the possibility of ascension in the Ta-Ching Palace. The Yuan Tian Emperor transformed into the 3 pure ones. Once one of the 3 great imperial palaces. Before his impending downfall, the Yuan Tian Emperor concealed all that he possessed within these 3 palaces, transmitting them to various realms, leaving no one aware of their hidden locations. At this moment, within the ancient Forbidden Zone, this palace is indeed the Ta-Ching Imperial Palace. Just as Lin Jiu was astonished, the surrounding chaotic mist began to swirl and thicken. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, an endless mass of chaotic mist surged towards the imperial throne, transforming into a swirling vortex, as if something terrifying was about to be birthed. Boundless Tao light ascended. An intricate, profound patterns of light began to manifest and intertwine. An indescribable aura emerged. Suddenly, a single eye materialized from the infinite chaotic Tao light, transcendent and supreme. Towering above all, within its pupil, it seemed to harbor myriad paths. Wherever its gaze fell, it was the locus of the great Tao. This aura was overwhelmingly formidable. Could it be the supreme Tao eye of a Yuan Tian emperor from years past? Upon noticing this suddenly appearing Tao eye within the Ta Ching palace, Lin Jiao was taken aback, his voice tinged with disbelief and his breath quickening. The purpose was to facilitate Lin Yuan's ascension to the supreme Tao body. Though many prodigies in the world possessed formidable physiques, the top 10 among them have historically differed. These 10 physiques are referred to as the 10 supreme bodies by practitioners, signifying that those fortunate enough to possess one of these physiques are destined to ascend to imperial status. The supreme Tao eye? Gazing at the single eye that contained myriad paths, upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable voice within him urging him to obtain it. His body seemed to move uncontrollably towards that Tao eye. Originally, he was the supreme Tao body, and this eye was renowned as the supreme Tao eye. At this moment, observing Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao began to elucidate the differences between the supreme Tao body and the innate Tao body. The innate Tao body is inherently close to the great Tao, exhibiting remarkable prowess both in cultivation and combat. In the upper realm, even among the 3,000 physiques, the innate Tao body ranks within the top 100. Looking at Lin Yuan, Lin Jiao lamented that to rank among the top 100 in the upper realm with an innate Tao body is undeniably powerful. However, compared to the supreme Tao body, it pales in comparison. It can be said that any prodigy possessing one of the 10 supreme bodies is fated to be the sovereign of their generation, invincible in their realm, effortlessly overcoming boundaries in battle. Coincidentally, there has always been a unique connection between the innate Tao body and the supreme Tao body throughout history. Although physiques are innate and cannot be altered postnatally, among the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm, only the innate Tao body and the supreme Tao body are particularly special, both being closely aligned with the great Tao. The distinction lies in that while Lin Yuan's innate Tao body is merely close to the Tao, the supreme Tao body is also known as the son of the great Tao. At this moment, Lin Jiao elaborated on these matters to Lin Yuan. This also explained why Lin Yuan was able to revert from the innate Tao body and preserve his life. The supreme Tao body. When this Tao eye appeared, my body instinctively desired to approach it, as a voice in my ear whispered, "Obtain it." Lin Yuan expressed his earlier confusion. Although he had become the innate Tao body for specific reasons, he still felt a delicate connection with that eye. A smile graced Lin Jiao's lips. The supreme Tao I had manifested. He understood that this time, ascension to the supreme Tao body was virtually assured. Initially, he thought there might be a slight chance, as hope seemed faint. Yet, even if merely relying on the Yuan Tian Emperor's legacy could significantly bolster the young lord's strength, it would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Upon returning to the Lin family in the upper realm, it would enable the young lord to have a better grasp in the competition for the title of God's son. However, now, gazing at the supreme Tao, Lin Jiao was certain of success. Regardless of the price to be paid today, he was determined to elevate the Lin family by cultivating a supreme Tao body. His age gaze was resolute, brimming with excitement. That was the supreme Tao body, one of the 10 supreme bodies. With Lin Yuan's identity and the backing of the imperial Lin family, along with their abundant resources, Lin Jiao could scarcely imagine the heights Lin Yuan could reach with the supreme Tao body. The supreme Tao body, Lin Yuan murmured, contemplating. At this moment, gazing at that eye, his body yearned immensely, as if it truly belonged to him. Now, Lin Yuan had learned from Lin Jiao what the term supreme Tao body signified. Even in the upper realm, if I could help the young lord to attain the supreme Tao body, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Lin Jiao laughed heartily, his gaze fixed ahead, the surroundings desolate, with only the imperial throne above the Ta Ching palace. Above the throne, chaotic Tao light surged, and countless Tao runes spun like tadpoles, encircling the quietly suspended supreme Tao eye. Within its pupil lay myriad paths, wherever its gaze fell. It was the embodiment of the great Tao. This aura was overwhelmingly exalted. Merely gazing upon it felt as though one were witnessing the great Tao manifest. Though the Yuan Tian Emperor had fallen for 100,000 years, remnants of his imperial Tao principles still lingered within the supreme Tao-I. To merge the young lord's innate Tao body with his supreme Tao-I and transform it into a true supreme Tao body, it was imperative that the old man erase the imperial Tao principles within, ensuring the young lord's complete safety. At this moment, Lin Jiu's expression grew solemn. The power of the imperial Tao is insurmountable. Even now, within this Tao I left by the Yuan Tian Emperor after 100,000 years, the strength of the imperial Tao principles has dwindled to a mere fraction. Yet, to completely erase that power with Lin Jiu's strength would entail unimaginable peril. The opportunity lay before him, a means for the young lord to truly rise. Even if it cost him his life, he must accomplish it. The earlier jest was merely to reassure Lin Yuan. This time, he must risk everything. Lin Jiu whispered, barely audible, only to himself, as he ascended. Chapter 25. The voice of the primordial emperor amidst the swirling chaos and dim surroundings. Only the resplendent light of the Tao flickered. Under the immense power, the Taiqing imperial palace trembled violently. The might of the emperor was incomparable to that of ordinary cultivators. Even Lin Jiu, as formidable as he was in the sacred realm, felt an overwhelming gravity in the presence of the supreme Tao-I. He was making his move, seeking to erase the imperial Tao laws that bound Lin Yuan, allowing Lin Yuan's innate Tao body to merge with it. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the supreme Tao-I ceased its absorption of the surrounding chaotic mist, its power having grown significantly since its initial emergence. Within the gaze of the eye, a hint of sentience flickered as it swept over Lin Yuan and the approaching Lin Jiu. It was crucial to note that since the fall of the primordial emperor, the supreme Tao-I had been a mere lifeless object. Yet at this moment, it exhibited a form of consciousness. A tremendous pressure erupted from the eye, bearing down upon Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu. The palace shook and rumbled. Had it not been the Taiqing palace, the entire imperial edifice would likely have crumbled. It was as if an eye of annihilation sought to crush all existence, a power too terrifying to comprehend. "Be careful, old Lin," Lin Yuan exclaimed. His eyes filled with concern as he gazed at the elder shielding him. The Tao-I seemed to possess some kind of enchantment, drawing Lin Yuan closer, a primal call resonating from his innate Tao body. Yet, he did not wish for anyone to risk themselves on his behalf. "Ha ha, young master, worry not. Though my strength within the Lin family is meager, this is but a lifeless object bereft of its master. Allow me to retrieve it for you." Lin Jiu laughed heartily, displaying an air of calm and confidence, though this was merely to reassure Lin Yuan from behind. "What is?" Even after countless years since the primordial emperor's demise, the supreme Tao-I remained a force not easily contended with by cultivators of the sacred realm. Clad in gray, moving without wind, Lin Jiu's aged eyes held a weight that Lin Yuan could not discern from his position. Boom! A jade ruler appeared in Lin Jiu's grasp, enveloped in purple mist, illuminating the dim palace. This was a sacred artifact, Lin Jiu's life-bound weapon, intricately tied to his essence. Until now, Lin Yuan had never witnessed Lin Jiu wield his Tao weapon, assuming he was inept in its use. However, it became clear that the previous encounters had not warranted such a powerful being to deploy his Tao weapon. He could suppress all with his bare hands. But now, Lin Yuan stood back, observing intently. Boom, boom, boom. Before them, Lin Jiu's aura surged as he reached the mid-stage of the sacred realm. Despite his hunched form, he radiated boundless might, quickly reaching his peak. "Break!" he shouted, swinging the jade ruler forward, unleashing a wave of purple energy that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, countering the pressure from the supreme Tao-I. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The void trembled. The space appeared to shatter, and a colossal shockwave swept through the palace. Is this the power beyond the sacred realm? Lin Yuan's hair stood on end, his heart racing with astonishment as he struggled to maintain his footing. With his strength at the divine bridge realm, had it not been for the elder's protection, he would have surely been crushed in an instant. Though aged and bearing the weight of decay, Lin Jiu stood as the most formidable barrier, shielding Lin Yuan from the immense pressure. Boom! The purple light surged, colliding with everything within the Taiqing imperial palace. This was the strike delivered by Lin Jiu with his life-bound sacred weapon. Astonishingly, The overwhelming pressure from the supreme Tao, I was shattered by this ruler. Haha, how about that, young master? I have not deceived you. Lin Jiu laughed heartily, facing forward, his lips stained with blood, a sight Lin Yuan could not see from his position behind. Old Lin is incredible, Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration, still reeling from the unimaginable pressure that the supreme Tao I had unleashed, only to witness it effortlessly dismantled by Lin Jiu. Watch as I retrieve this supreme Tao I for you, young master. Lin Jiu's steps were steady as he advanced toward the supreme Tao I, his eyes gleaming with determination, intent on forging a supreme Tao body for this generation of the Lin family. But just then, from above, rumble, 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 the dazzling Tao light, surrounded by grand symbols of the Tao, suddenly reverberated with a voice from within the supreme Tao I. Ants perish. The voice boomed like a great bell, shaking the imperial palace. It felt as though it transcended time and space, imbued with an unparalleled authority. Supreme, sacred, irresistible. Any who dared oppose it would face annihilation. Reigning above all, could this be the voice of the primordial emperor? With just that single utterance, Lin Jiu, the sacred realm powerhouse, spewed forth blood, his body staggering as if struck by lightning. Every emperor reigned supreme over the world, instilling awe across the ages with a mere thought. They could rend the heavens and shatter the universe, compelling all beings to submit. Yet at this moment, within the supreme Tao I, the voice of the primordial emperor echoed. This was merely the beginning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In that instant, the supreme Tao I hung silently above the imperial throne. Its light shone brilliantly, engulfing the heavens, while countless Tao patterns arranged and combined around its luminous gaze. Ultimately, they transformed into chains of divine order, descending upon Lin Jiu and Lin Yuan. This power was overwhelmingly terrifying, far beyond what Lin Yuan, at the mere divine bridge realm, could withstand. The aura of death began to envelop him, shrouding him entirely. Unable to move, clad in black, Lin Yuan stood frozen, as if ensnared by that overwhelming force, unable to take a single step. His heart struggled to break free, yet the disparity was insurmountable, akin to an ant attempting to shake the earth. Boom! The chains of divine order, imbued with imperial might, were poised to descend, a moment of life and death. Young master, be cautious. Seeing the descending chains, Lin Jiu grew anxious. He had painstakingly discovered this place of inheritance and brought the young master here, providing an opportunity for him to become a supreme Tao body. But now, the imperial might was truly descending. Boom! With no time to ponder, Lin Jiu stepped forward, instantly placing himself before Lin Yuan. He dared not conceal his power. The strength of the sacred realm surged within him, far exceeding his previous might. The jade ruler swung in his grasp, the purple light intensifying to its zenith, as he resisted the chains of divine order laden with imperial authority. Crack! The jade ruler shattered into countless fragments, accompanied by a dim glow, scattering throughout the imperial palace. Chapter 26. The shadow of the emperor across time and space. Origins. The innate Tao soldier is of paramount significance to any cultivator in the world. Nurtured by one's own path, blood, and soul, interconnected through bloodlines, it can unleash power that transcends its rank when wielded by its master. However, this very connection means that any injury inflicted upon the innate Tao soldier results in a tremendous backlash against its owner. At this moment, Lin Jiu's innate sacred weapon lay utterly shattered, reduced to countless fragments. Boom! Dressed in black, Lin Yuan stood motionless, a warm spray of blood splattering across his face, marring his handsome features. He gazed at the elderly man who had just placed himself in harm's way to shield him. The man's face was as pale as paper, his breath feeble, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Lin Lao. Lin Yuan was lost in thought, his heart trembling with a complex mixture of emotions, guilt enveloping him. Had it not been for the elders standing before him, he would have perished. Gushing blood from his mouth, the shattering of his innate Tao soldier left Lin Jiu at the brink of weakness. I had hoped to make the young master the supreme Tao body, yet it seems I, Lin Jiu, have overestimated my capabilities, unwittingly putting the young master in such peril. Lin Jiu collapsed to the ground, his voice growing faint. A formidable presence in the sacred realm, he could have established a sect in the upper realm. Though he had not yet reached the point of death, the divine chains of order infused with imperial might still hovered above, ready to descend once more. The earlier intervention merely delayed the inevitable demise of both men. This was something Lin Jiao could never have anticipated. If it were merely the power of the supreme Tao, it would ultimately be an unclaimed entity. Yet with his sacred realm strength, he could have enabled Lin Yuan to merge with that supreme Tao. However, he had not foreseen the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian, transcending time and space, infusing the supreme Tao with the essence of an emperor's soul. It is my fault. I have failed the former family head's trust. The elder's voice bore an undertone of regret. At this moment, witnessing the elder who had suffered grievous wounds to save him, Lin Yuan realized that the man was still consumed by guilt. Lin Lao need not say more. It is merely a death. Lin Yuan replied calmly, bowing silently in respect. Faced with the impending specter of death, he felt no fear, his gaze tranquil, even somewhat carefree. He never considered his own identity to be particularly special, nor did he regard himself as noble simply for being of the imperial lineage of the upper realm. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, radiant Tao light, formed by countless patterns, trembled through the void, descending upon Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. This time, no one would stand before Lin Yuan. He was bound in place by a power that surpassed this realm, unable to move. Helpless and resistant to fate, Lin Yuan's eyes remained calm, having already accepted his impending doom. But just then, crack, the spatial ring in Lin Yuan's hand shattered explosively. Clang! A sound of a sword's lament resonated throughout the imperial palace, a golden blade emerging to shield Lin Yuan from above. A shocking event unfolded. This was the heavenly execution sword. The voice that arose, tinged with astonishment, did not belong to either Lin Yuan or Lin Jiao, but rather emanated from the throne of the Taiqing Palace, from the supreme Tao itself. It was the voice of Emperor Yuan Tian. He seemed to recognize this heavenly execution sword. Boom! The divine chains of order that had been descending halted, suspended in the void, and the ominous sense of impending death dissipated. What is happening? Lin Yuan was bewildered. The heavenly execution sword had been left by the founding master of the Qinyan Dao sect, wielded by successive sect leaders. Before departing from the sect, his master had bestowed it upon him. Yet Lin Yuan could not comprehend why this sword, merely a sacred artifact, could withstand the imperial might that had just descended. The disparity was too great. Had he not witnessed Lin Jiao's innate sacred weapon shatter? But why did this elicit such surprise from an emperor? Emperor Yuan Tian seemed to recognize the sword in the young master's hand. Just as the crisis of death abated, both Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao were engulfed in confusion. At that moment, a rumble erupted. The entire Taiqing imperial palace trembled violently, as if on the verge of splitting apart. An ethereal figure emerged, seemingly traversing eons, descending from the supreme Tao into the palace. With hair as white as snow, billowing and clad in azure, he radiated light that enveloped the heavens. This was a young man, his eyes swirling with galaxies, the myriad paths beneath his feet resonating in unison, bowing to him. At the center of his brow rested a singular eye, identical to the supreme Tao within the palace. From where did you acquire the heavenly execution sword? He fixed his gaze upon Lin Yuan, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. Emperor Yuan Tian. He had arrived, transcending the ages. His form an ethereal apparition before Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. The overwhelming aura he emanated towered above all else. Boom! Lin Yuan felt an immense pressure. Even though the emperor had not exerted any force upon him, he was simply asking where the heavenly execution sword had come from. This sword belongs to the leaders of the Qinyan Dao sect, bestowed upon me by my master before my departure. Lin Yuan met the imperial might with unwavering resolve, his gaze steady and calm, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Oh, Qinyan Dao sect, do you know who the founding master of the Qinyan Dao sect is? Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention the Qinyan Dao sect, Emperor Yuan Tian suddenly smiled. In the presence of an emperor, there were almost no secrets left concealed. At that moment, Emperor Yuan Tian discerned the essence of the heavenly execution sword that Lin Yuan had cultivated and nodded slightly, his smile growing wider. The founding master of the Qinyan Dao sect? As a disciple of the Qinyan sect, already designated as the next sect leader, Lin Yuan certainly knew. He recalled his master saying that the founding master of the Qingyun Dao sect was the Taiqing Daoist, who had ascended to the upper realm eons ago. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan murmured, "The Taiqing Daoist." Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, his previously calm expression transforming into one of incredulity. Shock washing over him as he gazed up at Emperor Yuan Tian. Years ago, this emperor created the imperial law, transforming into the three pure ones. One of my incarnations was reborn in this Xiantian continent. You guessed correctly. The Taiqing Daoist is indeed one of my three pure ones incarnations. Emperor Yuan Tian's ethereal figure spoke with a smile. Boom! The heavenly execution sword, once belonging to Lin Yuan, transformed into a beam of golden light. Soaring towards Emperor Yuan Tian, the sacred sword, possessing a spirit, presented itself before the emperor like a child, its radiant blade singing with brilliance. Even Lin Yuan had never witnessed such grandeur from the sword. After all, compared to Lin Yuan, it was crafted by one who was once an incarnation of an emperor. Thus, it could be said that this emperor is also the founding master of your Qingyun Dao sect. The Taiqing Daoist, being one of Emperor Yuan Tian's incarnations, rendered this statement entirely accurate. Clutching the heavenly execution sword, Emperor Yuan Tian reminisced about the past. He has long since fallen. What now manifests is merely a fragment of consciousness lingering within the Taishang Dao I. Little did he expect that upon awakening, he would encounter Lin Yuan, a junior disciple of the Qingyun sect. He was acutely aware that according to the rules established by his own avatar, only the leader of the Qingyun sect is entitled to wield the Zhutian sacred sword. Yet in this generation, it lay in the hands of the young man before him. Qingyun disciple Lin Yuan pays respects to the ancestral master. Upon discovering that one of the avatars of the Yuan Tian emperor was their revered ancestor, Lin Yuan's heart was undeniably shaken. Clad in black, standing below, he bore a respectful demeanor, his gaze reflecting both reverence and astonishment as he bowed to the Yuan Tian emperor, his attitude one of utmost humility. Regardless of his sect's affiliation, even before an emperor, it was sufficient for Lin Yuan to offer his respect. Indeed, to inherit the position of sect leader at such a young age. Learning that the Zhutian sacred sword was in Lin Yuan's possession, the Yuan Tian emperor momentarily assumed that Lin Yuan was the current leader of the Qingyun sect. What extraordinary talent must this young man possess? The Yuan Tian emperor was filled with curiosity, for Lin Yuan appeared exceedingly youthful. Although, in the realm of cultivation, one's age cannot be judged by mere appearance. Some ancient beings, despite having lived for millennia, could appear as youthful as Lin Yuan. However, what manner of existence was this? An emperor should surely discern the true age of a cultivator. At this moment, the Yuan Tian emperor scrutinized Lin Yuan. Above, that gaze bore no malice. Yet being observed by an emperor, Lin Yuan still felt an immense pressure. He felt a loss of control over his own body, akin to an ant facing a dragon soaring through the heavens. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, palpably faster than usual. Was this the oppressive might of an emperor? Lin Yuan mused, having only read about such figures in ancient texts. Yet now he truly comprehended the awe of imperial presence. Even when an emperor merely stood there, doing nothing, the sheer impact was overwhelming. It was not only Lin Yuan who felt this. Lin Jiao, though gravely injured and a saint-level cultivator, also exhibited profound respect before the emperor's shadow. The saying that all beneath the emperor are but ants was not mere rhetoric. Furthermore, one must recognize that the Yuan Tian emperor's ethereal form was not his true body, but merely a wisp of his lingering soul. Before imperial might, one cannot look directly. The atmosphere was silent, and at that moment, a congenital Dao body? The Yuan Tian emperor, assessing Lin Yuan, recognized his true constitution. No wonder you have become the sect leader of this generation at such a tender age. The more the Yuan Tian emperor observed Lin Yuan, the more he was pleased. The congenital Dao body ranked among the top 100 physiques in the celestial realm. Although to someone of his stature, it was not particularly significant. Only the top 10 supreme bodies held their interest. Yet, this was merely the Xiantian continent, a lower realm. Possessing a congenital Dao body spoke volumes about the flourishing state of the Qingyun sect. Moreover, his own Taishang Dao body had a certain connection with congenital Dao bodies. At this moment, the Yuan Tian emperor contemplated thus. Ahem. In response to the ancestral master, well, actually, the disciple has yet to inherit the position of sect leader. It is merely that my esteemed master has bestowed this sword upon me in advance. Seeing the Yuan Tian emperor assume he was the leader of the Qingyun sect, Lin Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed and hurried to clarify. What of it? If this emperor declares you so, then you are. The voice was authoritative and commanding, exuding an air of unquestionable decree. Hearing the Yuan Tian emperor's words, Lin Yuan stood in a daze, momentarily stunned. Does this mean I have been recognized by the ancestral master, the Yuan Tian emperor? At this juncture, the Yuan Tian emperor's gaze shifted to Lin Jiu below. Clad in blood-stained gray, his aura feeble. The destruction of his life, Dao weapon left Lin Jiu gravely injured and unable to recover. It was Lin Jiu's earlier confrontation with the Taishang Dao that had awakened this lingering remnant of the Yuan Tian emperor. A saint-level cultivator? The emperor's imposing and supreme aura surged towards Lin Jiu. Unlike his attitude towards Lin Yuan, the Yuan Tian emperor regarded Lin Jiu with a different demeanor. Standing in the void, with myriad pathways bowing before him, the Yuan Tian emperor's voice rang out in inquiry. He had already ascertained that this saint-level cultivator before him bore no connection to the Qingyun sect, as there was no trace of their cultivated spiritual energy within him. Lin Jiu, still injured and collapsed on the ground, dared not remain prone before an emperor. Observing this, Lin Yuan quickly assisted Lin Jiu to his feet. In response to the emperor, I am Lin Jiu, hailing from the imperial lineage of the Lin family in the upper realm. We have accompanied the young master to this Ta-Ching palace. Should there be any offense, I beseech the emperor's forgiveness. Although a saint-level cultivator was considered powerful in the upper realm, before an emperor, he seemed somewhat lacking. Lin Jiu bowed, casting a respectful glance at Lin Yuan, as he recounted the events to the Yuan Tian emperor. The previously authoritative Yuan Tian emperor was deep in thought, pondering why Lin Yuan, a junior disciple, was accompanied by a saint-level cultivator. Suddenly, upon hearing Lin Jiu mention the Lin family from the upper realm, the emperor's expression shifted. Wait, so you both hail from the upper realm Lin family? The Yuan Tian emperor's voice carried a hint of surprise. Everything became clear. The Yuan Tian emperor had been puzzled as to why Lin Yuan possessed a congenital Dao body that could not be born in the lower realm, especially with a saint-level cultivator by his side. Now he comprehended fully. The Lin family, a celestial dynasty, had exerted its influence across the realms for countless epochs, holding an ancient and resplendent legacy. Even before the Yuan Tian emperor ascended, the Lin family had already stood at the pinnacle of the world, a true taboo imperial lineage. Thus, understanding the matter of the Lin family's direct bloodline, which involved sending their youth into the world for tempering, was something he was aware of from years past. Additionally, there was a matter concerning the Lin family that remained unsettled for the Yuan Tian emperor until his fall. In his youth, he had achieved fame and unmatched prowess on the path of the emperor. Yet just before he attained the title, he had faced a deadly pursuit from a forbidden zone. The upper realm's forbidden zones were ancient, indomitable forces, making survival nearly impossible for one who had yet to become an emperor. Only a few ancient imperial families could contend against such zones. Fortunately, it was the Lin family's assistance that allowed him to evade that peril and ultimately attain his emperor status. Thus, upon hearing Lin Jiu's words, the Yuan Tian emperor's demeanor softened significantly. Chapter 28. The Self-Destruction of the Emperor of Primordial Heaven. Completing Lin Yuan, do you wish to use this emperor's eye to transform your innate Dao body into the supreme Dao body? Above, the ethereal figure of the Emperor of Primordial Heaven loomed in the air, his gaze sweeping past the supreme Dao eye beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lin Yuan and his companion. At this moment, the emperor understood the intentions behind their presence in the Tai-Ching Palace. Years ago, prior to his demise, he had separated into 3 entities and transmitted his 3 imperial palaces to various realms, shrouding their precise locations with the power of imperial laws. For ordinary forces, locating any of these 3 palaces was a formidable challenge. However, he never anticipated that the 2 before him hailed from the Lin family of the upper realm, with the profound heritage of such a forbidden imperial clan. The emperor realized that this task was not insurmountable for them. As the former supreme Dao body, The emperor was acutely aware that the innate Tao body and his supreme Tao body were, in essence, of the same nature, innately close to the great Tao. The distinction lay merely in the quantity of the Taos contained within the body. By utilizing his supreme Tao, it was indeed possible to assist this junior disciple in transforming into a true supreme Tao body. Yet, at this moment, the emperor was contemplating a different issue. The Tao within this Tai Ching palace was a remnant of his own physical form prior to his fall. Desecrating an imperial corpse was intolerable to any emperor. I have agreed. Suddenly, at this moment, amidst the profound silence, he declared, I shall voluntarily dissolve this consciousness. Before Lin Yuan and his companion could react, the emperor continued. To merge with the supreme Tao, at merely the realm of the divine bridge would likely prove too overwhelming, even for the residual imperial might within this which would shatter him instantly upon fusion. However, now the emperor was proactively choosing to dissolve his own consciousness. This indicated that the last vestige of his awareness remaining in this world would dissipate into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Master Yu, Emperor! Lin Yuan addressed him as Master, while Lin Jiao referred to him as Emperor. Their voices were filled with astonishment. They had initially believed that with the appearance of the emperor's consciousness in the Tai Ching palace, Lin Yuan's hope of ascending to a supreme Tao body would ultimately be extinguished. Yet now, unexpectedly, it was the emperor of primordial heaven himself who proposed this. Do not be surprised by my decision. After all, I owe your Lin family a life debt that I have yet to repay. He chuckled, let this supreme Tao serve as my repayment. His white hair danced like snowflakes, clad in azure robes, radiating light that illuminated the heavens. The young visage of the emperor of primordial heaven, who had fallen midway through his ascension, had not yet reached the ultimate limit of the imperial realm. Beneath him, myriad paths of the great Tao resonated in unison, his eyes sparkling like the galaxy. At this moment, his gaze pierced through the imperial palace and beyond, sweeping across the Xiantian continent, gazing upon the myriad realms. The 9 skies of the upper realm and the boundless starry expanse, where an ancient road spanned across time. All of this was captured within his sight. This was his final glimpse of the world. He would erase the last remnants of his own existence to complete the ascension of a junior disciple at the divine bridge realm. If Lin Yuan were merely a disciple of the Qingyan Dao sect, such an act would not warrant this level of sacrifice. However, upon learning that Lin Yuan belonged to the direct bloodline of the Lin family from the upper realm, coupled with the fact that he was an innate Tao body, the coincidences were too profound. It seemed as if the debt owed long ago was finally to be repaid today. At this moment, the emperor of primordial heaven felt a sense of relief. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the entire imperial palace trembled violently, shaking under the weight of the emperor's impending demise. The figure of the emperor stood atop the imperial throne, surrounded by the shattering pathways of the great Tao, his form transforming into countless specks of radiant light, gradually dissipating like a candle flame in the wind. Farewell, Master. Farewell, Emperor. Below, Lin Yuan and his companion bowed respectfully to the remnants of the emperor's self-destruction. I have long since perished. Today is merely my final farewell to this world. By the way, besides this Tai Ching palace, I also concealed the 2 other imperial palaces of Shangqing and Yuqing in the upper realm. Whether you can find them depends on your fortune. Amidst the endless rain of light, the emperor, clad in azure, appeared carefree, laughing heartily as he gazed down at Lin Yuan. Ultimately, with the final remnants of imperial power shattering, he vanished. The Tai Ching palace fell into complete silence, with only the supreme Tao remaining, quietly suspended above the imperial throne. Little did I expect that in my old age, I would witness the spectacle of an emperor's demise. Standing still, his aura still waning, Lin Jiao disregarded his own injuries, his heart stirred by the recent events amidst the thunderous echoes. In this age devoid of emperors, the fall of one was unmistakable. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. Though it was merely the dissolution of a remnant consciousness of the emperor of primordial heaven, it remained profoundly moving. Within the supreme Tao, the lingering imperial might dissipated, seemingly becoming gentler than before. A voice emerged. It was Lin Yuan, his gaze fixated on the supreme Tao upon the throne. The desire within him to merge with that had reached its zenith, a fervent impulse that did not stem from Lin Yuan himself, but from his innate Tao body. With every cell rejoicing in elation, the Emperor of Primordial Heaven had personally erased his own consciousness, a feat far beyond what one in his old age could accomplish. It is now a true, masterless entity. Merge with it, young master. Lin Jiao's gaze mirrored his excitement. The emergence of a supreme Tao body. A physique that ranked among the top 10 of the myriad existences across the 3,000 physiques was imminent. Chapter 29. The fusion of the supreme Tao, I, and Yi Xian's revenge. Radiant beams of Tao light illuminated the scene, where a singular pupil levitated quietly above the imperial throne. The imperial might that once emanated from it had completely dissipated, losing its former oppressive aura. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as Lin Yuan approached. Surrounding him, a duality of black and white light surged forth, with a shadowy Taiji figure gradually manifesting behind him. There was no hint of rejection. The supreme Tao, I, and Lin Yuan's innate Tao body appeared to be in perfect harmony, as though they were destined to converge. As if drawn by the Taiji figure behind him, the supreme Tao, I floated in the air, moving towards Lin Yuan of its own volition. It seemed surprisingly effortless. With a handsome countenance, Lin Yuan wore a faint smile. After all, it was the gaze of a once great emperor. One would expect that merging with it would entail considerable hardship. Yet at this moment, the outcome was beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. It felt as if that I was intrinsically linked with his innate Tao body. This was the handiwork of the emperor himself, who had erased all traces of his essence. A voice emerged, weak and feeble. It was Lin Jiao. Compared to what had been anticipated, his condition was infinitely better. Lin Jiao understood well that, with his mere saint realm power, it was a fool's dream to completely erase the imperial Tao power within the supreme Tao, I, and all traces of the Yuan Tian Emperor. At best, he could merely make the Tao I amenable enough for Lin Yuan to forcibly merge with it. However, even then, the remnants of an emperor would still linger within. And should Lin Yuan merge under such circumstances, even if he ultimately transformed into the supreme Tao body, it would be flawed. Nothing could be more perfect than having the Yuan Tian Emperor himself obliterate those traces. While the two conversed, the supreme Tao I integrated seamlessly into Lin Yuan's brow. Flawless and unified, it bore no semblance to something acquired later on. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an incomparably vast surge of Tao light erupted from Lin Yuan's body, radiating brilliantly and transforming into countless mysterious Tao patterns, densely suspended around him. Blood-bone meridians, and every cell within him seemed to be elevated under the embrace of this Tao light, akin to a rebirth. The magnitude of this transformation caused Lin Yuan's aura to ascend steadily. Though he had merely just begun to merge, a presence emerged from within him, one that even Lin Jiao, a powerful figure of the Saint Realm, could not overlook, albeit faintly. This was the aura of the Supreme Body, already beginning to manifest. Disregarding his own weakened state, Lin Jiao gazed at Lin Yuan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His hair, now entirely white, trembled as he struggled to contain his overwhelming exhilaration. The Supreme Body, ranking among the top 10 physiques of the 3,000 in the upper realm, its significance was self-evident. The top 10 supreme bodies did not rank by precedence. Rather, it depended on how far each generation's prodigies could harness this physique's potential. In essence, when such a physique graced the world, its bearer was a true child of destiny, invincible among peers. This was their reality. However, due to this very reason, ascending to the supreme body was not an easy feat. It required considerable time. At the very moment Lin Yuan was merging the supreme Tao, I, in the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Taiching Imperial Palace in the Central State. Within the Grand Universe Dynasty's Imperial Hall, the aura of dragons surged into the skies. This was the seat of power for the entire Central State. Inside the hall stood a figure, tall and imposing, adorned in a black and gold interwoven dragon robe, strikingly handsome. It was Yi Xian. After the Grand Universe Dynasty had expended great resources, he had fully recovered from his injuries in just a few months. And the aura emanating from him was subtly stronger than before, having broken through to the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Surviving the calamity had only propelled him further in strength. At this moment, filled with vigor, he declared, "Father, I have fully healed and advanced in rank once more. This time, I will not bring shame to the grand universe dynasty. The Qingyan Dao sect and that Lin Yuan shall pay dearly." His voice brimmed with arrogance as he bowed towards the imposing figure seated upon the dragon throne above him. The previous failure had been entirely due to the unexpected appearance of the elder from the Ascension realm. It had caught him off guard, preventing him from timely contacting the dynasty's powerful figures. Otherwise, in Yi Xian's current estimation, he would not have been defeated. This incident had caused him to lose face before the natives of the East Wilderness and before the woman he adored, casting shame upon himself as a prince and, by extension, upon the entire Grand Universe dynasty. This was an unbearable humiliation for him, born of nobility and destined to stand above the clouds. He was to inherit the throne and rule over the Grand Universe dynasty. The dignity he had lost must be reclaimed, and those who dared to oppose him would ultimately perish in endless agony and regret. Shinner, remember that your identity represents the entire dynasty. Having failed once, I only hope that this will be the last time. Clad in a black dragon robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, the grand figure seated upon the dragon throne emanated an aura of supreme authority. It was none other than Yi Tu, the emperor of the Grand Universe dynasty. Possessing the most formidable power in the Xiantian continent and being a powerful figure of the Ascension realm himself, his name was a taboo throughout the Central State. With a mere thought, he could determine the fates of countless beings. Those who followed his will would flourish, while those who defied him would perish. Even an Ascension realm cultivator would meet their demise if they dared oppose the Grand Universe dynasty. His voice was imbued with an overwhelming dominance, as he had already learned the reasons behind Yi Xian's previous failure. As he spoke, Yi Tu's gaze turned toward the hall's entrance, peering deep into the Grand Universe Palace, the sacred ground of the dynasty. "Shinner, your journey to the East Wilderness requires the accompaniment of 2 supreme elders. Heh. As the Emperor commands, we shall certainly comply. A mere cultivator from the East Wilderness, even if they are of the Ascension realm, poses no threat." 2 resounding voices emanated from the depths of the palace and oppose, as forbidden zone. Boom! In an instant, the space within the Imperial Hall twisted, gradually revealing 2 aged figures. One donned a blood-red robe, the other a green Dao robe, both bearing the marks of advanced age. Their auras were concealed, as if they were one with the heavens and earth. These were 2 cultivators of the Ascension realm. Inconceivable! It is essential to recognize that the Ascension realm represents the pinnacle of power within this realm, standing atop the world. Not to mention in the remote regions of the other 4 states, even in the Central State, where spiritual energy flourished, Ascension realm cultivators were but legends. Yet at this moment, within the Imperial Hall, alongside Yi Tu, the Grand Universe dynasty openly possessed 3 Ascension realm powerhouses. With the assistance of these 2 elders, annihilating the mere Qingyan Dao sect was trivial. Seeing the emergence of the 2 Ascension realm cultivators, Yi Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with elation. The elder who had aided Lin Yuan was but one individual, and as an East Wilderness cultivator, how formidable could he truly be among the Ascension realm? Yi Xian had never anticipated that his father would dispatch 2 Ascension realm cultivators for his sake. Moreover, these 2 were not just anyone. They were members of the Yi family and Appo's royal lineage. In other words, they were Yi Xian and Appo's ancestors. This time, he was brimming with confidence, filled with joy. He vowed to make Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyan Dao sect pay back tenfold. Chapter 30. The essence of the Great Yu dynasty. In addition to sending the 2 esteemed elders to the Eastern Wilderness to resolve matters with the Qingyan Dao sect, there is another important task at hand. Recently, the divine envoy from the upper realm issued a holy decree, instructing our Great Yu dynasty to search for a hidden treasure. At this moment, the Emperor Yi Tu, seated upon the dragon throne, spoke of this new development. "Oh, the decree from the divine envoy?" Upon hearing the title divine envoy, the expressions of the 2 esteemed elders shifted from arrogance to one of utmost reverence. The Great Yu dynasty is renowned on this continent as an everlasting dynasty, commanding respect across the entire Xiantian continent. This prestige stems not only from its own formidable strength, but also from its connections to the upper realm, a realm that all cultivators aspire to reach. After all, the Yi royal family has produced numerous ascendants throughout history. As the emperor, Yi too was equally perplexed by the recent command from the upper realm, which arrived with only vague hints, yet it did mention the eastern wilderness. We cannot defy the decree of the divine envoy. I have decided that you shall venture to the eastern wilderness to fully bring that barbaric land under our dynasty's rule, while simultaneously seeking out the so-called hidden treasure. Begin by annihilating the Qingyun sect, striking fear into the hearts of the petty factions. Those who comply shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. His voice was cold and resolute, sealing the fates of countless sects in the eastern wilderness. The implication was clear: all sects that submit to the Great Yu dynasty shall survive, but the Qingyun sect must be eradicated. This would not only avenge the humiliation suffered by Prince Yixian, but also serve as a warning to the lesser sects. Given the Qingyun sect's historically significant status in the eastern wilderness, thus it would be an endeavor with multiple gains. Listening to his father's commanding voice, Yixian, standing below, felt his blood surge with excitement. This is the essence of our Great Yu dynasty. Even in the upper realm, our Yi royal family boasts formidable figures. Standing within the emperor and Appo's hall, Yixian listened intently to the discussion between his father and the two esteemed elders, his already proud stature becoming even more pronounced. Time passed. In the eastern wilderness, the landscape was enveloped in a blanket of white. The snow-drifting Dao sect, located in the northernmost region, was perpetually shrouded in snow. Yet, within a certain courtyard, the ambience was that of spring, with babbling brooks and blooming flowers. I wonder how my brother Yixian is faring. That detestable Lin Yuan has disrupted my plans. In the courtyard stood Lu Shui, clad in flowing white garments, her fair complexion and delicate figure accentuated by her cascading black hair. Following the previous incident, she had returned to the snow-drifting Dao sect, still grappling with the bitterness of her thwarted ambitions. Her original plan had been to compel her brother Yixian to appear at the wedding, showcasing to the people of the eastern wilderness the caliber of the man she had chosen. The prince of the Great Yu dynasty, possessing the unparalleled dragon spirit physique, was worthy of her. She had envisioned a dramatic scene at the banquet, where she would leave with Yixian amidst the despairing gaze of Lin Yuan and the awe of the ignorant cultivators. However, the outcome had exceeded Lu Shui's wildest imaginings. Her brother had been grievously injured, narrowly escaping death, along with the loss of a protector at the half-step to ascendance level. Her carefully laid plans were in ruins, all due to Lin Yuan. Resentment and hatred flickered across her beautiful face. Sigh. Just as Lu Shui lamented her cruel fate, a voice broke through her thoughts. Shui, I have arrived. Draped in a black and gold embroidered dragon robe, a tall and striking figure appeared in the courtyard. Yixian, having come for Zhongzhou, wore a self-assured smile that he deemed charming. Brother Yixian, the lovely figure turned, and upon seeing the one she had longed for, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. She rushed into his embrace. Rest assured, this time I will take you away. But first, we must vanquish Lin Yuan and obliterate the Qingyun sect, Yixian said with a calm smile, radiating confidence. But Lin Yuan is accompanied by a powerful ascendant. Lu Shui expressed her concerns. Merely a lowly ascendant from the eastern wilderness. How formidable can he be? Besides, I have brought along 2 esteemed elders from our Great Yu dynasty, both of whom are ascendants. This is merely the surface of our dynasty's might. Yixian boasted with pride. What? This is just the surface strength? Lu Shui was taken aback upon hearing that 2 ascendant-level figures had accompanied Yixian. While she had heard of the Great Yu dynasty's depth, she had not anticipated that they could easily dispatch 2 ascendants. In this light, what was Lin Yuan but a small fry? And if this was merely the Ade, how terrifying must the true foundation of the Great Yu dynasty be? Even in the upper realm, our Great Yu dynasty possesses formidable beings. I have come not only for vengeance, but also to fulfill the divine envoy's decree to unify the eastern wilderness and seek out something else. Yixian declared with audacious pride. I knew it. Lin Yuan could never compare to brother Yixian. He was merely a small-minded individual who found temporary success. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration, realizing the far-reaching connections of the Great Yu dynasty to the upper realm. Indeed, her discerning judgment had proven itself once again. Chapter 31. The Coming Storm. Thus, The prince has come this time to unify the entire eastern wilderness under the auspices of the Dayu dynasty. Within the Snowfall Hall, astonished voices echoed. The elegant figure of Lu Tsang could be seen, his heart trembling with joy upon hearing this news. It is well known that the Dayu dynasty holds no power in the eastern wilderness. A formidable sect is needed to govern the entire region on its behalf. Given the strength of his own Snowfall sect and witnessing the close bond between his daughter and the prince, who could possibly take on such a heavy responsibility but Lu Tsang and his sect? This aligns perfectly with his long-held aspirations. This bargain is immensely valuable. Uncle Lu, I shall never forget the favor you bestowed upon me when you lent me the sacred medicine to aid my breakthrough, Yixian declared. Rest assured, once the eastern wilderness is unified, the foremost sect here shall undoubtedly be the Snowfall sect, provided that you and your entire sect yield to the Dayu dynasty. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Shui, clad in a black and gold dragon robe, Yixian smiled with pride. To unify the eastern wilderness, they must support a powerful force, and the Snowfall sect is the most suitable choice. It is indeed an honor for us to be under the banner of the Dayu dynasty. Lu Tsang showed no signs of rejection and readily accepted. May I ask who these two esteemed seniors are? He inquired, glancing at the two concealed yet harmonious figures behind Yixian, merging seamlessly with the heavens and earth. Lu Tsang's heart quaked, and just as he attempted to gauge their realms, he found his own power sinking like a stone into the ocean. Ah, they're the grand elders of the Dayu dynasty, two formidable beings of the ascendant realm. Yixian replied with an air of pride. The last time, was it not a powerful individual of the ascendant realm who turned the tide for Lin Yuan and caused him to flee grievously injured? This time he had brought two. He eagerly anticipated the fearful expressions of Lin Yuan and the entire Qingyun sect when the moment arrived. Two ascendant realm experts? Lu Tsang gasped, his heart trembling with a thunderous roar. Truly, the Dayu dynasty was worthy of his earlier gamble. After returning from that incident, Lu Tsang had mourned over his precious Heavenly Mountain's sacred lotus, a treasure he hesitated to consume. Yet now, it was clear he had not only recouped his investment, but profited immensely. As the master of one of the three major sects of the eastern wilderness, Lu Tsang was well aware of the significance of having these two elders present. They could sweep through the entire eastern wilderness, and, as powerful members of the Dayu dynasty, they were incomparable to the elder who accompanied Lin Yuan. With this in mind, Lu Tsang respectfully assured, "Please rest assured, Your Highness and esteemed elders. I shall contact the other sects of the eastern wilderness immediately. In 10 days, we shall march against the Qingyun sect, determined to make Lin Yuan pay the price he deserves for the affront to Your Highness." Time passed. In just a few days, the countless sects of the eastern wilderness stirred with a hidden momentum. The peaks towered, and spiritual energy surged. This is the Qingyun sect. Although one of the three major sects of the eastern wilderness, Qingyun's overall strength far surpassed that of the Snowfall and Tiangang sections. With nearly 10,000 disciples, the sect was led by the formidable Xiao Zhantian, alongside 10 elders and various peak masters. At this moment, within the Qingyun hall, a youthful voice rang out, "Father, why hasn't senior brother returned yet? There's no one to play with." A girl of about 16 or 17, with a delicate countenance and dressed in a green gown, blinked her large eyes. Xiao, the cherished daughter of Xiao Zhantian. Xiao Zhantian, his face etched with weariness and white hair flowing, replied, "Your senior brother is away on important matters. Have you completed your training for today?" Always preoccupied with play. Having suffered severe injuries previously, the once tall and imposing figure of the old sect leader now appeared somewhat hunched. His expression was a mix of helplessness and concern for his only daughter. "Your progress in cultivation is painfully slow. You hardly eat enough. After years of training, you remain in the qi gathering stage, far from your former self." I haven't yet." Xiao's gaze flickered. Sighing deeply, Xiao Zhantian recalled his disciple Lin Yuan, who had already reached the divine bridge stage at her age. Why was there such a disparity between them? Not to mention comparing her to her senior brother. Even the other disciples who joined later had already surpassed her. If she did not improve, she might set records for underachievement in the sect. "Once I pass, who will take care of you?" He lamented, his disappointment palpable. "Father, after you're gone, isn't there still senior brother?" Xiao said innocently, her large eyes wide open. At this, silence fell over the hall. Xiao Zhantian's beard trembled as he fought the urge to reprimand his wayward daughter. The other disciples present quickly lowered their heads, pretending not to have heard anything. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the entire Qingyun sect. "Master Xiao, I trust you are well." A group appeared in the skies above the sect. Led by Yi Xian, his expression one of arrogance, his gaze cold. Behind him followed the two ascendant realm experts, along with Lu Tsang, Lu Shui, and numerous formidable members of the Snowfall sect, all exuding a palpable aura of menace. Ha! Having offended His Highness the Prince, one must have anticipated the consequences. Today, the Qingyun sect shall be annihilated. It was Lu Tsang who spoke, occasionally glancing at the proud-faced Yi Xian. This encirclement of the Qingyun sect had been meticulously planned by Lu Tsang, following Yi Xian's authorization. The two Ascendant Realm royal experts had revealed the true might of the Diyu dynasty, prompting the countless sects of the eastern wilderness to pledge their allegiance. Only the Qingyun sect remained, unyielding and destined for destruction for having wronged those they should not have. At this moment, Lu Tsang chuckled coldly. Soon, once the Qingyun sect was obliterated, his long-held ambition to dominate the eastern wilderness would be realized. A storm was brewing. The atmosphere within the Qingyun sect was rife with commotion. In the Qingyun hall, Xiao Zhantian looked at Xiao with a grave expression. "Stay within the hall and do not venture out. Inform the elders and peak masters to prepare for battle." With a heavy heart, he strode out of the hall, issuing directives as the sect prepared for the impending confrontation. Chapter 32. The Crisis of the Sect, Lu Tsang. The last time, in consideration of your Piao Shui Dao sect and our long-standing relationship with Qingyun, I spared you. I never anticipated that in your eagerness to curry favor with the stinking feet of the Diyu dynasty, you would dare to bring people to kill at my Qingyun Dao sect. With a head full of white hair and a booming voice, Xiao Zhantian glared furiously at Lu Tsang and his entourage in the void above. For countless years, the two major sects, both part of the three great sects of Donghuang, had maintained a close relationship. However now, Xiao Sectmaster, you are mistaken. At this moment, before Lu Tsang could respond, another group of individuals descended upon the Qingyun Dao sect. The leader, clad in blue, with hair like a crane and a youthful visage, exuded an ethereal aura, wielding a whisk. It was none other than Tian Xuanzi, the master of the Tian Gang sect, one of the three great sects of Donghuang, located in the far western region, quite distant from Qingyun Dao sect. Yet, unexpectedly, they had come as well. "Tian Xian, are you also trying to emulate Piao Shui Dao sect?" Xiao Zhantian remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Tian Xuanzi. Unlike his earlier fury, he appeared less enraged by Tian Gang's sect's arrival, for although both sects were part of the three great sects, they had always harbored animosity. Even during the last wedding banquet, the Tian Gang sect had not been invited. "Heh, old fool, today marks the day of your Qingyun Dao sect's annihilation. How dare you speak so brazenly?" Tian Xuanzi sneered coldly, as he slightly bowed to Yi Xian, who stood not far away. "You have offended the prince of the Diyu royal family. Your Qingyun Dao sect deserves this calamity today." For Tian Xuanzi, the long-standing hatred would finally reach its conclusion, making this a joyous occasion. The Qingyun Dao sect, situated in the heart of Donghuang, was abundant in spiritual energy. Years ago, a sect war had erupted between Tian Gang sect and Qingyun Dao sect over this resource-rich land, resulting in Tian Gang sect's defeat and forced relocation to the far west, where the spiritual energy was sparse and the land vast yet desolate. As time passed, their sect gradually withered. They had thought that they would never have another chance to take revenge against the ever-thriving Qingyun Dao sect. However, just days ago, a message from Lu Tsang of Piao Shui Dao sect rekindled Tian Xuanzi's hopes for vengeance. The message stated that the Diyu dynasty had dispatched two ascendant experts to annihilate Qingyun. Upon receiving this news, Tian Xuanzi immediately gathered numerous powerful members of Tian Gang sect and hastily made his way here. Listening to the absurdities below, Yi Xian wore an expression of impatience. He had come today to exact revenge, but had failed to find Lin Yuan or the Ascendant Elder after searching for a long time. "Where's Lin Yuan? Haven't come out to face me. This time, I shall see how he can triumph over me." With two Supreme Elders standing behind him, Yi Xian felt a surge of confidence. Moreover, having recently broken through to the late stage of the divine bridge realm, he believed that in this remote region of Donghuang, Lin Yuan was likely still stagnating at the early stage of the divine bridge realm. The Diyu dynasty possessed countless treasures, and merely displaying one would astound these indigenous cultivators, who had never laid eyes upon such wonders. This was the disparity that could not be envied. What sort of prince could Lin Yuan possibly be if he was merely a subordinate of my disciple? Regrettably, my disciple is currently away on business and is not present in the sect. With a slight shake of his head, Xiao Zhantian coldly laughed at Yi Xian's words. Although Lin Yuan had hurriedly left with Lin Jiu to venture into the ancient forbidden zone, Xiao Zhantian believed that his disciple's identity was far from ordinary. Could it be that you're afraid, dear brother Yi Xian, and are looking for an excuse to hide away? Previously, you were quite arrogant with an ascendant cultivator at your side, but now you are fearful? A mocking voice came from Lu Shui, who stood beside Yi Xian, her delicate face brimming with pride. As Lu Shui's words echoed, the atmosphere immediately shifted, with expressions of shock rippling through the crowd, particularly among the members of Piao Shui Dao sect and Tiangang sect, all casting their astonished gazes toward Yi Xian's entourage. Gasp. Two ascendant experts. Is this the prestige of the Diyu dynasty prince? No wonder the Diyu dynasty can exert pressure over the Xian-Tian continent. Previously, they had thought Lin Yuan was formidable, but now it was evident that he could not compare to this prince. At this moment, the cultivators from Piao Shui Dao sect and Tiangang sect felt their confidence swell. With two ascendant experts to back them, what did they have to fear? 10 days prior, Lu Cong sent messages to various major sects of Donghuang, not just to the far-off Tiangang sect. Most prominent sects in Donghuang had received the correspondence, especially upon learning that the Diyu dynasty had dispatched two ascendant experts. The message further stated that the Diyu dynasty aimed to unify the entire Donghuang. Those who complied would prosper, while those who resisted would perish. The impending assault on Qingyun Dao sect was a declaration of intent, and those who did not join would face reckoning afterward. With the arrival of the two major sects of Donghuang, Piao Shui Dao sect and Tiangang sect, countless sect cultivators began to appear from all directions around Qingyun Dao sect. Some sects, which had historically maintained close ties with Qingyun Dao sect, were now turning against them, intent on annihilating the sect. Master Liu. The incredulity in Xiao Zhantian's voice was palpable as he beheld the two figures that had emerged. Even those sects that had once thrived due to their association with Qingyun Dao sect had now arrived. Xiao sect master, do not hold it against us. We cannot afford to offend the Diyu dynasty. Blame your disciple for offending the prince of the Diyu dynasty. If Qingyun is not destroyed, we will not survive. The two masters, typically close to Xiao Zhantian, spoke with cold indifference. In that moment, it seemed that Qingyun Dao sect was no longer tolerated by the entirety of Donghuang. Standing high above, upon realizing Lin Yuan's absence, Yi Xian felt a twinge of resentment. The one he loathed most had not appeared in this meticulously orchestrated extermination. His gaze turned icy. Kill. Leave no one alive. With a single command from Yi Xian. Chapter 33. Bloodstained with Yi Xian and Oppos. As command, the order of the prince was clear. Kill. The cold glint enveloped Lu Cong, his gaze frigid as he led forth the formidable forces of the Snowfall Dao sect, who had emerged in full force. Countless powerful auras surged behind him, converging as they advanced towards the multitude of cultivators from the Qingyun Dao sect. In the distance, the Tiangang sect radiated a fierce atmosphere. For the time for vengeance had arrived. The grievances of yesteryears were destined to be avenged today. Clutching a whisk, Tian Xuanzi, with an ethereal demeanor, now appeared as a vengeful specter. Behind him, numerous figures from the Tiangang sect followed, charging towards the Qingyun sect from all directions, intent on leaving no survivors. This was an edict from the prince of the Diyu dynasty, and no sect dared to defy it. Countless sects, large and small, from the eastern wilderness surged forth, their battle cries echoing through the halls of a legacy that had endured for countless ages. Since the founding of the Qingyun Dao sect by the Ta Qin Daoist, the lineage had never faced such peril. Yet now, the once mighty Qingyun had been forsaken by the entirety of the eastern wilderness. In this moment, the Qingyun Dao sect was akin to a succulent morsel, tempting every cultivator to take a bite. In times past, They would never have dared to harbor such thoughts towards the Qingyun sect, but now, with the emergence of the formidable Dayu dynasty, the Qingyun sect was but an insignificant insect. Boom, boom, boom. The halls collapsed, entire structures crumbling, and amidst the ruins, countless disciples of the Qingyun sect perished in their blue robes. Among the three great sects, Qingyun, Snowfall, and Tiangang, Qingyun had always ranked among the top in overall strength. However, with the alliance of the latter two sects, their combined might equaled that of Qingyun, augmented by the scores of sects from the eastern wilderness. Kill. Should they wish for the annihilation of the Qingyun sect, they would take a piece of them with them to the grave. With a heart-wrenching howl, the 10 elders of the Qingyun sect and the leaders of each peak, witnessing the fall of their disciples, chose to sacrifice their lives in a final stand against their foes. The enemy was overwhelming, a tide that engulfed the entire Qingyun sect. Endless blood flowed, coalescing into a river that stained the main peak of Qingyun and each of its prominent peaks. The battle was brutally fierce. Outside Qingyun, Lu Cong had already stationed strong warriors at the peripheries to prevent any disciples from escaping. "What are you doing out here, old and weakened?" Xiao Zhantian bore the scars of a prior grievous injury. Bloodied and filled with fighting spirit, he was approached by a familiar figure clad in blue. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Everything transpired too swiftly. She witnessed her familiar senior brothers and sisters fall one by one. "I saw my uncle, my elder, and the elders. They're all dead. Father, I understand. We will all perish today, right?" Tears streamed down her youthful face. Boom. With a mighty strike, Xiao Zhantian repelled several formidable foes from the Snowfall and Tiangang sections. Turning to his only daughter, he wore a complex expression. "Fear not. I shall protect you." As he spoke, a black stone, the size of a thumb and engraved with intricate Tao patterns, appeared in his hand, seemingly mundane. In the years past, the founding patriarch of the Qingyun sect, the Ta-Qin Taoist, had left behind two artifacts before ascending. One was the revered Zhutian sacred sword, wielded by the successive masters of Qingyun, and the other was this unremarkable black stone. Yet, as countless years passed, many masters had come and gone, and none had deciphered the secrets of the stone. Today, as the Qingyun sect faced potential annihilation, he had intended to pass this object to Lin Yuan after his demise. But now, Xiao Zhantian placed the stone into Xiao Xiao's hands, hoping for even a glimmer of miracle. With a final glance at her, his aging gaze was filled with reluctance. Exhausted and wounded, he turned resolutely and soared forward. "Lu, and that Tianxin old man, Gulme, let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds." His voice carried boundless fighting spirit. "Huh, even at this juncture, you still cling to bravado. You are but a dying ember." Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, Xiao Zhantian clashed with Lu Cong and Tian Xuanzi, fueled by a spirit of certain death, fiercely pushing him back. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had yet to intervene, observed the unfolding chaos below with a look of impatience. To eradicate a mere Qingyun Dao sect had taken far too long. "I implore the ancestors to intervene and conclude this battle swiftly." Yi Xian bowed respectfully to the two elder figures beside him. One clad in red, the other in green, both had aged visages, their cold and concealed auras merging seamlessly with the heavens. The two ascendant elders, part of the Yi royal lineage, stood silently behind him, their expressions proud and indifferent, as if they were merely spectators to a trivial affair. Their purpose for being here was to confront the so-called ascendant cultivators behind Lin Yuan. Alas, the individual of equal standing they had heard about was not present at the Qingyun sect. However, seeing the prince himself request their aid, they deemed it necessary to extend a courtesy, for he was of their bloodline and might one day ascend to the throne. "Very well, I shall take action." The elder in red, with an expression of disinterest, spoke calmly. With keen eyes, he gazed downwards. "Insects, perish." His voice echoed coldly. With a mere gesture, a colossal blood-red finger descended from the heavens, targeting Xiao Zhantian amidst the fray. "They are all dead. All dead." Blood pooled, and amidst the ruins stood a figure in blue, stunned. "Father is dead. My brothers and sisters are all dead. The elders too." It was Xiao. Her youthful visage streaked with tears as she murmured helplessly. Only having survived to this point under the protection of an elder, she now found herself alone. her protector having fallen. Her gaze turned skyward, where she saw Yi Xian, the prince, surveying her and the fallen disciples of Qin Yun with a look of disdain. Beside him stood Lu Shui, clad in pristine white, radiating brilliance. A resounding victory, especially for those previously weak sects of the eastern wilderness. It was a feast, plundering the treasures that belonged to the Qin Yun Dao sect. Is there still one here? It appears to be a remnant of the Qin Yun sect. The prince has decreed that no one from the Qin Yun sect shall escape. Kill her. Ultimately, a figure in blue fell amidst the blood-soaked ground. Crimson liquid dripping onto the black stone she held. The stone, now tainted with blood, glimmered faintly as the tiny runes upon its surface began to swirl. Chapter 34. The Supreme Tao Body and Lin Yuan's unease in the ancient Forbidden Zone. The Taiqing Imperial Palace. Several months have elapsed. Chaotic energy permeates the air, casting a dim light around. At this moment, a radiant figure emerges, Lin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming aura rises from Lin Yuan, causing the entire palace to tremble in response. Tall and elegant, with a striking visage, every inch of his skin emits a glow, embodying the essence of the Tao. His eyes shimmer with an endless brilliance, encompassing the transformations and evolutions of the myriad phenomena in the world. At the center of his brow, a fissure opens, revealing a swirling black and white eye, the Supreme Tao eye, now fully integrated into Lin Yuan's being, as if it were a natural part of him. Within this lies the essence of countless paths, intertwining and converging. Wherever its gaze falls, there lies the essence of the great Tao. This aura is terrifyingly transcendent, surpassing all else, albeit for just a fleeting moment. The spiritual energy required to control the Supreme Tao is daunting, and at Lin Yuan's current level, he cannot fully master it yet. Has it succeeded? Below, an excited voice resonates. Clad in gray, with hair as white as snow, Lin Jiu gazes up with hopeful eyes, trembling with anticipation. Months have passed, yet the wounds from his shattered innate sacred weapon remain unhealed. Ignoring his injuries, he struggles to his feet, looking towards Lin Yuan. Upon sensing Lin Yuan's aura, even this sage-level expert is taken aback. This is a power only possessed by the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm, compared to the likes of the ancient sacred body or the celestial overlord body, which possess unparalleled vitality and strength capable of shaking the heavens. The supreme Tao body exudes an even more transcendent aura, constantly radiating the essence of the Tao, resembling a true child of the great Tao. Though Lin Jiu's gray attire is stained with blood and his aura is feeble, the expression on his face reflects a joy surpassing that of possessing a supreme body himself. It has successfully merged. Lin Yuan, in response to the old man's expectant gaze, merely smiles faintly. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of unease passes through his heart, causing his brow to furrow slightly. I hope nothing untoward occurs, he silently muses. His gaze returns to Lin Jiu, yet he acknowledges that he cannot fully command the Supreme Tao just yet. I sense that only by mastering the Supreme Tao can the unique manifestations of the Supreme Tao body awaken. Lin Yuan inquires curiously. Over the months of smooth integration, he cannot fathom where the issue lies. Through their conversations, he has garnered some understanding of the Supreme Tao body. Each of the top 10 supreme bodies possesses its unique manifestations, which enhance the individual and are fundamental to their superiority over all other physiques. Yet now, his manifestation remains dormant. At this moment, Lin Jiu reveals an expression of understanding upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Young master, do you know what the Supreme Tao body represents? It is one of the 10 most formidable physiques in history. The lower realm lacks complete Tao principles and fragmented laws. Only by returning to the upper realm can you fully master the Supreme Tao and awaken its manifestation. Lin Jiu explains calmly, displaying no concern over the matter. Must I return to the upper realm? Lin Yuan's heart settles at this revelation. This integration of the Supreme Tao is not merely a step towards becoming a Supreme Tao body. His hand, resembling jade and imbued with Tao essence, clenches lightly. Boom! The surrounding space erupts with sound, akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by ripples. The surging waves of spiritual energy within him, previously akin to a stream, now flow like a mighty river, unceasing. Compared to before, Lin Yuan's strength has increased manifold. Dao Palace Midstage. Indeed, prior to this, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Divine Bridge realm. However, now, through the merging with the Supreme Dao, bolstered by its inherent power, Lin Yuan has broken through to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm, a full major realm advancement. In just a few months, such an event would sound fantastical even in the Xintian continent, let alone the upper realm. Yet, one must not forget that the Supreme Dao, is a relic of an emperor. Even though Emperor Yuan Tian erased all traces of his imperial Dao laws, the spiritual energy contained within remains astonishingly potent. Moreover, within Lin Yuan's being, there still lingers the residual spiritual energy from the merging with the Supreme Dao, yet to be absorbed. With matters concluded, Lin Yuan intends to depart from this place. Unexplainably, the feeling of unease grows clearer within him. Young master, I shall accompany you. Lin Jiu falters, his form unsteady. No need, Elder Lin. You should remain here and utilize the chaotic energy within this palace to recover your injuries. This time, I will manage on my own. Lin Yuan observes the elderly man before him, who had sustained grave injuries while saving him. The shattering of an innate Dao soldier profoundly impacts a cultivator. Surviving is already a stroke of luck. Within this palace, remnants of chaotic spiritual energy abound, perfectly suited for recuperation. Otherwise, given Lin Jiu's sage-level status, full recovery in the outside world would take an eternity. With Lin Yuan's current mid-stage Dao Palace realm, coupled with the supreme Dao body, his true combat power is a mystery even to him. Why do I feel such unease? Old man here possesses a time-space escape talisman, which can assist you in leaving this ancient forbidden zone. Observing the furrowed brows of his young master, Lin Jiu conjures a rune in his hand. Silver light swirls, entwined with the power of time and space. For practitioners of the upper realm, such items are indispensable. Though precious, ordinary wandering cultivators of the upper realm cannot afford them. However, one must not forget Lin Jiu and Appo's origins. He hails from the imperial Lin family of the upper realm. Even the Great Yu dynasty could produce one for Yi Xian and Appo's as protection. Given Lin Jiu's status, he is certainly not lacking in such items. Chapter 35. Lin Yuan's regret within the Taqing Palace. A brilliant silver light surged, while the forces of time and space surged violently around. In the past, Long Air had barely managed to activate the time-space evasion talisman by sacrificing his own blood. Yet at this moment, Lin Jiu lay gravely injured and weak, merely stirring the spiritual energy in his hand. Crack! A spatial passageway, unknown in its destination, materialized before Lin Yuan. Take care, Elder Lin. Clenching his fist, Lin Yuan turned and stepped into the portal. Young master, please remember, if you encounter a formidable enemy, there is no need to engage in battle. Just wait for time, and I shall come. Lin Jiu stood still, his gaze fixed upon the pitch-black passageway. His blood-stained gray robes betrayed a faint breath, and an unmistakable worry marred his aged face. The last visit to the Qingyun Dao sect had truly frightened him. It was almost, I understand, came Lin Yuan's voice from within the closing passage. Boom! With a resounding spatial tremor, Lin Yuan's figure vanished. Qingyun Town, nestled beneath the Qingyun mountain range, derived its name from the Qingyun Dao sect. Every year, when the sect recruited disciples, the town would bustle with unprecedented liveliness, brimming with countless young talents arriving in droves. However, this year's recruitment period had long passed, leaving the town somewhat desolate compared to previous years. The sky hung heavy with gray. Sweet candied hawthorn, large and sweet. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the streets, exuding a vibrant, lively atmosphere. 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, please. Clad in black, with a fair visage, Lin Yuan, having just teleported from the Taqing Palace, extended a low-grade spiritual stone, its energy faint. Each time he ventured out and returned to the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Yuan would always bring back 2 skewers of candied hawthorn for his little junior sister. Coming right up, the vendor's voice rang out, his eyes gleaming with excitement upon seeing the spiritual stone in Lin Yuan's hand. Due to its proximity to the sect, transactions in the town could be conducted using spiritual stones, which were far more coveted than mundane gold and silver. Having spent considerable time in this world, Lin Yuan sometimes found himself questioning whether he had truly traversed here or if he inherently belonged to this realm. Dear customer, your candied hawthorn is ready. The vibrant red, glistening exterior of the candied hawthorn stirred a deep-seated memory within Lin Yuan's mind. He recalled his childhood, sneaking down the mountain with his little junior sister, Xiao, to this town to purchase various treats. At that time, Lin Yuan was merely 6 or 7 years old, while Xiao, a mere 4, was as adorable as a perfectly carved jade figure. Naturally, before each descent, Lin Yuan would instruct his junior sister to pilfer spiritual stones from their master to fund their shopping escapades. Upon returning to the sect, discovery was inevitable. Faced with their master's stern expression, Xiao, loyal to the end, never revealed Lin Yuan, insisting that the stones were her own stolen treasures. A smile graced his delicate features. Just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, several voices nearby shattered his reverie. Have you heard? Just days ago, the entire endowed sect was annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. On that day, the mountains trembled. Even the townsfolk below felt the earth-shattering waves, truly terrifying. The news has spread far and wide. It said that the Snowdrift Dao sect from the far north allied with numerous sects from the eastern wilderness. I even heard something about an imperial dynasty from the central continent. Voices echoed around him. Given the town's proximity to the Dao sect, there were also many wandering cultivators without sect affiliations. The news had spread from their lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan staggered, his body swaying. Crack! The candied hawthorn in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His figure transformed into a shadow, darting away like a tempest, vanishing from the town. Am I seeing things? The vendor blinked, rubbing his eyes, scanning the spiritual stone in his hand and the shattered candied hawthorn on the ground, left in a daze. The mountain gate had collapsed. What was once a grand edifice of the Qingyun Mountain Gate had turned into countless massive stone fragments, strewn haphazardly around. Dried blood stained the earth, of vivid crimson. The palaces, once majestic, lay in ruins. Amid the broken walls and endless rubble were countless corpses. The blue stones of the ground were turned up, revealing the bloodied earth below, soaked with the lifeblood of innumerable disciples of the Qingyun sect. This scene resembled a hell on earth. Tap, tap, tap. Dressed in black, Lin Yuan walked through the place where he had grown up. Though he hailed from a higher realm, his memories began here at the Dao sect, where he had spent 20 years of his life. As he pressed on, his gaze trembled, taking in the familiar faces of the deceased. He recognized them all. There were uncles, elder brothers, grandmasters, and countless fellow disciples. How could this be? His voice trembled as Lin Yuan struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Just before his departure, they had all stood alive before him. Yet now, they lay lifeless, having met a tragic end. The Qingyun Hall, once resplendent, had also crumbled into ruins. Before the hall lay an elderly corpse, hair as white as snow, devoid of life, Xiao Zhantian, his master. And beside him was a delicate figure, her pale face still retaining a hint of innocence. Lying in a pool of blood, his little junior sister, Xiao. She is dead. They're all dead. Muttering softly, his voice barely audible. He could not continue onward. Lin Yuan stood frozen in place, akin to a statue, lost in a trance. His body trembled, his heart twisted in agony. His gaze was hollow, devoid of any light, utterly desolate. Snowdrift Dao sect, Dayu dynasty, they came to kill me. I have brought ruin upon the entire sect. Thus, master, little junior sister, they all perished because of me. Regret, guilt, and an overwhelming sense of self-reproach surged over Lin Yuan like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him, suffocating him. Thud! His trembling body could no longer withstand the weight of despair as Lin Yuan knelt on the ground, feeling utterly drained of strength. Bang! 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 He pressed his forehead against the ground, disregarding the blood beneath him, as he prostrated, tears streaming down. This was the only way he could quell his inner turmoil. Grappling with the truth of his own culpability in the deaths of all within Qingyun. Chapter 36. A Knight of White Hair, the Qingyun Dao sect. Established in the eastern wilderness, is one of the oldest sects, its legacy unbroken through the ages. Yet not long ago, a piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world of the eastern wilderness. The once prominent Qingyun Dao sect, which seemed poised to become the foremost sect, suffered total annihilation mere months ago. All its disciples perished, leaving no survivors. Upon the announcement of this calamity, countless cultivators were stirred into a frenzy. Some observed with cold detachment, while others sighed in secret disbelief. How could this be? The Qingyun Dao sect, now regarded as the mightiest in the eastern wilderness, boasted nearly 10,000 disciples. Who could possibly match them? Moreover, I have heard whispers that beside the Dao child Lin Yuan, there was a formidable expert of the ascendant realm accompanying him. Rumors. Surely they are nothing but rumors. Initially, many cultivators from the eastern wilderness who had not participated in the battle found it hard to accept the news. Yet, as time passed, the reality became undeniable. What is the Qingyun Dao sect in the face of the Dayu dynasty? Merely a somewhat larger ant. I have heard that the Dayu dynasty dispatched 2 ascendant realm powerhouses. The insignificant Qingyun Dao sect is hardly worth mentioning. They brought this upon themselves, daring to offend even the prince of the Dayu dynasty. How utterly ignorant of their own limitations. Countless derisive voices echoed from various sections. After all, many of them had a hand in besieging the Qingyun Dao sect and reaping the spoils of its downfall. The slaughter of the Qingyun disciples and the subsequent plundering of the sect had filled the coffers of many a sect. However, most of the treasures acquired in that raid ultimately fell into the hands of the prince, Yi Xian. Under the leadership of the Piaoxua Dao sect, numerous sects in the eastern wilderness have now resolved to bow to the Dayu dynasty, willingly becoming its lackeys. While some cultivators who had not participated in that battle were still reeling from the news of the Qingyun Dao sect's demise. Soon after, a message emerged from the Piaoxua Dao sect. Our Piaoxua Dao sect seeks to rally the various sects of the eastern wilderness to discuss the division of the Qingyun territory. As the leader of the Piaoxua Dao sect, Lu Tsang decided to issue an edict to summon those who had participated in that battle, ostensibly to negotiate the partition of the territory. The underlying motive was to use this as a pretext to unify all sects in the eastern wilderness under their banner. With the Qingyun sect extinguished, it was only natural for the Piaoxua Dao sect to grasp the reins of power in the eastern wilderness. Coupled with the relationship between Lu Tsang's daughter, Lu Shui, and the prince of the Dayu dynasty, Yi Xian, the Piaoxua Dao sect has garnered the support of the entire Dayu dynasty, emerging as its representative in the eastern wilderness. Their rise is an unstoppable tide. Upon the announcement, the news reverberated throughout the land. In the current eastern wilderness, who does not know that the only way to forge a connection with the immortal dynasty is to cultivate a good relationship with the Piaoxua Dao sect? There is no denying it. After all, Sect Master Lu has a remarkable daughter who has captured the attention of the crown prince of the Dayu dynasty. There are even rumors that it will not be long before Lu Shui weds Prince Yi Xian and Zhongzhou, solidifying their bond as partners in the Dao. Quickly, numerous disciples from various sects in the eastern wilderness made their way to the Piaoxua Dao sect, eager to establish favorable ties. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, within the shattered Qingyun sect, the atmosphere was akin to a hell on earth, steeped in dread. A frail, emaciated figure knelt silently on the ground, surrounded by an eerie stillness. Boom! Dark clouds loomed ominously, and the sky was rent with ferocious thunder, slicing through the pitch-black night. Pitter-patter, a torrential downpour cascaded, washing away the filth and dry blood that marred the ground. Kneeling in the rain, clad in black, Lin Yuan's garments were soaked through, the chilling dampness permeating his very being, rendering him utterly numb to the world. His eyes, hollow and vacant, mirrored his pallid complexion, weighed down by an unbearable burden of guilt that left him gasping for breath. A voice echoed incessantly within him, questioning and accusing. It was I who caused their demise. Time slipped away. The rain poured relentlessly throughout the night. The once blood-stained sect, after enduring a night of deluge, saw the crimson hues gradually fade away. At dawn, the sky remained shrouded in gray. Lin Yuan's black attire clung to him, drenched by the downpour. He continued to kneel there, silent and motionless. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water, trickling from his hair, marked the stillness. His once ebony locks, dark as ink, had turned shockingly white overnight. A knight of white hair. He was merely 20 years old, yet now his hair resembled the purest snow. No one could fathom the torment Lin Yuan endured that night. The suffocating weight of guilt pressing down upon him. Though he had previously faced life and death crises, the Qingyun Dao sect had sheltered him well over the years, leaving him with a lingering innocence. But now his gaze had transformed. In a single night, his once youthful visage bore the haunted eyes of one who had witnessed death. Indifference. Indifference to all in this world. His heart felt as if it were encased in ice, unable to thaw. Master, little junior sister, I shall avenge the entire Qingyun sect. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with a chilling resolve, his gaze unwavering and resolute. The aura radiating from Lin Yuan was enough to instill fear and trepidation in the hearts of others. He had no intention of sparing any of the sects, large or small, that had besieged the Qingyun sect, including the so-called immortal Yu dynasty. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He vowed to eradicate every last one of them. This was Lin Yuan's solemn pledge to all those who had perished in the Qingyun Dao sect. Time passed. 3 days later, within the ruined sect, the once bloody scene had transformed. Among the shattered walls and endless ruins, fresh graves had emerged. The earth still new and untainted. During these days, Lin Yuan had personally interred the familiar faces he had once known. Henceforth, the eastern wilderness would no longer harbor the Qingyun Dao sect. It had become a mere cemetery. Boom! A coffin thudded against the ground, within which lay an aged man with a head of white hair, Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian. Many years prior, he had found Lin Yuan in a snowy expanse, nurturing him for 2 decades. Like a father, he had intended to pass the position of sect master to Lin Yuan, despite opposition. Master, I will ensure you witness the despair etched upon their faces as they perish. His voice hoarse, Lin Yuan cast one last glance before gently closing the coffin lid, careful not to disturb the old man's eternal slumber. Bending down, the slender figure lifted the coffin with determination. Clad in black, his white hair billowed as he moved, his expression frosty, and his gaze shrouded in unending silence. Lin Yuan bore the coffin, stepping into the void, heading toward the far northern reaches of the eastern wilderness, where the Piaoxue Dao sect awaited. Chapter 37. Arrival at the Snowfall Dao sect in the realm of heaven and earth. A vast expanse of white prevails. Snow-capped peaks rise majestically, their summits appearing as if they had been cleaved by a mighty blade, smooth and flawless. It is upon this pinnacle that the Snowfall Dao sect is established, adorned with countless pavilions and palaces. Beneath the sect lies a complete spiritual vein, enveloped by the sect's protective formation. Therefore, within the confines of the Snowfall Dao sect, one does not feel the chill. On that day, Master Lu displayed his formidable prowess, inspiring admiration and respect. Haha, what is the Qingyun Dao sect in comparison? In my view, the Snowfall Dao sect is undoubtedly the premier sect of the eastern wilderness. Henceforth, I hope Master Lu will extend his guidance. The various great sects of the eastern wilderness are arriving in droves, and those of notable stature are present today. They all participated in the assault against the Qingyun Dao sect, where countless disciples of Qingyun met their tragic demise at their hands. The atmosphere is one of uproar and fervor. Not far away, numerous figures of cultivators are hastening their approach. Look, even the Tian gang sect from the far western lands has arrived. A group of individuals approaches from the distance, led by a man clad in a blue Taoist robe. His hair white yet youthful, exuding an ethereal presence. Holding a whisk, he is none other than Tian Xuanzi, who had reveled in slaughter at the Qingyun Dao sect. Behind him follows a multitude of formidable figures from the Tian gang sect, all donned in blue. My Tian gang sect, having long resided in the frigid western lands, today shall seize the territory of the Qingyun Dao sect. Tian Xuanzi states flatly, his gaze filled with avarice. His obsession with the Qingyun Dao sect's location remains unwavering. As time passes swiftly, the Snowfall Dao sect becomes a bustling hub, filled to capacity with cultivators. Those who have gathered here today are the leaders and elites from various sections. Upon a vast martial stage, usually a training ground for disciples of the Snowfall Dao sect, it is now surrounded by an eager crowd. Haha, today, your presence brings great honor to the Snowfall Dao sect. A voice resonates belonging to Lu Tsang, whose elegant visage and white attire reflect his delight as he gazes upon the throngs below. The Snowfall Dao sect has now garnered the support of the great Yu dynasty, becoming its representative in the eastern wilderness. The long-held dream of unifying the eastern wilderness is finally within reach. Soon, his daughter is set to wed Prince Yi Xian in Zhongzhou, further solidifying his ties with the Great Yu dynasty and perhaps providing an opportunity to meet the emperor. Hailed as the strongest in the current Tian continent. What excitement this evokes. A continuous stream of joyous events causes Lu Cong's smile to be uncontainable. The reason for inviting so many cultivators from the various sects today is to establish his authority in the eastern wilderness, without needing to prompt. Flattering voices arise from the crowd below. My Changhong Valley, my China Palace. Henceforth, we shall heed Master Lu's every command. Among the multitude of cultivators, 2 sect leaders express their reverence, bowing respectfully before Lu Cong. Master Lu, you are too gracious, they reply, their voices dripping with deference. Rest assured I, Lu Cong, shall not neglect either of you. Lu Cong responds warmly, waving his hand with a smile. Yet internally, he harbors disdain for the two. Changhong Valley and China Palace were originally subordinate sects of the Qingyun Dao sect, having risen through its support. A mere letter from him, upon hearing the name of the Great Yu dynasty, had compelled these 2 sects to shift their allegiance and attack Qingyun. Who can say if, in the future, the Snowfall Dao sect finds itself in a weakened position, these 2 would not turn their backs once more? After all, no one trusts traitors. However, with so many prominent figures from the eastern wilderness present, he must maintain appearances. Indeed, even traitors have their uses. As Lu and Li express their fealty, voices of submission resound one after another. My Betrayal Hall, my Lungsha Palace. Esteemed leaders from the eastern wilderness echo their compliance. For it is evident to all present that with the powerful support of the Great Yu dynasty, the ascendance of the Snowfall Dao sect is unstoppable. Given this reality, it would be prudent to submit early. After all, even the mightily formidable Qingyun Dao sect had been obliterated by Master Lu's hand. Thank you all for holding me in such high regard. From this day forth, the Snowfall Dao sect shall serve as a paragon for the eastern wilderness, collaborating with all of you to foster mutual prosperity. Lu Cong beams with satisfaction, his smile almost surpassing that of newborn Indapos. Yes, it is clear that the rise of the Snowfall Dao sect has become an undeniable momentum. Below, Tian Xuanzi gazes at the scene with a complex expression, feigning indifference, though envy stirs within him. Yet, there is little he can do, despite being one of the 3 major sects of the eastern wilderness. He does not have a prince of the Great Yu dynasty backing him. My Tiangang sect has come solely to claim the territory of the Qingyun Dao sect. As for anything else, it is of no concern to us. Tian Xuanzi states calmly, awaiting the forthcoming delineation of territory concerning the Qingyun Dao sect. Today, they have come solely for this purpose. This is a grand spectacle. Countless cultivators from the eastern wilderness gather within the Snowfall Dao sect, their excitement palpable. Each has stained their hands with the blood of Qingyun Dao sect members. Just as discussions commence regarding the division of Qingyun's territory, a frail figure appears from beyond the Snowfall Dao sect, bearing a coffin. With snow-white hair billowing in the biting wind, he strides forth, clad in black, his countenance as frigid as frost, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. The once youthful boy now possesses eyes devoid of light, reflecting a profound desolation and indifference to the world. It is Lin Yuan, whose demeanor has undergone a drastic transformation. He now resembles an ancient block of ice, exuding an unsettling chill. Arrived, a hoarse voice breaks the silence. Lin Yuan gazes down upon the entire Snowfall Dao sect. Chapter 38. The eerie demise, the obliteration of the Qingyun Dao sect. All of you have contributed. Today, Lu Cong spoke passionately, and countless cultivators below looked on with eager anticipation. After all, this was the Qingyun Dao sect, the most spiritually abundant place within the eastern wilderness. Even a mere claim to a piece of land would be sufficient to elevate countless sects to prominence. At this moment, the atmosphere was rife with commotion. Just as Lu Cong was about to continue his speech, a sudden voice resonated through the entire Snowfall Dao sect. I, from a Qingyun Dao sect, all 13,862 members, have perished at your hands. The voice, slightly hoarse, echoed powerfully, imbued with a peculiar rhythm that sent an involuntary chill down the spines of those present. In an instant, the scene erupted in chaos. Who is speaking? Lin Yuan. Is he not the one that the Prince Yi Xian intends to kill from the Qingyun Dao sect? On the day we annihilated the Qingyun Dao sect, this individual was absent. I had presumed he had fled for his life. Voices erupted as eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. Boom! In the void above, a surge of light surged forth, with mysterious Dao patterns hovering, arranging and combining to form layers of steps descending through the air. Lin Yuan, stepping down the Dao pattern stairs, was nearly concealed by the enormous coffin he bore. His eyes, filled with deathly stillness, flickered with a glimmer for the first time in many days, an icy glint, an endless murderous intent that chilled the soul. As Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the gathered cultivators, he recognized Lu Tsang, Tian Xuanzi, and those who had once relied on the Qingyun Dao sect for their rise, only to turn against it in the end, having broken through to the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm and possessing the supreme Dao body. Lin Yuan returned with a heart brimming with excitement. For over 20 years, he had grown there. Every blade of grass, every face within the sect was profoundly familiar. However, upon his return, what did he witness? The shattered remnants of the Qingyun Dao sect, the broken corpses, including that of his master and junior sister, all mercilessly slain by the very individuals present before him, at the behest of a princely command from the Dayut dynasty. Haha, little beast. On the day we obliterated Qingyun, you fortuitously survived. Today you dare to come here, seeking death. Amidst the clamor, two voices emerged, the leaders of Changhong Valley, Lu Zongzhu, and Qianahou, Li Minhu, both traitorous minions. Their aged faces donned expressions of feigned respect towards Lu Tsang as they stepped forward, casting glances at Lin Yuan, their eyes glinting with malice. The sect they led had once been subordinate to the Qingyun Dao sect, relying on its strength to flourish. Though they had participated in its destruction, they had always sought to sever any ties with it. Now, with Lin Yuan, the former Dao child of Qingyun, presenting himself, it was a perfect opportunity for them. Then it shall be a burden for the two of you. Lu Tsang responded, his demeanor refined as he regarded Lin Yuan with disdain. The moment Lin Yuan had appeared, he had startled Lu Tsang. Despite Lu Tsang's Dao Palace realm, he feared not Lin Yuan, but rather the powerful figure accompanying him, a being of the Ascendant realm. His son-in-law, Yi Xian, alongside his daughter, had recently returned to Zhongzhou to prepare for their impending wedding. However, prior to their departure, Yi Xian had left behind an order for the Snowfall Dao sect to lead numerous sects across the eastern wilderness in search of some elusive supreme secret treasure. Supreme? Secret? What could that possibly be? To this day, Lu Tsang remained utterly perplexed. Originally, he had intended to instruct the gathered cultivators to search for it after today's events. Yet unexpectedly, a remnant of the Qingyun Dao sect had appeared. Regardless of his talents, Lin Yuan was merely at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge realm, a mere insect in Lu Tsang's eyes. Thus, it was perfect to deliver Lin Yuan's corpse to his son-in-law Yi Xian as a surprise gift on the day of his wedding. Lu Zongzhu, you are too courteous. Boom, boom. Two surges of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted from Lu Zongzhu and Li Minhu, both at the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, finding it exceedingly simple to deal with a mere novice. At this moment, those present still viewed Lin Yuan through the lens of the past during his wedding banquet. Whispers and discussions filled the air, dismissing Lin Yuan as inconsequential. It seemed that today the Qingyun Dao sect would be utterly eradicated. Lu Zongzhu and Li Minhu were formidable figures. Who could blame Lin Yuan for walking into his own demise? As the crowd clamored, pointing and jeering at the once revered Dao child of Qingyun, it was evident that each of them was a prominent figure of the eastern wilderness. Without the backing of his sect, Lin Yuan was of no concern to them. Little beast, meet your end. Two thunderous shouts rang out as spiritual light surged forth, transforming into phantoms that darted like the wind towards Lin Yuan. Bang! The coffin was gently placed on the ground by Lin Yuan, careful not to disturb the peace of those inside. With a tranquil gaze and no ripples of emotion, he stood still, quietly observing the two who had once sworn allegiance to the Qingyun Dao sect, Lu Zongzhu and Li Minhu. Lin Yuan recognized them both. What a display of shamelessness! A hint of scorn curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's icy lips, akin to viewing two clowns. Against such trivial opponents, there was no need for Lin Yuan to exert all his strength. His fingertips glowed with a duality of black and white, dancing in the air. Boom! With a gentle flick of his finger, crack, crack, Lu Zhongzhu and Li Minhu, charging forth with cruel expressions, were suddenly met with an explosive end as their aged heads burst apart in an instant. Blood sprayed across the ground, and their headless corpses collapsed before Lin Yuan. Thud! Thud! The scene was utterly bizarre. The once bustling atmosphere fell into a profound silence. What? What just happened? This was impossible. Shocked voices erupted. These were two late-stage divine bridge realm powerhouses, leaders of their respective sects, prominent figures of the Eastern wilderness, now fallen silently before Lin Yuan. Chapter 39. The arrogant Tang Xuanzi. When Lin Yuan first made his appearance, the crowd present showed little regard for him. After all, he was merely at the initial stage of the divine bridge realm. How much a stir could he possibly create? Instead, they mocked Lin Yuan, viewing him as a fool rushing headlong into his demise. Those gathered here represented the pinnacle of strength from the Eastern wilderness. Their astonished gazes swept over the two headless corpses before settling on Lin Yuan. It was undeniable that this once celebrated young prodigy had surpassed the vast majority of sect leaders in the Eastern wilderness. However, regrettably for him, both the Snowy Path sect and the Tiangang sect were present today. The elite had assembled, and his strength was merely a trifling matter. With just a single strong practitioner from either the Snowy Path sect or the Tiangang sect, they could easily extinguish this young man. Without the Qingyun sect, the so-called identity of the Qingyun Daozi held no value. Who would take him seriously? Around him, derisive and scornful voices rose and fell, directed at Lin Yuan. After all, with the Qingyun sect having been annihilated, the Snowy Path sect and the Tiangang sect stood as the most formidable forces. The recent deaths of those two sect leaders had indeed shocked the assembled crowd momentarily, but that was the extent of it. Among those present, the strength of the deceased could hardly be considered top tier. Dressed in black with white hair, Lin Yuan stood amidst the throng of cultivators. His feet positioned near the two headless corpses, blood trickling from their severed necks and pooling at his feet. In the face of the mockery and derision, Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. After all, who would concern themselves too deeply with a group of soon-to-be corpses? Come at me together, he declared, his voice slightly hoarse. As his gaze swept across everyone present, his tone unruffled. Within the Ta-Ching Imperial Palace, he had ascended to the Supreme Tao body, ranking among the top 10 in the upper realm. Seizing this opportunity, he had also advanced to the mid-stage of the Tao Palace realm. He truly regarded this assembly of lesser practitioners with disdain. It was a pity that so many from the Qingyun sect had perished at the hands of such individuals. Come at me together. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. They had witnessed arrogance before, but none had been as audacious as this. After all, it had barely been a year since the wedding banquet at the Qingyun sect, where Lin Yuan had showcased his prowess against Yi Xian. Many of those present had been witnesses to that clash. At the initial stage of the divine bridge realm, even if Lin Yuan were a prodigy, what could he achieve in less than a year? They assumed he was blinded by hatred, utterly unaware of his own limitations. One arrogant young man. Such brazen words. Who do you think you are? Do you not realize that even your entire Qingyun sect fell to our hands? The sound of derision resounded in waves. Even a sect as formidable as the Qingyun sect, which was on the verge of becoming the preeminent sect in the Eastern wilderness, would be obliterated under their combined strength. Not to mention this young man before them, who was utterly deluded about his own capabilities. Just as laughter and scorn filled the air, an elderly figure stepped forward. Clad in a blue Tao robe, with hair like a crane and a youthful visage, he exuded an ethereal air, holding a whisk in his hand. Are you the disciple of that old man Shao? Do you know that your master met his end at my hands? His tone dripped with the condescension of a superior lecturing a junior. Tang Xuanzi gazed at Lin Yuan, a cold smile gracing his lips as his eyes looked down upon him. It was evident that on that fateful day, he and Lu Cong had teamed up and faced repeated defeats at the hands of Xiao Zhantian, nearly losing their lives, until a powerful figure from the ascending realm intervened and killed Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian. Yet now, Tang Xuanzi had the audacity to claim the kill for himself. However, it mattered little to him. Most of those present had not witnessed that day as events, and this was an opportunity for him to display his might before a multitude. Who would have thought that on that day, Xiao Zhantian was actually slain by Elder Tianxian? murmured the crowd in awe. The Tiangang sect had long been one of the three major sects of the Eastern Wilderness, and it was only natural for Elder Tianxian to possess such strength. How amusing. This young man was just boasting. I am eager to see if he can maintain his arrogance before Elder Tianxian. With Tang Xuanzi's arrival, a chorus of admiration arose from the crowd. After all, Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Qingyun sect, had been a renowned powerhouse in the Eastern Wilderness, and even he had fallen to Tang Xuanzi. However, the crowd failed to notice that Lu Tsang, standing not far away, had his expression shift to one of discomfort upon hearing Tang Xuanzi's words. It seemed that the older one grew, the thicker their skin became. He muttered under his breath. Barely audible, Lu Tsang refrained from stepping in to disrupt the proceedings. Currently, the Snowy Path sect and the Tiangang sect were on the same side, and any words that could incite discord would only serve to invite ridicule. Old dog, do you dare to claim superiority over my master with your meager strength? Lin Yuan scoffed, discerning Tang Xuanzi's true capabilities. Early stage Dao Palace realm. With Lin Yuan's current level, the self-important Tang Xuanzi's strength was laid bare before him, utterly transparent. Yet, he still had the audacity to boast and inflate his own reputation. Lin Yuan was well aware of the Tiangang sect, which had long been at odds with the Qingyun sect. Thus, he felt no surprise at their involvement in this conflict. You little pest, facing your demise. Yet you still dare to speak defiantly. Very well, I shall send you to reunite with your Qingyun sect brethren. Feeling as though his falsehoods had been exposed by Lin Yuan, Tang Xuanzi's face flushed with embarrassment. He had always prided himself on being a superior being, yet here was a mere junior disregarding him. Moreover, this individual was the disciple of his adversary. It could be said that Tang Xuanzi had come forth to ensure Lin Yuan, the last survivor of the Qingyun sect, met his end at his hands, thereby bringing a perfect conclusion to the long-standing enmity between their sections. Prepare to meet your end, Tang Xuanzi bellowed, his Dao robe billowing and his hair dancing in the wind. Boom! An overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted around Tang Xuanzi, blue light radiating in every direction. The whisk in his hand elongated, unleashing a torrent of silver threads that veiled half the sky as they aimed towards Lin Yuan, dense and unyielding, capable of tearing through anything. Is this truly the might of Tang Xuanzi? It is no wonder he stands as a leader among the three major sects of the Eastern Wilderness. His strength is terrifying. This young man, how foolish to provoke Elder Tianxian. He is courting his own demise. Within the vast martial arena of the Snowy Path sect, the gathered strong practitioners from various sects voiced their thoughts. None believed that Lin Yuan could stand as a match for Tang Xuanzi. Chapter 40. Use your blood to avenge the fallen of Qingyun, the Tiangang sect. Despite its defeat in the past conflict with the Qingyun Dao sect, remains one of the three most formidable forces in the Eastern Wilderness, a legacy of a century ago. Consequently, Xiao Zhantian, Tian Xuandi, and Lu Tsang have long been regarded as the three great powers of the Eastern Wilderness. The strength of the early Dao Palace realm does not compare to the thriving cultivation and abundant spiritual energy found in the Central Continent. Those who reach the Dao Palace realm in the Eastern Wilderness are undeniably considered top-tier experts. At this moment, a renowned top-tier expert faces a young prodigy. Naturally, no one believes that Lin Yuan stands a chance against Tian Xuandi. After all, the disparity in identity, cultivation prowess, and renown in the Eastern Wilderness appears insurmountable to the multitude present. Boom, boom, boom. Without a hint of restraint, Tian Xuandi confronts the disciple of his adversary, unleashing his full power with palpable murderous intent. Within his aged gaze lies a cruel glimmer. Boy, are you afraid? Too late for that. With white hair like snow and clad in black, Lin Yuan remains eerily calm, standing resolute. To Tian Xuandi, this attitude merely signifies that the arrogant youth is overwhelmed by fear. Old dog, too bad. You will not witness the demise of the Tiangang sect. Lin Yuan's indifferent voice resonates. What do you mean? Tian Xuandi, in the midst of his attack, wears a puzzled expression. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged from Lin Yuan, the immense spiritual power shooting skyward, shattering the dark clouds above. The mid-Dao Palace realm. Moreover, having broken through to this level with the supreme Dao body, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Yuan were beyond Tian Xuandi's comprehension. If Tian Xuandi's internal spiritual energy resembled a river. Then Lin Yuan was an ocean. What is happening? Wasn't he at the early divine bridge realm? How could this be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if he is a prodigy, how could he achieve this in just a year? Voices of astonishment echoed around the Snowfall Dao sect. They struggled to comprehend the transformation that had occurred within Lin Yuan in such a brief span. Even the ignorant could discern the truth. This was the strength of the mid-Dao palace realm. In the eyes of Lu Tsong, who stood nearby, confusion and disbelief reigned. He had dedicated his life to cultivation, and yet he had only attained the early Dao palace realm, on par with Tian Xuandi. To think he had been surpassed by a young man of merely 20. Kill! A single, succinct command echoed. Lin Yuan, tall and with an exceptionally stern countenance, appeared strikingly youthful at 20, an unsettling contrast to his flowing white hair. No need for Dao weapons. His own physical form was powerful enough. With a resounding strike, he unleashed a fist that transformed into a vivid imprint of black and white Dao light, causing the air to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. In an instant, Tian Xuandi's silver strands of dust, infused with blue spiritual light, began to shatter and dissolve beneath Lin Yuan's fist, offering no resistance. How is this possible? The elder's gaze brimmed with disbelief. The dust he wielded was crafted from the threads of a millennium-old cold spider, renowned for its resilience and effectiveness in battles against equals. Yet at this moment, a single blow from Lin Yuan rendered it utterly shattered, leaving him with naught but a bare rod in hand. Tian Xuandi fell into contemplation. But before he could process the situation, Lin Yuan's fist light, having obliterated Tian Xuandi's weapon, pressed on without a hint of waning force. The intertwining black and white radiance descended with crushing might. With a pained gasp, the elder's frail form, clad in a blue Dao robe, erupted in blood, staining the air crimson. Tian Xuandi, one of the three great sect masters of the Eastern Wilderness, lay lifeless, felled by a single strike from Lin Yuan, a mere 20-something prodigy. Unthinkable. Master. Only the Tiangang sect's followers, who had accompanied Tian Xuandi, gazed upon the shattered remnants of the blue robe, now soaked in blood, their eyes ablaze with rage directed at Lin Yuan. They had conveniently forgotten their own cruelty in the slaughter of the Qingyun Dao sect disciples. Now, faced with their own fate, they could not bear the loss of their revered leader. Without a Dao Palace realm expert to anchor the Tiangang sect, it would be stripped of its former status among the three great sects of the Eastern Wilderness. The crowd gasped in shock, their astonishment palpable as they regarded Lin Yuan, who had just claimed victory over Tian Xuandi. After all, they had all participated in the massacre of the Qingyun Dao sect. If Lin Yuan was not dealt with today, countless sects present would face a similar fate. There was no chance of letting this young beast escape. They must unite to eliminate him here. Not far off, Lu Tsong, previously composed and confident, now felt his heart race. The sight of Lin Yuan dispatching Tian Xuandi had rattled him deeply. His own cultivation was on par with Tian Xuandi's, and in a real confrontation, he would only be slightly stronger. Now, gazing at Lin Yuan's figure, Lu Tsong felt a flicker of panic for the first time. Kill. Today. It is either his death or ours. I refuse to believe he can withstand us all, especially with Lu Zhongzhu among us. We cannot let him slip away. The atmosphere surged with fervor as countless voices filled with bloodlust erupted around them. The spectators, who had previously viewed the events as mere entertainment, could no longer remain passive witnesses. With Lin Yuan's true power revealed and Tian Xuandi's death, they were compelled to act. The mid-Dao Palace realm. Such strength commanded the reverence of all present. They had to unite. Not a single one of them could escape. Endless waves of spiritual energy surged from the gathered cultivators, rising to the heavens as if transforming the sky into an ocean. At this moment, the Snowfall Dao sect trembled. Unite? Alas, it will be of no use against me. You shall atone with your blood for the fallen of Qingyun. With snow-white hair, Lin Yuan's eyes, filled with a chilling calmness, reflected an unquenchable madness. Chapter 41. Slaughter to Trembling. The Nine Dragons Cosmos Formation Thud. 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 Blood cascaded, and the corpses of cultivators fell like withered grass, limbs severed. Their demise a gruesome spectacle. It mirrored the annihilation that had befallen the Azure Cloud Dao sect. Yet this time, It unfolded within the boundaries of the glacial Snow Dao sect. Moreover, a solitary figure was massacring the multitude. Those present at the glacial Snow Dao sect were prominent figures of the Eastern Barrens, esteemed sect leaders, and influential individuals. Their hands were once stained with the blood of Azure, Cloud Dao sect disciples. However, on this day, their blood would saturate every inch of the glacial Snow Dao sect's land. No, spare me. He's a demon. Desperate, terrified voices echoed, strained to their limits. Screams of terror, roars of agony, and a shattering of bones resonated within the glacial Snow Dao sect, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. Drip, drip, drip. Blood flowed from countless shattered bodies and severed limbs, trickling onto the ground, merging into a crimson river. Slaughter. Lin Yuan's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations. His snow-white hair, stained with crimson droplets, danced wildly without wind. His gaze was devoid of light, devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. He stood amidst a mountain of corpses and pools of blood, consumed by madness. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, his esteemed master, his beloved junior sister, and the countless disciples and elders of the Azure, Cloud Dao sect. Lin Yuan himself had buried them, bearing the weight of guilt for their deaths. The Azure, Cloud Dao sect, with its 13,862 souls, had been extinguished. The burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him. Now, the enemies were before him. The shattered bones, the dripping blood, the desperate, fearful, and regretful gazes of the fallen offered a sliver of redemption, driving him further into madness. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. There was no other way. His killing intent soared to the heavens, transforming him into a demon god risen from the depths of hell. The atmosphere of terror reached its zenith. Is he truly the Dao child of the Azure Cloud Dao sect? Such a ruthless and bloodthirsty individual must not be allowed to live. Despite the words, a trembling voice betrayed the speaker's fear. No one dared to step forward, instead fleeing in terror. Lin Yuan's mid-stage Dao Palace realm aura erupted, amplified by his supreme Dao physique, resulting in a complete and utter annihilation. The disparity was too vast, the destruction too swift. Even Tian Xuanzi, one of the two most formidable figures present, had been obliterated by Lin Yuan's fist. Do not panic, everyone. A trembling voice cut through the chaos. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Lu Tsang's scalp tingled with dread. Was this truly the Lin Yuan he knew? His demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation. Moreover, how had he progressed from the early stages of the Divine Bridge realm to the mid-stages of the Dao Palace realm in a mere matter of months? Lu Tsang's mind swirled with questions and confusion. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Assist me, everyone, with the grand formation of the glacial Snow Dao sect. We shall vanquish this fiend, he roared. The chaotic scene gradually subsided. As the sect master of the glacial Snow Dao sect and the instigator of this event, Lu Tsang's words carried weight. He instantly became the anchor for the remaining 100 or so cultivators, their panicked gazes fixed upon him. Glacial Snow Dao sect disciples. Heed my call. With a grave expression, Lu Tsang produced a token crafted from what appeared to be frozen crystal, its surface shimmering with silver light, exuding a subtle chill. Activate the grand formation. As he spoke, Lu Tsang channeled his spiritual power into the token. Boom! A dazzling silver light erupted from the token, soaring into the heavens and resonating with the sect-protecting grand formation that enveloped the entire glacial Snow Dao sect. The void shimmered like the surface of a lake, the silver light intertwining with the grand formation. Roar! 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 Instantly, the roar of dragons reverberated, shaking the heavens from above. Yet, only the sound was present, devoid of any draconic form. Clearly, Lu Tsang's strength as sect master was insufficient to fully activate the formation. Even now, beads of sweat trickled down his face. Hurry, assist me. This formation cannot be activated by my power alone. Lu Tsang roared. Yes, sect master. Voices echoed from all directions, belonging to the newly arrived glacial Snow Dao sect experts. They were clearly familiar with the formation. Streams of spiritual light converged from all sides, pouring into the ice crystal token held by Lu Tsang. With the influx of aid, Lu Tsang's expression relaxed slightly. Roar! 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 The dragon roars grew more thunderous, distorting space. A silver, dragon-headed phantom emerged from the void, its draconic might overwhelming. This is the Nine Dragons cosmos formation of the glacial snow Dao sect. Standing amidst the endless corpses, Lin Yuan gazed at the heavens, his voice soft. He had once heard his master, Xiao Zhantian, mention that among the three great Dao sects of the Eastern Barrens, the glacial snow Dao sect possessed the most formidable, sect-protecting grand formation. The Nine Dragons cosmos formation was rumored to be fatal to those below the sky-soaring realm. Even a half-step sky-soaring realm expert would suffer grievous injuries, if not death, should all 9 silver dragons manifest in the void. However, since the founding of the glacial snow Dao sect, no sect master had ever been able to fully summon all 9 silver dragons, due to the immense spiritual power required. Just as Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued by this so-called Eastern Baron's greatest sect-protecting grand formation, roar, 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 the heavens above roared. The overwhelming draconic might engulfing the entire glacial snow Dao sect. Dazzling silver light illuminated the area, and the chilling aura of the dragon's phantom was palpable. This was merely the manifestation of the formation, yet it possessed an astonishing solidity, radiating a terrifying chill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With the combined power of Lutesong and all the glacial snow Dao sect experts, they had managed to conjure 6 dragon phantoms. Chapter 42. The might of the supreme Dao body. This is the 9 dragons and the universe array of the Piaoxua Dao sect, the foremost protective formation of the eastern wilderness. The over 100 cultivators who had been struck with terror by Lin Yuan's solitary might had initially succumbed to despair. At this moment, they all raised their heads, gazing into the void above, where 6 colossal dragons, shimmering with silver radiance and resonating with a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, were spiraling and dancing, their draconic aura enveloping the skies and instilling fear throughout the cosmos. Hope had emerged. If they could truly manifest 9 silver dragons, it would be more than sufficient to contend with Lin Yuan. After all, there were rumors that when all 9 dragons gathered, even powerful beings on the cusp of ascension would not escape unscathed. The realm Lin Yuan had just displayed was already known to those present. He was at the mid-stage of the Dao Palace realm. With 6 dragons now appearing, the legendary 9 were within reach. Thus, they resolved to combine their strengths and summoned the remaining 3 silver dragons to vanquish this evil. The despair on their faces vanished, replaced by expressions of exhilaration, as they spoke with a tone of righteous indignation, as though they were the true bearers of justice representing the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who had slaughtered so many cultivators, was branded as the Wicked One, a common foe of the eastern wilderness, deserving of extermination by all. Master Lu, we come to aid you. This fiend must not be spared for the countless lives he has taken from our eastern wilderness. Indeed, to breed such a vile creature, the Qingyun Dao sect must be equally reprehensible. Thankfully, we have eradicated them all. Voices rose, filled with fervor and righteousness, echoing their determination to bring justice for those who had suffered at Lin Yuan's hands. As they spoke, a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from the bodies of the hundreds of cultivators present, converging and infusing into the ice crystal token held by Lutesong. The token gleamed with ethereal brilliance, and in an instant, a blinding silver light erupted from Lutesong's hand, illuminating the surroundings and reflecting on the faces of all present. It was as if this was the righteous light destined to eradicate the evil Lin Yuan. Oh, so I have become the Wicked One? Lin Yuan observed this scene with keen interest, his once frost-bitten countenance now adorned with a trace of a smile, a cold, mocking smile. In the face of the great Yu dynasty, these individuals were eager to kneel and lick their toes. They had united to obliterate the Qingyun Dao sect, leaving no survivors and plundering the treasures within. Today, they had gathered at the Piaoxua Dao sect to discuss how to divide the spoils of the Qingyun Dao sect's territory. To them, Lin Yuan had transformed into a ruthless fiend, a harbinger of slaughter. Since time immemorial, the so-called justice has only stood with the majority. Today, Lin Yuan stood alone. In terms of rhetoric, he could not compete with them. However, it mattered not to Lin Yuan. If this was what they deemed justice, then he would shatter it beneath his feet with a gentle step. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the celestial dome. The 6 silver dragons circled in the void above, and at that moment, as the countless cultivators poured their power into the formation, 3 more silver dragons emerged. Fierce and soaring. 9 dragons. The 9 dragons and the universe array had been completed. Haha, let us see how he remains arrogant now. Laughter erupted, filling the Piaoshu Dao sect, their faces animated with excitement as they regarded Lin Yuan, ensnared by the encircling dragons. Finally, it was accomplished, and even I beheld the complete 9 dragons and the universe array for the first time. Amidst the crowd, Lu Cong wiped the sweat from his brow, his pale and refined visage equally brimming with excitement. At this moment, Lu Cong and all the cultivators present were imbued with confidence. This was the Eastern Wilderness Premier Formation, and with all 9 dragons gathered, it was the first successful deployment since the establishment of the Piaoshu Dao sect. Not to mention a mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator like Lin Yuan. Even one on the cusp of ascension would not escape unscathed. Thus, no one believed Lin Yuan could withstand this strike. Regardless of his innate talent, such brutal actions would surely incur the wrath of the heavens. Lu Cong's gaze drifted over the corpses beneath Lin Yuan, then fixed upon him with righteous indignation, a cold smile gracing his lips. As for the number of lives lost at Lin Yuan's hands, Lu Cong truly did not care, provided they were not disciples of the Piaoshu Dao sect. However, with so many powerful figures from other sects of the Eastern Wilderness present, how could he not seize this opportunity to showcase his prowess? Lu Cong had already envisioned that after Lin Yuan's demise, tales would spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness, proclaiming the remnants of the Qingyun Dao sect and the notorious figure Lin Yuan, who slaughtered countless righteous souls, descending into the demonic path and becoming a fiend. Ultimately, under Lu Cong's leadership, the righteous forces of the Eastern Wilderness would unite to eradicate this evil at great cost, establishing a glorious and radiant image for himself in the process. Indeed, as Lu Cong's voice rang out, a chorus of sycophantic praise echoed through the crowd. Master Lu, you are truly righteous. Boy, to die beneath this 9 dragons and the universe array is a mercy for you. The deaths of those from the Qingyun Dao sect were far more gruesome. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter, jeering at Lin Yuan with unshakable confidence, forgetting their earlier humiliation before him. Oh, is that so? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, indifferent to the surrounding voices, merely responding with a faint remark. He raised his gaze, looking up into the void above. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 dragons soared across the sky, their silver light illuminating the entirety of the Piaoshu Dao sect, their might overwhelming and shaking the cosmos, descending towards him. The force was indeed beyond the capacity of a mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator to withstand. Do you truly believe this 9 dragons and the universe array can confine me? Heh, this boy is quite arrogant. He disregarded the complete formation of the Eastern Wilderness Premier Array, thinking himself invincible. What does he think he is? Disdainful and mocking voices filled the air, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement as they awaited Lin Yuan's demise beneath the East's foremost formation. Your vision is too limited, Lin Yuan replied calmly. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of Dao light erupted from Lin Yuan's being, shaking the void violently. The sheer force of his extraordinary physique seemed poised to shatter the surrounding space. His white hair billowed like snow. His tall figure exuded an air of coldness, every inch of his skin radiating with luminescence, embodying the essence of the Tao. Within his eyes, boundless brilliance swirled, encapsulating the transformations and evolutions of the myriad phenomena of the world. This aura was terrifying, completely transcending the realm of this world. The Supreme Tao Body. Chapter 43. The 5th seal shatters the 9 dragons. Lu Cong's despair. What sort of physique is this? That aura. As the changes in Lin Yuan became apparent, the many cultivators present displayed grave expressions. Even the dragon's spirit body, renowned as the strongest physique in the Xiantian continent, could not possibly exude such a terrifying presence as Lin Yuan did. Regardless of the physique, I refuse to believe he can withstand the foremost grand formation of the Eastern Wilderness. This is the 9 dragons and universe array of the Piaoshu Dao sect, capable of eradicating this child. Only Lu Cong, along with numerous powerful figures within the Piaoshu Dao sect, held unwavering confidence in their sect's protective array. After all, It was the first time since the establishment of their sect that the 9 dragons had gathered. Could a mid-stage Tao Palace genius possibly break it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the void above, roars echoed. The 9 dragons soared, their silvery bodies shimmering with a chilling light, each one stretching 100 meters long, blocking out the sun. As the sounds of dragon roars reverberated around, the entire Piaoxue Dao sect trembled in response. Their claws, capable of rending gold and splitting stone, dove down, aiming to suppress Lin Yuan. Just 9 mudfish. The voice was calm and filled with unshakable confidence. Boom! Faced with the overwhelming phantoms of the 9 colossal dragons, Lin Yuan advanced rather than retreating. With a single step, cracks formed in the ground beneath him, deep fissures spreading wide. Lin Yuan soared into the air, charging towards the descending silver dragons. Kill! A thunderous shout resonated, shaking the surroundings. His white hair danced in the wind, black robes billowing, and the light of Tao around him shone brilliantly. Since ancient times, the supreme Tao body has been ranked among the top 10 in the myriad realms, each one undefeated at the same level. Crossing realms to battle was never an insurmountable task, especially not in this lower realm. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white Tao radiance illuminated the heavens, his combat intent unmatched as he unleashed his fist seals, shattering everything. An astonishing scene unfolded. The 9 dragons and universe array, hailed as the foremost grand formation of the eastern wilderness, began to crumble under Lin Yuan's fist seals. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon bodies shattered, severed limbs and broken parts, the originally brilliant silver light dimming, losing its former luster. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars turned tragic, howling as the broken dragon bodies transformed into countless silver lights, scattering across the sky. How? How is this possible? He truly is merely in the Tao Palace realm? This is the foremost grand formation of the eastern wilderness. How could it? Below, Lu Cong and countless powerful figures of the Piaoxue Dao sect were reduced to mere remnants, with only 100 or so cultivators of the eastern wilderness remaining. Their hearts quaked, a violent resonance echoing within. Their minds were filled with incomprehension, their eyes clouded with confusion. The 9 dragons and universe array was a formation that required the joint effort of everyone present to barely activate. Now, under Lin Yuan's formidable assault, the array was shattered, and the gathered crowd inevitably suffered severe backlash. Uft, uft, uft. Faces turned pale, blood spewed forth. Some of the weaker cultivators even bled from all 7 orifices. Appearing utterly tragic, they looked up, gazing at the young man standing in the void, exuding an overwhelming presence, lost in disbelief. It should be known that even a half-step to the ascendant realm would struggle against the 9 dragons and universe array. Yet, at merely 20 years of age, he had reached such heights, even surpassing half-step ascendant cultivators with his mid-stage Tao Palace prowess. All of this seemed utterly fantastical. Perhaps we should not have participated in the extermination of the Qingyun sect. Aside from the powerful figures of the Piaoxue Dao sect, the other cultivators could only smile bitterly. They had lost, and what awaited them was death. A flicker of regret passed through their minds as they looked at Lin Yuan, contemplating that one so young could reach such a level. In countless cultivators' eyes, perhaps this young man could indeed overturn the so-called immortal Great Yu dynasty. This reflected the true sentiments of many at that moment. But it was too late for regret. Their hands were stained with the blood of the Qingyun sect's cultivators. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Lu Cong, pale-faced, murmured, unable to accept the scene before him. Once self-assured and refined, he now appeared utterly despondent, as if his soul had been stripped away. Confusion, bewilderment, and an inability to understand engulfed him. He was so close to his long-held ambition of unifying the eastern wilderness, just a step away. Yet now, even the 9 dragons and universe array, long hailed as the foremost grand formation of the eastern wilderness, had been effortlessly unraveled by Lin Yuan. He had no trump cards left to contend with Lin Yuan. Although the previous plan to annihilate the Qingyun sect was a command from the Great Yu dynasty, the coordination among the major sects of the eastern wilderness to jointly eradicate the Qingyun sect was orchestrated by Lu Cong himself. He understood that Lin Yuan would not spare him. The Piaoxue Dao sect would likely face the same fate as the Qingyun sect, annihilated within a single day. Lu Cong was acutely aware that Lin Yuan possessed the strength to do so. Sect Master. A voice from an elder beside him jolted Lu Cong from his stupor. There must be a way. There has to be. Lu Cong, as if he had lost his soul. I implore you all, to meet your demise. Lin Yuan plunged into the crowd, his gaze filled with a chilling emptiness, indifferent and ruthless. Uft, uft, uft. Bodies fell like weeds beneath Lin Yuan's feet. Among them were the powerful figures of the Piaoshu Dao sect and other cultivators. His eyes remained cold, devoid of any emotion. For Lin Yuan's heart had been frozen the moment he witnessed the fall of the Qingyun sect. Hot blood splattered, dripping down, yet it could not thaw his frozen heart. He eliminated his enemies, leaving none alive. This was a promise Lin Yuan had made to the 862 souls who had perished in the shattered Qingyun sect. At this moment, he was fulfilling his vow. Thud, thud, thud. Heads rolled, severed limbs scattered, and the once crimson puddles of blood surged higher. In the blink of an eye, no one remained standing before Lin Yuan. The remaining 100 cultivators, alongside all the powerful figures and disciples of the Piaoshu Dao sect, lay dead at Lin Yuan's hands. Only Lu Cong stood frozen in place, staring at this scene, his mind unraveling, his gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with profound hatred. Today, you slaughter my Piaoshu Dao sect. Tomorrow, when the forces of the great Yu dynasty arrive, you too shall meet your end. Shuer is about to wed Prince Yixian. You will never comprehend the depth of the power contained within that dynasty. Lu Cong's heart brimmed with resentment. It was Lin Yuan who had destroyed everything he held dear. Chapter 44. Discovering Lin Yuan's true identity and Lu Cong's regret for the Yu dynasty. A derisive laugh escaped Lin Yuan's lips. Upon hearing those 4 words once more, a surge of hatred welled up within him. The true culprit behind the annihilation of the Qingyun Dao sect was none other than this so-called dynasty. He had never regarded the Yu dynasty with any seriousness. Lin Yuan had originally planned to head to Zhongzhou after returning to the Taiqing imperial palace, especially since Yixian had previously escaped from his grasp. He had never intended to let that prince off the hook. However, what Lin Yuan did not anticipate was that before he could exact his vengeance, the vermin of the eastern wilderness, along with that Prince Yixian, had already obliterated the entire Qingyun Dao sect. A blood feud had emerged. This Piaoshu Dao sect and the eastern wilderness were merely the beginning. Wasn't Yixian supposed to marry Lu Shui in Zhongzhou? Such a fortuitous event could hardly be complete without Lin Yuan's involvement. Would the blood-stained wedding feast be satisfactory to them? He wondered. The Yu dynasty? A prince? He is not even worthy to carry my shoes. Lin Yuan's gaze was frigid, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Lu Cong before him. Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan, today you have triumphed. But I never imagined you to be so arrogant. The Piaoshu Dao sect had been ruthlessly exterminated by this very man, shattering Lin Yuan's lifelong aspirations. At this point, Lu Cong felt no fear. He stubbornly declared, "You are merely an orphan picked up by those old men from the wilderness. What right do you have to compare yourself to my esteemed son-in-law? The nobility of bloodlines and the disparity in status is something you will never comprehend." With a slight shake of his head, Lu Cong's disheveled black hair fell limply about him, his once youthful visage now appearing haggard, as he regarded Lin Yuan with disdain. In the past, when the Piaoshu Dao sect maintained amicable relations with the Qingyun Dao sect, Lu Cong had been somewhat aware of Lin Yuan's background. To him, Lin Yuan was merely an orphan, unworthy of comparison with the first power of the Xinjiang continent, the Yu dynasty's grand prince. His son-in-law Yixian, on the other hand, had the potential to inherit the throne and command the most powerful forces in this realm. In time, he would surely avenge himself and the entire Piaoshu Dao sect. Even in the face of death, he remained obstinate. It was undeniable that Lu Shui and Lu Cong were indeed father and daughter, their perspectives and temperaments seemingly molded from the same clay. I was indeed picked up from a snowy expanse by my master, Lin Yuan replied calmly, nodding slightly. His master, Xiao Zhantian, had informed him of this matter long ago during his childhood. There was no need for further elaboration. Just an orphan. Lu Cong sneered, his contempt growing more pronounced. To him, if Lin Yuan had not stumbled upon good fortune as a child, being rescued by Xiao Zhantian, he would not even be worthy of comparison to a mere outer disciple in their sect. But who told you that someone picked up from the wilderness must be without parents? I hail from the imperial clan of the Upper Realm, the Lin family. Lin Yuan declared nonchalantly. Upper Realm? The imperial clan? Lu Cang's eyes widened in confusion. Boom! Upon hearing those words, a strange sensation coursed through Lu Cang's body, as if the very mention of them invoked a forbidden dread. The moment he was about to utter those words, an overwhelming sense of trepidation washed over him. The surroundings fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Thump, thump, thump. In that instant, Lu Cang could hear the pounding of his own heart. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. After a moment of silence, he finally broke free from that peculiar atmosphere. He gasped for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. You claim to come from the Upper Realm, the Imperial clan. How is that possible? Lu Cang struggled to comprehend, his expression a complex mixture of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yuan, whom he had always held in contempt. Ever since Lin Yuan pursued his daughter, he had looked down upon him for his humble origins. Just an orphan who stumbled upon good fortune. What right did he have to marry his daughter? The only reason he had previously agreed to wed Lu Shui to Lin Yuan was due to Lin Yuan's burgeoning reputation among the talented of the Eastern Wilderness over the years. Moreover, Xiao Zhantian had promised him that Lin Yuan would inherit the position of the Qingyun's sect master in the future, and thus he had reluctantly consented. This was before Lin Yuan's wedding to Lu Shui. Little did he know that on the day of the wedding, the Prince Yi Xian of the Dayu dynasty would arrive. In that moment, Lu Cang instantly regretted his decision. An orphan, even if he were to inherit the position of Qingyun's sect master, was still not comparable to a prince of the Dayu dynasty. He did not hesitate to present the Tian Shan sacred lotus to Yi Xian at Lin Yuan's wedding, firmly aligning himself with the Dayu dynasty. He even went so far as to unite with the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness to obliterate the Qingyun Dao sect to secure his connection to the Dayu dynasty. Yet now, what was he hearing? A once despised orphan revealing himself to be of Upper Realm origin. The Upper Realm, the realm all cultivators from the Lower Realm aspire to reach. Enduring countless trials and tribulations, only those who achieve the pinnacle of cultivation could ascend to the Upper Realm. The arduousness of this journey is evident in the fact that not a single half-step ascendant exists among the countless cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness today. And an imperial clan, what?Is, refining the body, gathering qi, condensing spirit, divine bridge, Dao palace, ascension, quasi-saint, saint realm, quasi-emperor, emperor realm. Even a novice cultivator understands the significance of the term emperor, which connotes invincibility in the Upper Realm. How could a being from an imperial clan be compared to a mere dynasty in the Lower Realm? At that moment, Lu Cang was utterly bewildered. You say you are? Then you are? Lu Cang's inner disbelief manifested in his voice. Suddenly, he scrutinized Lin Yuan, whose unique physique and the aura emanating from him were indeed far beyond what any Lower Realm cultivator could possess. Additionally, he recalled the elder who had appeared beside Lin Yuan during the wedding, who had referred to Lin Yuan as young master. The moment he attempted to utter the words Imperial Clan Lin, he had been struck by a mysterious force. Could it be? Perhaps it is true? Enough of your prattle. Lin Yuan interjected impatiently. I heard your son-in-law intends to marry that wretched woman soon. Then let Lu Cang's head serve as my congratulatory gift. With that, a flash of light flickered from his fingertip. Uft. Blood splattered. Lu Cang fell, his gaze fixed on Lin Yuan in a daze, filled with incomprehension and a hint of regret. Chapter 45. Lin Yuan's breakthrough within the Pai Osu Dao Zone. A fierce battle has come to a close. Countless grand halls have collapsed, towers have crumbled, and innumerable bodies lie strewn across the ground. Not a single practitioner remains from the Pai Osu Dao Zone. From the sect leader and elders to the personal disciples and external disciples. Additionally, many formidable figures from the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness have perished here, individuals of considerable repute. Yet now, they are but lifeless forms amidst pools of blood, their once proud existence reduced to mere remnants. The blood flows freely, staining the entirety of the sect, a scene that rivals the tragic fate faced by the Qingyun Dao Zone on that fateful day. They can only blame themselves for choosing the wrong side, for their misguided allegiance to the Dayu dynasty, a name that led them to believe that clinging to the leg of a so-called immortal empire would ensure their safety. Yet today, Lin Yuan's emergence has imparted a harsh lesson. Blood debts are always repaid in blood. Amidst the endless wreckage, a coffin rests upon the ground, brought here by Lin Yuan. Within lies an elderly man, the one who once took Lin Yuan in and nurtured him, regarding him as his sole heir. He had even intended to pass the leadership of the Qingyun Daozong to Lin Yuan. However, now, everything concerning the Qingyun Daozong has vanished following that massacre. With a thud, Lin Yuan disregards the blood-soaked ground, kneeling before the coffin. Master, do you see? Those who caused the downfall of the Qingyun have paid the price they deserved. His black robes, drenched and as white as snow, are stained with blood, droplets of crimson speckling his once fair visage. For a fleeting moment, the cold indifference of the youth, who has become a harbinger of death, gives way to a flicker of emotion. The spirits of 13,862 souls from the Qingyun sect weigh heavily on Lin Yuan's heart. He has always believed their deaths were his fault. This remorse has suffocated him, leaving him gasping for breath. He bears the burden of their demise upon his shoulders and has knelt in the shattered remains of the Qingyun Daozong throughout the night. In that single night, his black hair has turned white. Yet, the coffin remains silent. The surroundings, akin to a hell on earth, are enveloped in a chilling stillness. Having avenged but half of his grievances, Lin Yuan's tightly wounded heart finally finds a moment of respite, perhaps even a hint of self-forgiveness. Suddenly, a surge of formidable spiritual power emanates from Lin Yuan's being. Is he about to break through? A voice, still slightly raspy, disrupts the silence. As he senses the transformation within, he realizes that this spiritual force is the remnant left from merging with the Taishang Dao in the Ta-Ching Imperial Palace. Previously, even after breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, Lin Yuan felt the lingering power from that fusion within him. At this moment, the last vestige of that energy is about to be expended, propelling Lin Yuan's realm to advance once more. In the bloodstained ruins of the Pai Osu Daozong, Lin Yuan is engulfed in his breakthrough. Meanwhile, across the eastern wilderness, a sense of unease arises. It has been 10 days since powerful figures from various sects ventured to the Pai Osu Daozong. Yet there has been no word from them. Days turn into weeks, and the entire Pai Osu Daozong seems to have vanished from the world. Such an event should have generated news, yet none has surfaced. The Pai Osu Daozong, along with the formidable practitioners of the eastern wilderness, appear to have evaporated without a trace. Ahead lies the Pai Osu Daozong. This place is indeed frigid. The Pai Osu Daozong is situated in the extreme north. Naturally, it is cold. The world is blanketed in white as scattered cultivators brave the heavy snowfall, pressing onward. In terms of sheer numbers, scattered cultivators far outnumber those within sects spreading across the eastern wilderness. Not everyone possesses the qualifications to join a sect. In the days following the disappearance of numerous powerful figures from the Pai Osu Daozong, curiosity has drawn countless scattered cultivators to this desolate northern land, eager to uncover the truth. Remember, once we arrive, we must show the utmost respect given our status. Otherwise, a single disciple from the Pai Osu Daozong could annihilate us all. A senior among the scattered cultivators spoke with pride. Though they are scattered, he had the fortune of visiting the Pai Osu Daozong years ago, witnessing the might of one of the most powerful sects in the eastern wilderness. Upon arrival, they must ascend this snow-capped peak. The elder leads the way, his heart fluttering with apprehension as they confront a towering snow peak, its summit strikingly flat. Driven by curiosity, a group of dozens of scattered cultivators begins their ascent. The biting wind howls as they gasp for breath, climbing for several hours. Yet, upon reaching the summit, they are rendered speechless by the sight before them. Halls have collapsed, towers lie shattered, and amidst the endless ruins, a sea of corpses stretches out. Blood, which has not dried in days, saturates the ground, the stench of death permeating the air within the shattered Pai Osu Daozong. Is this truly the Pai Osu Daozong? All are dead. The entire sect, along with countless powerful figures from the eastern wilderness, has perished. The group, shaken to their core, feels their hair stand on end. Who could possibly carry out such a massacre, slaying so many formidable beings? At the forefront stands an elder clad in coarse black robes, named Wu Yi, who, at over 70, has barely reached the Qi gathering realm. He holds some prestige among the scattered cultivators of this extreme north. Before them lie countless bodies, each one a figure he usually treats with utmost reverence. Yet now, they are merely lifeless corpses. As the group stands in shock and curiosity, suddenly, a tremendous rumbling shakes the very ground beneath them. The entire shattered pie, Osu Daozong, along with the snow peak they stand upon, trembles violently. A radiant figure rises from the depths of the ruins, an aura radiating from him that captivates the scattered cultivators who have just arrived. Finally, he has broken through. Black and white light surges around him, the formidable spiritual power coursing through his body. The brilliance of the Tao illuminates, transforming into countless mysterious runes that hover densely around him. His aura grows ever stronger, climbing steadily. With a resounding boom, Lin Yuan shatters the final barrier of the mid-Tao Palace realm, his internal spiritual power now magnified several-fold compared to before. It is Lin Yuan. After nearly half a month, he has ascended to the late Tao Palace realm. In the late Tao Palace realm, he stands strong, rivaling the likes of Lu Cong from the Pai Osu Daozong, Tian Xuanzi from the Tiying sect, and his master Xiao Zhantian, the leader of the Qingyun sect. None of these three esteemed leaders ever reached the late Tao Palace realm in their lifetimes. They were heralded as the three greatest powers of the Eastern Wilderness. Yet now, at merely 20 years of age, Lin Yuan has attained this level. In terms of realm alone, Lin Yuan now surpasses all others in the Eastern Wilderness, and this is only considering his realm. It is crucial to note that prior to his breakthrough, the 9 dragons Chinkun array he dismantled was said to be a challenge even for half-step ascension realm experts. Thus, possessing the Taishang Dao body, Lin Yuan's true combat prowess cannot merely be gauged by his realm alone. Uncertain of my strength, I ponder whether I possess the capability to confront the true ascendant realm. Radiant streams of Tao light envelop me as I hover in the air, slowly opening my eyes after a fortnight of closure. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within me, I speak calmly. The ascendant realm stands at the pinnacle of the entire Xintian continent, its power reaching an apex within this realm. It is said that such formidable beings possess the might to move mountains and fill seas, to cleave the heavens and rend the earth. There exists a saying in this world: no matter how exceptional one's talent or brilliance, all beneath the ascendant realm are akin to ants. Yet now, I yearn to test my current state, armed with the Taishang Dao body, against the ascendant realm, to discern who is superior and who is inferior. The Dayu dynasty. My gaze sharpens as I direct my attention towards the distance, where the central continent lies. Among the 5 regions of the Xintian continent, the central continent is most abundant in spiritual energy, flourishing in the path of cultivation. It is rumored that there countless prodigies abound, each akin to dragons, with a multitude of powerful beings far surpassing those in the other 4 regions. More importantly, the architect of the demise of my entire Qingyun Dao sect, the Dayu dynasty, resides within the central continent. Now, having reached the latter stages of the Tao Palace realm, I am resolute in my intent to travel there, and it cannot wait. As I contemplate my next course of action, a voice interrupts my thoughts. Dare I ask, are you Lin Yuan, the Tao child? Below, a young man in azure robes speaks, his heart racing with trepidation. His name is Han Ci, a mere wandering cultivator who has practiced for many years yet remains at the body refinement stage. Years ago, he was fortunate enough to have glimpsed Lin Yuan, who was then a renowned prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness, backed by the Qingyun Dao sect, one of the 3 great sects of the East. His status was exalted, his spirit high, yet he remained approachable, showing no airs even towards those like Han Ci. Now, however, gazing at the white-haired figure before him, whose aura has dramatically transformed, cold and unyielding as ice, he finds himself questioning whether this is truly the same Tao child of the Qingyun Dao sect. The change is so profound that he nearly fails to recognize him. My thoughts are momentarily disrupted. I furrow my brow slightly, observing the assembly below, a group of cultivators whose highest realm does not exceed the gathering chi stage. Their chaotic spiritual energies and shallow foundations reveal them to be a cluster of wandering cultivators. I am Lin Yuan. I declare, my tone serene, devoid of arrogance or pretension. Though the Qingyun Dao sect has been annihilated, grievances have their rightful owners, and these individuals before me lack even the qualification to partake in the battle that led to the destruction of my sect. Though I harbor resentment, I have no interest in venting it upon these individuals or in oppressing the weak. Such actions are beneath me. The members of the Piaoshuadao sect, alongside the leaders of various sects, gaze around in a mixture of terror and insatiable curiosity. It is well known that not long ago, the Qingyun Dao sect met its demise, and news has spread even to the most remote corners of the eastern wilderness. The annihilation was spearheaded by the Piaoshuadao sect and the Tiangang sect. Now, as I stand before them, the entirety of the Piaoshuadao sect has been decimated, leaving not a single soul to draw breath. My mere presence here suggests that I, the former Dao child of Qingyun, am the harbinger of this scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Yet the spectacle before them is too shocking, too horrifying. Even with the suspicion that I am the orchestrator, they dare not affirm it until I confess. It was I who killed them, I proclaim, my countenance tranquil as I stand aloft. In an instant, the atmosphere erupts. Dozens of gazes fixate upon me, awestruck. How long has it been? Although I was already a figure of great renown in the eastern wilderness, that was merely among the younger generation. Now, the thought that I could have single-handedly brought about the extinction of entire sects is unfathomable. To them, I am an almost unattainable existence. A single thought from me could reduce them to mere dust. Draped in black, the remnants of blood still stain my garments, and the chilling aura surrounding me sends shivers down their spines. Yet, in this moment, the gathered wandering cultivators feel no hint of malice for me, the one who has obliterated the legacies of the eastern wilderness. It is time to depart. Without acknowledging those around me, I approach the coffin. My figure is slight and gaunt, nearly obscured by the coffin, yet within me lies boundless strength. I bend down, exerting effort to lift it, placing it upon my back. With a resounding thud, I take a step forward, departing from the Piaoshuadao sect, a resting place for countless powerful beings from the eastern wilderness. My destination is the central continent, with my sights set firmly on the Dayu dynasty. Yet unbeknownst to me, my name will soon resonate with great tumult throughout the eastern wilderness. Chapter 47. The name Lin Yuan reverberated through the eastern wilderness. Days after arriving in Zhongzhou, a piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern wilderness, leaving countless cultivators in disbelief. The two foremost sects of the region, the Snowfall Dao sect and the Tiangang sect, along with numerous renowned powerhouses, were utterly annihilated within the Snowfall Dao sect, without a single survivor. Upon the announcement of this news, the cultivation world erupted in uproar. The source of the information came from a group of rogue cultivators from the far north. At first, few could bring themselves to believe it. What is? The entirety of the eastern wilderness's top combat strength was said to have been eradicated. It must be a rumor, an absolutely ludicrous rumor. Indeed, the rumors circulating in the eastern wilderness have become increasingly absurd. Who spreads such tales without a shred of sense? Initially, no one chose to believe such outrageous claims, especially upon discovering that the massacre was the work of a single individual. These rogue cultivators seemed intent on seeking fame, spouting whatever came to their minds. They did not even consider the possibility of it being true. The world has deteriorated, and the hearts of people have become depraved, one lamented. The majority remained skeptical. However, when a cultivator ventured to the far north and witnessed the scene within the Snowfall Dao sect, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare, they were left utterly speechless. Buried beneath the ruins, each shattered remnant could have belonged to a sect leader or elder from one of Eastern Wilderness's major sections. Even the formidable Tian Su Zi was reduced to nothing but bones. Lutsong was left with only a headless corpse. This time, disbelief was no longer an option. The sight was too shocking. Indeed, countless powerful figures from the Eastern Wilderness had perished within the Snowfall Dao sect. Numerous formidable sects had been slaughtered to the point of severing their legacies. Who, then, could accomplish such a feat? Countless cultivators gathered in the far north, within the Snowfall Dao sect, to witness the devastation, their hearts racing in terror. It was almost unimaginable. Only those who had truly ascended to the celestial realm could achieve such destruction. Thus, the first thought that crossed many minds was of the powerful beings from Zhongzhou. For within the Xinjiang continent, aside from Zhongzhou, it was nearly impossible for the other four states to give rise to celestial realm cultivators. Yet at that moment, a young man clad in green emerged from the crowd. He was none other than Song Si, one of the rogue cultivators who had spoken briefly with Lin Yuan, and he revealed the true reason behind the chaos. To the curiosity of all present, he declared, it was Lin Yuan Daozi. On that day, when the division of the Qin Yun Dao sect's territory was discussed within the Snowfall Dao sect, it was Lin Yuan Daozi who stood alone and executed the massacre of countless powerful figures in attendance. Clad in azure, Song Ci felt a twinge of anxiety. He was merely a rogue cultivator. Under the scrutiny of so many formidable beings, the pressure was immense. When he spoke Lin Yuan Daozi's name, his eyes sparkled, and his expression radiated profound admiration. The Qin Yun sect had been annihilated, burdened with a deep-seated vendetta. Alone, he had come bearing the coffin of his master, bathing the entire Snowfall Dao sect in blood. What kind of being was he? It must be noted that the Snowfall Dao sect and the Tiangang sect represented the two greatest sects of the Eastern Wilderness, and the individuals present were those of significant standing throughout the region. Any one of them would have commanded Song Ci's utmost respect. Yet, in the hands of Lin Yuan Daozi, they were as fragile as blades of grass. Perhaps it is such a person who truly deserves to be called a prodigious talent. Song Ci's admiration was palpable, his heart swelling as he gazed into the distance. That was the direction of Zhongzhou. It was also the path Lin Yuan had taken after his departure that day. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this name, the crowd trembled. The attendees were well aware of the events surrounding the annihilation of the Qin Dao sect. From every perspective, it was reasonable to deduce that the last remaining survivor of the sect had motives for such actions. How had he accomplished it? Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Subsequently, the news of the deaths of the Snowfall Dao sect and the various sects spread like wildfire. The demise of the Tiangang sect, the Snowfall Dao sect, and the powerful figures of various sects was now an undeniable truth. The one responsible for this situation was none other than Lin Yuan, the former Daozi of the Qin Yun Dao sect. This verdict marked a seismic shift in the Eastern Wilderness. From that moment on, the name Lin Yuan became a taboo among countless sects in the region. Some praised Lin Yuan for avenging the deep-seated grievances of his sect. If a person disregards the enmity of their sect, even if they possess exceptional talent and strength, what value do they hold? Conversely, others deemed his actions excessively cruel, suggesting that such vengeance would ultimately lead him down a path of darkness. Of course, these were merely others' opinions. Even if Lin Yuan himself were to learn of this, he would dismiss it with scorn. Spare his enemies? What could possibly quell the resentment of the 13,862 souls lost from his Qin Yun sect? Just as the Eastern Wilderness continued to tremble at the name Lin Yuan, far from the continent, above the ocean's surface, a sneeze escaped Lin Yuan. Clad in black and with hair as white as snow, bearing a coffin on his back as he soared through the air. What is happening? Who is speaking of me? Lin Yuan mused, rubbing his nose. With his current prowess at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, it was inconceivable that he could catch a chill. Such a notion was utterly ridiculous. Not dwelling on it further, he continued his flight, gazing down at the endless azure waves below, occasionally witnessing towering waves crashing to heights of 100 feet. Here and there, glimpses of distant islands inhabited by cultivators could be seen. However, they were of no concern to Lin Yuan. His destination lay in Zhongzhou, the Diyu dynasty. The 5 states of the Xinjiang continent were all separated by boundless oceans. With his Dao Palace realm strength, he had already traversed more than half a month since departing from the Eastern Wilderness, yet still had not reached Zhongzhou. What a vast expanse this Xinjiang continent is, Lin Yuan sighed, acknowledging the immensity of the land. With his current speed, he could cross the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness in just a few days. Time passed, and a month slipped by unnoticed. Finally, ahead of him, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, a colossal landmass, vast beyond comparison and several times larger than the Eastern Wilderness, came into view. Zhongzhou had arrived. A slightly hoarse voice emerged. Gazing ahead, Lin Yuan's deep-set eyes burned with killing intent. The Snowfall Dao sect and the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness were mere pawns in his game. The true culprits behind the destruction of his master, his junior sister, and the entire Qin Dao sect were Yi Xian and the Diyu dynasty. This journey of his was to bring about the complete annihilation of the ancient and seemingly eternal dynasty of the Xinjiang continent. Chapter 48. The wedding banquet of Yi Xian and Lushua Lin Yuan arrived at Zhongzhou, a place brimming with spiritual energy, renowned as the most prosperous realm for cultivation in the Xinjiang continent. Countless immortal sects and Taoist mansions thrived here, with powerful figures aplenty, far surpassing those of the other four states. Prestigious forces such as the Tiangang sect and the Piaoxua Dao sect were commonplace in Zhongzhou. Above all these formidable factions loomed an indomitable force, the Diyu dynasty, reigning supreme over all beings. Zhongzhou was divided into 36 domains, with the imperial Dao domain situated in its very heart where the Diyu dynasty resided. The imperial aura surged skyward, and magnificent palaces surrounded it. At this moment, within the Diyu imperial palace, the atmosphere was festooned with vibrant decorations, red silk draping everywhere, radiating joy that drew countless powerful factions from Zhongzhou. Congratulations! The crown prince is a renowned prodigy of our Zhongzhou. Today, on his wedding day, our Tianlong Dao mansion presents a modest gift. The only prodigy with a dragon spirit body, and the crown prince at that. How can my Liuli Dao sect miss out on this grand occasion? Within the Diyu Imperial Palace, a multitude of powerful figures from Zhongzhou arrived, all bearing generous gifts and wearing smiles. Today marked the auspicious union of the crown prince Yi Xian and Lu Shui. The news had spread months prior. Ordinarily, even a royal wedding would not attract such a multitude. However, Yi Xian's distinguished status was unparalleled among the current generation of princes. It is noteworthy that not every prince of the Diyu royal family possesses a dragon spirit body, the most esteemed physique in the Xiantian continent since ancient times. Given Yi Xian's royal status, it was all but certain that he would inherit the throne of the next generation. Thus, establishing connections with this future emperor was indispensable for the powerful factions of Zhongzhou. The palace was bustling with guests, a throng of strong individuals entering on foot. It was no jest. Since the establishment of the Diyu dynasty, no one had dared to fly above the palace, as it would be tantamount to courting death. The grand feast was about to commence, the venue filled with joyous clamor. At this time, within one of the palace's halls, stood Yi Xian, clad in red garments. His stature tall and imposing, his countenance strikingly handsome. What exactly is this? A voice echoed with curiosity. In his palm lay a thumb-sized jet-black stone, etched with intricate and mysterious patterns. Yi Xian gazed at it, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. This object was a trophy he had collected during his conquest of the Qingyun Dao sect in the East Wilderness. It appeared to be a mere stone, yet he sensed an underlying complexity that defied simplicity. It was neither stone nor wood, a material he had never encountered even in the treasury of the Diyu dynasty. What intrigued Yi Xian most were the countless ancient symbols engraved upon it, exuding an aura of antiquity as if naturally sculpted. Hence, amidst the numerous precious spoils of the Qingyun Dao sect, this object had caught his eye. However, since returning from the East Wilderness, he had yet to decipher its mysteries. Just as he pondered over the stone, a voice from outside the hall interrupted his thoughts. Crown Prince, the auspicious hour approaches. Miss Lu has already arrived at the banquet. Understood. He carefully stowed away the stone, treating it like a treasure. Yi Xian rose and strode toward the banquet hall. Look, there is the crown prince, the strongest prodigy of contemporary Zhongzhou. The dragon spirit body, a unique and powerful physique of the Yi royal lineage, is celebrated as the finest in the Xiantian continent. Whispers fluttered through the crowd as Yi Xian's presence commanded attention. Among the guests were not only the powerful figures of Zhongzhou, but also prodigies of his generation, both male and female. With Yi Xian's arrival, hushed conversations filled the air. As natives of Zhongzhou, they inherently looked down upon cultivators from the other four states, and thus many regarded Lu Shui, an indigenous girl from the East Wilderness, as having struck gold. At this moment, within the banquet hall, Lu Shui, adorned in similar red attire, her fair complexion and delicate figure accentuated by cascading locks, listened to the flattery around her, her expression brimming with pride. Spotting Yi Xian, she waved her hand eagerly. Brother Yi Xian, I am here. Her enchanting gaze swept the crowd, aware that all present were formidable figures of the Diyu dynasty and true powerhouses of Zhongzhou, capable of obliterating the Qingyun Dao sect with a mere breath. Today, she was one of the protagonists. This was her true desire. How could a mere Qingyun Dao sect, or Lin Yuan, be worthy of her? A toad aspiring to eat swan meat, such delusions. Lin Yuan was but an orphan, unworthy of comparison to her brother Yi Xian, who had decimated the Qingyun Dao sect. With the sect gone, what was he but a stray dog? In this moment, Lu Shui felt that her decision was undeniably correct. The banquet was on the verge of commencing. Within the Diyu imperial palace, the elite figures of Zhongzhou congregated, alongside the formidable powers of the dynasty itself. One could say that nearly half of Zhongzhou's prominent figures had gathered to witness the union of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Meanwhile, outside the palace, a figure clad in black, with flowing white hair and a chilling demeanor, bore a coffin on his back, indifferent to the odd stares from onlookers. So, this is the Diyu dynasty? Quite impressive. It was Lin Yuan, having journeyed from the East Wilderness, casting a glance at the majestic palace, nodding slightly. He could not deny that as the hegemon of Zhongzhou, the Diyu dynasty was indeed beyond the comparison of the sects in the East Wilderness. Yet he pondered, would this so-called immortal dynasty still exist after today? A cold smile crept upon his lips. Within the silence of his gaze lay an endless chill, as if it could freeze the world itself, sending shivers down spines. The souls of the 13,862 fallen from the Endowed sect were about to find closure today. Within the palace, a cacophony filled the air, countless gazes fixated on Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Especially Lu Shui, her face flushed with shyness, her heart brimming with anticipation. She had awaited this day for far too long. Her brother Yi Xian was the indisputable heir to the throne of the Diyu dynasty. When that time came, her heart raced violently, overwhelmed with excitement. From this day forth, her status was destined to become precious beyond the comprehension of those from the East Wilderness. Who would have thought a girl from a small sect in the East Wilderness could attain such heights? Such is destiny. Word had it that the East Wilderness was a barren land, impoverished and lacking in spiritual energy, where cultivators were often of inferior talent. Those born in Zhongzhou carried an innate sense of superiority. Surrounding voices murmured, casting envious glances at Lu Shui. For it was undeniable that even the prominent figures of Zhongzhou were striving to curry favor with Crown Prince Yi Xian. What is the purpose? It is merely to establish a favorable relationship with Yi Xian, the future emperor of the universe. Yet, it seems he pales in comparison to a woman from the Eastern Wilderness. As time progressed and the auspicious moment arrived, a voice, grating like a duck's quack, echoed through the hall. It belonged to a chief steward of the palace, a trusted aide of the current Emperor Yi Tu, presiding over the wedding banquet for Yi Xian and his companion. Suddenly, at this very moment, the entire palace trembled violently, the surrounding void quaking in response. Such a shift immediately disrupted the order of the wedding festivities. The sound of footsteps resonated, each step causing the previously tranquil space to ripple like a still lake. Above the palace, a figure strode through the air, with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage. Clad in black, their demeanor was cold and austere. This slender silhouette bore a coffin many times larger than themselves. It was none other than Lin Yuan. In an instant, this spectacle evoked shock among the multitude present. Since the founding of the great universe dynasty, no one had dared to traverse the air above the palace, for such an act was tantamount to courting death. Yet now, this taboo was shattered, and from a distance, one could see a remarkably young individual, scarcely older than many of the distinguished figures gathered. The wedding was abruptly interrupted, the atmosphere igniting with fervor. "Who are you, audacious enough to soar above the imperial palace?" came the derisive voices. "Huh! To arrive at a wedding bearing a coffin. Truly a foolhardy act." Such scornful remarks filled the air. Standing alongside Lu Shui, dressed in festive red, Yi Xian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan. The last time he had come with the two ancient ancestors of the great universe royal family to the Eastern Wilderness, it was to seek vengeance against Lin Yuan. Much to his dismay, Lin Yuan had been absent, forcing them to unleash their wrath upon the Endowed sect instead. Yi Xian had assumed Lin Yuan would become a hunted dog, forever hiding in fear. Yet here he was, daring to appear on the day of Yi Xian's wedding, and in such a brazen manner. "Brother Yi Xian, Lin Yuan, this wretched dog, has come to meet his demise. How perfectly it fulfills your wishes." Lu Shui laughed sweetly, seemingly indifferent to Lin Yuan's presence, even finding amusement in it. What place was this? The great universe dynasty. In Lu Shui's eyes, even a random figure from the central state could easily crush Lin Yuan. With an air of superiority, she regarded Lin Yuan akin to a proud phoenix. Today was her wedding day, a grand affair attended by the most powerful sects of the central state. It was the perfect opportunity for Lin Yuan who had grown up in the eastern wilderness, to witness her current status, which far surpassed that of his former small Qingyandao sect. You two indeed complement one another well. Lin Yuan spoke calmly from the air, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian and Lu Shui, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his lips. As he spoke, a severed head appeared in his hand, bloodied and gruesome, which he tossed lightly. A wedding gift for the newlyweds. The head rolled, ultimately coming to rest at the feet of Yi Xian and Lu Shui. It was none other than Lu Cong's head. On the day of the wedding, presenting the head of one's father as a congratulatory gift was something only Lin Yuan could dare to do. Indeed, as they looked down, Lu Shui's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a cold, beautiful face filled with resentment and hatred. Lin Yuan, today I shall tear you to pieces. The originally adorned countenance of Lu Shui now radiated an icy fury, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, wishing to rend him into shreds. Ignoring Lu Shui, Lin Yuan's lifeless gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Yi Xian. Not long ago, my Qingyandao sect, comprising 13,862 members, was annihilated by the Great Universe Dynasty, not a single soul spared. I am Lin Yuan, of humble origins from the eastern wilderness. Today, I seek to cleanse the Great Universe Dynasty in retribution for the destruction of my sect. Commoners, you may disperse. With hair as white as snow and clad in flowing black, Lin Yuan hovered in the air. His voice, calm yet resonant, echoed in the ears of all present. Within his seemingly void gaze lay an unwavering determination. He had never forgotten the burden of the 13,862 souls he carried. Lin Yuan believed their deaths were his fault. Now, he sought vengeance for those souls. Nothing more. Aside from the Great Universe Dynasty, he held no enmity with the sects of the Central State. What Lin Yuan did not realize was that his proclamation not only failed to disperse the crowd, but ignited a wave of mockery and disdain. Especially upon learning of Lin Yuan's origins from the eastern wilderness, they could not contain their laughter. Did I hear incorrectly? A native from the eastern wilderness. What audacity gives him the courage to boast so brazenly? Came the derisive remarks. What nonsense is this Qingyandao sect? I have never even heard of it. The Great Universe Dynasty and Oppos. Annihilation of his sect was a favor. Wait, I still can oppose. Wrap my head around this. So, a cultivator from a remote land believes he can challenge the entire Great Universe Dynasty? At that moment, the atmosphere erupted with laughter, the most amusing jest they had heard in years. The Central State, positioned at the heart of the Xiantian continent, teeming with spiritual energy, far surpassing the other four states, had bred individuals of exceptional caliber. Hence, those born here inherently possessed a sense of superiority over cultivators from other states. But now, what had they just heard? A native from the eastern wilderness had come to the Central State, to this imperial palace, and audaciously declared his intent to eradicate the Great Universe Dynasty. Was there anything more ludicrous in the world? Chapter 50, The Talented Ones of Central State. A single slap to end it all. You foolish child, who bestowed upon you the audacity to wreak havoc in Central State. Yi, my brother, leave this individual to me. I shall ensure he pays dearly for his words. Before Yi Xian could respond, a figure emerged from the crowd. A man clad in white, graceful and handsome, stepped forward. His voice rang out, laced with disdain as he regarded Lin Yuan. It was evident that he held a notable position among the young elites of Central State. As he appeared, murmurs of discussion erupted in the crowd. It is Lu Xian, one of the most renowned young talents of Central State, his fame rivaling that of the Grand Prince Yi Xian, the contemporary holy son of the Liuli Dao sect, renowned for his formidable prowess. With Lu Xian's intervention, this ignorant boy from the East Wilderness will be adequately dealt with. Compliments resounded around him as they recounted his background, clearly indicating his esteemed status even in Central State. The Liuli Dao sect, one of the premier sects in Central State, ranks just below the Dayu dynasty. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Lu. This child possesses some strength and warrants caution. In response to Lu Xian and Oppos' entrance, Yi Xian remarked, when Lin Yuan battled at the Qingyandao sect, he was merely in the realm of the Divine Bridge, and now, he likely hasn't progressed much further. Today is my wedding day. It is not a time for bloodshed. Furthermore, Yi Xian sought to gauge Lin Yuan's current capabilities through Lu Xian. Rest assured, Grand Prince. While our Liuli Dao sect may not be the strongest, we are not to be compared with just anyone. With the strength of my disciple Lu Xian, dealing with this individual will be more than sufficient. Upon hearing Yi Xian cautioning his disciple, an elderly man in black, stroking his white beard, stepped forward with a laugh. Filled with contempt for Lin Yuan, Lu Qingdao, the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, had led a contingent of young disciples to participate in Yi Xian's wedding banquet. Beyond merely exposing the younger generation to the world, the primary goal was to foster a good rapport with the Grand Prince. After all, discussions between young people are often more engaging than those with an elder. Lu Xian, being the son of the Liuli Dao sect, is extraordinarily gifted, ranking among the top of his peers. Witnessing his disciple take the initiative against this native from the East Wilderness brought a broad smile to Lu Qingdao's face. This action would not only strengthen ties with the Liu dynasty, but also showcase the prowess of the Liuli Dao sect in front of such a large audience. It was indeed a multifaceted gain. Truly, our holy son of the Liuli Dao sect knows how to seize opportunities. Lu Qingdao nodded in approval. With a gentle motion, he placed the coffin he carried to the ground. Today marks the day of my vendetta against the Liu dynasty. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself? Lin Yuan's voice was calm as he regarded Lu Xian. Late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had to concede that Central State was indeed formidable. For one so young to reach the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm was nearly unmatched among his contemporaries in the East Wilderness. Yet this did not include him. Lin Yuan, with his current strength, there were only those at the pinnacle of this realm who could stand against him. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a late-stage Divine Bridge cultivator was no more significant than an ant. The individuals who perished within the Snowfall Dao sect were not weaker than this so-called genius from Central State. You must have been too long in that remote place of the East Wilderness, rendering you utterly ignorant. Kneel and bow to me and the Grand Prince. Perhaps I shall consider sparing you. Clad in white, Lu Xian looked down upon Lin Yuan, exuding an air of arrogance. It was no wonder Lu Xian was so haughty. In Central State, few could rival him among the young elites, let alone this native from the East Wilderness. In terms of talent, cultivation path, or strength, he felt no need to regard the individual before him. This is the disparity. Child, it is a privilege for you that Holy Son Lu Xian is willing to offer you guidance. There is no need for Holy Son Lu Xian to intervene. I could easily handle this boy. Ignorance is not a sin, but arrogance born of ignorance is his crime. If he dies today, it would be well-deserved. Voices of the Central State elites echoed around, none believing that a mere boy from the East Wilderness could stand against Holy Son Lu Xian. The chasm between them was insurmountable. It is futile to counsel the doomed. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Yuan scoffed coldly. Make your move. Otherwise, you may miss your chance. Having long heard of the unparalleled arrogance of Central State, Lin Yuan finally witnessed it firsthand. This was his vendetta against the Liu dynasty, yet no one in attendance seemed inclined to leave. They were all intent on participating in his battle for vengeance. Given this, Lin Yuan resolved not to spare them. Draped in black, with white hair and eyes that reflected a deathly stillness, Lin Yuan had already condemned all present to their fates. One audacious child. Boom. Clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, Lu Xian radiated light, the unique power of the Liuli Dao sect emanating from him, his aura astonishing. Wielding a sword, he unleashed a dazzling beam of sword light aimed at Lin Yuan. Let me demonstrate to you the techniques of the Liuli Dao sect. The sword light sparkled, slicing through the void. Lu Xian's strike surpassed that of any ordinary late-stage Divine Bridge cultivator exponentially. With this single sword strike, cheers erupted from the crowd. Marvelous. Truly, Holy Son Lu Xian, let this ignorant child witness the difference in grandeur. A mere firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of Holy Son Lu Xian under the moonlight. Voices of admiration resonated from the Central State elites. Even Yi Xian, currently at the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm, was taken aback by Lu Xian's prowess. I did not anticipate Brother Lu's strength to have reached such heights. I must be cautious in countering this strike with my dragon spirit body. Yi Xian nodded slightly, his gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with cold amusement. Perhaps I need not even intervene. I cannot fathom how one with such strength dares to challenge me. Lin Yuan spoke with calm resolve. Death. With a casual palm strike, he unleashed his power. Boom! An imprint of a palm manifested in the void, descending upon Lu Xian. Crack! The sound of flesh meeting the ground, shattered. The so-called strongest among the young elites of Central State, Lu Xian, was effortlessly slain by Lin Yuan's single slap. The ground of the palace was left in a gruesome state, with no remnants of his form remaining. Wow! The surrounding mockery and disdain fell silent in an instant upon witnessing this spectacle. Chapter 51. Shock and fury at the scene. How is this possible? The esteemed Lu Xian, defeated by a mere native of the eastern wasteland and obliterated in a single strike. Hiss! After a moment of silence, the venue erupted with astonished gasps. Especially for the young talents of Zhongzhou, both male and female, the scene before them was utterly inconceivable. The name Lu Xian was synonymous with power among the younger generation of Zhongzhou, rivaling even the dragon spirit body of Yixian. To think he was defeated. Confusion reigned. At this moment, within the imperial palace, youthful gazes were fixated on Lin Yuan, whose delicate features contrasted sharply with his snow-white hair. Their expressions bore shock, horror, and disbelief. For them, it had always been clear that cultivators emerging from the remote eastern wasteland could never compare to their Zhongzhou counterparts. There was simply no basis for comparison. Yet now, Lin Yuan had shattered their long-held beliefs. Draped in black, Lin Yuan faced the crowd with a calm demeanor. He felt no pride in having dispatched a young prodigy from Zhongzhou with a mere flick of his wrist, having broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Combined with his superior Taishang Dao body, he was not someone any young prodigy could rival in the Xintian continent. His singular focus was on the powerful beings within the Great Yu dynasty. Little did he expect to encounter a fool seeking his own demise. If someone wished to court death, he would oblige. Only through personal strength can one possess true confidence. Standing within the Great Yu dynasty, reputedly the mightiest force in the Xintian continent, Lin Yuan felt no trepidation. His gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately landing on Yixian. Next, his voice resonated calmly. This was undoubtedly a provocation aimed at Zhongzhou. Among the crowd, even the previously self-assured Yixian now wore a grim expression. His adversary Lin Yuan had invaded his territory with such arrogance. Yixian contemplated retaliating, but recalling how easily Lin Yuan had dispatched Lu Xian, who was nearly his equal, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Reluctantly, he had to acknowledge the truth. His sworn enemy, once a mere stray dog, had surpassed him in a remarkably short span of time. How could a mere stray dog become so powerful in just a few months? Brother Yixian. A voice broke through, belonging to Lu Shui, who tugged at Yixian and Appo's sleeve, her eyes filled with confusion and resentment toward Lin Yuan. Their wedding banquet had been thrown into chaos. At that moment, Lu Shui began to suspect that Lin Yuan, the persistent suitor, had learned of her marriage and, consumed by jealousy, had chosen this moment to disrupt their celebration. Yes, it must be so. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Lu Shui had always been confident in her looks and demeanor. Why else would Lin Yuan choose this precise moment to appear? It was clearly an act of vengeance aimed at humiliating her. Back in the eastern wasteland, he had often pursued her relentlessly. Alas, how could someone of his caliber ever hope to win her favor? He thought that with a slight increase in strength, he could flaunt himself. But she was destined to become the future of the Great Yu dynasty. He was merely a stray dog, and now, even the Qingyun Dao sect had been annihilated by her brother, Yixian. A stray dog? Fear not, for this is the Great Yu dynasty. In just a few months, how strong could he truly become? Perhaps he could barely break through to the initial stage of the Dao Palace realm. Such cultivators might seem formidable elsewhere, but within the Great Yu dynasty, they were nothing. Soon, I shall ensure he meets a fate worse than death. A cold laugh escaped Yixian's lips as he spoke with pride. While he had indeed been taken aback by Lin Yuan's display of power, he took solace in the fact that he was within the safety of his own dynasty. A dying man, let him revel in his arrogance for now. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, but the commotion was limited to the younger generation. It had only been a moment since Lu Xian's demise. You ignorant child, how dare you harm my disciple Lu Xian? So young yet so ruthless. A voice, aged and chilling, dripped with malice as it fixed its gaze upon Lin Yuan. It belonged to Lu Changdao, the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, his silver hair trembling with rage. Moments earlier, he had been praising Lu Xian for seizing an opportunity to eliminate this eastern wasteland native, thereby bringing glory to the Liuli Dao sect and strengthening ties with the Great Yu dynasty. Yet in an instant, even he, a late-stage Dao palace powerhouse, had not reacted in time, and his prized disciple was slain before his eyes. Lu Xian was the hope for their sect's future, now lost without a trace. I had given you a chance. You chose to seek death, so blame no one but yourself. Lin Yuan's gaze was frigid. As for your threats of vengeance, old dog, if you have the courage, feel free to make your move. His eyes radiated a chilling aura, brimming with murderous intent. It seemed that in the eyes of these Zhongzhou cultivators, only those from the eastern wasteland were permitted to perish. Yet, if the roles were reversed, they could hardly contain their outrage. Such insolence! Even if you possess 10 lives, they cannot compare to a single life of my disciple Lu Xian. In your remaining days, I shall make you suffer endlessly. Lu Chengdao, the grand elder of the Liuli sect, boasted a late-stage Dao palace cultivation, placing him among the elite in Zhongzhou. He viewed Lin Yuan with utter disdain, regarding him merely as a young upstart from the eastern wasteland. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, Lu Chengdao's hair billowed as he unleashed his immense spiritual power, summoning a dazzling golden lightning that soared into the heavens. In an instant, the skies darkened, transforming into a tempest of golden lightning, shaking the very earth. Chapter 52. The Radiance of Daoguang. Invulnerable to all laws above the Grand Imperial Palace. Thunder rumbled ominously, filling the void like countless golden serpents weaving endlessly. The overwhelming pressure left not only the youthful prodigies present in awe, but even the elder cultivators from the central state were shaken to their core. This was the celestial thunder decimation of the Liuli Dao sect. The speaker was a formidable figure from the Tianlong Dao house, a power that, alongside the Liuli sect, stood as one of the foremost forces in the central state, subordinate only to the Grand Imperial dynasty. He recognized Lu Chengdao's formidable strike, which belonged to one of the 3 renowned thunder techniques of the Liuli Dao sect, celebrated throughout the central state. At this moment, Lu Chengdao and Appo's attack was so fearsome that even a late-stage Dao palace cultivator would not dare underestimate it. Otherwise, they would face certain death under the onslaught of golden thunder. Consequently, murmurs of astonishment filled the air. A mere junior from the eastern wilderness. How could he possibly warrant such a strike from Elder Lu? To perish under this attack would be a privilege for him. I heard that in the eastern wilderness, they cannot even produce a late-stage Dao palace cultivator. This ignorant lad is about to learn a hard lesson. Surrounding the palace, derisive voices echoed, their gazes directed at Lin Yuan, filled with disdain. Especially among the prodigies of the central state, Lin Yuan's previous slaying of Lu Xian had severely tarnished their pride. Now, seizing the opportunity, they were eager to belittle Lin Yuan. Despite the daily rivalries among the central state's elites, competing fiercely for the title of the strongest, they united in their contempt for Lin Yuan, especially upon realizing that this native they looked down upon was, in fact, more powerful than they were. Look at Elder Lu, a grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect. His power is extraordinary. There is no need for the might of our Grand Imperial dynasty. Elder Lu alone can take his life. That fool likely just broke through to the Dao Palace realm and dares to boast here, thinking this is any ordinary place. With a relaxed brow, Yi Xian raised his chin, speaking to the side of Lu Shui. Yes, Lin Yuan must have stumbled upon some luck to have his strength rise so unexpectedly. I believe with your prowess, Brother Yi, you could easily crush him. To die at Elder Lu's hands would indeed be a boon for him. Clad in crimson, her fair skin and delicate figure accentuated by cascading dark tresses, Lu Shui smiled beside Yi Xian. She seemed to anticipate Lin Yuan's demise at any moment. Amidst the derision, scorn, and even curses surrounding him, Lin Yuan stood calmly, his gaze serene. After all, why should he concern himself with a group of soon-to-be corpses? Thunderous power? He gazed skyward, feeling the overwhelming golden thunder surging above. It must be said that the top sects of the central state possess some remarkable techniques. The Qingyun Dao sect he belonged to also specialized in thunder. Yet in terms of finesse, it paled in comparison to this so-called Liuli Dao sect. Regrettably, it was still insufficient. A barely audible whisper escaped Lin Yuan's lips. Since becoming the supreme Dao body, He himself had no idea to what extent his physical strength had ascended. After all, in this lower realm, he had not needed to employ any Tao techniques. No one he faced previously could breach his form, nor could they compel him to unleash his full might. With no benchmarks, Lin Yuan remained curious about the true nature of the supreme Tao body. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, thunderous might coalesced, resembling a golden tidal wave engulfing the skies, shaking the heavens as if they were about to tear apart. Countless golden thunder serpents, numbering in the hundreds, danced through the air, swirling around Lu Chengdao. The sheer pressure they exuded was terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could endure. You, insignificant brat, your status and strength do not qualify you to provoke me. To dare slay the holy son of my Liuli Dao sect. Your sins are unforgivable. I shall use this thunderous might to obliterate your body and extract your soul, subjecting you to endless torment. High above, with hair like silver streaming wildly, Lu Chengdao resembled a deity of thunder, gazing down upon Lin Yuan in judgment. Old dog, you prattle too much. How dare you boast with your feeble Tao? I shall see if your so-called thunder techniques can harm me in the slightest. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, feeling exasperated by the drawn-out dialogue. With a resounding shout, Lu Chengdao pointed, unleashing the hundreds of golden thunder serpents, swirling and surging forth like a torrential storm. Crack! They pierced the void, arriving before Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye, akin to instantaneous teleportation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The thunder serpents writhed, radiating brilliant golden light, engulfing Lin Yuan entirely. The space around them twisted, the void seeming on the verge of collapse, rendering it impossible to discern Lin Yuan's condition amidst the chaos. This is the price of arrogance, believing one can run rampant in my central state with mere strength, although we cannot see if Lin Yuan has perished. To the cultivators present, he is merely a junior from the eastern wilderness. How could he withstand such a blow? Absurd, as the gathered onlookers, including Lu Chengdao himself, assumed that Lin Yuan had been obliterated suddenly. What is that? The ground of the palace, once scorched black, now flickered with golden light. A stark contrast to the chaos above. Boom, boom, boom. With hair as white as snow swirling around him, Lin Yuan stood, every inch of his skin glowing, infused with the essence of the Tao, radiant and invulnerable to all laws. Chapter 53. The Path of Tao in the Central State. With a single gesture, an overwhelming force of thunder surged forth, radiating with a golden brilliance, yet it failed to even tear the hem of Lin Yuan's robe. Enveloped by the unique power of the supreme Tao body, all incoming attacks were effortlessly extinguished. Of course, this was contingent upon a comparable disparity in strength. Lu Chengdao, merely at the same realm as Lin Yuan, found his every assault akin to a mere tickle. Is this your strength? How utterly feeble. Lin Yuan's gaze was indifferent, his voice calm, a hint of disappointment flickering between his brows. Indeed, such a degree of power was utterly inconsequential to him. He himself was oblivious to the true extent of his physical prowess at this moment. His curiosity regarding the supreme Tao body remained unquenched, yet it was now validated. Standing still, a peer of his realm could unleash their full force and still fail to inflict any harm. In that instant, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, especially for those who had mocked Lin Yuan earlier. With this unfolding scene, their faces were thoroughly trampled into the ground. The first to be unable to accept this was a disciple of the Liuli Dao sect, who stood in utter shock. This is impossible. How can this be? It's one thing for our Lu Xian holy son to be defeated by a native from the eastern wilderness, as they are of the same generation. Perhaps he stumbled upon some stroke of fortune to surpass our Lu Xian holy son, and that could be accepted. But now, our esteemed elder Lu Chengdao, renowned even within the central state, a pinnacle figure of the Liuli Dao sect, his position as elder speaks volumes of his strength. Yet even with all his might, he could not even tear the hem of Lin Yuan's attire. This is simply absurd. Draped in black, with hair like silver, Lu Chengdao gazed at Lin Yuan, utterly dumbfounded, lost in a trance. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed his intent to crush Lin Yuan's body and extract his soul, subjecting him to an eternity of burning agony, a fate worse than death. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had been soundly rebuffed. At this moment, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan, filled with incredulity. Ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Lin Yuan remained composed, his deep eyes glinting with murderous intent as he pointed at Lu Qingdao. Speaking with a calm demeanor, "Old dog, you just claimed you would extract my soul. Alas, you are too weak. Watch as I strike you down with a single blow." Despite being at the same late stage of the Dao Palace realm, Lin Yuan had discerned that one strike was more than sufficient to deal with such an opponent. Perhaps this was the reason why the supreme Dao body was esteemed among the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm. His true combat strength could not simply be gauged by realm alone. "Hey, young man, I must concede that you possess some degree of skill if you could withstand my strike. But do not think this grants you the audacity to be arrogant." Lu Qingdao scoffed dismissively. As a revered elder of the Liuli Dao sect, his prowess was not something an ordinary late-stage Dao Palace cultivator could rival. A mere junior, capable of withstanding his heavenly thunderstrike, might have already exhausted all their spiritual energy. To dream of slaying him in return was folly. This lad is truly audacious, believing he can eliminate our esteemed elder of the Liuli Dao sect. The disciples of the Liuli Dao sect echoed their elder's sentiments, their eyes brimming with animosity. Today, Lin Yuan had thoroughly tarnished their sect's reputation. Seizing the opportunity, they began to hurl insults at him. Yet, unmoved by their taunts, Lin Yuan uttered a single word, "Die." It was as if he had pronounced Lu Qingdao's doom. There was no need to exert his full strength. That would be to overestimate his opponent. With a flick of his fingertip, radiant light enveloped him. A colossal finger imprint descended from the heavens, causing the very void to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. In the face of Lu Qingdao's golden shield, which shimmered with resplendent energy, it shattered without encountering any resistance. With a sharp crack, the protective barrier, along with Lu Qingdao himself, was utterly obliterated. A massive crater formed in the palace floor, accompanied by the splatter of shattered bones and blood cascading in all directions. Chapter 54. Overwhelmed by a single strike, Yi Xian's arrogance shattered as he laid waste to Lu Qingdao, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. The air reverberated with thunderous roars, leaving countless cultivators within the imperial palace in a state of shock. Their hearts quaked violently, resonating with the tumultuous sounds around them. Some of the less powerful cultivators from Zhongzhou turned pale, blood seeping from their ears. At this moment, innumerable gazes, filled with horror, fixated on the black-clad youth with flowing white hair, Lin Yuan. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Previously, they might have found excuses to ridicule Lin Yuan, but now, they were utterly at a loss for words. Unlike Lu Xian, Lu Qingdao was renowned even throughout Zhongzhou, a figure capable of serving as the grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, not someone to be trifled with. Here stood a mere youth, seemingly in his early 20s from the eastern wasteland, who had effortlessly vanquished Lu Qingdao with a single word. Such an achievement was legendary, even in the annals of Zhongzhou's history. How could this be? In just a few months, how could he have attained such strength? Unwillingness, fury, and disbelief twisted Yi Xian's once handsome features. He was the prince of the Dayu dynasty, the most esteemed prodigy of contemporary Zhongzhou. And now, he found himself overshadowed by an adversary, a native of the eastern wasteland. With eyes brimming with jealousy and hatred, Yi Xian glared intensely at Lin Yuan. In his view, such power should rightfully belong to him, not to a lowly native from the eastern wasteland. "Brother Yi Xian, fear not. He is but one man. No matter how strong he is, how can he contend against the might of the dynasty?" Draped in resplendent red, the stunning Lu Shui also wore an expression of astonishment. Indeed, she was taken aback by the might Lin Yuan displayed at that moment. A person she had always looked down upon, someone she regarded as a mere sycophant, had unexpectedly reached such heights, a realization Lu Shui never anticipated. Yet, even so, Lu Shui believed that despite Lin Yuan's extraordinary strength, he remained insignificant when compared to the supreme forces of the Dayu dynasty. After all, she had encountered the reigning emperor and witnessed the might of the transcendent beings of this realm, of which there were more than one within this immortal dynasty. What did personal strength matter when it could not rival the transcendent beings? In the end, like his Qingyun Dao sect, he too would be destined for annihilation. At this moment, after a brief silence, The atmosphere grew tumultuous once more. However, unlike before, as they beheld Lin Yuan, whose face was etched with murderous intent and whose aura was terrifyingly potent, the previously arrogant and self-satisfied cultivators of Zhongzhou instinctively lowered their voices. Perhaps this was the awe that came with overwhelming power. The disdain they once held transformed into reverence for Lin Yuan. Yet not everyone shared this sentiment. Such ruthless methods. Our grand elder of the Liuli Dao sect, Lu Xian, fell at this man's hands. I implore you all to join forces and slay him. His bones lay scattered, and our grand elder suffered a most tragic fate. We must avenge him with this man's blood. From within the crowd, several youthful voices rose. The prodigies of the Liuli Dao sect. Initially, they had accompanied their grand elder to broaden their horizons. Now, not only had their saint fallen, but their grand elder had perished as well, fueling their hatred towards Lin Yuan. As their voices echoed, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Yet, in light of Lin Yuan's demonstrated prowess, those present hesitated to act, for their lives were of paramount importance. With his white hair cascading over his shoulders, Lin Yuan stood tall, emanating an air of authority that quelled the assembly. As he surveyed the Liuli Dao sect disciples, a hint of mockery graced his lips. This was a grudge between him and the Diyu dynasty. Who would have thought that the so-called saint of the Liuli Dao sect would provoke him first? Then came another old dog, claiming he would extract his soul. Now, with both dead, it was somehow his fault. The Liuli Dao sect had come in numbers led by Lu Qingdao to attend Yi Xian's wedding feast, and now, with the deaths of both the saint and the grand elder, the young elites of the Liuli Dao sect were in disarray. Liuli Dao sect? If that is the case, allow me to send you to meet your saint and grand elder. Lin Yuan sneered, dismissing further dialogue. In a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck at the one who had spoken. Boom! His palm obscured half the void, the impact resonating with a thunderous roar, shaking the very air. No! Seeing that no one from Zhongzhou came to their aid, the remaining members of the Liuli Dao sect panicked. Under his palm, they screamed, howling in terror. Lin Yuan's murderous intent was palpable. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. Crack! 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 The sound of bodies being crushed echoed, as, in the blink of an eye, dozens of mangled corpses appeared on the palace floor, blood pooling across the smooth tiles, seeping beneath the feet of the onlooking cultivators from Zhongzhou. What a ruthless act! The Liuli Dao sect had now suffered a great loss. Thank goodness for the Liuli Dao sect's involvement. Otherwise, it could have been our demise. Whispers filled the air as fearful glances were cast toward Lin Yuan, whose face was a mask of murderous intent. Yi Xian, it is time to settle our scores. His voice icy, Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, who stood alongside Lu Shui. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer. Yi Xian and the Diyu dynasty were the true targets of Lin Yuan's vengeance. The massacre of the Qingyun Dao sect, where 13,862 souls perished, was all due to Yi Xian, the prince of the Diyu dynasty. Do not forget, this is the Diyu dynasty. Kill me? Do you believe you are worthy? Clad in red, Yi Xian's face darkened as he regarded Lin Yuan, his tone dripping with disdain. Despite his reluctance to concede, Yi Xian understood that he was no match for Lin Yuan. Yet, as the prince of the Diyu dynasty, his status rendered him incomparable to Lin Yuan. The Diyu dynasty? Today, I shall bring about your ruin. Lin Yuan's deadpan gaze was chilling. When he had inadvertently allowed Yi Xian to escape from the Qingyun Dao sect, he had ventured to the heritage site of the Yuan Tian emperor. Upon returning, he was met with the sight of countless corpses. The place where he had grown up, filled with familiar faces, had been thoroughly slaughtered, with none left alive. This grudge was irreconcilable. Yi Xian must die, and the entire Diyu dynasty must perish today. Lin Yuan was willing to pay any price for it. It was a debt that demanded recompense. Blood for blood. Let begin with you. His voice steady, Lin Yuan advanced toward Yi Xian. Step, step, step. With each step he took, the ground trembled, and the magnificent palace structures around him shook violently. His aura heightened, escalating with every stride. Tall and slender, with a handsome visage, Lin Yuan's white hair billowed as every inch of his being radiated a luminous glow, embodying the essence of the Tao. In his eyes, an endless brilliance swirled, encapsulating the transformations and evolutions of all things in the world. In but a fleeting moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped Lin Yuan, whose cultivation level was merely at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. Yet, the might he exhibited was astonishingly more formidable than that of a half-step to the Ascension realm. No, that was incorrect. This aura, the pressure was immense. Beneath Lin Yuan's formidable presence, it felt as though his very body was on the brink of being crushed. Yi Xian's voice trembled, his gaze shifting from arrogance to sheer terror as he beheld Lin Yuan's advancing figure, shrouded in an ominous aura of death, sending a chill of foreboding through his heart. He found himself immobilized, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move. The overwhelming weight of Lin Yuan and Appo's power rendered him breathless, his hair standing on end, his body trembling involuntarily, and his breath quickening. What realm had he attained? Yi Xian had believed that Lin Yuan's strength, capable of defeating the Liuli Dao sect's Lu Qingdao, had reached the half-step to Ascension realm. He was well aware of the powers possessed by his former protector, Long Air, who was at the same level. However, at this moment, Yi Xian could sense that the figure charging towards him was far beyond the simple classification of a half-step to Ascension. Disbelief and confusion consumed him, leaving only fear in his heart. This was impossible. Yi Xian exclaimed in horror. What? What should we do, brother Yi Xian? He truly intends to kill us. Beside him, Lu Shui's voice trembled with fear. Like Yi Xian, she too was rendered motionless, her body feeling as though it would be obliterated by the overwhelming force. With eyes void of life and a chilling aura surrounding him, Lin Yuan struck. His fist clenched, he unleashed a devastating blow. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled violently as a colossal imprint of his fist loomed over the imperial palace, descending upon Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and the countless cultivators of the central continent surrounding them. Lin Yuan had previously declared that today was a personal vendetta against the Diyu dynasty, advising the onlookers to vacate. Yet, he was met with the scorn of the haughty central continent cultivators. In light of this, he bore no guilt. Amongst the throng, there might be some innocent souls. Yet, from Lin Yuan's perspective, the entire Qingyun Dao sect, with its 13,862 lost souls, were equally blameless. Boom, boom, boom. The oppressive force was terrifying. The surrounding void twisted and shattered beneath the weight of the fist imprint. As the aura of death descended, the crowd cried out in protest. No, this has nothing to do with us. If you kill us, you will die too. This is the Diyu dynasty. This wedding banquet was a grand affair in the central continent, attended by numerous powerful sects and countless strong warriors. Yet, the aura Lin Yuan emanated now surpassed that of a half-step to Ascension, rivaled only by the peak powers of this realm, those who had attained Ascension. At this moment, none present could reach such heights. The atmosphere was rife with chaos, screams, fear, and curses, especially for Yi Xian and Lu Shui. Their eyes were filled solely with terror. Unless a miracle occurred, their fate seemed sealed. But just then, a voice resonated from the depths of the Diyu Palace. That place was a forbidden zone within the entire Diyu dynasty, a realm even the crown prince Yi Xian could not enter. A mere junior from the eastern wilderness dares to intrude upon my Diyu Palace, seeking death. The voice was grand, reverberating through the entire palace. Upon hearing it, Yi Xian's fearful expression vanished, replaced by a glimmer of hope. It was the ancestor. An ancient figure clad in a crimson robe emerged from the depths of the palace. His aura was concealed, melding with the heavens and the earth. It was Yi Wudao, one of the two Ascension Realm experts who had accompanied Yi Xian to the eastern wilderness to annihilate the Qingyun Dao sect. Lin Yuan's master, Xiao Zhantian, had fallen at his hands. He moved through the air as if in an instant, having been far away just moments ago, but now standing close at hand. Observing Lin Yuan's formidable strike, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Wudao's aged eyes. He possesses some strength, but it is insufficient. As he spoke, Yi Wudao pointed a finger. Boom, boom, boom. A massive imprint of his finger descended from the clouds above, intercepting Lin Yuan's attack on behalf of Yi Xian and the multitude of central continent cultivators present. Boom, boom, boom. The finger imprint collided with Lin Yuan's fist imprint. In that instant, the palace shook, powerful waves of energy sweeping outward. Crack! The surrounding structures began to collapse, dust swirling up from the ground. It was an Ascension Realm expert. Ha! I knew it. This is the DU Palace. That Eastern Wilderness brat is as good as dead now. The once desolate cries around them transformed into exhilaration with the arrival of the Ascension Realm expert, Yi Wu Dao. What ist? An Ascension Realm, no less an ancestral figure of the Dayu dynasty. To the countless central continent cultivators present, dealing with a mere native from the Eastern Wilderness was a trivial matter. From every angle, the two were not of the same caliber. It was time for this Eastern Wilderness upstart to pay a bloody price. This was the collective thought of Yi Xian, Lu Shui, and everyone present. A gaze remained fixed upon the void above, observing the confrontation between the two. Boom! 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 Lin Yuan and Yi Wu Dao each unleashed their attacks. In that moment, both figures staggered backward. Boom! 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 With each step they took, the void trembled, and the earth quaked. Chapter 56. Confrontation with the Ascendant Realm expert. How is this possible? The ancestor could not vanquish him, and was instead repelled? The crisis had been averted, yet deep within Yi Xian's heart, shock reigned supreme. What kind of is this? That is his own ancestor, a being at the pinnacle of this realm, and he was repelled by Lin Yuan with a single strike? His mind buzzed. It was not just Yi Xian. Everyone wondered what step Lin Yuan had attained, and how. That was an Ascendant Realm expert, and yet he could not inflict even the slightest harm on Lin Yuan. With fair complexion and a delicate stature, adorned in celebratory red garments, Lu Shui's gaze towards Lin Yuan became exceedingly complex. Was this truly the same Lin Yuan she had previously dismissed as a mere sycophant? Just months prior, within the Qingyun Dao sect, Lin Yuan was merely at the level of the divine bridge. He had no power to resist, even against Yi Xian's protector, Long Heir, who easily subdued him. But what had transpired just now? The ancestor of the great universe dynasty had struck and failed to slay him, instead being repelled. Within the royal palace, an uproar erupted. At the moment of crisis, an ancestor from the great universe dynasty had appeared to save them, and though the immediate threat had dissipated, countless hearts were left with a question. How could a youth, appearing no more than 20, possess such immense strength, rivaling an Ascendant Realm expert? This was even more shocking than Lin Yuan's earlier declaration of annihilating the entire great universe dynasty. What does the Ascendant Realm represent? It signifies the apex of this realm, a qualification for ascending to a higher plane. For countless years, even across the entirety of Central Continent, it was remarkable for a single Ascendant Realm expert to emerge in a lifetime. A half step into the Ascendant Realm was the utmost limit for many powerful individuals in Central Continent today. Though merely a half step away, that distance had thwarted countless exceptionally gifted cultivators throughout history. Now, a youthful lad from the Eastern Wilderness had reached such heights. Boom! The scene erupted with astonished gazes directed at Lin Yuan, who had just regained his footing after being repelled. Of course, some speculated it was merely a coincidence. They believed Lin Yuan had exerted all his strength, while the ancestor of the great universe dynasty had merely delivered a casual strike. Nevertheless, even this was astonishing. Boom! 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 Blood surged within him. Lin Yuan's body trembled, his white hair billowing as he steadied himself. Is this the true power of the Ascendant Realm? It seems my prior assumptions were not far off. With the supreme Dao body, I am indeed capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Ascendant Realm experts. A flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Yuan's eyes as he gazed upon the newly appeared elder, Yi Wu Dao. The chasm between the late stage of the Dao Palace realm and true Ascendant Realm practitioners was indeed unfathomably vast. Throughout the extensive history of the Xiantian continent, no one had ever been able to contend with a true Ascendant Realm expert relying solely on the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. The disparity was too great. Even the contemporary prodigies could not manage it, for Yi Wu Dao, as an ancestor of the great universe dynasty, possessed the dragon spirit body, the foremost constitution of the Xiantian continent. His strength surpassed that of an ordinary Ascendant Realm expert by an immeasurable degree. Yet regrettably, Lin Yuan did not fall within that category. The Supreme Dao body has historically ranked among the top 10 supreme bodies across the myriad realms and upper realms, and such supreme bodies do not emerge in the lower realms. Thus, Lin Yuan's ability to contend with Ascendant Realm experts while at the Dao Palace realm was a singular exception, and perhaps the only one. Boom! 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 The elder's frail form also retreated, his crimson robe fluttering. Struggling to halt his movement, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Wudao's gaze as he looked at Lin Yuan. No wonder even my own great universe dynasty's prince, Yi Xian, was defeated by you. The loss was not unjust. I never expected such a prodigy to emerge from the eastern wilderness. Lin Yuan is far too young. So young that Yi Wudao found it somewhat unbelievable. However, he had indeed only made a casual strike just now, not taking it seriously. At this moment, Yi Wudao merely believed that Lin Yuan must have exerted all his strength to repel him. Yet even so, it was still astonishing. Yi Wudao's aged gaze swept over the coffin behind Lin Yuan, recognizing the person within as one he had personally slain within the Qingyan Dao sect. Any trace of admiration, he had vanished without a trace. Regrettably, such a young prodigy was a remnant of the Qingyan Dao sect, destined to be an enemy of my great universe dynasty. In that case, the old man cannot allow you to live any longer. His expression turned cold, and he stood in the void, radiating an overwhelming aura, as Yi Wudao exuded killing intent. If you wish to end my life, it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability. Otherwise, it shall be you who meets your demise. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but resonated with strength, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Just moments ago, he had yet to unleash his full power. However, after testing the waters, Lin Yuan was now certain that with the supreme Dao body, he could indeed cross realms and engage in battle with an ascendant realm expert. Hey, young man, do not be too arrogant. Do you truly believe that was the full extent of my power? You are still far too naive. A cold laugh escaped Yi Wudao as boundless killing intent filled his ancient gaze. Lin Yuan's youth instilled a sense of crisis within him. Given time for growth, he could indeed become a calamity for the great universe dynasty. Yet fortunately, he was too hasty. No matter how astonishing your talent may be, a fallen genius is merely a corpse. Feeling a sense of relief, Yi Wudao spoke, and then, boom, boom, boom. His aura, no longer concealed, the might of an ascendant realm expert surged forth in its entirety. Though his body was decrepit and aged, a magnificent dragon's roar erupted around Yi Wudao. The blood-red lights surged, casting a crimson haze that enveloped the surroundings, within which a dragon's silhouette flickered ominously, shaking the heavens. As an ancestor of the great universe dynasty, he possessed the same dragon spirit body as Yi Xian, the foremost constitution of the Xiantian continent. However, compared to Yi Xian, Yi Wudao and Appo's strength was unfathomably more terrifying. The blood mist engulfed the void, and the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the royal palace, the overwhelming might causing tremors in all directions, as if even the heavens were quaking. The terrifying aura of the ascendant realm left countless cultivators from Central Continent in awe. In a flourishing realm like Central Continent, only one ascendant realm expert could emerge in a lifetime. In the current Xiantian continent, if any faction had an ancestor of the ascendant realm, it would likely only be the great universe dynasty, the colossal entity that had dominated Central Continent for countless ages. Thus, for the many cultivators of Central Continent present, it was their first encounter with such a taboo-level expert in action. Is this truly the power of an ascendant realm expert? An existence standing at the pinnacle of this realm, deemed invincible in the world. This is the ancestor of the great universe dynasty. That lad will surely regret it now. Below, voices echoed, including those of Lu Shui and Yi Xian, as everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan. This time, no one believed that the native from the eastern wilderness could turn the tide. In the eyes of the numerous cultivators present, Lin Yuan's ability to repel the ancestor of the great Yu dynasty was merely a testament to his full exertion, while Yi Wudao's strike was but a casual effort. Now, as a formidable expert of the ascendant realm reveals his true strength, it is certain that Lin Yuan cannot contend. After all, they did not sense the unique aura of the ascendant realm, one that harmonizes with the heavens and the earth, emanating from Lin Yuan. They concluded that he had not yet stepped into the ascendant realm. Draped in a black robe, with a tall and graceful figure and a handsome visage, Lin Yuan stood atop the palace, his white hair dancing in the wind amidst an infinite expanse of blood mist, thick and oppressive, obscuring the view. The resounding roar of a dragon echoed, and one could feel the overwhelming aura unique to the ascendant realm ahead. It seems I have been underestimated. Lin Yuan remarked with a calm smirk, his gaze serene. The earlier attack that felled Yi Xian and the others had been thwarted by Yi Wudao, yet for Lin Yuan, eliminating them did not warrant the use of his full power. At that moment, a fierce shout erupted from the blood mist. It was Yi Wudao launching his assault. Junior, prepare to die. The void trembled ominously. Boom, boom, boom. The swirling blood mist surged and roiled, as if transforming into a sea of blood. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the dragon, its shadow soared through the air, claws poised to strike. Beneath the dragon's claws, cracks appeared in the surrounding void, dense and intricate, as if the space were a smooth mirror fracturing. To kill me, you are not worthy. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. An immense aura surged from his being. His eyes glowed with an endless brilliance, embodying the vicissitudes of the world. Radiant pathways of light enveloped him, mysterious runes rising from the luminous energy. Boom! In an instant, the boundless sea of crimson mist receded and dissipated under the illumination of his radiant pathways, vanishing without a trace. The supreme Tao body, referred to as the Son of the Great Way in the higher realms, shone with its light, causing all malevolence to retreat, impervious to myriad laws. Even the power of the Ascendant realm had to yield before Lin Yuan's brilliance. Kill! He thundered, taking a step into the air. Boom! The void beneath him quaked as his form transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Yi Wudao. What is this physique? Yi Wudao sensed a force emanating from Lin Yuan that seemed foreign to this realm, leading him to a momentary illusion. The esteemed dragon spirit physique of his Yi lineage, hailed as the strongest in the Xintian continent, felt suppressed by the black and white radiance surrounding Lin Yuan. How could this be? In this realm, the dragon spirit physique had always dominated others. To encounter its suppression by another was unfathomable. Unable to fathom the nature of the youth before him, the battle erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In a clash between Tao Palace late stage and Ascendant realm, the violent collisions unleashed powerful waves that threatened to shatter the very fabric of the void. Roar, roar, roar. The blood-colored dragon shadow soared, its roar echoing through the heavens. The Yi lineage's dragon god technique, enhanced by the dragon spirit physique, allowed this technique to reach its zenith, rendering it invincible among equals. Yet at this moment, the vast dragon shadow, adorned in crimson scales, began to fracture. Propelled away by Lin Yuan's onslaught, the fist marks, radiant and overwhelming, seemed capable of obliterating everything in their path. It was Lin Yuan's assault, harnessing the power of the supreme Tao body without invoking any techniques or weapons. For Lin Yuan, his very body served as the mightiest weapon. Among the 10 supreme physiques of the higher realms, each possessed its unique merits, and the supreme Tao body was not famed for sheer strength. If one were to witness this scene, even Lin Jiao, who had beheld Lin Yuan's ascension to the supreme Tao body, would be left dumbfounded, questioning whether his young master had truly attained the supreme Tao body or if he had become an ancient holy body of unparalleled might. At this moment, gazing at the battle unfolding in the skies, countless cultivators from the central state, including Yi Xian and Lu Shui, were left in a state of utter disbelief. Rooted to the spot, prior to this, they had confidently declared that Lin Yuan could not possibly contend against a true expert of the Ascendant realm. They had contemplated how many strikes he could withstand. Yet now, particularly Yi Xian, watched in shock as his own ancestor retreated step by step before Lin Yuan. Words failed him, and confusion clouded his eyes. This was impossible. His ancestor was an extraordinary figure. How could a mere native of Eastern Wasteland ascend to such heights in just a few months? In a daze, Yi Xian racked his brain, unable to comprehend the ongoing events. How many times had Lin Yuan shattered their perceptions? Previously, it was merely Lu Xian and Lu Chengdao of the Lili Dao sect. But now, even their powerful ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty, a formidable trump card of the dynasty, was retreating before Lin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, the scene was not, as the gathered onlookers had imagined, an evenly matched contest, but rather one of Lin Yuan's unilateral dominance. The dragon's shadow shattered. Yi Wudao, clad in a crimson robe, faced Lin Yuan's unstoppable assault, his hair disheveled and body staggering, his already frail form retreating uncontrollably. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he exclaimed, "This is impossible." Chapter 58. Who is Yi Wudao? In his youth, he swept across the entire Xiantian continent, proclaiming himself invincible among the prodigies of that era. Subsequently, over the course of 2 centuries, he ascended to the pinnacle of this realm, achieving the celestial ascendance. Many of his deeds continue to be recounted throughout the central state to this day. Afterward, he withdrew from worldly affairs and royal matters, hiding deep within the forbidden grounds of the Diyu dynasty, dedicating himself solely to preparations for ascension. He believed that apart from the depths of the royal forbidden grounds, there were no rivals to his ambitions, save for the ancient relic who shared a similar goal and had toiled for a century for the same purpose. And the contemporary Emperor Yi Tuesday. Yet now what had transpired? Faced with a young man from the eastern wilderness, a descendant of a sect he had annihilated, he found himself outmatched, defeated. You have not yet reached the celestial ascendance. How have you achieved this step? Yi Wudao's voice continued to resonate, his aged visage marred by blood at the corners of his mouth. Confusion, disbelief, and profound uncertainty clouded his gaze as he looked upon Lin Yuan. As a being of celestial ascendance, through the battle just fought, he could ascertain that this youth had not attained the same realm. Yet, the power he exhibited surpassed his own. This was a far more terrifying reality. What?Ist. At such a tender age of merely 20, he possessed the strength to transcend realms and defeat him. Yi Wudao's gaze bore into Lin Yuan, an incomprehensible riddle to him. In response to Yi Wudao's words, Lin Yuan spoke calmly. You have grown old. You are withering, your vitality depleted. Waves of spiritual energy surged around him, his fighting spirit undiminished, an imposing aura radiating from him. Yet, between a being of celestial ascendance and his own late-stage Dao Palace realm, there remained a half-step to celestial ascendance. Logically, even with his supreme Dao body allowing him to transcend realms, it should not have been so effortless as it had been moments ago. However, during the duel, Lin Yuan discerned that while Yi Wudao's realm still stood and his presence was formidable, the vitality within him had already waned. This was one reason why he was able to secure victory so easily. Had he faced a peak-state celestial ascendance master, victory would not have come as effortlessly. At this moment, the conversation between Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao was heard clearly by countless cultivators from the central state below. To think that an ancestor of the Diyu dynasty would personally intervene and still fail to subdue this individual. Although Elder Yi is aged, his realm remains. I cannot believe he is merely a native from the eastern wilderness. Voices rose in disbelief, gazing at Lin Yuan, struggling to accept the scene before them. Here was a youth, seemingly even younger than many of the central state's prodigies. Yet he had reached a point where even the apex of this world found themselves powerless against him. The celestial ascendants elders represented the mightiest beings of the Xiantian continent. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. He was certainly not a native of the eastern wilderness. The spiritual energy there is thin, ranking as the weakest among the 5 states of the Xiantian continent. How could such an individual possibly emerge from the eastern wilderness? To the countless cultivators of the central state, such a prodigy belonged solely to their region, a fitting match for their heroic heritage. At this moment, Lu Shui, with her fair complexion and delicate stature, felt an unfamiliar distance from Lin Yuan, as if he had become an unattainable figure, despite him being the same person. The gap between them had grown insurmountable. A fleeting regret crossed her mind. Had events unfolded differently during the banquet at the Qingyun Dao sect, perhaps the subsequent demise of the sect could have been averted. However, that flicker of regret was swiftly extinguished. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yuan had slain her father, their enmity had become irrevocably entrenched. Alas, this was the Diyu dynasty, where celestial ascendance masters were not limited to just one. If he could contend with one, how could he withstand 3? In the end, death awaited him. Her murmurs were barely audible, even to Yi Xian beside her. In Lu Shui's eyes, regardless of how powerful Lin Yuan had become today, he remained bound to a fate of demise. Deep within the royal palace, not one but several celestial ascendants ancestors of the Yi clan were present. She had witnessed this with her own eyes. Moreover, there was also the emperor of the Diyu dynasty, whose presence loomed over the entire central state. This dynasty had remained unmatched on the Xiantian continent for eons, its foundation too formidable. After today, Lin Yuan would surely meet his end, and at most, a tale of a prodigy daring to penetrate the royal palace would circulate in the central state, only to vanish into obscurity shortly thereafter. Lu Shui, destined to be the consort of the crown prince, would likely ascend to prominence within this dynasty. The identity she desired, everything she possessed, was beyond what Lin Yuan could offer. At this moment, high above, Lin Yuan and Yi Wudao stood in a tense standoff. I have grown old. I must concede, I underestimated you before. However, regrettably, this is the Diyu dynasty, and today you are fated to perish here. With a cold expression, Yi Wudao regarded Lin Yuan, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the depths of the royal palace's forbidden grounds from which he had emerged. Old comrade, it is time for you to stretch your limbs. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous energy surged forth from the depths of the palace's forbidden grounds. Concealed, yet harmonious, it melded with the cosmos, an aura only a celestial ascendant's master could possess. Moreover, its magnitude surpassed even that of Yi Wudao. To think you have struggled to subdue a mere junior for so long. Very well, let us join forces to eliminate this child. An elder clad in green robes approached from afar. With a single step, he covered 1,000 miles in an instant, appearing before Yi Wudao. His eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, as cold as death itself. He was one of the 2 celestial ascendants masters who had previously accompanied Yi Xian to the central state, known as Yiming. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Wudao cast a mocking glance at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, he spoke, recalling something he had previously omitted. By the way, that old man in the coffin behind you, is he your master, named Xiao Zhantian? It was I who crushed him with a mere finger within the Qingyun Dao sect, like squashing an ant. Yi Wudao smiled at Lin Yuan, extending a finger downward as he spoke. Is it you? Boom! Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, filled with boundless murderous intent. Chapter 59. A lone battle against 2 ascendant realms. Though Lin Yuan was aware that the Qingyun Dao sect had been obliterated under the edict of the Diyu Empire, the revelation that his master had been slain by the very man before him, Yi Wudao, struck a profound chord within him. The elderly figure who had picked him up as an infant and nurtured him to adulthood had become, in Lin Yuan's heart, a father. Rage consumed him. His heart twisted in anguish, and his eyes glowed crimson, filled with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. The hatred to annihilate everything in front of him surged uncontrollably within. To the aloof cultivators of the central continent, the destruction of a mere sect from the eastern wilderness might seem as trivial as squashing an ant. Yet, this was the land of Lin Yuan's upbringing, the birthplace of his memories. All that was familiar, the people, the trees, had been devastated. Within the sect, his master, his junior sister, and countless familiar faces lay dead, all because of the vast Diyu empire beneath his feet. To seek revenge, he must confront the 2 ascendant realm experts before him. Though Lin Yuan appeared undaunted in his previous battle against Yi Wudao, he now faced the combined might of 2 ascendant realm powers. The newly arrived elder in green robes radiated an aura that indicated his vitality was far from the depletion Yi Wudao exhibited. His strength was considerably greater. As a late-stage Dao Palace cultivator, facing the united force of 2 ascendant realm beings seemed nearly impossible, even in the upper realm of the Xintian continent. Yet, in this moment, Lin Yuan had no option to retreat. He sought retribution for the Qingyun Dao sect and the 13,862 souls lost. Kill! Lin Yuan bellowed, his voice resonating with thunderous intensity, shaking the very air around him. His formidable aura surged, overwhelming all rational thought with a tide of murderous intent. Thus, the energy he exuded now surpassed that of his earlier confrontation with Yi Wudao. His snow-white hair danced wildly as brilliant trails of Dao light enveloped him, with countless mysterious symbols hovering around his form. He stood poised in midair, and as he took a step forward, crack, the void beneath him collapsed, shattered by his might. He transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Yi Wudao. Just a junior dares to act recklessly in my Diyu Empire? He seeks his own demise. The green-robed elder, one of the ancestors of the Diyu Empire, Yiming, regarded the audacious Lin Yuan with a chilling sneer. His strength was not to be compared with Yi Wudao, thus he dismissed Lin Yuan entirely. Do not be careless. Assist me. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Wudao's face as he observed the approaching Lin Yuan, feeling an involuntary twinge of fear at the overwhelming aura emanating from the young man. Despite being merely a junior from the eastern wilderness, the force he now unleashed was more terrifying than before. If he were alone, he might not necessarily prevail. As the battle erupted in full force, boom, 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 the Du Palace trembled violently. The skies darkened, space quaked, and powerful waves of spiritual energy whipped into a storm that swept all around. Above, three figures of unimaginable strength loomed, engaged in a clash that would be rare even in the annals of Central Continent history. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Yuan, a young prodigy from the eastern wilderness, stood alone against two venerable ancestors of the Du Empire, two ascendant realm experts, an event unprecedented in the chronicles of Central Continent. Below, countless cultivators who had gathered for the wedding were shaken to their cores. Beneath the terrifying pressure, their faces turned pale, yet none retreated. All eyes were fixed on the spectacle, eager to witness who would emerge victorious in this miraculous confrontation. Who would have thought that the unrivaled genius of this era on the Xintian continent would hail from the eastern wilderness? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Not only in our time, but such a thing has never occurred in the long history of the Central Continent. But what of it? In the end, he will still perish. No one can withstand the combined might of two ascendant realm beings. Voices echoed within the palace. Regardless of the outcome, from this day forth, the name Lin Yuan would undoubtedly stir a great upheaval in the Central Continent. At this moment, amidst the cacophony, Yi Xian, clad in crimson and strikingly handsome, wore a grim expression. How many times had Lin Yuan overshadowed him since he had appeared at his wedding? Each display of Lin Yuan's might had struck him like a slap to the face, reducing his pride to dust. Yi Xian had always regarded Lin Yuan as a rival and enemy, going so far as to venture to the eastern wilderness to obliterate the Qinyan Dao sect. He yearned to defeat Lin Yuan in a fair contest, to demonstrate that their disparity was not only in status, but also in strength, asserting his superiority as a prince of the Du Empire. Yet now, witnessing Lin Yuan battle his two esteemed ancestors, Yi Xian found himself devoid of the courage to confront him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had leaped far beyond his reach. I refuse to believe that you can best the combined might of my Du Empire's two ancestors. Yi Xian seethed, his gaze filled with malice as he watched Lin Yuan amidst the fierce battle above. The only flicker of confidence he held stemmed from his identity as a prince of the Du Empire. He hoped fervently for Lin Yuan's swift demise, believing that would restore his own dignity. Fear not, brother Yi Xian. He cannot endure for much longer, came the voice of Lu Shui beside him. She too harbored a desire for Lin Yuan's demise, severing any lingering regrets within her heart. The disruption of the wedding had left her anxious. Only with Lin Yuan's death could she join with Yi Xian, thus elevating her status within the empire, a transformation she had awaited for far too long. Within the palace, the clamor continued, eyes glued to the titanic struggle unfolding in the skies. Boom, boom, boom. The battle reached a fever pitch, the heavens trembling and the very fabric of space quaking. Kill. Amidst the endless dance of black and white Dao light, Lin Yuan stood, his white hair billowing, black robes stained with blood, his body bleeding profusely. He disregarded his injuries, seemingly frenzied, trading blows as every assault he launched struck true against Yi Wudao. Chapter 60. The Death of Yi Wudao. Boom. 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 Lin Yuan relentlessly launched his assaults, his aura resonating with thunderous intensity, permeated by an inexhaustible killing intent that enveloped the surroundings. His formidable punches seemed capable of shaking the very heavens as they descended upon Yi Wudao. With a sickening thud, the aged body of Yi Wudao, already battered from his previous clash with Lin Yuan, now ruptured, blood spurting from his mouth. Witnessing Lin Yuan's relentless pursuit to kill him at any cost, Yi Wudao cried out to the elder in green robes, "Yi Ming, come and assist me. This young man has lost his mind." Fear gripped him as he beheld Lin Yuan's fierce determination. The space around them trembled, Yi Wudao's frail form dodging desperately, regret gnawing at him. Had he known, he would never have revealed to this young man the truth of his slaying of Xiao Zhantian. Ignoring the imminent threat, Lin Yuan was willing to risk everything to eliminate him. You old dog, prepare to die. Lin Yuan roared, his momentum swelling, his martial spirit boundless. He disregarded the assault from the elder in green robes and another formidable cultivator behind him, enduring the blows as blood flowed from his mouth, vowing to slay Yi Wudao. Clad in green robes, enveloped in an endless green mist, Yi Ming stood, his presence overwhelming. That layer of Dao light surrounding this boy is peculiar. What kind of constitution does he possess to nullify most of my attacks? His expression was a mix of incredulity and unease as he observed the radiant Dao light emanating from Lin Yuan, rendering much of his own power futile. With his vitality at its zenith, he knew his strength was unmatched by Yi Wudao. This was a baffling experience for him, one he had never encountered in centuries. He could not afford to hesitate. Otherwise, Yi Wudao would surely perish at the hands of this young man, a loss unacceptable for the Dayu dynasty. Boom, boom, boom. As the murderous intent spread, the elder in green unleashed a palm strike, radiating golden light. An overwhelming brilliance surged forth, intricate runes swirling within. As his palm print blotted out the sky, a hand of destruction aimed at Lin Yuan. Boy, die. This strike was immensely powerful, even regarded as a supreme blow in the eyes of a celestial realm expert. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan faced this incoming strike without trepidation. His black attire billowed in the wind, his aura reaching its peak. Aware of the formidable attack descending upon him, he realized that if he did not eliminate Yi Wudao now, he might never have another opportunity. His heart remained undeterred as he continued to pursue Yi Wudao. Beyond avenging his master, there was another pressing reason. He could not afford to linger. This was the Dayu dynasty, and he must swiftly eliminate one of the celestial realm cultivators. Alone, combating two was a daunting task. He was merely at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm, relying solely on the power of the supreme Dao body to engage in battle. With resolute determination, Lin Yuan's martial spirit surged. This was his most formidable strike, channeling all his strength. Boom! The mysterious Dao patterns surrounding him, unique to the supreme Dao body, writhed and spiraled, merging into Lin Yuan's fist as it descended towards Yi Wudao. Crack! The space trembled and collapsed inch by inch beneath the weight of his punch. This blow could transcend realms, capable of slaying a celestial. No! His voice trembled with unparalleled terror as Yi Wudao felt his vitality drained completely, his frail body aging. Faced with Lin Yuan's strike, fear consumed him. He had nowhere to flee, surrounded by the shattering fissures of space. His hair stood on end, and a chilling dread filled his heart. Crack! As the punch landed, Yi Wudao's body disintegrated, reduced to mere flesh and blood, transforming the void into a crimson mist. There remained no trace of him, only the evidence of his existence in the form of blood mist. A celestial realm expert, once deemed invincible, had perished at the hands of Lin Yuan, who was merely 20 years old. And at that moment, boom, 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 the overwhelming palm strike from behind had also descended upon Lin Yuan. The resplendent Dao light surrounding him mitigated much of the force. Even though the supreme Dao body repelled malevolent forces, Lin Yuan, undeterred in his quest to slay Yi Wudao, braced himself against the blow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, scattering it into the void. Lin Yuan's hair fell disheveled, his body staggering as he expelled blood, his energy waning. Although he had slain Yi Wudao, he too had been injured by the elder's palm. Master, did you see? The one who sought to kill you is dead. His youthful visage was pallid, resembling parchment. Steadying himself, he gazed down at the coffin, within which lay the lifeless body of Xiao Zhantian. Bearing the coffin, he had annihilated the entire Piaoxua Dao sect, slaughtering countless powerful figures from the East Wilderness. Now, he had brought this coffin to the Dayu Palace, determined that the elder who had raised him would witness the demise of those responsible for the previous devastation of Qingyun Dao sect. How is this possible? Yi Wudao is dead. This boy withstood my ultimate strike and is merely injured? Yi Ming stared in astonishment at the wounded Lin Yuan. He could not fathom how a junior cultivator, not yet at the celestial realm, could endure his attack and still kill Yi Wudao while only sustaining injuries himself. After much contemplation, he began to grasp why this young man possessed the audacity to invade their Dayu palace alone. The key was Lin Yuan's youthful appearance, easily leading others to underestimate his true strength. A celestial realm expert had been decisively slain by Lin Yuan, a scene profoundly shocking. From below, amidst the multitude of witnesses, exclamations filled the air. Ancestor, he is dead? Killed by Lin Yuan? Tremors coursed through Yi Xian as he processed the earlier sight. A chill spread from his core, freezing him entirely. This shattered Yi Xian's understanding. In his mind, his ancestor was an invincible being. How could he be defeated? Especially by someone he had never deemed worthy? A celestial realm expert, even within the Dayu dynasty, represented an invaluable asset, a trump card that commanded respect across the entire Xintian continent. The death of a celestial realm cultivator at the hands of an indigenous figure from the East Wilderness? The Dayu dynasty had suffered a monumental loss. Was he truly just a pure mind and age? At that moment, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Countless voices echoed throughout the palace. Perhaps even Lin Yuan himself was unaware of what the death of a celestial realm expert represented in this central state, or even the Xintian continent. Chapter 61. The appearance of Yi Tu within the grand confines of the Dayu imperial palace. Today was initially designated for the nuptials of Prince Yi Xian. However, with the arrival of Lin Yuan, this magnificent wedding was thrown into disarray. At the same time, within the imperial hall, the atmosphere was solemn and silent. Upon the resplendent dragon throne, a figure sat, clad in a black dragon robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, exuding an air of noble detachment. This formidable presence was none other than the reigning emperor of the Dayu dynasty, Yi Tuesday. Suddenly, the surrounding space quivered, revealing a dark and unfathomable spatial rift before Yi Tuesday. Intermittent sounds echoed from the other side of the rift. The emissary from the upper realm was about to descend. As the rift dissipated, a grave expression settled upon Yi Tu's austere visage. Despite being the emperor of the Dayu dynasty, the most esteemed figure in the central continent, and even the Xintian continent, he held profound respect for the emissaries from the upper realm. Historically, the Dayu dynasty had numerous ascended beings, establishing their own dominion in the upper realm. Yet in that realm, the Dayu dynasty merely served as an auxiliary force to a sacred domain known as the Yuqing Sacred Land, which governed 4 major dynasties, of which the Yu was but one. The emissary was none other than the saintess of the Yuqing Sacred Land, an individual of unparalleled stature, soon to arrive with intentions linked to the elusive whereabouts of the Yuan-Tian Supreme's secret treasure. To this day, Yi Tu remained entirely ignorant of this treasure's existence. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone any thoughts about it until the emissary's arrival. Yi Tu had been engaged in conversation with the ancestral figure of the Yi royal lineage who had ascended to the upper realm, and thus, he found himself absent from his son's wedding festivities. After all, in comparison to matters concerning the upper realm, what significance did a prince's wedding hold? The palace trembled with a series of resounding booms. Who dared to cause a disturbance within the Dayu imperial palace? Yi Tu's brows furrowed in anger as he emanated an overwhelming aura of authority. This was the imperial palace, and today marked his son's momentous occasion. Such audacity was intolerable. Outside, amidst the turmoil, the fierce battle between Lin Yuan and Yi Ming raged on. Clad in a green robe and enveloped in an ominous green mist, Yi Ming exhibited overwhelming strength at the peak of the Ascendant realm. You dare to slay one of my Dayu dynasty's Ascendant masters. You must pay with your life. Yi Ming's voice dripped with murderous intent. Such an event had never transpired since the establishment of the Dayu dynasty. A powerful elder of the Ascendant realm slain by a prodigy from the eastern wilderness within the imperial palace. This was not merely a loss of a formidable asset. It was a blow to the dignity of the Dayu dynasty itself. If Lin Yuan were not vanquished here, the perception of countless suppressed forces across the central continent would inevitably shift, endangering the very authority of the Dayu dynasty. This could not be tolerated. Lin Yuan must die. As the battle intensified, Lin Yuan found himself stained with blood. In the encounter where he had slain Yi Wu Dao, Lin Yuan had withstood a formidable blow from the Ascendant Master Yi Ming. Though he had narrowly escaped death through the power of his supreme Dao body, he still felt the tumult within his veins, his vitality waning amidst the relentless onslaught. Yet his resolve remained unyielding. His gaze steadfast, he was determined to fight on. With a surge of indomitable spirit, Lin Yuan's battle intent flared, sending a mighty aura that startled those around him. Drawing upon this fervent will, he managed to fend off Yi Ming's assault, even pushing him back several paces. The green mist shattered as Yi Ming staggered, astonished by Lin Yuan's resilience. Is this boy's body forged of iron? He withstood my most powerful strike and still possesses such strength. Yi Ming's incredulity was palpable as he regarded Lin Yuan, a young prodigy who had surpassed expectations. However, Yi Ming discerned that Lin Yuan, after enduring consecutive battles, was nearing his limit. You are merely clinging to life. I shall see how much longer you can endure. The confrontation continued unabated. In this moment of fierce struggle, Lin Yuan relied solely on his unwavering conviction. Yet, fate can be cruel, and calamity struck. Suddenly, a deep sense of impending doom enveloped him, a true harbinger of death. Reacting instinctively, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of light. Evading a catastrophic blast that erupted where he had just stood, a resplendent purple-gold light surged from the direction of the Imperial Hall, resembling a raging river that tore through the space where Lin Yuan had been moments before. At that instant, a commanding voice boomed from afar. Who dares to intrude upon the DU Imperial Palace? This voice resonated throughout the palace, heralding the arrival of an extraordinarily powerful figure, who descended from the pinnacle of the Imperial Hall. Surrounded by a radiant purple-gold aura, he was clad in a black dragon robe and bore a purple-gold crown, exuding an air of regal authority. As this figure manifested, the entire DU Imperial Palace erupted in fervor. "It is the Emperor!" Yi Xian exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. The true sovereign of the central continent had arrived. "All hail the Emperor!" came the chorus of reverent voices as figures knelt in homage to the newly appeared sovereign. Yi Tuesday. Even Yi Ming, clad in green, slightly inclined his body in respect towards Yi Tuesday, with a measured nod and arms crossed behind his back. Yi too surveyed the scene. His piercing gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, brow furrowing in contemplation. "Who are you?" Chapter 62. Doubt the Emperor of the Universe, Yi Tu, stands as the mightiest figure of the present age in the Middle State. The supremacy of the DU dynasty over the entire Middle State, and even the entire Xintian continent, is inextricably linked to this monarch. With an iron-fisted approach, he is a sovereign of unyielding resolve. Forces that submit to his command tremble in his presence, and none dare to provoke his formidable authority. Yet, at this moment, when confronted with Yi Tu's inquiry, Lin Yuan remains silent. The Emperor has manifested, and the matter should come to a close. Who would have thought that he would witness the Emperor in person? How audacious this young man is. Remaining mute when addressed by the Emperor. Below, as he too appears, the clamor around him does not cease. Witnessing the Emperor personally pose a question, Lin Yuan's silence incites the ire of those present who have long held grievances against him. This is the Emperor, a being before whom countless sect leaders in the Middle State quake with fear. Who dares to act defiantly in the presence of such a ruler? Finally, the Emperor has revealed himself. The once defeated Yi Xian, who had been thoroughly humiliated by Lin Yuan, now stands tall, his pride renewed, nostrils flaring. Although of the same age, he bears the burden of having lost an ancestor to Lin Yuan, which weighs heavily upon him. Nevertheless, with his father's arrival, Yi Xian perceives Lin Yuan as inconsequential. With but a flick of his father's hand, the young man believes Lin Yuan could be easily crushed. The two are not comparable. Is this truly the Emperor of the DU? With fair skin and a slender, delicate form, his long hair cascades down, creating an imposing silhouette against the sky. Though she is to marry Yi Xian, Lu Shui, of noble lineage, still lacks the privilege to meet the Emperor of the DU. The name of this sovereign resonates throughout the Middle State, and even she cannot remain indifferent. She has heard tales of him long before, yet seeing him with her own eyes is a first. Before the Emperor, Lin Yuan, you are destined to perish. Lu Shui scoffs, asserting that no matter how talented he may be, in the face of this sovereign, he will ultimately end up as nothing more than a corpse. The murmurs from all directions continue unabated. Before them, two ascendant realm powerhouses stand resolutely, particularly the recently appeared Emperor Yi Tu, whose overwhelming aura is palpable. Lin Yuan keenly senses that the strength of his opponent far surpasses that of Yi Wudao and Yi Ming. Drip, drip, drip. Blood trickles from Lin Yuan's body, staining him crimson. Despite evading the Emperor's devastating strike by sheer instinct, he has sustained grievous injuries. As he surveys the heavens and the earth, he finds himself surrounded by adversaries. Am I destined to fail? His voice is faint, tinged with despair as he murmurs to himself. He has never regretted his actions. On the night he knelt before the shattered Qingyun sect, his heart was encased in ice. Revenge is his only sustenance. The souls of the 13,862 fallen members of his sect watch over him, their presence a constant reminder of his burden. For days, he has dared not sleep, ceaselessly questioning himself. Lin Yuan attributes the destruction of the Qingyun sect solely to himself, believing its downfall is his fault. At this moment, even before engaging in battle with the emperor, Lin Yuan comprehends that he has encountered a genuine life-and-death crisis. Perhaps death awaits, yet for the sake of vengeance. Lin Yuan fears not the end. Is it truly you, the emperor of the Dayu? Lin Yuan raises his head, his face marred by his own blood, and gazes at Yi Tuesday. Unlike others who exhibit reverence, his eyes are calm and icy. My Qingyun Dao sect fell because of you, the Dayu dynasty. Even if I perish today, I will ensure that your wretched dynasty pays the price. Lin Yuan's voice resonates with unquenchable hatred. His dark garments are torn, revealing gaping wounds from which blood continues to flow. On the brink of collapse, he forces himself upright, unwilling to bow before his foes. At this moment, his spiritual energy is nearly depleted, his complexion pale as death. The Qingyun Dao sect? In the eyes of this emperor, they are naught but ants. Suppressing the middle state, commanding the seas, my will is inviolable. Since you dare to harm my son, your Qingyun Dao sect shall pay the corresponding price. Do you understand? The emperor's voice is laden with authority, laced with derision. High above, he gazes down upon all. A mere sect like Qingyun would have faded from his memory were it not for Lin Yuan's mention. Countless sects have met their demise at his hands. How could he possibly recall each one? However, with Lin Yuan's revelation, Yi Tu now comprehends the young man's identity, an overlooked remnant of a small sect from the eastern wilderness. It seems that the last extermination of the Qingyun Dao sect was not thorough enough. Suspended in midair, enveloped in a golden radiance, Yi Tu emanates an overwhelming aura, embodying a sovereign who commands the world. His presence is terrifying as he scrutinizes Lin Yuan with a look of confusion. Even someone as noble as he cannot grasp why this youth, who has yet to reach the ascendant realm, could have caused the death of an ancestor of the Dayu dynasty. Even Yi Ming has been unable to subdue him for an extended period. It is possible that Lin Yuan harbors something extraordinary, be it a rare treasure or a terrifying opportunity. Regardless, it is undoubtedly something that stirs the heart of the emperor of the Dayu. No matter the cost, he must possess it. The emperor, this boy is obstinate. Allow this old man to pry open his mouth and shatter his teeth. An aged voice emerges from Yi Ming as he bows to Yi Tu, then directs a cold snort at Lin Yuan. Previously, he had joined forces with Yi Wu Dao, yet was still bested by Lin Yuan, leaving him utterly humiliated, especially in the presence of Emperor Yi Tuesday. No need. Let me see for myself how he has achieved this. The emperor, brimming with self-assurance, believes that his power is sufficient to dominate the situation. He cannot fathom that this disciple from a minor sect in the eastern wilderness could create any significant upheaval under his command. Confident, proud, powerful, and utterly domineering. That is the Emperor Yi Tuesday, Chapter 63. Lin Jiu sets forth Lin Yuan single-handedly wreak havoc at the wedding banquet, causing the entire Dayu dynasty to be thrown into turmoil. Ultimately, this commotion compelled the Emperor Yi Tu, to make an appearance. At this moment, throughout the central state, numerous sect leaders and venerable elders received news from within the Dayu imperial palace, leaving them astounded. Although countless powerful figures from central state attended Yi Xian's grand wedding, it was not sufficient to ignite the fervor of the entire region. However, upon learning that a prodigy from the eastern wasteland had slain an elder of the Dayu dynasty, even the unparalleled sovereign of central state was driven to reveal himself. Instantly, the entire central state was ablaze with excitement. How could it be a mere individual from the eastern wasteland has thrown the Dayu dynasty into chaos? How intriguing. I must witness for myself which celestial being has managed to compel the emperor to show himself. What individuals from the Liuli Dao sect sent to the Dayu dynasty, from the grand elder to the holy son, all fell to the hands of that eastern wasteland native. Across various domains in Central State, powerful figures soared into the sky, heading toward the imperial domain and the Dayu imperial palace. They yearned to behold the extraordinary talent that could achieve such feats. After all, such events had never transpired on the Central State continent since ancient times. At that moment, as countless powerful beings from Central State rushed towards the Dayu dynasty. In the eastern wasteland, within the ancient forbidden grounds of the Ta-Ching imperial palace, the Grand Hall was shrouded in darkness, surrounded by swirling chaotic energies that permeated the entire palace. At this instant, the chaotic aura coalesced into a vortex, swirling toward an elder seated in meditation. Clad in a coarse gray robe stained with his own blood, with long hair ashen and unkempt, it was Lin Jiao. Several months had passed since his parting from Lin Yuan. Previously, in aiding Lin Yuan to ascend to the supreme Tao body, the shattering of his innate sacred weapon had left him grievously wounded. During this interval, he had remained within the palace, harnessing the surrounding chaotic energies to recuperate. After all, in this lower realm of the Xintian continent, apart from this imperial palace, there were no heavenly materials or treasures that could hasten his recovery to its zenith. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Jiao's being, shaking the entire palace. His aged visage, eyes closed for months, slowly opened. Thanks to the spiritual energy of the Ta-Ching imperial palace, after several months, the old man's strength had recovered to about 80 or 90%. I wonder how the young master is faring? The elder's gaze reflected concern. When Lin Yuan departed, he was in a mid-stage of the Tao Palace realm. With the addition of the supreme Tao body, in Lin Jiao's eyes, the young master was invincible within the eastern wasteland. Suppressing his aura, Lin Jiao rose to his feet. It was time to depart. With a resounding boom, Lin Jiao's figure vanished from the Ta-Ching imperial palace. At this moment, within the Dayu imperial palace, formidable figures arrived from across Central State. The weakest boasted late-stage Tao Palace cultivation, with others at the brink of transcending to the celestial realm. They bowed before Emperor Yu. The elders and leaders of various sects expressed their respects, their presence alone capable of shaking the very ground of Central State. Yet, within the Dayu imperial palace, each bore an expression of utmost reverence, bowing towards the sovereign Yi Tu in the heavens. Their gazes then shifted to the blood-soaked youth clad in black before Yi Tu, who was none other than Lin Yuan. Is this the prodigy from the eastern wasteland? Remarkably, he remains unscathed under the emperor's immense pressure. It seems the rumors were indeed true. At this moment, in the void above, a rhythmic dripping echoed. The tattered black robe hung in shreds, revealing a body marred by ghastly cracks, blood dripping from the wounds. Stains of his own blood marred his white hair. The broken body floated in the void, surrounded by a golden cage of purple light, ensnaring Lin Yuan within. Roar, roar, roar. The sounds of dragon roars reverberated from within the cage, as 9 slender dragon shadows pierced through Lin Yuan's body, tearing at his flesh and fracturing his bones. Through the grotesque wounds, his white bones were visible. Pain, an endless tide of agony engulfed Lin Yuan. Reveal your secrets, and I shall grant you a swift death. A voice echoed before the cage. It was Yi Tu, standing with hands clasped behind his back, an imposing visage radiating an overwhelming pressure, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Lin Yuan within the cage, interrogating him. The purple light swirling in his palm manifested the cage he had created. He sought to extract Lin Yuan's hidden secrets, believing that the young man harbored a secret potent enough to drive any cultivator of this world to madness, which was why he had yet to execute him. Instead, he opted for torture until Lin Yuan divulged the truth. Crack, crack, crack. The pain intensified as bones shattered. Secrets? Within the cage, Lin Yuan refused to bow his head. Standing tall, his lifeless gaze held unwavering resolve. With a cold smirk, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It is merely a reflection of the incompetence of your Dayu dynasty's celestial realm. Alas, today I cannot eradicate the Dayu dynasty to avenge the annihilation of the Qingyan sect. His voice was weak. Having endured such torment, any ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Yet in this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes only burned with resentment, resentment for being unable to obliterate the Du dynasty and avenge his sect. Facing imminent death, he remained defiant. I shall see how resilient your bones truly are. Yi2's brows furrowed in growing impatience. Boom! The surrounding space trembled as the cage compressed. An overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth, threatening to crush Lin Yuan's broken body into oblivion. I to perish? Lin Yuan's voice was barely a whisper as he spoke, his gaze dimmed. Even now, he harbored no regrets for his decisions. Although this emperor of Deu was an enemy, Lin Yuan could not deny that, with his late-stage Dao Palace cultivation combined with the supreme Dao body, he was no match for this sovereign. At this moment, the specter of death loomed over Lin Yuan. The immense pressure felt as though it would reduce him to nothingness at any moment. Unless I can forcibly awaken the manifestation of the supreme Dao body. Encased within the cage, a glimmer of light flickered in Lin Yuan's once dim eyes, igniting a spark of hope. Chapter 64. A desperate situation. The supreme Dao body, ranked among the 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm, has represented invincibility within the same realm since ancient times, easily transcending boundaries in battle. Its might stems not only from the innate power of its physique, but also from a crucial factor, the manifestation of extraordinary phenomena. Only a supreme body endowed with such phenomena can truly harness its complete strength, capable of overwhelming any foe in existence. In other words, even though Lin Yuan had previously demonstrated formidable prowess, having slain opponents at the ascending heaven realm while still at the Dao Palace stage, this was not the full extent of the supreme Dao body's capabilities. Trapped in the lower realm, where the great Dao is fragmented and the myriad laws are incomplete, Lin Yuan had been unable to awaken his own extraordinary phenomenon. Yet now, at the brink of life and death, he could afford no hesitations. He was willing to pay any price, however minuscule the chance, to attempt to awaken it. Such bravado! How dare he act so defiantly before the emperor? A voice echoed, dripping with disdain for Lin Yuan. The Great Yu Imperial Palace was now teeming with powerful figures from all corners of the central continent. The presence of sect masters and ancestral elders from various sects filled the venue. The name of the Emperor of the Great Yu, resonating throughout the central continent, was like thunder. Yet, Yi2, the ruler of the Great Yu dynasty, had long become a legend, having not appeared in years. With the emergence of an East Wilderness prodigy stirring chaos within the Great Yu dynasty, compelling the emperor to reveal himself, it was no wonder that the strongest from the central continent had gathered to witness this event. As murmurs filled the air, countless gazes were fixed upon the broken form of Lin Yuan, trapped within a cage. Whispers of his audacity in slaying an ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty circulated amongst the crowd. Such youth, and yet he has achieved so much. How'd he manage it? The onlookers remarked. In the face of the Great Yu dynasty, no matter how terrifying his talent may be, he is destined for annihilation. Among the gathered cultivators of the central continent, the sect masters and ancestral elders naturally sided with the Great Yu dynasty. Although Lin Yuan's past exploits had indeed astonished many, they were inconsequential compared to the might of the emperor, rendering him but an insignificant insect, with life and death resting solely on the emperor's will. Within the throng, a voice rang out. Ah, Lin Yuan, you lucky fool. How can you be stronger than this prince just due to mere chance? It was Yi Xian, tall and imposing, his handsome visage now twisted with scorn as he gazed at Lin Yuan, suspended in the void. Mere months had passed since he had managed to contend with Lin Yuan at the Qingyan Dao sect. Yet now, he could scarcely even catch a glimpse of Lin Yuan's figure. The disparity weighed heavily on Yi Xian's heart. Brother Yi Xian, are you suggesting that Lin Yuan's strength derives from some hidden fortune? A voice chimed in, belonging to Lu Shui, delicate and ethereal, her fair complexion and flowing hair framing her curious expression. He is but a remnant of the Qingyan Dao sect. Unless he possesses extraordinary fortune, how could he have grown so formidable in such a short time? Humph! Once father discovers the hidden fortune within him, it may well belong to me once he is gone. Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with fervor. In his view, possessing the dragon spirit body, the greatest physique in the Xintian continent, if he could acquire Lin Yuan's hidden fortune, he too could swiftly rise to Lin Yuan's level, or perhaps even surpass him. The mere thought thrilled him. Yi Xian's gaze remained fixed on the void, convinced that Lin Yuan would soon crumble before his father's might. Within the golden cage of light, a suffocating pressure descended, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Lin Yuan's body seemed on the verge of being crushed. Will you choose a painful demise, or will you surrender your secrets? I offer you a swift end. Yi Tu's voice taunted Lin Yuan, echoing in his ears. Pain. The agony of his body being ground to pieces twisted Lin Yuan's features. He could hear the sounds of his insides tearing apart. I refuse to yield, he bellowed, a phrase unique to a traveler from another realm escaping his lips. Despite his extreme suffering, Yi Tu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the words, though he sensed their disdain. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's blood began to boil, rolling like thunder throughout his body. Black and white flames erupted from his skin, vibrant and fierce. Every cell, every shattered bone within him ignited in a conflagration of Tao flames, as an overwhelming aura surged forth, converging at his brow. With a sudden crack, a fissure appeared at the center of his forehead, emanating an essence that transcended the very heavens, enveloping the surroundings. In that instant, the world shifted, the heavens trembled. What transpired? What is this commotion? The onlookers, initially drawn by mere curiosity, now stood in shock, their hair standing on end, hearts pounding with trepidation. They sensed an aura emanating from Lin Yuan that was unfathomable in this realm, a presence that should not exist. Is this the secret he harbors? Yi Tu's voice trembled, clad in a black dragon robe, hovering amidst the golden light, his regal aura pulsating through the cosmos. The once aloof and imposing expression on his face now reflected sheer astonishment as he regarded Lin Yuan. With a resounding crack, the cage imprisoning Lin Yuan shattered. At that moment, as Lin Yuan's brow opened, a singular eye emerged, the eye of the supreme Tao, ignited by his own essence, forcibly awakening his potential. As the eye of the supreme Tao unfurled, the very light of the world began to dim. With snow-white hair billowing, tattered black garments stained with blood, Lin Yuan broke free from Yi Tu's confinement. Behind him, a magnificent vision materialized, vast enough to obscure the entire sky. It was the extraordinary phenomenon of the supreme Tao body. Chapter 65. Lin Yuan confronts the Emperor of the Universe. Boom, boom, boom. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds shifted and thunder rumbled. At this moment, behind Lin Yuan, a vast expanse of gray and infinite chaos unfolded. Countless chaotic rays of light soared, transforming into intricate and profound symbols of the great Tao, arranging and combining. Ultimately, they converged into an eye, emerging from the boundless chaos. The radiance illuminated all, as the heavens sank, transcending, supreme, and reigning above all. In the depths of that pupil, it seemed to harbor myriad paths. Wherever its gaze fell, there lay the essence of the great Tao, the eye of the Tao. This was a manifestation unique to the supreme Tao body. Dressed in black, with hair as white as snow, Lin Yuan stood amidst the void, his body stained with blood, radiating light. Black and white flames surged within him, igniting his innate power, revealing his extraordinary manifestation. As this scene emerged behind Lin Yuan, the entire imperial palace of the great universe trembled, and the entire realm of the imperial Tao shook. The brilliance above vanished, and in the midst of chaos, a gigantic eye floated silently, akin to the eye of annihilation. At this moment, countless cultivators from the central continent, observing this spectacle within the palace, erupted with excitement. What was that? A phenomenon born from a singular pupil? How extraordinary! What kind of physique could manifest such a phenomenon? Surely, even the dragon spirit body, hailed as the foremost physique in the Xintian continent, pales in comparison. Voices filled with astonishment surged like waves within the palace. They gazed at Lin Yuan and the Emperor, Yi Tuesday. Just moments before, Lin Yuan had been reduced to a mere prisoner, yet now, with the emergence of his manifestation, he could faintly contend with Yi Tuesday. This left everyone in the palace in shock. Was this not the Emperor of the universe, the supreme ruler of the central continent? How could a young prodigy from the eastern wasteland stand on equal footing with him? Had anyone dared to utter such words before, they would have undoubtedly been deemed foolish. Yet now, many began to believe it might indeed be true. Such a rare physique. It It was likely that throughout the history of the Xintian continent, no one could compare with him in the Dao Palace realm. Observing the manifestation behind Lin Yuan, Yi Tu nodded slightly in admiration. He had long sensed Lin Yuan's true realm. Even he, the emperor of the central continent, had believed that only the dragon spirit body of the Yi clan could be considered the foremost physique in the Xintian continent. However, upon sensing the power radiating from Lin Yuan, he began to reconsider. Though he himself could not discern what kind of physique this young man possessed, he was certain it was not comparable to their royal dragon spirit body. At this point, Yi Tu shifted his tone. But do you truly think that with a mere manifestation, you can challenge my authority? With his black dragon robe billowing, Yi Tu hovered in the air, his gaze haughty as he looked down upon Lin Yuan, exuding an overwhelming aura. As the strongest in the central continent, he held absolute confidence. Challenge your authority? No. What I desire is to obliterate the entire great universe dynasty today, to eradicate you all, beneath the enhancement of his manifestation. Boundless rays of Tao enveloped Lin Yuan's shattered form. Ethereal pathways materialized, floating around him. The aura of the Tao permeated the air, harmoniously blending. As if a true child of the Tao had descended to the world, transcending all. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, his gaze devoid of life as he looked at Yi Tuesday. Before the revered emperor, there was no trace of fear, only a profound intent to kill. Let this emperor see what power your unknown physique truly possesses. With a cold laugh, the air trembled. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged from Yi Tu, enveloping his form in brilliant light, as the royal dragon energy surged fiercely, penetrating the heavens and the earth. In his palm, a purple-gold radiance blazed brilliantly, accompanied by the echo of dragon roars resounding through the realm. Boom! Yi Tu struck out with his palm. Crack! The surrounding void shattered. Golden light surged, and purple mist flowed, manifesting a dragon shadow that pierced through the void, hurtling toward Lin Yuan. It soared through the air, its might dominating the heavens and the earth. This strike, even among those in the ascending realm, few could withstand. Meanwhile, in a corner of the void, stood an elderly figure clad in green robes, his aged eyes filled with astonishment as he beheld Yi Tu and Appo's strike. The dragon god art of the emperor had actually reached the 8th level. It was Yi Ming, as a member of the Yi royal family. Even Yi Tu was considered his junior. The dragon god art was a powerful technique passed down through generations of the Yi clan, divided into 9 levels. However, even those of the dragon spirit body from the Yi clan had never managed to cultivate it to the 9th level. Throughout history, only a scant few emperors of the great universe dynasty had reached the 8th level. Thus, in Yi Ming's eyes, this generation's Emperor Yi Tu, with his 8th level dragon god art, had surpassed countless ancestors. Even he, who had entered the ascending realm several centuries earlier than Yi Tu, had barely managed to reach the 6th level in cultivating the dragon god art. At this moment, the entire great universe palace was focused on this battle. As they witnessed the renowned emperor make his move, countless cultivators from the central continent were filled with astonishment. For so many, the tales of this emperor had only ever been hearsay. It was their first glimpse of his power. The dragon's shadow shook the earth, its formidable pressure rendering many cultivators pale. Was this the true strength of the emperor? It seemed that even if the young man from the eastern wasteland possessed such a terrifying manifestation, he would likely crumble before the emperor. What ist? The emperor, who could rival anyone in the world? Within the palace, the majority of cultivators still stood in support of the emperor. After all, the tales surrounding this ruler had long been a taboo in the central continent. Even though Lin Yuan's manifestation sent shivers down many spines, few believed he could contend with the emperor. Roar, roar, roar. Above the heavens, the purple-gold dragon shadow shattered the firmament, roaring toward Lin Yuan, shaking the very earth. Facing this strike, Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Boom! The supreme Tao at his brow, alongside the manifestation behind him, transformed into a ray of Tao light potent enough to open up chaos, piercing forth. Chapter 66. Is this the power you claim to be invincible? The radiance of the Tao shone brilliantly, piercing through the void, as if to return all matter to chaos. The clash of dragon shadows and Tao light resonated throughout the cosmos. Boom! Boom, boom. An earth-shattering collision. Endless waves emanated from the heavens, splitting the space like a tranquil mirror shattering. Crack. Deep, menacing black fissures tore through the clouds, a sight both profound and terrifying. The overwhelming pressure caused countless cultivators within the imperial palace below to tremble. How many years had it been? The central continent had never witnessed such a grand battle. Moreover, it was the emperor himself who had taken action against a youth who appeared to be no more than 20. Lin Yuan was exceedingly young. Had it not been for his displayed prowess, it would have been challenging to compare this youth with the formidable rulers of the central continent. Eyes wide with astonishment and hearts trembling, those of lesser cultivation found it nearly unbearable to withstand the terrifying waves emanating from above. Their faces turned pale, and many were left bleeding from their mouths due to the shock. Who would have thought that in their lifetime they would witness someone capable of contending with the emperor? Indeed, even if he were to fall today, his name would forever be etched in the annals of the central continent. At such a tender age, given the opportunity, he could very well become the strongest in the Xiantian continent. Yet, alas, today he was destined to perish. The atmosphere was charged, reverberating with the shock of Lin Yuan's displayed strength. However, even so, it remained difficult for anyone to believe that the ultimate victor would be Lin Yuan. After all, the authority of Emperor Yi II of the Great Yu dynasty was nearly unassailable in the central continent. The notion of an invincible ruler was deeply ingrained in the minds of every cultivator here. At this moment, it was not just the countless eyes of the spectators that were transfixed. Even Yi Ming, an ancestor of the Great Yu dynasty and a fellow cultivator at the Ascendant realm, was astounded by the duel unfolding before him. Positioned closer than the others, he was more acutely aware of the terrifying power exhibited by both Yi II and Lin Yuan. How could this be possible? The mightiest strike of the 8th layer of the Dragon God technique, and yet it had no effect on this young man? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. This was the strongest technique of his own Yi family, cultivated to the 8th level. Logically, any member of the Yi royal family who could reach such heights would be deemed invincible. Yet now, the outcome defied all of Yi Ming's expectations. Even he, who had previously been able to contend with Lin Yuan, found himself unqualified to partake in this battle. What kind of extraordinary physique allowed a Dao Palace realm cultivator to rival the current emperor of the Great Yu? Yi Ming was baffled and bewildered, left with no choice but to watch in silence. Boom, boom, boom. All eyes were glued to the spectacle. At that very moment, amidst the shattered void, a dazzling, chaotic Dao light emerged, a strike unleashed by Lin Yuan, empowered by the supreme Dao I, emanating from the extraordinary vision behind him. The dragon shadow, radiating with purple-gold brilliance, began to dissipate under the overwhelming, chaotic Dao light, vanishing as if it were evaporating. The onslaught did not relent. Boom! The black dragon robe was torn apart. The purple-gold crown atop Yi II's head fell, his hair disheveled, and blood flowed from his mouth as he stumbled backward through the air. Boom! 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 With each step he retreated, the void shattered beneath him. After several steps, the blood within him surged, the imperial dragon energy behind him dimming compared to before. How could this be? An incredulous voice escaped the emperor's lips. The previously formidable visage now bore a look of astonishment. Confusion and disbelief filled his gaze as he looked at Lin Yuan. The Emperor Yi II, who had reigned over the central continent, whose name struck terror across the Xiantian continent. Those who followed thrived, those who opposed perished. All of this stemmed from his overwhelming strength. But now what had transpired? He had actually suffered defeat in battle? And to a mere youth, the long-held belief in his invincibility was shattered, leaving Yi II engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. No, it cannot be. How can my father be defeated? Meanwhile, within the palace, Yi Xian, surrounded by admirers, stood in a daze. In his mind, his father was the most powerful person in the world, unmatched in battle. Yet just moments ago, he had witnessed Lin Yuan force his father back. A youth of his own age, someone he had always looked down upon, had driven his father back? At this moment, Yi Xian's thoughts were in disarray. This, with fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, adorned with the makeup of a bride on her wedding day, Lu Shui appeared stunning. As her voice rang out, her gaze turned toward the void above. Clad in black, with hair as white as snow and a body marred with blood from previous wounds, she fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan. Her expression grew increasingly complex. The emperor, the strongest being in the Xiantian continent, who reigned over the central continent, had been bested by a youth she had always dismissed. In that moment, Lu Xue's heart trembled. Overwhelmed by the cacophony around her, her expression rendered blank as she stood frozen. Although the true victor had yet to be determined, Lin Yuan's performance in battle was undeniably superior to that of Yi Tuesday. At this moment, silence enveloped the palace, both inside and out, followed by an eruption of fervent exclamations. The emperor, could it be that we did not witness this incorrectly? It felt as though they were in a dream. When one's name has been synonymous with invincibility for so long, when their power causes the entire world to bow before them. The notion of being undefeated and overwhelming all has long been ingrained in the minds of countless cultivators in the central continent regarding Yi Tuesday. Yet now, they were astonished to discover that their steadfast belief had been shattered by a mere youth. Gazes turned toward the void, fixated on Lin Yuan. Is this the power you claim to be invincible? The voice resonated, devoid of any arrogance. Lin Yuan's expression remained as tranquil as ever. Behind him, an immense vision unfolded. A sea of chaotic Tao, light shimmering brilliantly. The eye of the great path, suspended in tranquility, reflecting the supreme Tao, nestled between Lin Yuan's brows. Lin Yuan's gaze was devoid of life as he stared at the former unparalleled emperor, Yi Tuesday. Chapter 67. The ninth layer of Dragon Divine Art. Transforming into a dragon in the face of imminent death, victory was snatched from the jaws of defeat. The extraordinary phenomena and the enhancement from the eye of the Tao surpassed Lin Yuan's initial expectations. Until this moment, Lin Yuan had been relying solely on the innate power of the supreme Tao body to engage in combat. Now, he finally comprehended why the supreme Tao body had historically ranked among the top 10 physiques in the upper realm, dominating all others and earning the title of supreme body. It appeared that only the supreme Tao body, endowed with extraordinary phenomena, was worthy of such a title. Lin Yuan sighed deeply. The black and white flames of the Tao continued to blaze upon his surface. At present, he had not truly awakened the extraordinary phenomena. He was merely forcing the primordial power of his physique to burn. This act inflicted great harm upon himself, but without it, he might already be a corpse. Death did not frighten Lin Yuan. Rather, what gnawed at him was the inability to exact revenge with his own hands. He had no other option. He would pay any price to annihilate the great universe dynasty and avenge the souls of those who perished within the Qingyandao sect. This was a promise he had made while kneeling in the ruins of the shattered sect. For this, Lin Yuan was willing to sacrifice everything. At this moment, within the great universe palace, the air was filled with a cacophony of astonishment regarding Lin Yuan's strike that had injured the emperor of the universe. Opposite him, a confrontation unfolded. The emperor's dragon robe was tattered, his hair disheveled, and blood flowed from his mouth. The gaze of Emperor Yi Tu transitioned from brief confusion to fierce intent. He had been invincible in this realm for so long that he had almost forgotten the taste of failure. Being repelled and injured by a mere youth had indeed momentarily caught him off guard. However, the battle was far from over. It had only just begun. It seems I underestimated you, Yi Tu scoffed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He acknowledged that his earlier carelessness had led to him falling short against Lin Yuan. Yet, he could not believe that a mere native from the eastern wilderness could compare with him, the emperor of the great universe, regardless of the unimaginable physique he possessed. The fight had only just commenced. Soon, he would make Lin Yuan understand what it truly meant to be invincible in this era. His voice was calm, imbued with an undeniable pressure. Yi Tu coldly regarded Lin Yuan. As he spoke, thunderous roars echoed around them. Surrounding him, purple mist surged, and imperial dragon energy gathered, overwhelming in its force. The sounds of dragon roars emanated from Yi Tu, reverberating throughout the palace. Golden radiance surged, and purple mist swirled, revealing 9 dragon shadows hovering behind the emperor, merging with his form. An incomparably formidable aura erupted from within Yi Tu, shaking the very heavens and earth. As this scene unfolded, while others remained oblivious, the elder Yi Ming, an ancestor of the great universe dynasty, recognized it immediately. This is the 9th layer of our great universe royal family's dragon divine art. The emperor has attained it. Clad in a green robe, Yi Ming, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the ascending realm, found himself reduced to an observer amidst the clash between Lin Yuan and Yi Tuesday. Such a level of combat was beyond his qualification to partake in. Upon witnessing the 9 purple-golden dragon shadows surrounding Yi Tu, his aged face was filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, "The 9th layer of the dragon divine art." Yi Ming was not the only one astonished. Below, Yi Xian shared the same expression of shock. As a member of the Yi royal family and a bearer of the dragon spirit physique, Yi Xian understood all too well what the 9th layer of the dragon divine art represented. Since the establishment of the great universe dynasty eons ago, aside from the very first ancestor who founded the dragon divine art, no emperor had ever reached the 9th layer. Even those who could cultivate to the 8th layer were among the elite across countless generations of emperors. Yet now, his father had actually cultivated this divine art to the 9th layer. Yi Xian's expression shifted from confusion regarding his father's earlier actions against Lin Yuan to one of elation. How could a mere native from the eastern wilderness hope to defeat my father? He laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. The 9th layer of the dragon divine art was a level only attainable by the first progenitor of the great universe dynasty. His father had reached it. This battle was destined to end in their victory. At this moment, Yi Xian's previous despondency vanished. He had to admit that Lin Yuan had exerted tremendous pressure on him, repeatedly turning crises into opportunities. The 9th layer of the dragon divine art? With hair flowing in the wind, Lin Yuan stood in the void, his gaze calm as he regarded the increasingly terrifying Yi Tuesday. Though he could not discern what had transpired within his opponent, he could clearly sense that the emperor of the great universe had undergone a profound transformation in strength. Just as Lin Yuan pondered this, a thunderous roar erupted, transforming into a true dragon. The voice, immense and resounding, seemed to resonate with the very heavens. It was Yi Tuesday. His aura surged, long hair whipping about him, his countenance as cold as ice, the tattered dragon robe billowing. Golden lights surged, and purple mist swirled as the 9 dragon shadows merged with his form. In an instant, boundless purple energy coalesced, radiating blinding light that enveloped the sky for miles, accompanied by the roar of dragons emanating from Yi Tu's being. This was a power unique to the Yi royal lineage, achievable only by those with the dragon spirit physique and the 9th layer of the dragon divine art. Transforming one's own body into a dragon. Thunder rumbled, and the world shifted. Yi Tu's figure vanished, and the void where he had stood erupted with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by purple clouds rising in the sky. The clouds churned, and within them, a vague and terrifying dragon silhouette materialized. Its colossal body stretched over 1,000 meters, its golden eyes gazing down upon Lin Yuan. The voice, articulated with human words, was that of Yi Tuesday. The overwhelming dragon might blanketed the surroundings, a mere wisp of its aura capable of shattering the heavens, the unprecedented terror enveloping all directions. This aura was so fearsome that it dwarfed Yi Tu's previous power manifold. With a thunderous crash, a massive dragon claw emerged, obscuring the light of the heavens. The space was torn apart by the dragon claw, revealing a colossal void that rushed toward Lin Yuan in a bid to suppress him. The earth trembled, and the void quaked. The entire great universe palace shook violently, the dragon might instilling fear in all. Countless cultivators from the central continent stood within the palace, their eyes fixed upon the sky where the dragon shadow, formed by the Emperor Yi Tu, loomed, each gaze filled with astonishment. It was clear that today's great universe palace had gathered innumerable powerful figures from across the central continent. Among the crowd, older cultivators recognized the technique being employed by the emperor. This is the 9th layer of the dragon divine art of the great universe royal family. An elderly man, his hair white and his strength at the threshold of the ascending realm, trembled as he spoke, his voice echoing with shock. He elucidated to the gathered crowd the might and terror of the 9th layer of the dragon divine art. As the unrivaled emperor of this era, now enhanced by the 9th layer of the dragon divine art, it was no wonder he could dominate the central continent. The strength of our central continent's emperor is not something that a mere native from the eastern wilderness, who stumbled upon good fortune, could possibly compare with. It seems that victory, determined by points, still belongs to the great universe dynasty in this grand contest. A chorus of voices rises, filling the venue with raucous excitement. At this moment, countless cultivators from the central continent are resolutely convinced that the ultimate triumph will belong to Yi Tu, this invincible sovereign. With sheer force, Lin Yuan has wreaked havoc throughout the dynasty, fundamentally altering the perceptions of those present regarding strength. However, in the end, the Emperor of the Universe unexpectedly unleashed the ninth layer of the Dragon God technique, transforming himself into a dragon, a forbidden technique of the great universe royal family. Lin Yuan's power had already been displayed, and no one believed he could turn the tide. Numerous gazes were fixated upon the scene. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal dragon claws descended, as if to obscure the heavens above, bearing down upon Lin Yuan. At that moment, a figure clad in black, with hair as white as snow, stood suspended in the void. Facing this onslaught, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave, transforming into a dragon. Such a formidable strike. Feeling the overwhelming might of the dragon, Lin Yuan had to concede that his opponent was indeed powerful. Yet, it was still insufficient. A calm voice spoke. Behind him, the eye of the great Tao manifested in a grand spectacle. Radiant light flickered amidst an endless chaos, where boundless chaotic light shone brilliantly, and the eye of the great Tao hovered serenely. At that instant, the flames surrounding Lin Yuan blazed even more fiercely, enveloping him in dual-colored black and white flames. His body seemingly merging with the great Tao, pain gradually etched itself upon his face. The Tao flame surged, fervently consuming Lin Yuan's form, from which myriad glimmers of light emerged, his primordial power soaring toward the manifestation behind him. At this moment, the eye of the great Tao, which had merely been a shadow behind Lin Yuan, began to solidify, exhibiting a spark of sentience. Just then, an indescribable aura permeated Lin Yuan's being, supreme, noble, transcendent, as if a true scion of the great Tao had emerged. Annihilate! Lin Yuan's voice rang out, devoid of emotion, carrying an indifference as though viewing all things in the world as mere fodder. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan's figure vanished, merging with the manifestation behind him. In an instant, light illuminated the surroundings, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse, and the eye of the great Tao loomed above, quietly surveying all beneath it. Boom! A beam of light shot forth from the eye, targeting the dragon form of Yi Tuesday. At that moment, the world seemed to lose all illumination, plunging into darkness, with only that beam of light illuminating existence. What? What is this? Amidst the boundless purple radiance, the dragon form spoke human words, filled with immense trepidation. It was Yi Tu's voice. His heart trembled, reverberating with intense fear within the vast dragon eye. He wished to retreat, but there was no escape. He yearned to flee, yet his body felt immobilized, rooted in place. Crack, crack, crack. Under the beam of light, the dragon form disintegrated, turning to ash. In an instant, Yi Tu, having transformed into a true dragon through the ninth layer of the Dragon God technique, vanished. A remnant body emerged from the shattered dragon form, plummeting like a meteor to crash onto the ground of the great universe palace. The earth trembled, the ground rising and falling like tides, creating waves of chaos. Boom, boom, boom. Countless palaces within the great universe palace collapsed, stones shattering, dust swirling, obscuring everything nearby. Run for your lives. How could this happen? At this moment, innumerable cultivators within the palace soared into the air, their expressions aghast as they beheld the once immortal great universe dynasty reduced to ruins. Countless halls lay in ruins, broken walls and shattered remnants scattered everywhere. Lin Yuan, hovering above the crowd, Yi Xian's face turned pale as he clutched Lu Shui, his gaze fixated on the void above, filled with intense hatred. Destroyed. Everything is destroyed. Unable to comprehend how his father, the invincible sovereign of the era, could be defeated by an inhabitant of the eastern wilderness while utilizing the ninth layer of the Dragon God technique, a foe he had never once regarded with respect. How many times has this happened? Time and again, witnessing the other party's reversal of fate. The disparity left Yi Xian's spirits plummeting to the depths of despair. Has the Emperor of the Universe been defeated again? At this moment, the ancestral figure of the great universe dynasty, Yi Ming, who had been observing from the sidelines, harbored an immense unwillingness within his gaze. Perhaps this time, Lin Yuan's words upon arriving with a coffin ring true. To annihilate the great universe dynasty completely, leaving not a single soul behind, may indeed become a reality. Is today the day of the great universe dynasty's demise? As he came to his senses, fear blossomed within the heart of this royal ancestor. Initially, everyone, including him, dismissed Lin Yuan's words as the ignorant ramblings of a youth seeking revenge for his sect. The great universe dynasty had basked in glory on this Xiantian continent for far too long. For countless ages, no one had been able to shake their foundations. Yet now, a mere youth of around 20 had defeated the reigning emperor, Yi Tu, making this reality seem all too plausible. No, the splendor of the great universe dynasty shall not fall here. The green robe billowed, the aged visage filled with sorrow and indignation. The old man would never acquiesce. With a resounding shout, boom, the aura of the ascendant realm erupted, as Yiming transformed into a beam of light, soaring toward the eye of the great Tao, where Lin Yuan merged with the manifestation. Yet, it was merely a futile effort. A beam of light shone forth from the eye of the great Tao. As the ancestral figure of the great universe dynasty, the peak existence of the lower realm, Yiming was obliterated into ashes, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 69. The two visitors from the upper realm, the savior of the Dayu dynasty, the Emperor Yuhuang Yi Tu, was defeated, and another ancestor of the Dayu dynasty at the ascendant realm perished, extinguished by a single strike from Lin Yuan. What was once a jubilant banquet, resplendent within the grand Dayu palace, had now descended into chaos. Massive boulders lay scattered, shattered structures collapsed indiscriminately around, leaving behind remnants of broken walls. The earth was marred with deep fissures, and dust enveloped the surroundings. The once magnificent Dayu palace had vanished, replaced by a desolate ruin. At this moment, as the violent tremors subsided, countless figures of the central continent cultivators, who had previously been suspended in the air, now stood amidst the wreckage. They gazed around, bewildered. Was this still the Dayu dynasty that once suppressed the central continent? The disparity between past and present was overwhelming. All of this was caused by a young prodigy from the eastern wilderness, who appeared so youthful. It was unimaginable that the immortal dynasty, which once dominated the entire Xiantian continent, would face such a fate today. Voices of disbelief echoed from the ruins. Who could have anticipated that a single individual from the eastern wilderness could single-handedly reduce the Dayu dynasty to this state? Indeed, even the Emperor Yu had been vanquished. The clamor rose from the rubble, filled with countless cultivators from the central continent, including several ancestors and sect leaders from major sects, whose stomping could shake the very domain of the central continent. Yet, throughout Lin Yuan's fierce confrontation with Emperor Yu, their roles had been reduced to mere spectators. If their murmurs were mere expressions of lament, then the faces of those present from the Dayu dynasty reflected anger, confusion, and a hint of terror. How could this be? Even the emperor had fallen. The voices rose from the princes and princesses apart from Yi Xian, as well as the powerful beings who once belonged to the Dayu dynasty. They were acutely aware that, as Lin Yuan had stated, what awaited them next would be a massacre. The catalyst for this calamity was merely a small sect from the eastern wilderness, the Qinyan Dao sect, which had been obliterated by the crown prince Yi Xian and his followers. Under normal circumstances, they would have disregarded such a minor sect, but now, that which they had once deemed inconsequential would bring about their own demise. Father, ancestor. Amidst the ruins, Yi Xian's handsome visage twisted in despair. His gaze filled with venomous resentment directed at the void above. There was no room for regret. Only hatred remained. Yi Xian seethed with anger, questioning why Lin Yuan had not been present when he had annihilated the Qinyan Dao sect. Otherwise, his wedding banquet would have proceeded as planned without such upheaval. A lone survivor had now led to the ruin of everything Lin Yuan had destroyed. The Dayu dynasty was on the brink of collapse at the hands of one whom he had always looked down upon, a native of the eastern wilderness. How could this be? Even at this moment, Yi Xian could not comprehend how Lin Yuan could possibly compare to him in terms of status, standing, or resources. Is he truly Lin Yuan? A voice filled with incredulity rose beside Yi Xian. With fair skin and a delicate, tall figure clad in crimson, it was Lu Shui, renowned as the strongest in the Xiantian continent. The emperor had been defeated, brought low by one he had previously dismissed. Was this the same Lin Yuan whom he could summon and dismiss at will? The reality was unfathomable. The Dayu dynasty had ruled the central continent and the Xintian continent for far too long. This battle would determine the future of both realms. Even now, amidst the ruins, incredulous voices continued to resound. At that moment, in the very center of the ruins, where Emperor Yu had fallen, came a series of thunderous eruptions. Crumbling boulders flew in all directions, revealing a battered figure ascending from the shattered earth. His dragon robe was tattered, his hair disheveled, and he appeared utterly disheveled. It was Emperor Yu. Tuesday, unimaginably. The Dayu dynasty would one day face its demise at his hands. His body bore countless wounds. His energy sapped to the extreme. As the invincible sovereign of the central continent, he had been vanquished by Lin Yuan, his body in tatters. At this moment, he possessed no strength to continue the fight. The spiritual energy within him had been entirely depleted. The once majestic visage of Yi Tu bore signs of desolation as he gazed into the void towards the Tao I intertwined with Lin Yuan and the anomalous phenomena. Even now, Yi Tu could not comprehend what that force truly was. As a member of the esteemed dragon god body of the Dayu royal family, he found himself utterly powerless against such strength. In the heat of battle, he had sensed that this power should not exist in the lower realm. What a bitter defeat. Once a figure of unparalleled authority, the current Emperor Yu Tu, disheveled and desperate, was filled with an unquenchable yearning for vengeance. At that moment, as Yi Tu's broken form emerged, the heavens trembled. Lin Yuan's figure manifested from the Tao I, his white hair like snow, his tattered black garb stained with blood. The vendetta for the annihilation of my Qingyun Dao sect shall be avenged. His voice was calm, resonating with the aura of a reaper descending from the void. After vanquishing Yi Tu, Lin Yuan's power rendered him unmatched within the central continent. His gaze, cold and indifferent, scanned the remnants of the Dayu dynasty. Blood for blood, not a soul spared. This was the vow Lin Yuan had sworn within the Qingyun Dao sect. Now, the time for vengeance had come. As he stared into the void, the blood-stained figure of Lin Yuan emanated an overwhelming presence. The strong of the entire central continent looked on, their previous disdain transformed into fear, no one daring to meet Lin Yuan's gaze. The atmosphere became suffocatingly silent as Lin Yuan's voice echoed, engulfing all in a deathly stillness. Among the countless cultivators from the central continent, the realization dawned upon them. Was the once mighty Dayu dynasty truly on the brink of annihilation at the hands of this youth? Although the outcome seemed inevitable, the long-held perception of the immortal dynasty lingered in the expressions of many. Disbelief etched upon their faces. No, this has nothing to do with us. It was Yi Xian. You must be the one to die. Fear of death gripped even the Dayu dynasty's members, particularly those princes who shared Yi Xian's bloodline, their faces betraying their resentment. Compared to Yi Xian, the crown prince with the dragon spirit body, they had always been denied the benefits. How could they be implicated in the calamity of extermination? Lin Yuan was indifferent to their pleas. Just a single word. As Lin Yuan prepared to strike, poised to obliterate the so-called immortal Dayu dynasty, the atmosphere shifted suddenly. Thunder roared, and the heavens trembled. The void cracked open, as if a corner of the world had been torn asunder. A dark, profound spatial passage emerged, its origin unknown, yet it radiated a spiritual essence that transcended this realm. Surging forth from within, this seemed to be the kind of spiritual energy that belonged solely to the upper realm. This change interrupted Lin Yuan's actions. His gaze remained calm as he turned to the newly appeared spatial passage. As a scion of the imperial family of the upper realm, Lin Yuan possessed an intrinsic connection to the legacy of that higher domain. Thus, he was aware of the spiritual energy that could only be found beyond the Xintian continent. However, what perplexed Lin Yuan was the sudden arrival of beings from the upper realm at this moment. Could it be that the saintess of the Yuling sacred land has descended upon our great Yu dynasty? Below, recognizing the origin of the spatial passage, was Emperor Yu. Yi Tuesday. His voice resonated with excitement and fervor, his gaze filled with unparalleled enthusiasm. Faced with Lin Yuan, he had previously felt a sense of despair. Yet now, upon witnessing the passage from the upper realm, Yi Tu understood that they had been granted hope. Prior to this, he had already received news from his ascended ancestor in the upper realm. A saintess from the upper realm was about to arrive at their great Yu dynasty. But he had not anticipated her arrival at such a critical moment. The great Yu dynasty was saved. Chapter 70. The Celestial Maiden. Yu Linglong, as the great Yu dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. A spatial passage from the upper realm materialized before the gathered crowd. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the void, as the fabric of space churned violently, resembling a serene lake disrupted by ripples. An overwhelming aura emanated from the pitch-black passage. Countless cultivators from the central continent, observing this spectacle, wore expressions of astonishment. What was this? A spatial passage that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Intriguingly, the spiritual energy within the passage was unlike anything found in the Xiantian continent. Who could possibly be the arrivals? Could it be connected to the impending demise of the great Yu dynasty? Whispers filled the air as the multitude of cultivators remained oblivious to the unfolding events. For most, the upper realm was merely a subject of ancient tales and records. In the Xiantian continent, despite the flourishing paths of cultivation in the central continent, only one cultivator in a lifetime might reach the celestial ascension, after enduring endless years of arduous training to qualify for ascension. The concept of ascension was undoubtedly the ultimate dream for cultivators worldwide. Just as the countless cultivators were engulfed in curiosity and shock, a melodious voice akin to a flowing spring echoed from within the dark passage. This is the lower realm. The spiritual energy here is so thin the voice, laced with disdain and unparalleled pride, belonged to a woman. Saintess, we have descended to the lower realm solely to seek the supreme hidden treasure. Please bear with us for a moment. An elderly voice replied. Amidst this exchange, the passage suddenly vanished with a resounding boom, revealing two figures suspended in the air before the crowd. At the forefront stood a woman of exquisite features, her skin as smooth as jade, exuding nobility and grace. Clad in a flowing azure gown, her delicate form resembled a solitary lotus blooming in a tranquil pond. Enveloped in a hazy azure light, her aura radiated an indescribable grandeur, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. I am Yu Linglong, the current saintess of the Santian celestial domain from the Yuling sacred land, where are the people of the great Yu dynasty. Her voice rang out, casting her gaze upon the ruins below and the astonished faces of the lower realm's inhabitants. Yu Linglong frowned slightly, perplexed. What was this? It seemed the place had recently endured a fierce battle. The upper realm referred to the world that awaited those who ascended from the Xiantian continent. In truth, the upper realm was divided into 9 celestial domains: Sangtian, Biantian, Xiantian, Yutian, Haotian, Jutian, Yintian, Yantian, and Juntian, collectively known as the 9 heaven celestial domains. Yu Linglong and her Yuling sacred land resided within the Sangtian celestial domain, a vast expanse far greater than the entire Xiantian continent, where any single domain out of tens of thousands surpassed the latter in size. A saintess from the upper realm had suddenly descended into the shattered remnants of the great Yu dynasty. As Yu Linglong's voice resonated, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Did I hear correctly? 2 beings from the upper realm. Gasps of shock filled the air, accompanied by a realization that these arrivals were somehow linked to the great Yu dynasty. Was this the depth of the great Yu dynasty's power, that even those from the upper realm would personally descend in its time of crisis? Amidst the ruins below, countless cultivators from the central continent gasped in disbelief, their voices tinged with astonishment. They gazed at Yu Linglong, whose ethereal presence was undoubtedly beyond anything they could possess. Even more astounding was the fact that this occurred at the very moment when the fate of the great Yu dynasty hung in the balance. The appearance of these 2 beings from the upper realm suggested a potential turnaround for the dynasty. Indeed, Lin Yuan's strength had previously astonished many, yet they believed that no matter how powerful he might be, he paled in comparison to beings from the upper realm. They simply did not belong to the same echelon. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, a middle-aged man, dignified in demeanor, composed himself and bowed respectfully to the newly arrived Yu Linglong and her companion. I am Yi, the current emperor of the great Yu dynasty. I pay my respects to the 2 esteemed saints. Yi, the ruler of the great Yu dynasty, wielded immense influence across the continent. This was the first time he had ever bowed to anyone. However, in this moment, he adopted a remarkably humble posture, feeling no shame in doing so. After all, he understood that even his own ancestors, who had ascended to the upper realm, would need to show utmost respect before the saintess. The Yuling sacred land commanded 4 great dynasties, and the Great Yu dynasty was merely one of them. The disparity in status was monumental. Moreover, he now sought the aid of this saintess to restore justice for the Great Yu dynasty. At this juncture, an elderly figure standing beside Yu Linglong spoke coldly. "Is this how your Great Yu dynasty welcomes the esteemed saintess?" Dressed in a white robe, with a countenance marked by age yet radiating authority, the elder exuded an aura surpassing that of ordinary ascendants, embodying the might of a quasi-saint. The presence of a quasi-saint merely as a companion to this saintess was astonishing. Oomph. His voice was low, yet it carried an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, every person present turned pale, those of lower cultivation even spitting blood. The might of the quasi-saint was too formidable. Everyone paled in fear, unwilling to meet his gaze. Of course, Lin Yuan was an exception. With silver hair cascading like snow and clad in black robes, he stood calmly, observing the self-proclaimed saintess Yu Linglong and her quasi-saint companion. The aura of a mere quasi-saint did not intimidate Lin Yuan compared to Lin Zhou's presence. He could perceive that this quasi-saint was still far from his level. What piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity, however, was another matter. When the Yuan Tian Emperor established the imperial law, he divided his essence into 3, leading to the reincarnation of 3 avatars. One of them, the Yu Qing Dao Run, was a manifestation of the Yuan Tian Emperor. Was there a connection between this Yu Qing sacred land and the Yu Qing Daoren? Lin Yuan's thoughts murmured softly, barely audible. Just as he pondered this, a voice interrupted. "Esteemed saintess, Elder Xian, please advocate for the Great Yu dynasty. Ever since I received news of your arrival, I have been preparing to welcome you. Yet, who could have foreseen that this individual, relying on some strength, would disrupt the welcoming of the saintess, causing chaos?" Hatred surged within Yi Tu as he bowed to Yu Linglong, suddenly directing his ire towards Lin Yuan. Elder Xian was the quasi-saint beside Yu Linglong. Yi Tu intended to use their hands to eliminate Lin Yuan Chapter 71. Lin Zhou's transmission. With an air of noble grace, she gazes down upon all. Her delicate form enveloped in a hazy azure light, an exquisite beauty suspended in midair. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with arrogance, scrutinized Lin Yuan. How dare a mere native of the lower realm disrupt the descent of this holy maiden? What punishment shall you face? The haughty voice resonates. For Yu Linglong, this is perfectly normal. Even in the upper realm, the Yuqing Holy Land stands as a dominant force within the celestial domain, immensely powerful. As the contemporary holy maiden, she possesses the exquisite physique known as the Linglong body, a rarity even among the exalted of the upper realm. In the celestial domain, she is renowned as a prodigy, naturally dismissing a trivial cultivator from the lower realm. To dare disturb her descent ceremony is a grave offense. Offense? This matter concerns my grievances with the Yu dynasty. Are you certain you wish to intervene? Clad in black, with hair as white as snow and a strikingly handsome visage stained with blood, Lin Yuan also hovers in the air, his voice calm yet firm. Before the 2 upper realm beings, who command reverence from all present, he remains utterly unperturbed, meeting their gaze as equals. This is not arrogance nor ignorance of his place, just a mere holy land in the upper realm with some reputation in the celestial domain. Behind Lin Yuan stands the formidable Lin clan, a forbidden imperial lineage capable of shaking the entirety of the 9 heavens. These truths reside within Lin Yuan's memories, rendering him acutely aware of the upper realm's affairs. However, regrettably, due to the trials imposed by clan rules, Lin Yuan's true identity remains unknown to all. Those from the central continent may be astonished, but what does Lin Yuan have to fear? Nonetheless, only Lin Yuan is privy to his circumstances. The others present remain oblivious. With Lin Yuan's declaration, the atmosphere instantly erupts into chaos. This young man is indeed audacious, believing that with some modicum of strength, he can speak so boldly before the formidable beings of the upper realm. Perhaps he is still basking in the glory of defeating the Emperor of Yu, unaware of the reality he faces. How ignorant of the vastness of the heavens. Voices rise around him, predominantly from cultivators of the central continent. It must be acknowledged that Lin Yuan's earlier display of strength did indeed leave them astounded. Even the current mightiest of the central continent, Emperor Yi too, fell before him. Yet, this does not imply that he can act with impunity before the powerful of the upper realm. Do they not see that even the quasi-saint, an entity surpassing the ascending realm, merely serves as an attendant to the holy maiden and Lin Yuan's identity? To the cultivators present, he is but a native from the eastern wilderness. How could he possibly be compared to Yuling Long? The disparity is too great. However, these are merely the musings of the central continent's cultivators. The surrounding voices remain relatively mild, merely attempting to help Lin Yuan recognize his reality. The people of the Dayu dynasty, from the Emperor Yi Tu down to Yi Xian and the various princes, are particularly vehement in their words towards Lin Yuan. After all, he had previously sought to annihilate all within the Dayu dynasty. Now, seizing the opportunity, they must belittle Lin Yuan to the utmost degree. What audacity! To speak so boldly before a holy maiden of the upper realm. Should you not kneel before her and beg for a swift end to your life? The voice belongs to Yi Xian, his gaze filled with disdain and malice as it fixes on Lin Yuan, a native from the eastern wilderness, who is of the same age, has defeated his father and nearly brought ruin upon himself and the entire Dayu dynasty. Yet what of it? The foundation of the Dayu dynasty far surpasses that of a mere native from the eastern wilderness. And look, at this critical moment, even the powerful of the upper realm have descended, directly related to the Dayu dynasty. Is this the foundation of the Dayu dynasty? At this moment, beside Yi Xian, a delicate figure with fair skin and a graceful stature, Lu Shui gazes enviously at Yuling Long, who stands in the void, exuding an unparalleled noble aura. Enveloped in azure light, Lu Shui has always harbored immense confidence in her own beauty and grace. Yet, in the presence of this upper realm being, she feels a twinge of inferiority. However, upon reflection, she realizes the other is here to save the Dayu dynasty, which eases her heart. As long as the other resolves the issue with Lin Yuan, her wedding with Yi Xian can proceed. Though she may not rival the upper realm's individual, in this lower realm, her status remains exceedingly noble. As for whether the other can slay Lin Yuan, the mere thought brings a smile of absurdity to Lu Shui. She cannot deny that Lin Yuan's previously exhibited strength indeed surpassed her expectations. Yet, at this moment, her thoughts align with those of most present, believing that before the strong of the upper realm, Lin Yuan is merely a slightly more powerful insect. The scene is in an uproar, with countless cultivators from the Dayu dynasty and the central continent asserting Lin Yuan's audacity, arrogance, and ignorance of the vastness of the heavens. Yuling Long's voice drips with disdain, her proud eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan from her elevated position. Even in the upper realm, she is one of the esteemed prodigies. Who would have thought that today, in this desolate Xintian continent, a mere native from the lower realm would dare to provoke her? She feels no anger, merely amusement. In her eyes, this is the ignorance of an insignificant insect, a mere native from the lower realm. The holy maiden wonders who has bestowed upon you the courage to speak so boldly before me, as her delicate form radiates with the aura of a half-step ascending realm. She prepares to strike Lin Yuan down. She senses that Lin Yuan's aura is not weak. But so what? She is a prodigy of the upper realm, easily capable of crushing a native of the same age from the lower realm. At that moment, a voice from her accompanying elder Exen, interrupts her thoughts. Holy maiden, we have urgent matters to attend to. This insignificant insect from the lower realm is nothing to concern ourselves with. I shall handle it. Clad in a white robe, the elder's aged visage is devoid of warmth. Compared to Yuling Long, Elder Exion's perception as a quasi-saint is far more acute. He quickly discerns that Lin Yuan is merely at the late stage of the Dao Palace realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan seems far from ordinary, considering that, at the very least, the Emperor of Dayu is a being of the ascending realm, who was defeated by this young man. Lin Yuan may not be so simple after all, as Yuling Long, the holy maiden of the Yuqing Holy Land, holds a noble position. She cannot afford to falter in this insignificant lower realm. With a voice as cold as ice, Elder Xian regards Lin Yuan with an air of menace. Very well, he is merely a minor character. I shall leave his handling to you, Elder. With an indifferent tone, Yu Linglong dismisses Lin Yuan as inconsequential, composed in the face of a quasi-saint and oppose killing intent. Lin Yuan, however, finds himself lost in contemplation. The reason is simple. At this moment, a distant transmission suddenly resonates in his ears. Young master, I have arrived in the central continent. Are you in the Dayu dynasty? It is Lin Jiao, who had left the Taqing imperial palace not long ago. After recovering from his injuries, he reached the eastern wilderness's Qingyundao sect, only to find a graveyard left in its wake. The news of Lin Yuan's annihilation of the Piaoshuadao sect and the slaying of countless powerful beings in the eastern wilderness has spread far and wide. Connecting the dots with the destruction of the Qingyundao sect, Lin Jiao immediately understands that his young master must have ventured into the Dayu dynasty. At this moment, within the central continent, an elderly figure clad in gray is swiftly making his way toward the Dayu dynasty. I hope the young master is safe. If not, this Xiantian continent shall surely vanish. Lin Jiao's gaze is filled with urgency as he takes a step forward, causing the surrounding space to collapse as if he is teleporting. Do not mention the Dayu dynasty. Even the entirety of the Xiantian continent cannot withstand the wrath of the Lin family. Chapter 72. The crisis descends upon Lin Jiao. Boom. 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 At this moment, above the great universe dynasty, the lower realm's insignificant beings are reminded that some individuals possess identities that are beyond challenge in one's lifetime. Take heed in your next life. The voice resonated with grandeur, the might of a quasi-saint overwhelming. It was the elder from the jade, clear, sacred ground, who had descended alongside Yu Linglong, exuding a murderous intent, his white robe billowing in the air. A palm struck down, causing the entire sky to tremble as it aimed at Lin Yuan. Beside him, a figure of exquisite beauty, with skin like congealed fat, noble and graceful, donned in a flowing green celestial gown. Her delicate form was enveloped in a hazy azure light, radiating an unmatched aura of nobility. The surrounding thunderous sounds echoed continuously. Yu Linglong observed the scene with indifference, gazing upon the white-haired youth beneath Elder Xian's palm strike. The hierarchy of identities is innate. With your understanding as a being of the lower realm, you may never comprehend it. Her stunning visage remained serene, as she regarded Lin Yuan as if he were merely an ant. Those worthy of her attention were only the prodigies from her own upper realm. At this moment, the atmosphere quaked. Countless cultivators from the central continent and the great universe dynasty felt fear and shock at this overwhelming presence. Is this the pressure of a quasi-saint? The powerful beings of the upper realm have transcended our world. How could they be provoked by mere natives of the eastern wilderness? Indeed, possessing the power to annihilate the great universe dynasty. Yet what does it matter? The people of the eastern wilderness cannot possibly compare to the foundation of the great universe dynasty. Voices arose, directing their gazes toward the void at the black-clad, white-haired youth. Lin Yuan. No one believed that he could survive under the might of a quasi-saint. The gap between them was insurmountable. This is the fate of opposing my great universe dynasty. Utter ignorance. Merely a native from the eastern wilderness. How could they fathom the depth of our foundation? What if one is powerful? In the end, will they not meet their demise? At this moment, if anyone longed for Lin Yuan's death, it was undoubtedly the people of the great universe dynasty. As long as Lin Yuan lived, they could not find peace. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, a formidable being from the upper realm arrived. Yet now, Lin Yuan was on the brink of death. Is there anything more exhilarating than this? Mockery and insults erupted from the crowd of the great universe dynasty, and they sought to demonstrate to the other sects of the central continent that their dynasty's foundation was sufficient to resolve any crisis. Faced with this peril, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, having claimed victory in the end. It is premature to declare. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the two exalted beings from the celestial domain, then surveyed the multitude of onlookers from the central continent, noting those from the great universe dynasty who wished for his demise, a cold smile gracing his lips. Undeniably, even with his supreme Tao body, he could not contend with a quasi-saint. However, the recent transmission from Lin Jiao served as a source of reassurance for Lin Yuan. Ignorant. Elder Xian coldly snorted, dismissing Lin Yuan as a Navi youth. What ist? As a quasi-saint, he epitomized invincibility in this lower realm. Could a mere boy in the Tao Palace realm withstand a strike? Ridiculous. With disdain, he regarded the scene of Lin Yuan beneath his strike, envisioning the moment of his body being crushed. Boom, boom, boom. The azure light of the palm print was colossal, causing the very void to tremble violently. Beneath the palm, clad in black, Lin Yuan stood tall, his expression tranquil, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, at that moment, a resounding voice erupted from afar. Who dares to harm my young master? The voice was immense, resonating with the entire land, shaking the central continent as if the very ground quaked. A figure in gray attire, exuding an overwhelming aura, approached with a might surpassing that of the quasi-saint elder Exan. Crack, crack, crack. With each step, the void beneath him crumbled and shattered. It was Lin Jiao. His previous injuries had healed, and the aura of true sanctity erupted forth, dominating the heavens and earth, his figure materializing before all of the great universe dynasty. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a tremendous finger strike, descending from the peak of the clouds, shattering the long sky. Boom! Elder Xian's palm collided with Lin Jiao's finger strike. Crack! The hand of azure light that had gathered to obscure the sky was shattered before Lin Yuan, dispersing into countless azure sparks scattered across the heavens. In that instant, all present were engulfed in confusion, uncertainty, and bewilderment. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Thankfully, I have not arrived too late. A sigh escaped Lin Jiao's lips as he appeared before Lin Yuan, a hint of worry in his eyes. This was the second time. The first was within the Qingyun Dao sect, when he had found Lin Yuan covered in wounds, shocking Lin Jiao deeply. Yet unexpectedly, here they were again, amid such a grave crisis. Initially, he believed all was well. But upon seeing Lin Yuan's delicate features stained with blood, his once ink-black hair now as pale as snow, and his eyes devoid of their former brilliance, Lin Jiao felt a stir within. Young master, you. Lin Jiao's heart trembled, his aged gaze filled with emotion. How little time had passed. When they parted at the Ta-Ching Imperial Palace, Lin Yuan's demeanor and aura had undergone a significant transformation. Lin Jiao was already aware of the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect. It was evident now that his young master bore the weight of that calamity upon his shoulders. It seems Elder Lin's injuries have healed. A smile graced Lin Yuan's lips, the first genuine smile he had shown since witnessing the fall of the Qingyun Dao sect. With Lin Jiao's appearance, the momentary silence was shattered by an explosion of commotion. What? What is happening? Am I mistaken? A being from the upper realm, a quasi-saint attack, was actually blocked. Did I hear correctly? This elder referred to that boy from the eastern wilderness as young master. Below, amidst the ruins of the great universe palace, voices rose in astonishment. Among those present, the only individuals who recognized Lin Jiao, aside from Lin Yuan, were Yi Xian and Lu Shui. They gazed at the elder standing beside Lin Yuan, remembering how, during the crisis in the Qingyun Dao sect, it was this elder who had saved Lin Yuan. Yet, the only thing that perplexed Yi Xian was, isn't he a celestial ascension expert? Why? Why just now? Amidst the crowd, Yi Xian felt a sense of unease, a foreboding stirring within him. Chapter 73. The Saint Realm Expert? The bewildered duo from the upper realm, the situation had seemed utterly dire for Lin Yuan, but the unexpected arrival of a mysterious elder saved him, leaving everyone present in utter disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. In the void above, clad in a white Taoist robe, stood Elder Xian from the Yuqing Sacred Land. After clashing with Lin Jiao, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his white garments stained red as he staggered backward in midair. In stark contrast, Lin Jiao, standing beside Lin Yuan, maintained a calm demeanor. In an instant, the disparity became evident. To the onlookers, he was a quasi-saint, a powerful being only found among the upper realms. But now, who are you? With great effort, Elder Xian managed to suppress the violent turmoil within him. Though his complexion remained pale and his aura diminished compared to when he had just arrived, his gaze was filled with shock as he looked at Lin Jiao. He could not comprehend why a being of such formidable strength would appear beside a mere native from the lower realm. The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Jiao instilled a sense of threat in Elder Xian. No, you cannot be from this lower realm. Upon realizing this, the elder of the Yuqing Sacred Land pointed at Lin Jiao, his once lofty demeanor replaced by awe and fear. Did this old man ever claim to be from the Xiantian continent? With a cold snort, Lin Jiu stood beside Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. How could a mere quasi-saint command his respect? His earlier intervention had merely been out of concern for his young master's safety, refraining from using his full power. Otherwise, the self-proclaimed elder Xin of the Yuqing sacred land would have been reduced to nothingness. Despite not being from the Xiantian continent, he referred to Lin Yuan as his young master. At this moment, it was the people of the Dayu dynasty who were most astonished. After all, they were the ones who desired Lin Yuan and Appo's demise the most. Amidst the ruins below. So, this is the so-called ascendant from the eastern wilderness? With a torn dragon robe, Yi Tu glared angrily at Yi Xian beside him. The earlier scene, especially Lin Jiu's blow that had shielded Lin Yuan from a quasi-saint's formidable attack, had thoroughly indicated that their judgments regarding Lin Yuan's identity might have been gravely mistaken. Father, I am not entirely certain. With his head bowed, Yi Xian and Appo's mind buzzed. A powerful being from the upper realm, whom they relied on, had been repelled by the old man beside Lin Yuan, a quasi-saint no less. He could not fathom the reason behind this. How could this be? Was he not a native of the eastern wilderness? Why would such a strong figure refer to him as young master? Confusion and bewilderment enveloped him. In that moment, Lin Yuan's identity became shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the Dayu dynasty. They could not understand the reasons behind this. Initially, they had anticipated that with the arrival of the two upper realm experts from the Yuqing sacred land, Lin Yuan would be slain, rescuing the Dayu dynasty from peril. However, it seemed that events were diverging from their expectations. With a single strike, their elder was injured in this lower realm. Meanwhile, the Yuqing sacred land saintess, Yu Linglong, was also engulfed in doubt. May I inquire who this esteemed elder is? I am Yu Linglong, the saintess of the Yuqing sacred land, and this is my elder. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. With a perplexed gaze, Yu Linglong addressed Lin Jiu, standing gracefully in her ethereal green gown. Her delicate figure enveloped in a soft azure glow. Sensing that Lin Jiu was not to be trifled with, she invoked the name of her sacred land to instill caution. After all, the Yuqing sacred land held some renown within the celestial domain. The Yuqing sacred land? What a grand title! With a derisive laugh, Lin Jiu regarded her with disdain. A mere sacred land within a celestial domain meant little before the Lin family. With your status, you lack the qualifications to know my name. Who gave you the audacity to harm my clan's young master? His voice resonated with grandeur, shaking the heavens and earth beneath his overwhelming presence. Puffed. On the opposite side, both Yu Linglong and Elder Xin could not withstand the immense pressure, spewing blood, their faces pale and filled with horror. Despite having arrived just in time to save his young master, Lin Jiu still harbored a lingering fear within. Had he arrived even a moment later, the outcome would have been unfathomable. Just a mere sacred land. With that single word, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, boom, boom, boom. A unique aura of the saint realm began to emanate from Lin Jiu. In that moment, the entire central state, comprising 36 domains, underwent a transformation as the heavens and earth trembled under the might of Lin Jiu's saint realm presence. No, this cannot be. As the two opponents sensed the aura surrounding Lin Jiu, Elder Xion's aged face bore an expression of profound shock. Even he, a quasi-saint, found it difficult to meet Lin Jiu's gaze. Though the difference between a quasi-saint and a true saint realm expert may seem merely a matter of a single word, the chasm between them was unfathomable. It could be said that while quasi-saints were numerous in the upper realm, the path to becoming a true saint realm expert was so arduous that perhaps only 1 in 10,000 could achieve it in their lifetime. It was beyond comprehension that a saint realm expert would refer to a young man as his young master. Astonished, Elder Xin gazed at Lin Yuan, filled with curiosity about his identity, but time was running out. What should I do? How could he be a saint realm expert? Yu Linglong, who had previously looked down upon everything from the lower realm, was now in a state of panic. She continued to spit blood, her once exquisite features now marred by despair. Yu Linglong's heart trembled violently, her expression frozen in shock as she stood there, unable to comprehend. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin Yuan. She could not fathom how dealing with a mere native from the lower realm had led to the arrival of a saint realm expert in the Yuqing sacred land. Such beings were regarded as the pinnacle of strength, not someone she, as a saintess, could command. Her ignoble status meant she did not wish to perish, especially not in this desolate lower realm. As the current saintess of the Yuqing's sacred land, Yu Linglong's esteemed position made her life invaluable. Should she perish, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for the Yuqing's sacred land, leading to a lack of capable successors among the younger generation. However, now, faced with a Saint Realm expert, Elder Xin realized that if they did not make a sacrifice, the saintess would surely die. The two had originally come in search of the supreme secret vault. The Yuqing sacred land was one of the 3 reincarnations of the great Emperor Yuan, founded by the Yuqing Taoist. Therefore, within the sacred land, there existed records of the 3 imperial palaces left behind after the fall of the great Emperor Yuan, and they had been searching for them for many years. After considerable effort, they had finally located the Ta Qing imperial palace within this lower realm, but upon their arrival, they had yet to begin their search when they were unexpectedly embroiled in this predicament. At this moment, the two were unaware that the supreme secret vault had already been claimed by Lin Yuan, or else they would have been furious enough to vomit blood. At this moment, the might of the Saint Realm was undeniable. A formidable palm print descended from the void, surging with violet energy that churned within Lin Jiao's grasp, poised to strike Yu Linglong and Elder Xin. It seemed an inescapable fate. Esteemed saintess, this old one is rendered powerless and cannot safeguard you. I shall assist your return to the upper realm. With each word, Elder Xin coughed up copious amounts of blood, his injuries exacerbated by the earlier clash with Lin Jiao. The full display of Lin Jiao's saintly might only intensified his suffering. Amidst the urgency, Elder Xion's withered hand produced a jade token, exquisitely crafted and pulsating with verdant energy, bearing the inscription Jade Purity. Quasi-sage power surged, converging upon the jade token, unleashing an incandescent azure light that pierced the firmament. The light shattered the void, revealing a spatial conduit shimmering with azure radiance, a gateway to the celestial immortal domain of the upper realm, the Jade Purity Holy Land. A celestial azure aura descended from the conduit, enveloping Yu Linglong as she ascended towards the portal. The Jade Purity Holy Token, a supreme artifact of the Jade Purity Holy Land in the celestial immortal domain, surpassed even the temporal escape talisman. When activated, it could cleave through the barriers between realms, even between grand immortal domains. A relic left by the Jade Purity Taoist, it had become exceedingly rare within the Jade Purity Holy Land. It was bestowed upon the Saintess Yu Linglong for her quest to uncover the supreme secret treasure. Elder Yu, clad in an azure celestial gown, her lithe form veiled in a hazy azure glow, Yu Linglong's gaze betrayed her resentment. Originally envisioning this descent as an opportunity to acquire the supreme secret treasure, the impending unveiling of the hidden dragon rankings in the 9 heavens immortal domain loomed large. The hidden dragon rankings represented a chance for countless young prodigies to prove their mettle, with only those who reached the pinnacle earning the title of contemporary paragon. Revered by billions, the supreme secret treasure was her chance to augment her innate gifts. Yet, upon arriving in the lower realm, she was forced to return, losing a Holy Land Elder and a Jade Purity Holy Token in the process. Rest assured, Elder, upon my return to the Holy Land, I shall uncover the identities of those two. Enshrouded in celestial light, Yu Linglong cast a venomous glance towards the composed Lin Yuan, holding him responsible for her predicament. Just as she neared the spatial conduit, Yu Linglong extended a jade finger towards the lower realm. To understand Lin Yuan, she needed to capture someone familiar with him. Her gaze settled upon Lu Shui, a fair-skinned woman trembling beside Yi Xian amidst the oppressive saintly might, making her the target. What's happening? Why am I? Overwhelmed by the day's events, Lu Shui found herself ascending towards the lofty saintess, destined for the spatial conduit. Her gaze lingered on Yi Xian and the cold, murderous Lin Yuan, fading into the distance. A maelstrom of emotions churned within her as she pondered her impending journey to the upper realm. Powerless to resist, Lu Shui's strength was no match for Yu Linglong. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiao's attack descended. Trying to escape? Perish! Lin Jiao roared, his gargantuan palm print engulfing the spatial conduit and Elder Xin. The spatial conduit to the upper realm erupted in a blinding azure light, enveloping Yu Linglong and Lu Shui. The violet energy of the palm print collided with the azure radiance, The jade purity holy token's spatial conduit fractured, yet with a final burst of light, it vanished. Two agonizing cries echoed from within the disappearing spatial conduit. The upper realm saintess escaped? Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and the remnants of the great Yu dynasty felt a chill creep into their hearts. Their fearful gazes turned towards the figure in black, his hair as white as snow. The one to whom a Saint Realm expert showed such deference, Lin Yuan. At the critical moment, Lu Shui and Yu Linglong had fled to the upper realm. Elder Xin, his body shattered and his soul dissipating, stood before Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao, a flickering candle in the wind. I am about to perish. I wish to know, from whence do you hail? As death approached, the question that plagued the Jade Purity Holy Land elder escaped his lips. Below, the remnants of the great Yu dynasty. Yi Xian, Yi Tu, and countless cultivators from the central province watched with bated breath. Lin Yuan, a youth protected by a Saint Realm expert. What was his true identity? Lin Jiao glanced at Lin Yuan, who nodded in assent. My young master and I hail from the celestial domain of Juntian, the Lin clan of the imperial lineage. Silence descended upon the scene. Even the Jade Purity Holy Land elder was rendered speechless. Chapter 75. The True Identity of Lin Yuan. Yi Xian's despair, the mere mention of the words Imperial Clan Lin family, left the elder of the Yuling Holy Land stammering, his voice faltering. Internally, he was shaken, his thoughts a cacophony, his expression vacant and dazed. He had considered numerous possibilities, yet he never fathomed that Lin Yuan's identity was even more astonishing than he had imagined. Although Yuling Holy Land resided within the celestial domain of Songtian, the renowned Lin family from the Juntian celestial domain was a name that resonated widely. After all, while the Nine Heavens celestial domain was vast, filled with countless powerful cultivation families, not every clan dared to proclaim itself an imperial lineage. The Imperial Clan Lin family was indeed a truly taboo, ancient clan within the Nine Heavens celestial domain, ancient and resplendent. How could it be that, facing imminent death, Elder Xin gazed at Lin Yuan with a bitter smile? The term Imperial Clan represented something far beyond what they, the Yuling Holy Land, could rival. After all, within their own Songtian celestial domain, there existed an imperial lineage bearing the surname Jiang. It could be said that in the presence of such taboo families, a mere breath could obliterate the entire Yuling Holy Land. To think that he and the Saintess had regarded a scion of an imperial clan as nothing more than a native of the lower realms, intent on their destruction. How ludicrous. Yet at this moment, Elder Xin felt a sliver of relief. Fortunately, the Lin family's young master, Lin Yuan, had come to no harm. Otherwise, the consequences for the Yuling Holy Land would not merely be the death of a single elder, but rather the annihilation of the entire Holy Land. Indeed, while it may be challenging for ordinary upper realm forces to traverse two celestial domains and obliterate a Holy Land, for the Lin family, it was hardly an insurmountable task. Perhaps they wouldn't even need to act themselves. The Jiang family, also an imperial clan within the Songtian celestial domain, would inevitably intervene to decimate the Yuling Holy Land. The Nine Heavens celestial domain was immense, yet only a handful of families could be deemed taboo imperial clans. Coincidentally, the Lin and Jiang families had maintained a long-standing alliance throughout the ages. Elder Xin recalled a significant event regarding the two imperial clans in the previous generation. A supreme goddess from the Jiang family, the current head of the Jiang family's sister, had married into the Lin family. This incident had once caused a sensation throughout the entire Songtian celestial domain. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder, he said, his battered form suspended in the air, his breath barely discernible, his soul fragmenting. Elder Xin bowed respectfully to Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan, his gaze filled with reverence and devoid of any resentment. My demise is truly of my own making. I implore you, do not hold the Yuling Holy Land accountable. With the understanding of Lin Yuan's circumstances, Elder Xin felt a sense of clarity. He realized that given the strength of the Yuling Holy Land, offending Lin Yuan, the young master of an imperial clan, would surely lead to the Holy Land's destruction. Before Lin Yuan could respond, there was a resounding boom. The elder's body turned to ash, his soul utterly dissipated, vanishing before Lin Yuan and the others present. Across the void, a figure clad in black, with flowing white hair and an expression of helplessness, mused. It seems I haven't even had the chance to agree or disagree. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan was left utterly bewildered. Huh, a mere Yuling holy land. Once we return to the upper realm, whether they live or die awaits, but a single word from the young master. Lin Jiu remarked with a calm smile. The death of a quasi-saint from the upper realm, who faced Lin Yuan without a hint of resentment, was witnessed by all the members of the Dayu dynasty and countless cultivators from the central state. The unfolding events, triggered by the utterance of the words Imperial Clan Lin family, had instilled profound dread in the elder of an upper realm holy land. Upper realm, Imperial. Imperial Clan, murmured a voice from below, as gazes turned towards Lin Yuan. Once regarded as a mere native of the eastern wilderness, he had now transformed into someone from the upper realm, with an origin of terrifying stature. Could it be a family founded by an emperor? Every cultivator, even those from the lower realms, understood the hierarchy of cultivation. Body refinement, qi gathering, spirit concentration, divine bridge, Tao palace, ascending to heaven. The ascending to heaven realm was the pinnacle of strength in their Xintian continent, with only one being capable of ascending to the upper realm in a lifetime. Yet beyond that realm, in the upper world, existed quasi-saints, saints, quasi-emperors, and emperors. The emperor realm, the great emperor, though incomprehensible, was known even in Xintian continent. A great emperor could dominate the upper realms and command respect across myriad domains. Thus, the very mention of an imperial clan was intrinsically linked to the great emperor. Now, to discover that a young master of an imperial clan was treated as a mere native of the eastern wilderness by the Dayu dynasty, and even had his sect obliterated, left countless cultivators from the central state gazing at Yi Tu, Yi Xian, and all members of the Dayu dynasty with pity. The Dayu dynasty has truly kicked a steel plate this time, murmured a voice among the crowd, astonished. After all, one might encounter tough challenges, but never had they seen one so audacious. In that moment, despair engulfed all members of the Dayu dynasty. How could this be? No, it's impossible. How could he be a person from an imperial clan of the upper realm? Especially Yi Xian, whose handsome visage wore an expression of disbelief, retreating in shock. As if struck by lightning, he fell to the ground, trembling. The Qingyun Dao sect, which he had personally annihilated, had left not a single soul alive. Previously, he had thought of Lin Yuan as nothing more than a native from the eastern wilderness, unworthy to be compared with him. As a prince of the Dayu dynasty, he held a noble status, standing high above, which had always been his greatest pride. Yet now, upon learning that Lin Yuan was the young master of an imperial clan from the upper realm, Yi Xian's pride was shattered, and his self-proclaimed noble bloodline lay in ruins. Everything he possessed was rendered worthless before Lin Yuan, the very native he had scorned. It turned out that all along, he had merely been a joke. Chapter 76. The mysterious stone resonating with the supreme being within the shattered ruins of the great Yu Palace. The once grand edifice now lay in desolation. The members of the great Yu dynasty and the cultivators from Zhongzhou, who had previously mocked Lin Yuan, now bore expressions of utter despair, trembling in fear. Not long ago, they had derided Lin Yuan without a hint of hesitation, eager to curry favor with the great Yu dynasty. Please spare our lives. We were ignorant of your identity. Forgive our previous rudeness. Voices of desperation echoed, belonging to those who had attended Yi Xian's wedding banquet. Lin Yuan had previously declared that those unrelated to the great Yu dynasty should depart. However, they had disregarded his words, viewing him merely as a native from the eastern wilderness, unworthy of their respect. Now, the outcome had surpassed all expectations. Curiously, the members of the great Yu royal family remained silent, not out of fear of death, but knowing it was too late to plead for mercy from Lin Yuan. Amidst the ruins, the tattered dragon robe lay strewn about, and Yi Tu, the emperor of Yu, wore a mask of hopelessness. The heavens have forsaken our great Yu dynasty. A lament escaped his lips, for even the arrival of a holy envoy from the upper realm could not save them. Instead, it only served to unveil Lin Yuan's true identity. It turned out that the true jesters were none other than themselves. Gazing at the disheveled Yi Xian lying on the ground, Yi Tu wished he could strike down this grand prince with a single blow. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled, and the void quaked. A divine might descended upon all within the ruins of the great Yu dynasty, emanating from Lin Jiu. Crack, crack, crack. The overwhelming pressure caused countless bodies within the great Yu dynasty to shatter, transforming them into mere pools of blood in an instant. This included Yi Xian, Yi Tu, the royal family of the Great Yu, and many Zhongzhou cultivators. No, it hurts. This has nothing to do with us. Cries of anguish and despair reverberated throughout the once mighty dynasty of the Xinjiang continent. It must be noted that the Great Yu dynasty was indeed formidable, dominating Zhongzhou and instilling fear across the seas. Yi Tu, the emperor of Yu, was regarded as one of the strongest figures of his time, and besides him, there were two other ancestors of the Yi family who had ascended to the celestial realm. With such profound roots, even the other four states revered this immortal dynasty. But alas, they had provoked the wrong individual. Invincibility on the Xinjiang continent did not equate to immunity from retaliation, especially when Yi Tu commanded a coalition of numerous sects from the eastern wilderness to annihilate the entire Qingyandao sect, slaying all 862 members without leaving a single survivor. In the void above, standing before Lin Jiao, his garments billowed in the wind, blood still staining his face, while his snow-white hair fluttered. His eyes were devoid of warmth, cold as ice. "Leave them to me to handle," Lin Yuan and Appo's voice resonated, addressing Lin Jiao beside him. Though calm, his tone carried a chilling indifference. The night he knelt before the Qingyandao sect had transformed Lin Yuan, altering both his demeanor and understanding of the world. Now, with his enemies before him, he was resolute. "Yes, young master." Lin Jiao, observing Lin Yuan's frigid gaze, felt a pang of compassion. Prior to arriving in Zhongzhou, he had visited the Qingyandao sect, which now resembled a desolate graveyard, void of its former inhabitants. For over 20 years, although Lin Yuan hailed from the upper realms Lin family, his true memories began with the Qingyandao sect. Lin Jiao understood that the young master bore the weight of the sect's obliteration upon his shoulders. Those were over 10,000 lost souls. Unless he personally avenged them with the blood of his enemies, his path would be marred, even affecting his future cultivation. "No, you are a devil amidst the ruins of the Great Yu Palace." Blood dripped steadily as the bodies of the Great Yu dynasty fell like weeds, littering the ground in a river of crimson. The scene was utterly horrific. "Spare me," desperate pleas echoed, filled with terror, resonating through the air. This was nothing short of a massacre, fear etched upon the faces of countless royal family members. "Did you not consider yourselves noble? Did you deem my Qingyandao sect insignificant, akin to ants in your eyes? But today in my eyes, you too are mere insects." With his bare hands, Lin Yuan dispatched his foes, not employing any spiritual power. Tap, tap, tap. As he walked through the blood-stained ruins, his voice was devoid of warmth. Specks of blood adorned his snow-white hair, and his gaze burned with a fierce red, filled with coldness and devoid of emotion, as murderous intent pervaded his very being. In this moment, he had waited too long. Yi Tu, the emperor of Yu, lay dead, crushed beneath Lin Yuan's might. None of the Zhongzhou cultivators who had previously mocked him were spared. Time passed, revealing mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The setting sun cast a dim glow upon this hellish realm, illuminating the slender, youthful figure of Lin Yuan. Before him stood the last remaining shadow of his adversary. Yi Xian. "Please don't kill me." Yi Xian, now a mere shell of his former self, had lost all semblance of pride and arrogance. His handsome visage was marred by dirt, his hair disheveled. Fear filled his eyes as he gazed at Lin Yuan, kneeling in supplication. "My Qingyandao sect, my master. My junior sister. How could they perish because of such a person?" A lament escaped Lin Yuan's lips, his body reeking of blood. He looked upon the kneeling Yi Xian with bitterness, knowing that he could not let him go. With a single strike, crack, Yi Xian perished, his body shattered and soul obliterated, denied even the chance of reincarnation, dying before Lin Yuan's eyes. Every individual responsible for the annihilation of the Qingyandao sect met their end at Lin Yuan's hands, with not a single one spared. It was over. Standing amidst the blood-soaked ruins, the murderous intent within Lin Yuan began to dissipate, and the burdens he had carried for so long vanished. Now, he could return to the Qingyandao sect and stand before the countless lost souls, declaring that he had avenged the sect. His enemies were all dead. The voice of self-questioning within him gradually faded. With clarity of mind, Lin Yuan sensed that he was perhaps on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Yet at that moment, a small black stone, about the size of a thumb and inscribed with intricate runes, caught Lin Yuan as attention beside Yi Xian's shattered form. If one were not attentive, it would be easy to overlook. This the heirloom of my Qingyan Dao sect, passed down through generations. It had been left behind by the founding master, Taiqing Daoist, before his ascension, alongside the sacred sword of slaying heaven. As a child, Lin Yuan had seen it in the hands of his master, yet he could not fathom how it had ended up in Yi Xian's possession. As he spoke, Lin Yuan picked it up and held it in his palm. Suddenly, at that moment, the previously closed supreme Dao Eye at his brow resonated with the black stone in his hand. The Dao Eye slowly opened, and the stone radiated with brilliance. Its surface adorned with mysterious runes floating in the air. Chapter 77, The Possibility of Xiao's Resurrection. The stone in Lin Yuan's hand, which had belonged to the Qingshan patriarch, Taiqing Daoist, after ascending to the heavens, had passed through countless generations of masters, yet no one had comprehended its profound mysteries. Taiqing Daoist was one of the 3 avatars of the primordial emperor. At this moment, it resonated with Lin Yuan's supreme Dao Eye, as if everything was interconnected. Amidst the blood-soaked ruins, a thunderous sound erupted as Lin Yuan's Dao Eye and the stone reflected each other, their brilliance intensifying, while mysterious luminous runes floated around. In an instant, the space trembled. Master, senior brother. Just as Lin Yuan was engulfed in confusion, a faint voice emerged. A delicate figure materialized from the surrounding light, ethereal and insubstantial, merely a remnant soul appearing before Lin Yuan. With a beautiful visage and delicate brows, clad in a green dress, she seemed to be in the prime of her youth, just as she had been at her demise in the Qingshan Dao sect. Senior brother, have you finally returned? Xiao gazed at Lin Yuan with the warmth of familial affection. But when her ethereal hands passed through Lin Yuan's form, she realized that she was already dead, now merely a remnant of her former self. Little junior sister Yu. Upon seeing her apparition, a flicker of light appeared in Lin Yuan's previously lifeless eyes. He had thought that all had perished in the massacre that befell the Qingshan Dao sect, but unexpectedly, he beheld his junior sister's figure today. Both had been raised under the care of Xiao Zhantian, and in Lin Yuan's heart, he had always regarded Xiao as his own sister. However, upon his return from the Taiqing Imperial Palace, everything in the Qingshan Dao sect had changed. He believed he would never see her again. Yet today, during the annihilation of the great universe dynasty, he encountered the visage of his junior sister once more. Boom! At that moment, a figure appeared beside Lin Yuan and Xiao's remnant soul. Dressed in gray, with a look of astonishment, it was Lin Jiao. Old Lin, is there any way to resurrect my junior sister? I would spare no effort. Lin Yuan's expression was fervent, his handsome face pleading as he looked toward Lin Jiao with hopeful eyes. Miss Xiao has already passed. Logically, her soul should have dispersed after that day. The reason she appears today is likely connected to the stone in the young master's hand. Observing the small, dark stone, no larger than a thumb, Lin Jiao scrutinized it for a long while. Even he, a powerful sage, had never encountered anything like it. However, inexplicably, he sensed a faint aura of the great Dao emanating from it. This was exceedingly alarming. Currently, Miss Xiao was but a remnant soul. To resurrect her, it seemed only the fabled immortal elixir, the 9 nether flower, could achieve such a feat. Lin Jiao continued, revealing what he knew about the means to bring Xiao back to life. The immortal elixir was reputed to grant even an emperor another life. Only such extraordinary substances could possibly revive Xiao's essence. The immortal elixir. Upon hearing of the possibility for resurrection, Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of excitement, his gaze trembling. Even for someone as knowledgeable as Lin Yuan, it was the first time he had encountered these 4 words. Yet, he understood that any item related to the immortal realm, even in the upper realm, was not something ordinary individuals could possess. At this moment, Lin Yuan could only place all his hopes on his family in the upper realm. Although the immortal elixir was precious, the Lin family was among the forbidden imperial clans of the upper realm, thus possessing it was not out of the question. Initially, hearing Lin Jiao's words filled Lin Yuan with hope. However, he soon learned that the Lin family's possession was the Divine Phoenix Immortal Elixir, one of the 10 immortal elixirs. But it could not resurrect Miss Xiao. With a sigh, Lin Jiao, looking at Lin Yuan's almost pleading eyes, felt a pang of sympathy, his expression filled with helplessness. He too understood the hope that resided in Lin Yuan's heart. Having raised Lin Yuan as his own, now the Qingshan Dao sect, along with the old sect master and his own daughter, had perished due to Lin Yuan's enmity with the great universe dynasty, leaving only a remnant soul. Given this, even though the immortal elixir was rare, the Lin family would certainly provide it. However, sometimes the outcome is simply cruel. The 10 immortal elixirs serve different purposes. Some are potent for the soul, while others excel in cultivation and physical enhancement. As Lin Jiu knew, the Divine Phoenix immortal elixir was stronger in the realm of cultivation. It could not be said to be entirely useless concerning soul revival, but paled in comparison to the 9 nether flower. Currently, Xiao was merely a wisp of a remnant soul. Had it not been for the stone in Lin Yuan's hand, which contained the essence of the great Tao, she would have long since dissipated. Thus, to revive Xiao's remnant soul, only the 9 nether flower among the immortal elixirs could suffice. Otherwise, the other 9 would be of no use. Hearing Lin Jiu's words, Lin Yuan's heart brimmed with reluctance. He gazed at the ethereal figure before him. A mere 16 years of age, clad in a green dress, her youthful face still carrying a hint of innocence. She had always been regarded as his younger sister, yet because of the enmity with the great universe dynasty, she had perished, now reduced to a remnant soul. No matter how difficult it may be, I shall obtain it. For this, I am willing to pay any price. This is my debt to Lin Yuan. His white hair stained with blood, his dark attire soaked, reeking of the blood of the great universe dynasty's people. Lin Yuan spoke with unwavering determination. The 9 nether flower, having grasped the sole possibility of reviving Xiao, Lin Yuan stood in silence, staring at his junior sister. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the resonance between Lin Yuan's supreme Dao, I, and the mysterious stone in his hand began to wane. The brilliance dimmed, and the luminous runes around dissipated. The figure of Xiao, clad in green, and her youthful visage grew increasingly insubstantial. Her gaze swept across the blood-stained ruins of the great universe dynasty. She understood now that the lifeless bodies belonged to her enemies, those responsible for her demise and the destruction of the Qingshan Dao sect. Now, under her senior brother's hand, those foes had been vanquished. There was neither sorrow nor reluctance. After all, she had died months prior. The ethereal figure of Xiao gazed at Lin Yuan, who remained clad in black. Yet his aura had transformed entirely. Once his hair was as dark as ink, now it was as white as snow, and his once vacant eyes were filled with remorse. Her senior brother had borne too much, and she had witnessed it all. However, Xiao understood that neither she nor her father had ever blamed her senior brother at the moment of their passing. In my final moments, senior brother, I have never held you accountable. You have done exceedingly well. A tender smile graced her youthful face, and her ethereal figure ultimately transformed into a myriad of lights, a remnant soul imprint that finally entered the stone in Lin Yuan's hand, dissipating before him. Chapter 78. The Great Universe Treasury, preparations before breaking through the half-step ascension realm with a bitter expression. Lin Yuan stood in a daze, lost in thought. The last flicker of hope had vanished, and his once gentle gaze turned frigid once more. Lin Yuan was acutely aware that the remnant soul power he possessed was only sufficient for his junior sister to manifest once. Any possibility of a second occurrence hinged solely upon his acquisition of the 9 nether flower, which might allow for her complete revival. The small black stone, no larger than a thumb, had lost its radiance and lay in Lin Yuan's hand, containing only the imprint of Xiao's residual soul. As for the origins of this mysterious stone, even Lin Jiu, a formidable figure of the Saint Realm, could not discern its secrets, leaving Lin Yuan equally in the dark. However, one thing was certain. This object was far from ordinary and was intricately linked to the Emperor Yuan Tian. As he tucked away the stone, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze to survey the ruins around him, where all his enemies lay dead. A coffin rested quietly amidst the blood-soaked debris, brought back by Lin Yuan from the Qingyan Dao sect. Within it lay his master, Xiao Zhantian, who had witnessed Lin Yuan's quest for vengeance, traversing from the eastern wilderness to the central state, leaving a trail of decapitated foes and rivers of blood in his wake. Master, you may now rest in peace. Rest assured, I shall surely revive my junior sister. This is my promise to you. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully before the coffin. When the Qinyan Dao sect was annihilated, every treasure within had been seized, led by Yi Xian, the prince of the great universe dynasty. In accordance with family tradition, every disciple who descended to the lower realm could return to the Lin family upon reaching the half-step ascension realm. Perhaps it would not be long before Lin Yuan departed this realm and returned to the upper realm. As Lin Yuan, accompanied by Lin Jiao, traversed the ruins in search of the great universe dynasty's treasury, he marveled at the unthinkable. The once mighty great universe dynasty, which had dominated the central state for countless years, had been utterly vanquished. Surrounding the scene were numerous onlookers from the central state, their figures densely scattered above and below. Some gazed in terror, their hearts gripped by fear as they beheld the carnage before them. Most had come only after hearing the commotion, drawn by curiosity. The great universe dynasty was indeed powerful in our realm. But did they not consider who they were provoking this time? Remarked a spectator with a cold smirk, expressing the dissatisfaction of sect members towards the dynasty's rule. The signs of the upper realm's imperial families were not to be trifled with by mere dynasties of the lower realm. The great universe royal family, accustomed to their arrogance, had not foreseen that the despised natives of the eastern wilderness were, in fact, individuals from an imperial lineage of the upper realm. The air was thick with derision, as many from the central state could no longer tolerate the great universe dynasty's former conduct. Previously, under the pressure of the immortal dynasty, none had dared to resist, for those who did had faced extermination. Now, those who once held themselves above, all had been reduced to lifeless corpses before Lin Yuan, some even reduced to mere bones. Lin Yuan's identity, as a scion of an upper realm imperial family, evoked a sense of reverence among the lower realm cultivators. In a single day, he had eradicated the great universe dynasty, which had cast its shadow over the entire Xintian continent, leaving no survivors. This event was bound to echo throughout the Xintian continent, as many cultivators present foresaw that in just a few days, the name Lin Yuan would resonate across the realm. At this moment, they were within the forbidden grounds of the former great universe dynasty, an underground area concealed by powerful formations that could only be breached by 5 cultivators of the Ascension realm. Yet, before Lin Jiao, a formidable figure of the Saint realm, it crumbled like paper. Boom! Crack! The formation, radiating golden light and accompanied by the movement of dragon shadows, shattered completely under Lin Jiao's gentle palm. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, the treasures of the great universe dynasty were abundant. Calmly observing the scene before him, Lin Yuan beheld a dazzling array of treasures. The surrounding spirit stones were piled high like mountains, with countless heavenly materials and treasures. Indeed, the reputation of the Xintian continent's foremost dynasty was well-deserved. Perhaps this was also due to Lin Yuan's prolonged existence in the lower realm. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao, glancing at the treasures, remained unimpressed. Most of these are merely superfluous items. Young master, your supreme Tao body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies of the upper realm. The resources required for each breakthrough are extraordinary. As he spoke, Lin Jiao pointed, drawing forth the most radiant object from the treasury, which began to glide gently toward Lin Yuan. The air was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. 3 divine herbs, immensely valuable even in the upper realm, capable of augmenting the cultivation of even a saint realm expert like Lin Jiao. Additionally, there was a fist-sized, crystalline spirit stone, seemingly containing the concentrated energy of an entire spiritual vein. The 3 divine herbs and the sacred spirit stone landed in Lin Yuan's hands. He understood the significance of the divine herbs, but the sacred spirit stone, a rarity from the upper realm, puzzled him as to why it had appeared in the great universe dynasty's treasury. Its value surpassed that of the divine herbs, especially in terms of cultivation. These items constituted the most precious treasures within this treasury and should suffice for the young master to break through to the half-step ascension realm. Lin Jiao remarked beside him. Chapter 79. The speculation of Lin Yuling spirit stones are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary grades. This classification pertains solely to the lower realms. In the Xintian continent, even the extraordinary spirit stones are beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Above the extraordinary grade lies the sacred spirit stone, a treasure only the most elite forces of the upper realms can possess. At this moment, Lin Yuan gathered all the spirit stones, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and rare items from the vast treasury into his spatial ring. Though aside from 3 sacred herbs and 1 sacred spirit stone, the rest held little significance for Lin Yuan. Even the smallest of flies are still meat. A qualitative change can arise from quantitative accumulation. The mountain of spirit stones, even if taken to the upper realms, could be exchanged for several sacred spirit stones. The spatial ring, capable of containing such an abundance of treasures, was a gift from Lin Jiao, his guardian. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's former spatial ring, it would have struggled to contain even a tenth of the treasures present. Compared to before, Lin Yuan could now be considered one of the wealthiest individuals in the Xiantian continent. After leaving the desolate treasury, Lin Yuan and his companion returned to the surface. Standing before the coffin of Xiao Zhantian, it was time to return to the Qingyun Dao sect. With the coffin on his back, Lin Yuan intended to enter his master, Xiao Zhantian, before embarking on his own breakthrough. Lin Lao, let us return, Lin Yuan said. For him, the now shattered Qingyun Dao sect had always been his home. Yes, young master. Boom, boom. The 2 figures soared into the sky from the ruins of the Diyu dynasty, heading towards the eastern wilderness. At this moment, countless cultivators from the central state remained at the scene. The events of today were akin to a cataclysm for the entire central state and even the Xiantian continent. Observing Lin Yuan and his companion depart, among the crowd of cultivators stood a pale-faced man, the leader of the Liuli Dao sect, Lu Yen. Thank goodness. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After receiving news of his sect's holy son, Lu Xian, and the grand elder's demise at the hands of a man from the eastern wilderness, Lu Yen hurriedly made his way to the Liuli Dao sect. What he encountered was not only the defeat of the Diyu Emperor Yitu, but also the escape of a powerful figure from the upper realm in the face of Lin Yuan, a young master of an imperial lineage. Revenge? What a joke. The 36 domains of the central state trembled. The once mighty Diyu dynasty was annihilated in a single day. News spread like wildfire, sweeping across every corner. How was it possible? The Diyu dynasty has fallen? Who possesses the ability to extinguish that immortal dynasty? The entire central state was in an uproar, initially reluctant to believe it. After all, throughout history, the name Diyu dynasty represented invincibility and oppression. How could it be utterly wiped out in a single day? Not to mention the unrivaled Emperor Yitu, recognized as the strongest in the Xiantian continent. Even a casual dispatch of a transcendent ancestor from within the dynasty would suffice to dominate. Yet, the source of this news came from the leaders and ancestors of the major sects in the central state. Their words bore significant weight. Only later, upon discovering the identity of the one who had annihilated the Diyu dynasty, did countless individuals choose to believe. From the upper realm? Lin Yuan, a young master from an imperial lineage. Who would have thought it would be someone from the upper realm? No wonder even the Diyu dynasty could not provoke him. The name Lin Yuan reverberated throughout the central state, sending shivers down the spines of cultivators who had long harbored a sense of superiority. In this realm, where spiritual energy is most abundant and heroes are born, the cultivators of the central state had always held themselves in high esteem compared to those from the eastern wilderness and other regions. However, in the face of someone from the upper realm, especially a young master of an imperial lineage, they could only adopt a humble posture and look up in awe. The annihilation of the Diyu dynasty did not only send shockwaves through the central state. As time passed, the news spread to other regions of the Xiantian continent. While Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao journeyed towards the eastern wilderness, the Xiantian continent trembled. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, in the Tsangtian immortal domain within the Yuling sacred ground, the celestial peaks stood tall, shrouded in mist, accompanied by the calls of cranes. The spiritual energy soared to heights unattainable in the lower realm. Inside the hall of the Holy Maiden, azure light surged, a sacred area within the holy ground, inaccessible to ordinary disciples. So, he bears the surname Lin? Once your Tao partner, whom you abandoned. The voice resonated within the hall, belonging to a woman of exquisite beauty, with skin as smooth as jade and an air of nobility. Clad in a flowing azure gown, her figure was graceful and elegant, enveloped in a hazy azure light, exuding an aura of unmatched dignity. This was Yuling Long, who had escaped back to the upper realm after sacrificing a quasi-saint elder at Lin Jiao's hands. Furrowing her brows in suspicion, she scrutinized the figure of Lu Shui below. The sacred ground had invested immense resources to send her an elder Xin to the lower realm, tasked with locating the supreme secret vault, the remnants of the Taiji Emperor's palace. However, she never anticipated encountering a saint-level powerhouse in the lower realm. Even now, the Yuling sacred ground possessed only a few top-tier powerhouses, a vital asset of the sect. Yu Linglong could not fathom why a native of the lower realm would have a saint-level protector who referred to him as a young master. Even now, she remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's identity, not even knowing his name. Yet she understood that possessing a saint-level protector indicated an extraordinary status, one that would not be ordinary even within the Tsangtian immortal domain. In response to Yu Linglong's inquiry, Lu Shui replied, yes, but Lin Yuan is merely an orphan, raised by the Qingyun Dao sect. I have no idea why a saint-level powerhouse would protect him. With fair skin and a tall, delicate figure, Lu Shui stood before Yu Linglong with utmost respect. Upon arriving in the upper realm, she realized that her previous perceptions were far too limited. It turned out there were forces and individuals even more formidable than the Dayu dynasty. She had long heard that the Dayu dynasty was merely a subordinate force in the upper realm, beneath the might of the Yuling sacred ground. Now, the opportunity lay before her, and she must seize it. Otherwise, with her talent, she might never ascend to the upper realm in this lifetime. Lin, an orphan? A saint-level protector? Yu Linglong's steps lightly glided from within the hall, her stunning visage deep in contemplation. She was now certain that Lin Yuan was not a native of the lower realm, but rather a being from the nine heavens' immortal domain. Suddenly, her pacing halted, her pupils dilating in realization, her heart quaking as a thought crossed her mind. Lin's surname. Could it be the Lin family from the Jun Tian immortal domain? A tremor laced her voice, her composure faltering. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, I hope not. Unable to confirm, a hint of bitterness crossed Yu Linglong's features. If her conjecture proved true, she would not dare seek revenge. Her gaze shifted to the unassuming Lu Shui, whose appearance was merely passable, but whose demeanor was far too ordinary. A trace of derision flickered in Yu Linglong's eyes. If Lin Yuan truly was the young master of the Lin family from the Jun Tian immortal domain, she could scarcely imagine him taking an interest in this native of the lower realm. Moreover, the individual before her would undoubtedly regret her previous decision. You shall henceforth accompany this holy maiden as a handmaiden. Her voice resonated calmly. Yes, Lu Shui and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight as she bowed deeply before Yu Linglong. Chapter 80. Lin Yuan discovers the truth about his parents at this moment. In the Xintian continent, the presence of Lin Jiao, a powerful sage, expedited Lin Yuan's journey compared to the solitary trek he once undertook from the eastern wilderness to the central continent. The vast expanse of ocean that separated the two great continents, which previously required months to traverse to reach the Qingyun Dao sect, could now be crossed in but a brief span of time. In the eastern wilderness, mountains lay in ruins and sects were shattered. As far as the eye could see, countless graves dotted the landscape, each one a testament to the lives Lin Yuan had interred with his own hands. Before him, in Lin Jiu, stood a newly erected grave, its headstone inscribed with the name of his mentor, Xiao Zhantian. Clad in black, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. The blood feud has been avenged, and I hope my esteemed mentor and all others may rest in peace. His voice echoed through the cemetery. The sound of Lin Yuan kneeling in homage resonated as his white hair became stained with earth. Soon, he would enter seclusion. With all his acquaintances gone, Lin Yuan found little reason to linger in the Xintian continent. Following his breakthrough to the semi-transcendent realm, he contemplated returning to the Lin family in the upper realm. Beside him, Lin Jiao observed the scene and comprehended Lin Yuan's sentiments. Young master, I believe that Elder Xiao is aware of your actions and would take solace in them. Lin Jiao could only offer words of comfort, reflecting on their previous journey to the Ta Qing imperial palace, which had unfolded in ways no one could have foreseen. Let's hope for the best. Lin Yuan rose, a trace of bitterness etched upon his handsome visage. In the back mountains of Qingyun, Lin Yuan's former residence had long been lost amidst the chaos of battle. On the desolate terrain, a new thatched cottage emerged. At this level of strength, a dwelling held little significance for Lin Yuan. It served merely as a place of breakthrough. Rest assured, young master with my protection. No one in the Xiantian continent shall disturb you. Lin Jiu spoke with calm confidence outside the cottage. You yist, Lin Zhu. Lin Yuan shook his head in resignation, harboring no concerns regarding his breakthrough. With a sage guardian, safety was assured. As for the breakthrough itself, he had felt the barrier between the late stage of the Dao Palace realm and the semi-transcendent realm had already been pierced. Only the enhancement of spiritual energy remained. Now, possessing 3 sacred herbs and a sacred spirit stone, along with the abundant spiritual energy in the treasury of the Ta Ching Imperial Palace, he was confident that even the demands of the supreme Dao body were within his reach. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan was troubled by another matter he had yet to inquire about with Lin Jiu, the truth of his lineage. While he possessed inherited memories that revealed his origin from the upper realms Lin family, he remained ignorant of his parents and the true state of the Lin family. May I inquire, Lin Jiu, about the Lin family and my parents? Lin Yuan asked, his gaze filled with curiosity. Indeed, it is time for you to learn about the Lin family, Lin Jiu replied with a slight nod. The reason for withholding this information until now had been the Lin family's regulations. Any descendant venturing to the lower realm for trials was forbidden from discussing family matters until they had achieved a breakthrough to the semi-transcendent realm and secured their right to return. Now that you are on the verge of such a breakthrough, it no longer constitutes a breach of our family rules. You must be aware that the Lin family resides in the upper realm's Jun Tian immortal domain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Lin Jiu had mentioned it before. The upper realm, referred to as the upper realm by the inhabitants of Xiantian continent, was divided into 9 immortal domains, with the Lin family situated in the Jun Tian immortal domain. The Lin family has produced more than one emperor, and our name has resonated throughout history since the inception of the Jun Tian immortal domain. Currently, the Lin family oversees 10 sacred grounds, and countless factions within the Jun Tian immortal domain exist under our influence. As Lin Jiu spoke, his demeanor was charged with excitement and pride. Any sacred ground in the upper realm represented a colossal force. For instance, the Yuqing sacred ground was founded by a manifestation of the Yuan Tian Emperor. Even with such formidable heritage and a millennium of development, it had only recently ascended to become a sacred ground within the Tsangtian immortal domain. Furthermore, the Lin family itself was not only defined by its subsidiary powers, its foundational strength was merely the tip of the iceberg. To be recognized as an imperial family meant their reputation extended beyond a single immortal domain, encompassing the entire 9 heavens immortal domain. When such a family displayed its might, the entirety of the upper realm would tremble in response. You are the son of the current head of the Lin family. As for the matriarch, your mother bears the surname Jiang. Lin Jiu hesitated to mention Lin Yuan and Appo's, S father and Appo's, S name, out of respect. He merely stated that Lin Yuan and Appo's, S mother was of the Jiang lineage. The Jiang surname, Lin Yuan mused, his gaze steady. He bore the Lin name, and the identity of his father was of little concern. Yet, this revelation of his mother's surname was a first for him. He did not dwell on what this surname represented. Thank you, Lin Jiu. After gleaning some information about his family, Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude and retreated into the thatched cottage to commence his breakthrough. Chapter 81. The breakthrough in the midst of a breakthrough. The young prodigies of the Lin family, contemporaries of Lin Yuan, found themselves in a dilapidated thatched cottage, beset by drafts and the potential for rain to seep through during storms. Before Lin Yuan floated 3 sacred herbs and a Holy Spirit stone, radiating brilliance and exuding an abundant aura of spiritual energy. With a decisive gesture, Lin Yuan commanded break. Crack! The sacred herbs and spirit stone shattered, transforming into an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy that swirled around him, creating a vortex of vitality. The luminous rays pierced through the leaky thatched roof, soaring into the heavens. Boom! 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 The sheer force of this spiritual power trembled the surrounding peaks of Qingyun. Although the distinction between the Dao Palace realm and the half-step ascendant realm seemed but a mere half-step apart, this slight separation had thwarted countless cultivators throughout the ages on the Xiantian continent. Furthermore, the half-step ascendant realm represented the threshold set by the upper realm Lin family for every descendant who sought to return to the clan after their trials in the lower realms. Outside the cottage, clad in coarse gray garments, The elderly Lin Jiao observed this spectacle with a calm demeanor. It seemed the young master's breakthrough had commenced. After more than 20 years, the promise he once made to the clan leader had finally come to fruition and even surpassed expectations. With an aging gaze, Lin Jiao watched the powerful energy emanating from within the dilapidated structure. This was the strength of the supreme Tao body. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The pressure of this exalted physique was palpable, even for Lin Jiao, a sage-level cultivator. In the myriad realms, the upper world's 3,000 physiques, ranked among the top 10, were exceptionally rare, capable of astonishing even imperial clans. Lin Jiao understood that, despite the current strength of the upper realm Lin family, it had been many years since a supreme body had been born within their lineage. Yet now, Lin Yuan had ascended from a primal Tao body to a supreme Tao body, thanks to the legacy of the Emperor Yuan Tian. This outcome was entirely beyond the predictions of both Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan's father. The elderly man anticipated the young master's performance upon his return after this breakthrough. It would surely astonish the ancient stalwarts of the Lin family. With a cold chuckle, Lin Jiao mused to himself. Upon returning from their trials, the Lin family descendants would engage in competitions to determine the current Lin family divine child, a tradition upheld for countless ages. The resources available to each member depended on their innate talent and strength, with the divine child position signifying the most formidable among their generation. Initially, both Lin Yuan's father and Lin Jiao had merely hoped that the legacy of Emperor Yuan Tian would offer a glimmer of hope. They never anticipated Lin Yuan's ascension to the supreme Tao body. While Lin Yuan's initial primal Tao body was undoubtedly formidable, ranking within the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, the Lin family, as an imperial lineage, had never been short of prodigies with powerful physiques. Among Lin Yuan's contemporaries in the lower realms, there was a girl from a collateral branch of the Lin family who possessed the cold moon ice body, ranked among the top 30 of the upper world's 3,000 physiques, far surpassing Lin Yuan's original primal Tao body. Furthermore, the clan's grand elder's lineage had produced a reincarnation nether body, ranked 11th among the upper world's 3,000 physiques, a being that had only ever been eclipsed by the top 10 supreme bodies throughout history, even before Lin Yuan descended to the lower realms. The Grand Elder and several ancient members of the clan had already conferred the position of divine child upon the one with the reincarnation nether body. For possessing such a physique ensured a near certainty of victory in the contest for this generation's divine child. In terms of lineage, the descendant of the Grand Elder was merely slightly inferior to Lin Yuan, the clan leader's son. Cold moon ice body, reincarnation nether body. Even amongst the countless prodigies of the Lin family throughout history, these were considered powerful. Yet alas, this time, they were faced with the young master's supreme Tao body. Only Lin Yuan's parents were privy to the true nature of his circumstances. Lin Jiao murmured softly, a smile gracing his features as he gazed into the thatched cottage where Lin Yuan's strength continued to swell during his breakthrough. The Lin family, renowned throughout the nine heavens celestial domain as an imperial lineage, had sent forth countless descendants to undergo trials in the lower realms. As Lin Yuan advanced in his breakthrough, Lin Jiao, the guardian, held an expression of hopeful anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Kanglin continent, another realm beneath the celestial heavens, the towering Jidao mountain, ancient and majestic, rose high above the land. At its foot, where the terrain was rugged and overgrown with weeds, a striking, proud, and solitary figure emerged. With an ethereal beauty, long black hair cascading over a blue robe, her skin was as delicate as jade, and her figure was exquisitely formed, radiating an aura of coldness. Blue light flickered around her as she walked, leaving frost in her wake. She ascended the mountain, sword in hand, appearing to be around 20 years of age. This was Lin Qinghan, the cold moon ice body, one of the Lin family's kin who had descended alongside Lin Yuan. The master she referred to was the guardian assigned to her by the Lin family. In a mere half-day, Lin Qinghan reached the summit of the towering peak. The mountaintop was silent, blanketed in a sea of white snow. There stood an elder in a blue robe, a half-step ascendant. Indeed, he was no less than Lin Ya, a quasi-sage who looked upon Lin Qinghan with satisfaction. Not every Lin family descendant sent to the lower realms was afforded the protection of a sage-level guardian. Linya's status among the guest elders of the upper realm Lin family was not comparable to that of Lin Jiao. After all, in the current Lin family, a sage was undoubtedly a stronghold of mid-level resources. For Lin Qinghan, a member of a collateral branch, to have a quasi-sage as her protector during her trials in the lower realms was a tremendous blessing, even though her talent, as a cold moon ice body, was superior to Lin Yuan's initial primal Tao body. Chapter 82. Lin Qinghan's Astonishment. Are two great imperial clans behind her? Master, may I return to the upper realm now? Lin Qinghan's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of hope as she gazed upon her protector, Linya. Years ago, after awakening the memories of her lineage from the imperial clan of the upper realm, Lin Qinghan had learned of her noble heritage. She hailed from the Lin family, a formidable imperial clan that ranks among the elite families in the coveted upper realm of Kanglin continent. After 2 decades of arduous cultivation, she had triumphed over countless formidable opponents in Kanglin continent. Just recently, after breaking through to the semi-ascendant realm, she had personally slain a peak ascendant realm expert. Consequently, her reputation soared, and she was hailed by countless cultivators as the foremost prodigy of her generation, known far and wide. However, Lin Qinghan paid little heed to this acclaim. She understood that Kanglin continent was merely a small stage, and with her exceptional talent, she was destined to shine brightly in the upper realm, within the Lin family's prestigious lineage. Standing atop a towering peak amidst the snow, the two felt no chill. Having reached the semi-ascendant realm, she was indeed qualified to return to her clan. Upon her return, she would compete with the other prodigies of the Lin family for resources and support, all contingent on her performance in the clan competition. Linya, stroking his white beard, smiled warmly at his disciple, whom he had nurtured for over 20 years, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. With the cold moon ice body, Lin Qinghan possessed an extraordinary physique, ranking among the top 30 in the upper realm. Linya was aware that, given his status, he was not worthy to serve as a protector for such prodigies. Fortunately, Lin Qinghan was not born of the main lineage. Her parents were merely collateral descendants with average cultivation, which allowed him this fortunate opportunity. Nevertheless, upon her return to the Lin family, Linya understood that with her cold moon ice body's talent, she would not need to fear any other prodigies of her generation, except for the descendant of the Grand Elder who possessed the reincarnation nether body. When the clan competition approached, Lin Qinghan declared confidently, "I will do my utmost." Her voice was icy, yet she brimmed with self-assurance. She had long been informed by Linya about her unique physique. The cold moon ice body was remarkable, ranking among the top 30 of the 3,000 physiques in the upper realm. However, sensing Lin Qinghan's pride, Linya cautioned her, "I must remind you, do not underestimate the clan competition. There will be a prodigy with a reincarnation nether body. Be wary. Such a physique ranks 11th in the upper realm, second only to the legendary top 10 supreme physiques. Reincarnation nether body? The top 10 supreme physiques." Lin Qinghan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing these words. She couldn't help but marvel at the Lin family's prestige. She had thought her cold moon ice body was already formidable among her peers, yet she had not anticipated encountering someone with a physique ranked 11th within her own family. Of course, aside from the reincarnation nether body, with your cold moon ice body, you need not fear any other prodigies of the Lin family. Linya reassured her, noting her humility as she set aside her arrogance. Yet, sensing something was amiss, he continued to advise, "However, there is one individual you must pay attention to upon your return to the Lin family for the clan competition." His expression turned serious. "Who is it?" Lin Qinghan asked, perplexed. Hadn't she just been told that her physique ranked second among the current Lin family generation? Why was there still someone to be wary of? Lin Yuan, who possesses an innate Tao body, ranks 97th among the 3,000 physiques of the upper realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan's expression turned cool. In the snowy landscape, adorned in blue with flowing black hair and an exquisite figure, she held her sword, her face reflecting disbelief. While the reincarnation nether body was indeed superior to her cold moon ice body, she felt confident in her 2 decades of hard work and her ability to slay peak experts within this realm. Linya, observing her reaction, chuckled softly. "My intention is not to imply you cannot defeat the innate Tao body. Rather, I wish to caution you. Should you encounter Lin Yuan, even if you can win. Do not harm him. It would be beneficial for you to maintain a good relationship with him within the Lin family. As Lin Qinghan listened to her master's words, her confusion deepened. Soon, Lin Yu revealed the reason. Lin Yuan is the son of the current head of the Lin family, and his status is exceptionally noble. Lin Qinghan grasped the implication without further elaboration from Lin Yu. The head of the family's son was indeed of unparalleled esteem. A hint of bitterness and envy flickered across her stunning features. She understood that as a collateral descendant of the Lin family, her status could never compare to that of the main lineage, especially that of the head son. Lin Qinghan realized that with such a noble identity, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly have access to abundant cultivation resources without any need for competition. Meanwhile, she, as a collateral descendant, would have to rely on her cold moon ice body to even stand a chance of competing with someone of his stature. To secure sufficient resources within the Lin family, she could never afford to offend the head's lineage. Though resigned to this reality, Lin Qinghan bore no resentment. After all, one's identity and background were intrinsic to their strength. The innate Tao body, coupled with the resources available to the head and Appo's son, would surely lead to an impressive future. But our young master of the Lin family is not merely the son of the head. He carries the blood of two great imperial clans. Lin Yu added with a smile. Our matriarch's surname is Jiang, a member of the Zhangtian Xinyu imperial clan, and the younger sister of the supreme goddess from the previous generation, who is the current patriarch of the Jiang family. Two great imperial clans. Lin Qinghan gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder her master had cautioned her against offending this young master. With such a background, he could easily crush her with a mere flick of his finger. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with envy. Chapter 83. Breaking through to half-step ascendants, 20 years have elapsed, and as numerous Lin family descendants return to the upper realm at this moment, in the eastern wilderness of the Xintian continent, within the verdant grounds of the Qingyun Dao sect, stands the dilapidated thatched cottage. Outside of it, Lin Jiao, clad in gray garments, gazes intently at Lin Yuan, who is in the midst of his breakthrough. Several months have passed since Lin Yuan embarked on this transformative journey. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, an aura transcending the Dao Palace realm surged forth from within the cottage. The energy, subtle yet profound, seemed to meld with the very fabric of the universe, heralding the imminent breakthrough to half-step ascendance. It appears that the young master has succeeded. With a calm voice and aged eyes, Lin Jiao expressed no surprise at Lin Yuan's advancement. Given Lin Yuan's existing cultivation level, it was merely a matter of gathering spiritual energy. 3 sacred herbs and a sacred spirit stone. One could assert that the energy they contained would suffice for hundreds of practitioners to transcend from the late Dao Palace realm to half-step ascendance. However, Lin Yuan possesses the Taishang Dao body, one of the 10 supreme physiques of the upper realm, which demands an extraordinary amount of spiritual power for each breakthrough. Fortunately, once returned to the Lin family in the upper realm, the imperial clan's vast resources would alleviate any concerns regarding Lin Yuan's consumption of resources. In contrast, nurturing a supreme physique within an ordinary faction in the upper realm would likely deplete their entire treasury. At that moment, the surrounding peaks trembled with a thunderous roar. Crack! The dilapidated thatched cottage erupted into countless fragments, scattering into the air. A resplendent figure floated in mid-air, legs crossed, eyes tightly shut. White hair billowing as boundless Tao light ascended. Mysterious and intricate runes danced around Lin Yuan's form. He has finally broken through. The voice resonated as Lin Yuan opened his tightly shut eyes. The surrounding Tao light dissipated, and the enigmatic runes vanished. Clad in black, he descended to the ground, the remnants of the thatched cottage having long since vanished alongside the aura of his breakthrough. Lin Yuan reveled in the surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, a tidal wave of power far exceeding his previous strength. Before his breakthrough, he could slay true Ascendance realm practitioners with his late Dao Palace realm prowess. Now, with his new level of cultivation, his strength had undoubtedly escalated. Yet, in Lin Yuan's perspective, even without invoking any extraordinary phenomena, he considered himself invincible in this realm, except for Lin Jiao, his protector. However, the resources consumed had been considerable. Frowning slightly, Lin Yuan surveyed the remnants of the 3 sacred herbs beneath his feet, now devoid of spiritual energy, along with the shattered sacred spirit stone, reduced to dust. Having plundered the treasures of the Dayu dynasty, these remnants were the most valuable items left, barely enough for a single breakthrough. Though his spatial ring still brimmed with a mountain of spirit stones and other rare treasures, their worth was paltry compared to that of the sacred herbs and spirit stones. It was likely that they would not suffice for his next breakthrough. "Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough," Lin Jiao called out cheerfully from short distance. Over 20 years had passed since he had brought the infant Lin Yuan down to the lower realm. At last, they could return to the Lin family in the upper realm, a day Lin Jiao had long awaited. He was acutely aware that it was not just him who anticipated the young master's return. The current head and matriarch of the Lin family, Lin Yuan's biological parents, were eagerly looking forward to this reunion. If it were not for the Lin family's ancestral rules, who would have the heart to abandon their own child, especially when he was still so young? 2 decades had gone by without a glimpse of each other, a torment for any parent. In fact, Lin Yuan's mother had once caused an uproar at the Lin family elder council to prevent him from descending to the lower realm as an infant, almost summoning the deity from the Jiang family, her own brother. Regrettably, Lin Yuan had already been sent to the lower realm by then. Had the Jiang family's deity arrived, it might have been possible to prevent the young master from descending. Of course, Lin Yuan, as an infant, was completely unaware of any of this. He had no memories of it whatsoever. Before returning to the family, "I wish to ask Elder Lin to establish a sacred-level formation for this cemetery," Lin Yuan declared, clasping his fists towards Lin Jiao. Although the area was currently secure with both him and Elder Lin present, he understood that once they returned to the upper realm, practitioners would inevitably visit this place. The memories of the Qingyun sect stirred within him, and in his heart, he believed it should remain a sacred ground. He did not wish for the souls here to be disturbed after he ascended. A trivial matter. Though I am not adept at formations, the young master need not worry. At least within the Xintian continent, to unravel the formation I establish, one must be a formidable being above the quasi-saint level, Lin Jiao assured with a smile. The pinnacle cultivation level within the Xintian continent was merely the ascendance realm. Therefore, as long as his formation existed, no one could trespass upon the cemetery. Moreover, Lin Jiao felt a sense of indebtedness to the Qingyun sect. He had once left the young master in the care of Elder Shao while seeking the supreme secret vault. It was the Qingyun sect that had nurtured Lin Yuan, and now, even if the young master did not mention it, Lin Jiao would ensure that the souls of this cemetery remained undisturbed. Boom, boom, boom. For several consecutive days, the skies above the Qingyun sect reverberated with thunderous sounds. A violet light coalesced into a grand formation, enveloping 1,000 miles of the heavens, safeguarding the entire Qingyun sect. Within this luminous array, the oppressive aura emanating was insurmountable for ordinary practitioners. Even those of the Ascendant's realm would be crushed to oblivion should they dare approach the now fortified Qingyun sect. The formation's might was overwhelming. "The grand formation has been established. Young master, we shall set forth." After 10 days of constructing the formation, even Lin Jiao, a saint-level powerhouse, bore signs of fatigue upon his aged visage. Clad in coarse gray garments, he stood within the Qingyun sect, shrouded by the formation. Addressing Lin Yuan as a dark command token materialized in his weathered hand. The origin of this black token was unknown, yet it radiated a formidable presence, inscribed with the Lin family insignia. The Lin family imperial decree, bestowed upon Lin Jiao upon his descent, was intended to summon Lin family descendants who had reached half-step ascendance to return upon their coming of age. "Thank you, Elder Lin." Clad in black, with snow-white hair, Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings from atop the peak, gazing upon the land of his upbringing. The former Qingyun main hall, the dwelling places he once inhabited. Every blade of grass and tree was once profoundly familiar. However, following the massacre of his family, all had been irrevocably lost. Now, memories of the Qingyun sect were but shadows, replaced by the solemn tranquility of countless graves. Lin Yuan stood in silence, quietly observing. Chapter 84. Ascend to the heavens and reach the celestial domain of Jun Tian in Lin Jiao's hand. The imperial decree surged with the power of the sacred realm, unleashing a torrent of energy. A brilliant light shot skyward, tearing through the void and piercing the heavens. Boom, boom, Boom! Amidst the thunderous roars, an enormous spatial rift materialized above the Qingyun Dao sect, as if a corner of this world had been unceremoniously lifted, allowing the spiritual energy from the upper realm to flood in from all directions. This was the passageway to the upper realm, the celestial domain of Jun-Tian. Ascension was the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator from the Xian-Tian continent. However, for Lin Yuan, there was no need for such a journey, for he was already a being of the upper realm. The passageway to the upper realm had appeared in the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyun Dao sect, countless cultivators stood in anticipation. That is, the passageway to the upper realm. Cultivators from a central state, western lands, southern borders, northern wilderness, and eastern wilderness had all gathered. Months prior, Lin Yuan's name had obliterated the Great Yu dynasty, sending shockwaves throughout the Xian-Tian continent. Consequently, countless cultivators from the 5 states had been drawn to visit him. After arduous journeys to the eastern wilderness, they arrived at Qingyun Dao sect, only to be obstructed by a formidable array. Even those at the half-step ascended realm were severely wounded and unable to enter. Yet now, a passageway to the upper realm stood before countless cultivators. Look, that is Lin Yuan, the Dao child. Among the multitude surrounding the Qingyun Dao sect, a voice of astonishment rang out. It was Han Ci, who had once crossed paths with Lin Yuan at the now-defunct Snowfall Dao sect, a mere rogue cultivator. He had heard of Lin Yuan's exploits in the central state and the demise of the Great Yu dynasty. Filled with admiration, he had rushed to Qingyun Dao sect upon hearing of Lin Yuan's return. At this moment, he gazed toward the multitude of cultivators surrounding the Qingyun Dao sect. In the void, a vast and dark passageway to the upper realm emerged, emanating an energy far surpassing that of the Xian-Tian continent, spiritual energy from the celestial domain of Jun-Tian. Clad in black, with white hair flowing elegantly, Lin Yuan ascended the void, moving toward the spatial passageway. Beside him walked an elder, a powerful being from the upper realm. The Xian-Tian continent was abuzz with rumors that Lin Yuan was the young master of an imperial clan from the upper realm, shocking countless onlookers. At merely 20 years of age, he had defeated Emperor Yi Tu and was now ascending to the upper realm. With him, we are destined to be from different worlds. Amidst the crowd, cultivators sighed in envy as they beheld the passageway Lin Yuan was entering. For many of them, it was unlikely they would ever witness the wonders of the upper realm after ascension. On the Xian-Tian continent, a single ascended realm cultivator appeared once in a lifetime, making ascent exceedingly difficult. Yet for Lin Yuan, the young master of the imperial clan, journeying to the upper realm was merely a return to his ancestral home. Around him, voices of envy, admiration, and reverence echoed, creating a fervent atmosphere. Is this the spiritual energy of the upper realm? Ignoring the tumult below, Lin Yuan channeled a sphere of energy in his hand, formidable and incomparably pure, far beyond that of the Xian-Tian continent. Approaching this power, Lin Yuan sensed a stirring within him, as if the manifestation he had forcefully awakened through the consumption of his Taishang Dao body's essence was on the verge of full awakening. In the myriad realms, the lower realms were countless, yet compared to the 9 heavens celestial domain, the paths of the lower realms were incomplete, their myriad laws fragmented. Once we return to the celestial domain of Jun-Tian, your Taishang Dao body and Apos, manifestation will awaken completely. Before the spatial passageway, the two stood poised in midair as Lin Jiu's voice resonated beside him. He remained unaware of Lin Yuan's prior battle with Yi Tu, nor of the forced consumption of his essence to awaken the manifestation. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. With a determined step, he entered the spatial passageway. Boom! Boom! The passageway vanished, and the figures of Lin Yuan and Lin Jiu disappeared from the sight of all below, vanishing from the Xian-Tian continent. The eastern wilderness trembled. The Xian-Tian continent was in an uproar. Ascension had not been witnessed on this continent for a long time. However, on that day, cultivators from the 5 states gathered in the eastern wilderness, outside the Qingyun Dao sect. They bore witness to Lin Yuan's ascension, along with his previous feats and the mysterious background of his imperial lineage. It is likely that even after countless years, this event will continue to be recounted. Perhaps only when future cultivators ascend to the upper realm will they truly comprehend what the imperial Lin family represents. But those matters lay in the future. Upper Realm. Celestial Domain of Juntian, Reverse Central Dao Prefecture. The vastness of the celestial domain of Juntian was immeasurable, containing tens of thousands of Dao prefectures, each larger than the entire Xintian continent. The Reverse Central Dao Prefecture was solely occupied by the Imperial Lin family. Aside from the Lin family, there were 10 sacred places affiliated with them. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate of the Yaowang Sacred Place, one of the Lin family's affiliates, a 7-colored portal radiated light. Whenever the light surged, cultivators from the lower realm ascended through. Everyone stand in line. Whoever claims to be this sect master or that ancestor is nothing but a mere native of the lower realm. I tell you, this is the celestial domain of Juntian. The Ascension Gate is under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Lin family, entrusted to us, the Yaowang Sacred Place. Beside the Ascension Gate stood a man clad in silver armor, exuding an imposing presence. With a cold smile and an air of arrogance, he wielded a long whip, striking at the newly ascended cultivators who were still disoriented. The silver-armored man emanated a powerful aura, a half-step quasi-sacred realm cultivator. Dealing with these newly ascended lower realm cultivators was child's play. How dare you? I am. Among the newly ascended, a middle-aged man, clearly bewildered by his recent ascent, was about to voice his indignation. Crack! The silver whip, crackling with lightning, struck the middle-aged man and Appo's face, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Those capable of ascension were once sovereigns in the lower realm. They had never faced such humiliation, yet in this moment, none dared to resist. The aura of a half-step quasi-sacred was too terrifying. What are you? With a dismissive laugh, the silver-armored man grew weary of explanations. Sometimes, action spoke louder than words. The other ascended cultivators stood, trembling, too fearful to utter another word. Just then, the light of the Ascension Gate flickered once more, and 2 figures emerged. An elder and a youth, none other than Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. Chapter 85. Before the Ascension Gate. A single strike sends one flying the Ascension Gate, serves as a spatial passage connecting the 9 heavens' immortal domain to the lower realms, currently guarded by various powerful factions within the immortal domain. In the unique region of the reverse central Dao state, unlike other Dao states of the Juntian immortal domain, there exists but a single Ascension Gate per state. Within the reverse central Dao state, there are 10 Ascension Gates, all originally belonging to the Imperial Lin family. However, due to the nature of the forbidden Imperial clan, they are unable to station personnel to guard these gates. Over time, the authority of guarding these gates has fallen into the hands of the Lin family's subordinate factions, the 10 Sacred Lands, with the Yaowang Sacred Land being one of them, due to the disparity between the energies of cultivators from the upper and lower realms. The original intention of the Lin family was to guide the newly ascended cultivators in transitioning their internal energies. Yet now, the various factions of the Juntian immortal domain enslave the ascended cultivators, sending them to mine for spiritual stones in the abundant veins. Witnessing the actions of other factions, the 10 Sacred Lands under the Lin family are naturally unwilling to fall behind. However, aware of their standing in the reverse central Dao state, they dare not act too recklessly. Compared to other factions that enslave ascended beings for hundreds or even thousands of years, these 10 Sacred Lands generally only enslave them for about 10 years before granting them freedom. Moreover, 80% of the mine's spiritual stones must be submitted to the Lin family, leaving the Yaowang Sacred Land with a mere 20%. Yet even so, they managed to amass considerable wealth. At this moment, a voice arose beside the Ascension Gate. Juntian immortal domain, clad in black, with white hair flowing freely. It was Lin Yuan, who had just arrived from the lower realm of Xintian continent. Although he now belonged to the Juntian immortal domain, he had been too young to retain any memories from his time in the lower realm. Lin Yuan, filled with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings with great interest. Sensing the presence of several others nearby, he realized they too had just ascended from the lower realm. Though ascending is a formidable challenge for those from the lower realms, the vastness of the myriad worlds ensures that, in a lifetime, there will always be strong individuals who overcome tremendous obstacles to ascend to this celestial domain. Nonetheless, what piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity was the apparent trembling and fear displayed by the nearby ascended beings. Among them, a middle-aged man clutched his face, his robust frame quivering slightly. Pain etched across his features, with blood dripping from his visage, clearly having sustained injuries. Young master, 20 years have passed. Yet I still remember when I brought you from this ascension gate to the lower realm, Lin Jiao remarked with a smile, recalling a time when Lin Yuan was merely an infant. Unfazed, Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao stood beside the ascension gate as if engaged in casual conversation, completely oblivious to the gloating expressions of the surrounding ascended beings. Another victim is about to meet their fate. A mocking laughter erupted from among the group of ascended individuals, which included a red-robed elder, a white-clad youth, and a middle-aged woman. Each ascendant was once an unrivaled powerhouse in the lower realm, having endured countless trials, expecting that their ascension would herald the beginning of their rise. Yet, upon their arrival in the Jun Tian immortal domain, reality dealt them a harsh lesson. It shouldn't be just me suffering this indignity. Particularly, the middle-aged man who had just been struck, known as Han Long, had established a dynasty in the lower realm, ruling over a territory as a formidable force. But now, even the most commonplace guardian of the Ascension Gate in the upper realm surpassed him in strength. The overwhelming aura was simply insurmountable. The scars on his face were unbearable. Yet for Han Long, the emergence of the old and young ascendants before him, oblivious to their circumstances, meant that they would surely fall victim to the silver-armored man's methods. In this way, his own humiliation and suffering would be somewhat alleviated. Indeed, it's rather fortunate to find 6 newcomers among the ascended. The silver-armored man, named Yin Hui, was an enforcer at the Yaoguang sacred land, tasked with guarding the Ascension Gate. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. Having been stationed here for long, Yin Hui understood that those who had just ascended, still ignorant of their place, required a show of force to temper their arrogance. Otherwise, how could they be persuaded to mine for the Yaoguang sacred land and the Lin family willingly? Let me teach you both a lesson. The power of a half-step saint was more than sufficient to handle newly ascended individuals. Crack, crack, the silver whip lashed out, radiating with a thunderous light, tearing through the air like a silver lightning serpent descending upon Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. Meanwhile, the other ascended beings stood by, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Standing motionless, Lin Yuan maintained a serene gaze, unperturbed by the approaching silver whip. No wonder he mused, suddenly comprehending the fear and tremors displayed by the nearby ascended beings earlier. The power of a half-step saint was indeed beyond the capabilities of those who had just ascended to withstand. The disparity was simply too great. However, while other ascended beings might cower, for Lin Yuan, the reverse central Tao state felt akin to his own territory. There was no need for him to intervene. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelmingly potent aura surged from Lin Jiao, the majesty of the saint realm reverberating throughout the scene, causing the Ascension Gate, which radiated with iridescent light, to tremble violently. Oomph! The gray robes billowed, and the aged visage exuded an air of authority. A cold snort resonated, and under the weight of the saint's might, the silver whip shattered into several segments, scattering in all directions. Boom! Even Yin Hui, the enforcer guarding the Ascension Gate, found his silver armor shattered, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Gasped the 4 nearby ascended beings collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Lin Yuan and Lin Jiao. How can it not be like us, mere newcomers who have just ascended? This is impossible. They have brought calamity upon themselves, daring to act against the denizens of the upper realm. I hope we are not caught in this turmoil. Boom, boom, boom. Figures clad in silver armor rushed from the distant Yaoguang sacred land, all enforcers akin to Yin Hui. Hold your fire. Bloodied and battered, Yin Hui rose unsteadily, wiping the blood from his lips as he approached slowly. In that fleeting moment, he realized that the old gray-robed figure before him did not intend to take his life. This was a true powerhouse of the Saint Realm. Chapter 86. The Order of the Lin Family. The law enforcement hall master struck dumb with fear at this moment. Beside the Ascension Gate of the Radiant Light's sacred land, a group of individuals clad in silver armor, gleaming like silver light, surrounded Lin Yuan and his companion. Tension filled the air. My lords, this has nothing to do with us, it is them, the newly ascended cultivators. Unaccustomed to such a formidable presence, turned pale with fright, pointing trembling fingers at Lin Yuan and his companion. Injured and pale, their silver armor shattered. One of them dared to inquire, "May I ask your esteemed name, senior?" "This ascension gate belongs to the Imperial Lin clan, entrusted to us by the radiant light sacred land for safeguarding." Silver Radiance, undaunted, gazed at Lin Jiao and Lin Yuan. Although those at the sacred realm were formidable beings, even in the Jun Tian immortal domain, they were not someone he could provoke. Yet, the profound heritage of the radiant light sacred land surpassed even that of the jade clear sacred land in the celestial realm. A sacred realm expert alone could hardly intimidate the radiant light sacred land, especially since the Lin clan stood behind them. The Ascension Gate belonged to the Lin clan. They were merely caretakers and would never dare claim it as their own. In the reverse central Tao state, the name Lin was enough to instill fear. Regardless of one's strength in the Jun Tian immortal domain, upon entering the reverse central Tao state, one must behave like a dragon coiling or a tiger crouching. Historically, no one has dared to act recklessly in this realm. It is an ironclad rule of the Jun Tian immortal domain. At this moment, in response to Silver Radiance's words, Lin Jiao coldly scoffed. "You acknowledge that this Ascension Gate belongs to the Lin clan?" This was one of the primary reasons Lin Jiao had refrained from striking down Silver Radiance earlier. "What do you mean by that, senior?" Strangely, upon hearing Lin Jiao's words, the usually unrestrained Silver Radiance felt a twinge of anxiety. He could now discern that the two before him were certainly not mere indigenous beings from the lower realm. Surely, it cannot be that one must achieve the sacred realm to ascend? That would be absurd. The only plausible explanation is that these two are originally from the Jun Tian immortal domain, having previously descended to the lower realm, and are merely returning to the immortal domain. As he pondered further, Silver Radiance's unease grew. Recently, rumors had spread throughout the reverse central Tao state regarding the return of the Lin clan's prodigies who had ventured to the lower realms 20 years ago. Yet among them, no one of such stature had yet appeared in the radiant light sacred land. Observing the elder and the youth before him, the implications were becoming increasingly evident. However, what perplexed Silver Radiance was that he had never heard of any Lin clan prodigy returning from the lower realms accompanied by Sacred Realm Protector. Most were mere half-step quasi-saints or quasi-saints themselves, which was already remarkable. A Sacred Realm Protector was akin to the esteemed elders in their radiant light sacred land. Such an existence would deign to protect a prodigy? Perhaps due to his own limited perspective, Silver Radiance found it difficult to fathom. Could it be? "Are you both from the Imperial Lin clan?" A chill ran down his spine, and his expression turned unnatural as his heart raced with overwhelming shock. Silver Radiance's pupils contracted as he glanced at the young man beside Lin Jiao, clad in black with snow-white hair. The moment he uttered the words Lin clan, a wave of fear rippled through the crowd. What is happening? Is this a joke? The Ascension Gate itself belongs to the Imperial Lin clan. If what Silver Radiance claims is true, then we. In the law enforcement hall of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, a disciple in silver armor reported, "Hall Master, there seems to be a situation at the Ascension Gate." Understood. The Ascension Gate belongs to the Imperial Lin clan, and we of the Radiant Light Sacred Land are here to guard it. We must not err. I shall personally investigate. Clad in iron armor of crimson and black, with blood-red hair, the Hall Master, Bloodmark, a figure nearing the sacred realm and second only to a few esteemed elders and the sacred lord, was highly esteemed. Upon hearing the news, he could not afford to be negligent. Boom! His form transformed into a streak of bloodlight as he raced toward the Ascension Gate. Meanwhile, at the Ascension Gate, Lin Jiao, standing beside Lin Yuan, coldly surveyed the gathered crowd, shaking his head slightly. Unexpectedly, have you of the radiant light, sacred land, grown wings? With a wave of his aged hand, a black token appeared, crafted from an unknown material, dark as night, inscribed with the Lin family emblem, exuding a formidable aura. It was the very token that had pierced through the lower realm. While each Lin clan disciple, descending to the lower realm, possessed a token for returning to the upper realm. The color of the tokens signified different statuses within the Lin clan, ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, to purple, with red being the lowest and purple the highest. However, it was rumored that there existed a black token, known as the Imperial Token of the Lin clan, which only the most direct descendants could possess. To see the imperial token was akin to meeting the Lin clan's patriarch. This token had been handed to Lin Jiao by Lin Yuan's father. At this moment, a streak of bloodlight appeared beside the Ascension Gate, revealing the figure of Bloodmark, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lin, the young master of the Lin clan. His voice trembled upon seeing the black token in Lin Jiao's hand. While the other disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall may not recognize its significance, Bloodmark, as a guardian of the Ascension Gate for the Lin clan, certainly understood its implications. That is, the imperial token of the Lin clan. Boom! His mind began to buzz. As a high-ranking figure in the Radiant Light Sacred Land, even in the reverse Central Dao state, he was a person of note. At this moment, he nearly collapsed. Wishing to flee, he could not afford to provoke them. Not only he, but even the Sacred Lord and esteemed elders of the Radiant Light Sacred Land could not contend with them. Chapter 87. Ascension? The reality is so cruel. The young master of the Lin family, the heir of the imperial clan, embodies a status that requires no further elaboration. However, the outcome within the sacred land of Yaowang was that he was nearly mistaken for a native of the lower realm, conscripted to toil in the mines. Regardless of who arrives in this celestial domain, they must raise their thumbs in admiration and declare, "How courageous!" Especially the previously stationed Silver Radiance, who was utterly bewildered. His face was ashen, his silver armor shattered, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a remnant of his prior encounter with Lin Jiao. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries. The young master. He is the heir of the Lin family. His heart trembled, his mind roared. In his gaze, there was overwhelming terror as he beheld the figure before him, a youth clad in black, with hair as white as snow. Upon learning that a powerful being from the sacred realm would personally protect him, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual within the Lin family. However, he never imagined that he would be the young master of the Lin family. Such a figure was beyond his reach. My subordinate deserves death 1,000 times over. I implore the young master for forgiveness. To mistake the heir of the Lin family for a native of the lower realm was a grave error. In a state of panic, Silver Radiance's gaze was filled with utmost reverence as he knelt before Lin Yuan, shedding all prior arrogance. At this moment, chaos erupted beside the Ascension Gate. We pay our respects to the young master. We beseech the young master for absolution. Countless disciples of the sacred land of Yaowang, clad in silver armor, fell to their knees, their eyes filled with fear as they faced Lin Yuan. They were members of the Enforcement Hall and subordinates of Silver Radiance. When the tumult began, they had hastily surrounded Lin Yuan, mistaking him for an enemy. However, upon discovering his true identity, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Thus, is it the decree of my Lin family to enslave those who ascend from the lower realm to toil in the mines? Lin Yuan, observing the throng of kneeling figures and the nearby ascenders, listened to Lin Jiao recount the circumstances, his expression one of astonishment. Is reality truly this cruel? He was completely unaware of these matters. Yet, in Lin Yuan's eyes, those who could ascend were undoubtedly prodigies who had exhausted the fortunes of an entire realm. Individuals who once reigned supreme in the lower realms, enduring countless tribulations, finally ascended, only to find themselves subjected to servitude, their fates resting solely in the whims of the powerful in the upper realm. Imagine a being nearly invincible in a lower realm, capable of deciding the fates of countless lives. With great hopes, they ascend to this celestial domain, only to face a lifetime of laboring in the mines, devoid of freedom, a disparity so profound that few could endure it. Yet, such is the harsh reality. The Nine Heavens celestial domain, despite its name, is not a paradise but a den that devours ascenders. Lin Yuan knew well that had he not possessed the identity of the Lin family's young master, he too would likely have to toil for a decade, seeking freedom. Regarding the young master's inquiry, this matter is likely the result of discussions between the branches of the Lin family and the 10 sacred lands. The main lineage of the Lin family has never concerned itself with such affairs. Lin Jiao spoke calmly. It is often said that ascending to the upper realm is the fervent desire of lower realm cultivators. Yet, if they were to comprehend the cruelty of the Nine Heavens celestial domain, the apathy of reality, would they still aspire to ascend? This is still within the realm of the Lin family, where the sacred lands dare not act too ruthlessly. In other regions of the nine heavens celestial domain, ascenders are often subjected to servitude for decades or even centuries. Having just ascended, the strongest among them barely reached the late stages of the ascendant realm. How could they possibly contend with the great powers of the nine heavens celestial domain? Ascension. Lin Yuan sighed. His understanding of this coveted term transformed upon grasping the truth of the situation. His gaze shifted to the nearby ascenders, who were filled with trepidation, and he regarded them with pity. Perhaps they were unaware of what awaited them. However, even if he had the capacity to intervene, Lin Yuan would not extend any benevolence. Since the day the Qingyun Dao sect was annihilated, his heart had been frozen in ice. With the world as his enemy, he had single-handedly traversed the eastern wilderness, severing the legacies of various sects, and ventured to the central continent, facing ridicule from all sides, ultimately toppling the once mighty Du dynasty. Throughout that tumultuous period, who had ever shown him compassion? Silence enveloped the scene. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate, the disciples of the Enforcement Hall knelt in trepidation, gazing at Lin Yuan, who stood clad in black, silent and imposing. Each one bore expressions of anxiety and fear. "Haha, I presume this must be the young master." At that moment, a figure emerged, laughing heartily. Clad in black and red interwoven armor, with blood-red hair, he bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, his eyes glowing with a sinister light. It was Bloodstain, the head of the Enforcement Hall of the sacred land of Yaoguang. "Your presence graces us, young master. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly." He appeared before Lin Yuan, his demeanor respectful as he bowed deeply. Bloodstain had been compelled to make an appearance, fully aware that Lin Jiao had already revealed his movements. Casting his gaze towards Silver Radiance and the others, as well as his subordinates, Bloodstain seethed with fury, wishing he could strike them all down. "You fools! How dare you offend the young master? Such a crime warrants death." Bloodstain's voice boomed as he glared at Silver Radiance and the others. His eyes filled with a terrifying light. As the head of the Enforcement Hall, Bloodstain's infamous reputation was formidable even within the sacred land of Yaoguang. Upon hearing their leader's words, the crowd trembled in fear. In truth, having learned of Lin Yuan's identity as the heir of the Lin family, Silver Radiance knew he was likely doomed. However, at that moment, Bloodstain's severity softened. "It was merely a misunderstanding. Those few were simply unaware of my identity," Lin Yuan remarked with a calm smile, not one to hold a grudge without reason. He had not been harmed. It was the disciples of the sacred land of Yaoguang who suffered injury. Furthermore, the other party was merely upholding their duty at the Ascension Gate, acting under the orders of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Yuan's sharp words would be unwarranted and unjust. With his armor shattered, pale face, and blood staining the corner of his mouth, Silver Radiance knelt on the ground, initially resembling a corpse. He understood that offending the young master of the Imperial clan meant he had no hope of protection from his leader. But to his astonishment, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he exclaimed, "Thank you, young master, for your mercy." His previously desolate expression transformed as he bowed fervently before Lin Yuan, overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 88. Returning to the family. Meeting the parents for Lin Yuan, the matters concerning the sacred land of Yaoguang were merely a minor interlude. Amidst the thankful gazes of Bloodstains, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, and others, the figures of Lin Yuan and his companions soared into the air, heading towards the Lin family of the Imperial clan, returning to their lineage. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate, news of the Lin family's grand competition for young talents was circulating. Bloodstains observed the distant figures of Lin Yuan and his companion, calmly remarking, "I wonder how well our young master will perform in this competition." He was well aware that the competition judged individuals solely by their innate talent and strength, regardless of their status. It was known throughout the Imperial clan of Lin and even the entire Central Dao region that the most distinguished young talent of this generation belonged to the lineage of the clan's Grand Elder, a descendant possessing a reincarnation nether body. Ranked 11th among the 3,000 physiques of the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Such a physique nearly guaranteed the title of the Divine Son within the Imperial clan of Lin. Is it possible that even our young master cannot secure the position of Divine Son? Silver Radiance sighed, grateful for Lin Yuan's earlier act of mercy. He acknowledged the young master's noble status. However, The reason the imperial clan of Lin had thrived for so long was their fair treatment of talents within the family, judging solely by innate ability. Unless something unexpected occurred, the position of Divine Son was destined for that reincarnation netherbody. Bloodstains pondered deeply. The current Central Dao region, including the top 10 sacred lands, had begun to frequently engage with that reincarnation netherbody. Once it solidified its position as the Divine Son of the Lin family, it would undoubtedly become the leader among the clan's young talents. Early connections would benefit their sacred land of Yaowang. Nevertheless, whether it was the Divine Son or the young master of the Lin family, neither was someone they could provoke. At this moment, beside the Ascension Gate, voices of discontent arose from several ascenders who had arrived with Lin Yuan. Mining? How is that fair? Why should those two depart unscathed while we must toil in the mines? They exclaimed, their faces filled with resentment as they watched Lin Yuan and his companion depart. Do you even know their identities? The sharp crack of a thunder whip echoed through the air. They are merely natives from the lower realms. How dare you compare yourselves to them? Under the threat from the law enforcement hall, the four ascenders faced a decade of relentless labor in the mines, extracting spirit stones for the sacred land of Yaowang and the imperial clan of Lin. The imperial clan of Lin is situated at the very heart of the Central Dao region, surrounded by 10 major sacred lands, akin to stars encircling the moon. Departing from the sacred land of Yaowang, they soared for several days before finally arriving. At this moment, Lin Jiao's voice rang out. Here we are. This is the imperial clan of Lin, the family into which I was born. Dressed in black, with white hair flowing, Lin Yuan gazed into the distance. The four characters imperial clan of Lin had been repeated to him countless times by Lin Jiao, yet witnessing it with his own eyes still left him in awe. Upon entering this immortal domain, he had thought the sacred land of Yaowang was grand enough, but paled in comparison to the Lin family. Come, young master. The clan head and matriarch have been eagerly awaiting your return. Lin Jiu led the way as they approached. Towering peaks soared into the sky, and celestial waterfalls cascaded down, revealing countless magnificent palaces and pavilions rising from a mist. The abundance of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of other regions in the immortal domain. This was merely the residence of the imperial clan of Lin's branches. Floating above were colossal divine islands, shrouded in chaotic mists, where auspicious light illuminated the skies, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. The Origin Emperor Palace, the main hall of the imperial clan of Lin, was not a place ordinary clan members could enter. Inside the imperial palace, a voice filled with concern resonated. If anything happens to Yuan, I will not let this go. It belonged to a regal woman adorned in purple attire, expressing worry on her face. Jiang Ro, the matriarch of the Lin family and Lin Yuan's mother, was currently venting her frustrations to her husband. Once a gentle and cultured woman, Jiang Ro, a former divine maiden of the Jiang clan, had suffered 20 years of separation from her son. When she learned of his secret descent to the lower realm, it was already too late. She had no way of knowing where her son had been sent, leading to years of resentment towards her husband. My lady, please rest assured. Yuan is under Lin Jiao's care. He should be fine. Lin Su, the clan head of the Lin family, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan, his commanding presence evident. Usually stern and imposing, he now spoke with a hint of helplessness. As the clan head, he had to consider many factors. The clan's rules were sacrosanct, and if even he, the clan head, could not ensure his son's safety, who would follow the family's regulations in the future? As a parent who does not love their child, Lin Su had expended considerable resources to facilitate Lin Yuan's descent to the lower realm, pinpointing the location of the hidden palace of the Yuan Tian Emperor on the Xian Tian continent. By now, 20 years have passed, and many of Lin Yuan's contemporaries have already returned to the family. Only he remains unaccounted for. This was the root of Jiang Ro's anxiety. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall, reporting to the clan head and matriarch. The young master, he has returned. As Lin Yuan traversed the grounds of the Lin family and ascended the divine island, his gaze roamed with unbridled curiosity, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Surrounded by chaotic mists within the Origin Emperor Palace, Lin Yuan gazed at the two figures ahead. Although he had never met them before, the bond of blood was an unbreakable connection. Father, mother. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity. Though he recognized that the two before him were his biological parents, it was still their first encounter. Standing in the hall, clad in black with his white hair cascading behind him, his eyes lacked luster, shrouded in an aura of silence. The devastation wrought by the fall of the endowed sect had left a profound impact on Lin Yuan, altering his demeanor, a transformation that time had yet to mend. Though Lin Yuan had been sent to the lower realm as a child, how could Jiang Ro fail to recognize her own son after 20 years of longing? The pain of missing her child haunted her every moment. Yet, witnessing Lin Yuan's white hair and the lifelessness in his eyes, her heart ached and tears began to fall. Her voice trembling, "Yuan, my dear Yuan." Chapter 89. A family reunion in the grand hall of the Lin family. Only Lin Su, Jiang Ro, and Lin Yuan were present. Jiang Ro wept quietly as she gazed at her son, Lin Yuan. After 10 months of pregnancy, she had watched him grow, only to be separated from him due to the absurd family rules of the Lin clan, which had forced him into the lower realm. In her desperation, she had once caused an uproar at the Lin clan's elder council, even enlisting the help of her brother, the current divine lord of the Jiang family. Yet, in the end, it had been too late. Over the past 2 decades, she had not even known Lin Yuan's whereabouts in the lower realm. Now, her child had finally returned, but the sight before her was of a white-haired youth, his eyes devoid of life and light. Jiang Ro could only sense that her son had endured unimaginable hardships in the lower realm, which had transformed him into the shadow of his former self. Guilt overwhelmed her. She silently cursed herself for not preventing Lin Yuan's descent into that realm. Meanwhile, Lin Su, the imposing patriarch of the Lin family, regarded Lin Yuan with a complex gaze tinged with regret. He mused whether he had made a grave mistake all those years ago when he had sent his own son to the lower realm. His motives had been twofold: to secure the legacy of the Emperor Yuan Tian and to satisfy the Elder Council as the family head. Yet now, as he stood there with his own hair still dark, he beheld his son, merely 20 years old, yet already graced with a mane of white like snow. Such a transformation, occurring overnight, could only be the result of unspeakable trials. As parents, how could they not love their child? Lin Yuan's return filled both Lin Su and Jiang Ro with profound remorse. The weight of their emotions left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat at a loss. "Father, mother, I have fared well these years," he declared, though even as he spoke those familiar terms, they felt foreign to him after more than 2 decades of separation. Lin Yuan remained calm, stating that at least before the demise of the endowed sect, he had indeed been well in the lower realm. As for the past, it was behind him, and he preferred not to dwell on it. Yet, his placid demeanor only served to intensify the discomfort of his parents, who felt a gnawing unease at the sight of their son, who should have radiated youthful exuberance, but instead appeared as if his spirit had long since withered. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with silence. Lin Su, the powerful patriarch of the Lin family, and Jiang Ro, the esteemed matriarch, stood in a state of unease before their own flesh and blood, burdened by an overwhelming sense of debt. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed from outside the hall, approaching swiftly. Ordinarily, in the Lin family's main hall, even Lin Jiao, who had accompanied Lin Yuan, would have to remain outside, awaiting the family head's summons. Yet, no one dared to stop the approaching figure. "Ah, has my brother returned? Let me see." A voice chimed in, belonging to a petite girl clad in red, her hair styled in playful braids. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old. With long eyelashes and sparkling eyes, she looked eagerly towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yu, the little princess of the Lin family and Lin Yuan's younger sister, had been born after Lin Yuan's departure to the lower realm. It was a curious fact that, although they were siblings, they had never met. Nevertheless, Lin Yu had always known of her brother's existence, having been informed of his fate years prior. When she received word of his return, she rushed to the hall without delay. You're being a little too exuberant. Come greet your brother," Jiang Ro urged, exasperated yet fond. In contrast to her feelings of guilt towards her son, the daughter who had grown up by her side was far less reserved, often causing a ruckus in the Lin household. With a bounce in her step, Lin Yu approached Lin Yuan, her small face beaming with a smile. "Brother, how was the lower realm? Was it fun? Will you take me next time?" Her exuberance was in stark contrast to Lin Yuan's reserved nature, shaped by his experiences. Though the sudden appearance of his younger sister took Lin Yuan by surprise, he could not help but smile at her endearing demeanor. "Of course, if the opportunity arises, I will take you to see it," he replied, playfully tugging at her braids. In that moment, he was reminded of his little junior sister, Xiao Xiao Xiao, who had been equally lively and fond of pestering him. As the family gathered together, the atmosphere lightened momentarily. Soon, with the company of his mother Jiang Ro and sister Lin Yu, Lin Yuan prepared to find a residence for himself atop the Void Divine Island. Meanwhile, Lin Su's earlier warmth faded, replaced by an imposing air of authority and coldness. With his long black hair cascading like a waterfall and adorned in a flowing robe edged with gold, he stood tall, his deep-set eyes radiating a turbulent energy that seemed to shake the very foundations of the Emperor's palace. This was the true visage of the Lin family's patriarch, a figure whose every action could send ripples throughout the entire realm. "Summon Lin Jiao," he commanded, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He yearned to uncover the truth behind his son's experiences in the lower realm and to comprehend the reasons for his current state. He cared not for the consequences. He was prepared to erase the entire Xintian continent from existence if necessary. Before long, Lin Jiao, clad in gray and appearing aged, entered the palace, his demeanor respectful as he faced Lin Su. "I pay my respects to the family head." He began to relay the events that had transpired during Lin Yuan's time in the lower realm. Chapter 90. The Master Lin Su. Shocked and helpless at the Origin Emperor Palace, the surroundings were somewhat quiet. At this moment, Lin Jiao's voice occasionally echoed from below. The chaotic mist enveloped the area, obscuring the expression of Lin Su, the head of the Lin family. Upon hearing that his son, Lin Yuan, faced a mere prince of a lower realm, suffering grievous injuries that nearly cost him his life, a tremendous pressure descended, making even Lin Jiao, a powerful sage, struggle to breathe. The atmosphere became tense. Fortunately, as Lin Jiao arrived in time, this overwhelming pressure gradually dissipated. How dare a weakling, akin to an ant, act in such a manner? A cold and disdainful voice emerged from the chaotic fog belonging to Lin Su. Following that, Lin Yuan, under Lin Jiao's guidance, ventured to the Taiqing Emperor Palace, where he encountered the great Emperor Yuan Tian. The great Emperor Yuan Tian, 100,000 years ago, before he ascended to become an emperor, he was pursued by the forbidden zone of Dragon Emperor Ridge, and it was the Lin family that intervened to rescue him. "You should hold no ill toward my Lin family." Lin Su's voice was calm, yet filled with unwavering confidence. An emperor is indeed unparalleled in the world. Yet, before becoming an emperor, even the invincible Yuan Tian, within his generation, had to face the wrath of the forbidden forces like Dragon Emperor Ridge. In the Nine Heavens fairy realm, only a few imperial clans could contend with Dragon Emperor Ridge, which by a twist of fate, has historically been located within the confines of this realm, in direct opposition to the Lin family, rendering them sworn enemies. It was precisely due to this animosity that the Lin family was willing to lend their aid. As long as it could bring discomfort to Dragon Emperor Ridge, the Imperial Lin family would never hesitate. However, Lin Su was eager to know whether his son had succeeded in ascending to the supreme Tao body. Lin Jiao's voice persisted. Just then, Lin Jiao revealed that within the Taiqing Emperor Palace, the great Emperor Yuan Tian willingly erased his consciousness to bestow the supreme Tao upon Lin Yuan, allowing Lin Yuan's innate Tao body to elevate to the supreme Tao body. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted and the Lin family head, Lin Su, could be heard breathing rapidly, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Igriga man, Yuan's current physique is the supreme Tao body?" His speech faltered as he processed the astonishing news, his inner turmoil echoing like thunder. The supreme Tao body, such an esteemed physique. Throughout the ages, even among the myriad realms, it ranks among the top 10 supreme physiques, and there is no hierarchy among them. It had not appeared in the Lin family for countless years. The disparity between the innate Tao body and the supreme Tao body is unfathomably vast. Even sending Lin Jiao to seek the legacy of the great Emperor Yuan Tian was merely a gamble. Never did he expect such a profound outcome. "Indeed, master, I have witnessed it with my own eyes." Lin Jiao and Appo's voice rang out from below, filled with excitement. This may well be the proudest achievement of his life. Fulfilling the master's long-cherished wish, ensuring that the young master would undoubtedly make his name resonate throughout the Nine Heavens fairy realm, possibly bringing the Lin family a future emperor. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The three praises flowed from Lin Su, the usually stoic family head, revealing the depth of his excitement. It was hard not to feel exhilarated. Initially, Lin Su's intention was merely to locate the legacy of the great Emperor Yuan Tian, allowing Lin Yuan to secure a top 3 position in the family competition. With him as the head of the Lin family, how could he allow his son to lack the cultivation resources that come with being a divine child? The reason for Lin Yuan to secure a top 3 position was that the Lin family had produced more than one emperor, and each emperor, before their demise, would be buried within the Lin family imperial tombs, granting opportunities for future generations. Only the top 3 in each generation's family competition could gain entry to the Lin family imperial tomb. This was the true aim of Lin Su. But now, the circumstances had changed. The supreme Tao body. Yuan is the supreme Tao body. The elders' faction claimed that this time, the divine child position of the Lin family would undoubtedly belong to their reincarnated dark body. But Lin Su was eager to witness the despair in their eyes during the upcoming family competition. Lin Su could hardly contain his excitement, feeling as if he were in a dream. Unfortunately, the surrounding chaotic mist obscured the face of the Lin family head. Otherwise, Lin Jiao would have certainly seen the corners of Lin Su's mouth, which were now difficult to suppress. Subsequently, Lin Yuan's temperament and character underwent a significant transformation, leading to the primary reason for his overnight graying. Listening quietly to Lin Jiao, Lin Su fell silent. First, the Qingyun Dao sect was destroyed, and Lin Jiao was gravely injured while his son faced universal enmity on the Xintian continent. He single-handedly traversed the eastern wasteland and invaded the central continent, ultimately annihilating the seemingly insignificant Dayu dynasty in Lin Su's eyes. Hearing this, Lin Su was filled with immense concern. The destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect, witnessing the countless corpses and turning his hair white overnight must have been an experience of utter despair. Even after learning of the Dayu dynasty's demise and the death of all enemies, Lin Su's inner fury remained unquenched. The Dayu dynasty. So a mere Dayu dynasty could transform Yuan into this state? Boom! A tremendous aura surged from within the Origin Emperor Palace, tearing apart the surrounding chaotic mist. Lin Su, the imperial family head, was enraged, his dignified gaze filled with boundless killing intent. At that moment, Lin Jiao's hunchbacked figure suddenly knelt in respect. I lament not being able to accompany the young master. Otherwise, a mere Dayu dynasty would not have forced him to face everything alone. Tears streamed down Lin Jiao and Appo's aged face. Once at the command of the current family head, he had vowed to ensure the young master and Appo's safety when bringing him to the lower realm. However, although he had returned safely, Lin Jiao understood that the destruction of the Qingyun Dao sect was a scar forever etched in the young master's heart, a wound that could never be healed. The killing intent pervaded the Origin Emperor Palace, gradually dissipating after a long while. Alas, this matter cannot entirely be blamed on you. As Lin Su calmed his emotions, his expression turned bitter. The Qingyun Dao sect, he murmured, upon realizing that the Qingyun Dao sect had raised Lin Yuan, only to have him lead to its destruction, with Xiao Zhantian and his daughter meeting their end as a result. Lin Su recognized that this was a debt his family owed, one that might never be repaid in this lifetime. However, he was aware that the 9 nether ghost flower within the immortal elixir could resurrect Xiao Zhantian's only daughter. Regrettably, the Lin family's divine phoenix elixir was ineffective for reviving remnants of the soul. Otherwise, how could a single immortal elixir suffice? Even though the immortal elixir was scarce even within the current imperial Lin family, Lin Su felt that it was a debt owed that must be repaid. The 9 nether ghost flower, once an immortal elixir belonging to the underworld, it regrettably vanished with the fall of the underworld. Regardless, I shall issue a decree to investigate the whereabouts of the 9 nether ghost flower. Lin Su sighed, recalling the origins of this elixir. The underworld, once a power on par with the imperial Lin family in the 9 heavens fairy realm, ultimately faced its demise. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. I heard that the Dayu dynasty has forces within this 9 heavens fairy realm, right? The killing intent that had just subsided surged anew in Lin Su's gaze. Master, according to my judgment, The influence of the Diyu dynasty in the upper realm must reside within the Tsangtian immortal domain, Lin Yuan reported. He was well aware that the Yuqing Holy Land is situated in the Tsangtian immortal domain. As a subordinate dynasty to the Yuqing Holy Land, the Diyu dynasty needs not to be overthought. Chapter 91. Poverty limits imagination at this moment on the divine island of the Lin family. Not far from the Origin Emperor Palace stood the Lin Yuan Hall. This magnificent edifice had been established for Lin Yuan even before his birth. For many years, it had remained unoccupied due to Lin Yuan's sojourn in the lower realms, but today, it finally welcomed its rightful owner. The Grand Hall exuded an imposing aura, its core location on the divine island suffusing the interior with chaotic spiritual energy. After making all necessary arrangements for Lin Yuan, Jiang Rou and Lin Yu had taken their leave. Clad in black with flowing white hair, Lin Yuan surveyed the empty hall with a sweeping gaze. Adornments crafted from jade and unknown celestial crystals sparkled with radiant light, exuding an aura of opulence that suggested they could fetch a considerable sum in spirit stones if sold. As Lin Yuan reflected on everything that had transpired since his arrival in this June Tian immortal domain, particularly the moments shared with his family today, he felt a sense of strangeness despite knowing they were his biological parents. Perhaps the abruptness of the situation was to blame. During this period, he had been somewhat aloof. Perhaps I require a little time. With a sigh, Lin Yuan murmured to himself, sensing the concern directed towards him. Yet, he understood that he needed time to embrace it all. Emptying his mind, he ceased to dwell on his thoughts and sat cross-legged upon the bed crafted from jadeite. It is time for my manifestation to awaken. Since arriving in this June Tian immortal domain, Lin Yuan had been acutely aware of the imminent awakening of his supreme Tao-I and its accompanying manifestation. However, prior engagements in the shaking light sacred land and several days of travel had left him with little time. Now, he had finally returned to the Lin family. I wonder if the spirit stones I possess are sufficient. As his consciousness delved into his spatial ring, he beheld a mountain of spirit stones, densely packed. These were the remnants from plundering the treasury of the Diyu dynasty. Although they appeared plentiful, the chaotic spiritual energy contained within was mostly of inferior and medium quality spirit stones, far inferior in value to the sacred grade stones. Awakening the manifestation would undoubtedly require extraordinary spiritual power. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to awaken his manifestation, a petite figure appeared outside the Lin Yuan Hall. It was Lin Yu. Before she arrived, her voice rang out. "Brother, Mother asked me to bring you your cultivation resources for this month." She bounced into Lin Yuan's view, her mouth full of food, and in her delicate hand was a half-eaten peach, the fragrant aroma of the sacred fruit wafting through the air, equivalent in value to his sacred medicine. Perhaps having indulged too often, Lin Yu had developed a resistance to its effects, rendering it merely a source of satisfaction for her appetite. This is an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Lin Yuan was taken aback, gazing at the little girl before him, his imagination stifled by poverty. He had thought himself affluent after raiding the Diyu dynasty's treasury. Yet in the presence of his younger sister, he felt like a mere pauper. It was worth noting that within the Diyu dynasty's treasury, he had only found 3 precious sacred medicines and a single sacred grade spirit stone, barely allowing him to break through, as the supreme Tao body demanded immense resources. These treasures had been preserved for countless years by the mighty Diyu dynasty. "Ah, brother, are you referring to this peach? I picked it during my last visit to Uncle's house with Mother. Cousin Zhanglan took me to gather them." Lin Yuan and Lin Yu were full siblings. The uncle Lin Yu mentioned was the divine master of the Jiang family of the Tsangtian immortal domain, who was also Lin Yuan's maternal uncle, while Zhanglan was naturally Lin Yuan's cousin. Dressed in crimson, with long eyelashes and a playful demeanor, Lin Yu's large, lively eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Yuan. She believed her brother must have endured much hardship in the lower realms, and she had grown somewhat weary of the peach, showing no concern for its value. "Brother, I still have some left. I'll give them all to you." As she spoke, her small hand reached into her storage space. With a flourish, dozens of fist-sized, luminous peaches appeared before Lin Yuan, the sacred fruit's fragrance filling the entire Lin Yuan Hall. Lin Yu offered him all her peaches. In that moment, Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. The value of what lay before him was equivalent to 10 sacred medicines, so fresh and vibrant. Ultimately, it was his recent return to the family that left him unaccustomed to the significance of the imperial family. By the way, brother, this is what Mother asked me to give you. A spatial ring appeared in front of Lin Yuan, containing the cultivation resources prepared by Jiang Ro. Each month, the Lin family allocated resources to their talented members. All right, thank you. He gently patted Lin Yu's small head, feeling a surprising surge of happiness wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been worried that the spirit stones in his possession might not suffice to awaken his supreme Tao body's manifestation. Now, it seemed there would be more than enough. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Lin Yuan glanced inside. The spirit stones sparkled with clarity, each seemingly containing the essence of an entire spiritual vein. These were sacred-grade spirit stones, and within the spatial ring lay hundreds of them, radiating brilliance. Additionally, there were other valuable treasures. At that moment, a question arose in Lin Yuan's heart. Were all the cultivation resources allocated to the Lin family's talented members this extravagant? Hundreds of sacred-grade spirit stones? Just as Lin Yuan was astonished, night had already fallen. Outside the Ling Yun Hall stood a figure clad in royal purple garments, exuding elegance and grace. Jiang Ro gazed into the hall, watching her two children with a loving expression, silently observing them. At that instant, a shadow hidden in the darkness materialized beside Jiang Ro, moving silently, a venerable old woman. Goddess, she addressed Jiang Ro with a slight bow. Unlike the other members of the Lin family who referred to her as the matriarch, the old woman called her the goddess. This was due to the fact that she had accompanied Jiang Ro from the Jiang family when she married into the Lin family. Have you gathered the information? Jiang Ro inquired, her gaze shifting from the Ling Yun Hall to the old woman, the warmth in her eyes replaced by a chilling coldness. Who among the participants in this family competition possesses the strength to threaten Yuan? Unbeknownst to Jiang Ro, Lin Yuan had returned from the lower realms, having ascended from the innate Tao body to the supreme Tao body. Her failure to prevent Lin Yuan from descending to the lower realms was a lifelong regret. In this family competition, she was determined to eliminate any hidden dangers for her son. Chapter 92, Ruthless Means. Lin Yuan awakens extraordinary phenomena. The Lin family's grand competition for the talented is held every 20 years, where the exceptional individuals returning from their trials must participate. This event serves to select the next generation's leaders, representing the Lin family's prestige in the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Only those endowed with extraordinary talents and unparalleled strength among their peers are deemed worthy of the title of Divine Son. However, this fierce competition inevitably leads to injuries and even fatalities during each family contest. For Jiang Ro, the outcome of Lin Yuan's quest for the Divine Son position is of no concern to her. She does not lack resources. Yet, she cannot allow her child to face any peril in this contest. At this moment, the old servant has already gathered intelligence. 72 prodigies have returned to the Lin family, among which the most formidable include Lin Qinghan, who possesses the cold moon ice body, and Lin Ming, the reincarnation of the great elder S lineage. The old woman, facing Jiang Ro with utmost respect, reports the information she has recently acquired. Her appearance, shrouded in a black cloak, belies her advanced age. Yet her aura reveals her to be a peak saint-level powerhouse, merely a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm. The cold moon ice body, the reincarnation body. Perhaps there are others from the lower realms who have obtained fortuitous encounters. Jiang Ro contemplates, her gaze hardening with murderous intent. Regardless of who they are, anyone who dares to harm Yuan during this family competition shall meet their end. A single, chilling word encapsulates her resolve. Indeed, as the matriarch of the current Lin family, she has always treated even the branch families with fairness, ensuring resources were never lacking. Her reputation remains untarnished within the Lin family. However, for the sake of her child, she is prepared to resort to any means necessary. The Lin family's grand competition has always adhered to principles of fairness and justice, with no one daring to defy the clan rules since time immemorial. Yet, her excessive concern for Lin Yuan, coupled with her own feelings of guilt, has driven her to this determination, disregarding everything, even withholding this matter from her husband, Lin Su. Divine Lady, should harm befall the young master during the Lin family competition, the elder's will. The old woman, known as Jiang Mei, has been Jiang Ro's protector since her youth, watching over the previous generation's divine lady. Even she senses the unfamiliarity in Jiang Ro's demeanor. With a sigh, she recalls the 20 years since the young master was sent to the lower realm. A profound blow to Jiang Ro. But, the Elder Council? Was it not under the machinations of the Lin family's Grand Elder that Yuan was dispatched to the lower realm in the first place? This time, I shall see what he can do. At worst, I will summon my brother to intervene. Jiang Ro scoffs coldly, the events of the past vividly etched in her memory. Originally, Lin Yuan need not have descended to the lower realm. He could have remained comfortably as the young master of the Lin family. Yet now, upon his return from the lower realm, circumstances have changed drastically. Summon the Divine Lord? Jiang Mei gasps in astonishment. The current Divine Lord of the Jiang family, Jiang Ro's brother, is an unparalleled divine body ranked among the 10 supreme bodies in the world. Years ago, he had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, possessing both immense power and control over the entire Jiang clan. His presence alone would command respect throughout the 9 heavens' immortal domain, even compelling the so-called Elder Council of the Lin family to reconsider their stance. Rest assured, Divine Lady, should the young master encounter danger during the Lin family competition, I will intervene. Their exchange remains concealed from prying eyes. Meanwhile, within the Lin Yuan Hall, brother, I've heard that the family competition is about to commence. Focus on your cultivation. I won't disturb you. If you desire that peach, I'll gather plenty for you next time I visit uncle. With a wave of her small hand, Lin Yu departs. Home. Gazing at the little figure in red departing the hall, Lin Yuan feels a warmth thawing the icy heart that had long been encased in coldness. A smile, long absent from his austere visage, begins to emerge. It has been ages since he last smiled. The last time was perhaps when he bid farewell to his master and younger sister. It is time to awaken the extraordinary phenomena. Calming his mind, Lin Yuan recalls what he had heard from Lin Jiu upon returning to the Lin family regarding the grand competition for the talented. Even with the supreme Tao body, he remains vigilant, for this world is filled with others who may also seize fortuitous opportunities. At this moment, luminous spirit stones, glistening with brilliance, hover before Lin Yuan. Dozens of sacred-grade spirit stones float in his vicinity. With his pockets now full, Lin Yuan feels emboldened, no longer needing to count every coin meticulously as he once did. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of sacred-grade spirit stones fracturing resonates. In an instant, the hall is engulfed in a surge of spiritual energy, swirling into a vortex, blending with the chaotic aura that floods into Lin Yuan's body. Boom, boom, boom. His white hair billows as boundless rays of light erupt. Intricate and mysterious symbols encircling him. The spiritual energy courses through his being, ultimately converging at the center of his brow. During his time in the lower realm, Lin Yuan had awakened his supreme Tao-I on 2 occasions. Once upon ascending to the supreme Tao body, and the last time by forcibly igniting his own source power. To awaken the extraordinary phenomena, he must first activate the supreme Tao-I. Awaken! Lin Yuan shouts, seated upon the jade bed, his body trembling. Boom! At this moment, a fissure opens at his brow, revealing a swirling black and white eye, the supreme Tao-I, gradually unfurling. In this instant, the entire Lin Yuan Hall trembles. Within the eye, boundless radiant light flows, embodying the transformation and evolution of myriad phenomena in the world, as if encompassing countless paths, intertwining in a transcendent and supreme aura. As the supreme Tao-I opens, its light illuminates the space behind Lin Yuan, gradually revealing a vision. Though slow, this is the true awakening of the supreme Tao body, unlike the previous forced activation through self-consumption of his source power. Chapter 93. The cycle of the underworld body and the hostility between the 2 Lin clans. Time has passed. Most of the Lin family's outstanding talents, who ventured down to the lower realm for training, have returned to the family. The grand competition for the young prodigies of the Lin family is drawing near. This event will significantly impact the younger generation of the Lin clan, especially as it is rumored that the position of the Son of God will be awarded a unique elixir, the Immortal Phoenix Elixir, as a prize. This has stirred a fervor among countless prodigies. What does the Immortal Elixir represent? It is a divine potion capable of allowing even an emperor to relive a life, providing immense benefits for cultivation and instant recovery from severe injuries. However, the imperial clan has never been short of prodigies, and there exists only one coveted position for the Son of God. The title signifies the prestige of the contemporary young generation of the Lin family within the Jun Tian immortal domain and even the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Numerous returning disciples from the Lin family are eagerly awaiting this moment, having long anticipated it. Among the many prodigies of the current Lin family, a few with extraordinary talent have begun to gain recognition. Have you heard? Our Lin family has produced an unparalleled female prodigy this generation. Of course, I have heard of Lin Yuan. It is said that not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her talent is also extraordinary. She possesses the cold moon ice body, ranking among the top 30 in physique, making her a standout in the competition of our Lin family's prodigies. At this moment, throughout the Lin family, aside from the three great divine islands of the main lineage, whispers of Lin Yuan circulate among the prodigies of the branches, especially for the branch members. The position of the Son of God has always been held by the main lineage in every generation's competition. Lin Yuan represents their hope of breaking through the established hierarchy. In addition, the rumors surrounding the reincarnation underworld body have become widespread within the Lin family, resonating wherever one goes. After all, when the reincarnation underworld body first emerged, it sent shockwaves throughout the imperial Lin family and beyond. The major powers of the Jun Tian immortal domain were already aware of the emergence of a reincarnation underworld body in this generation of the Lin clan, creating a stir far and wide. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, the position of the Lin family's Son of God has long been predetermined for the reincarnation underworld body. Who would have thought that the reincarnation underworld body would descend upon our Lin family in this era? It is likely that, aside from the cold moon ice body, none of the Lin family prodigies can rival brother Lin Ming. Indeed, the title of Son of God seems destined to belong to brother Lin Ming. Rumors abound within the Lin family. Of course, the news of the return of the young master Lin Yuan had already spread throughout the Lin family several days prior, but it failed to create a significant stir. As an innate Tao body, ranked over 90 amongst the 3,000 physiques, it might have been formidable elsewhere. However, unfortunately for him, he faces the cold moon ice body and the reincarnation underworld body in our Lin family. In the past, this young master nearly brought shame to our Lin family among the various taboo imperial clans. Lin Yuan, bearing the bloodlines of both the Lin and Jiang imperial families, had drawn the attention of countless taboo forces within the Nine Heavens immortal domain even before his birth. An innate Tao body ranked within the top 100 could easily serve as a holy son in a sacred land of the Jun Tian immortal domain. However, the Lin family is different. It is a taboo imperial clan within the Nine Heavens immortal domain. Within the imperial clan, merely being an innate Tao body and the son of the Lin family head, Lin Su, and the Jiang family goddess evidently does not suffice for such status. In fact, due to this, Lin Yuan's birth caused quite a stir. Ultimately, it was the emergence of a reincarnation underworld body from the lineage of the Grand Elder that preserved the Lin family's dignity. Now, as the grand competition of the Lin family approaches, whenever someone mentions the young master Lin Yuan, they can only sigh in resignation. Thankfully, due to Lin Yuan's status, few dare to openly mock him. At most, they might express their disdain behind his back. In the deep of night, the Lin family comprises three major void divine islands: the Origin, the Sky-Slaying, and the Reverse Central. The inhabitants of these islands represent the main lineage of the Lin family. At this moment, on the Sky-Slaying divine island, opposite the faction of the family head, the Sky-Slaying hall stands magnificent, its ancient sword intent swirling and rippling through the void. Minner, this time, you must seize the position of the Son of God for our Lin family. Moreover, in the competition, ensure that the family head son loses all face. A weathered voice intoned. This was an elder, his expression cold and his aura formidable, clad in a blue Tao robe, his deep-set eyes akin to an abyss, swallowing the surrounding light. The Grand Elder of the Lin family, Lin Gu, presides over the Elder Council, commanding the respect of nearly all the elders, save for a few. His authority within the Lin family rivals that of Lin Yuan's father, the family head Lin Su. At this moment, before the Grand Elder stood a young man. Please rest assured, Ancestor, he is merely an innate Tao body. He is unworthy to contend with me. A voice laced with mockery emerged, belonging to Lin Ming, the descendant of Grand Elder Lin Gu, the reincarnation underworld body, clad in pristine white, untouched by dust, with a chiseled face and gray hair cascading naturally down his back. He emanated a swirling force of laws, forming 6 intertwining vortexes around him. Notably, Lin Ming's pupils were deep and dark, as if drawing all living beings into the depths of the underworld. The reincarnation underworld body is only surpassed by the legendary top 10 supreme bodies. Thus, he regarded the upcoming Lin family competition with complete indifference, believing it sufficient to simply exert a minimal effort to claim the position of the Son of God that rightfully belongs to him. Do not be careless. Caution is paramount, the Grand Elder Lin Gu reminded, shaking his head slightly as he regarded his most valued descendant. Logically, as members of the same clan, the rivalry between the family head and the Grand Elder's faction could only lead to the decline of the Lin family. The root of this contention lies in 1,000 years ago when Grand Elder Lin Gu had a prodigious offspring, celebrated for his extraordinary talent and believed to be the most likely candidate for ascension to emperor from the Lin family in recent antiquity. However, the outcome was that he fortuitously lost to a supreme body on the path to becoming an emperor, the current deity of the Jiang family, who happens to be Lin Yuan's uncle. Perhaps accustomed to a smooth journey, Lin Gu's offspring suffered a shattered Dao heart and ultimately perished in despair. This incident became the Grand Elder's lifelong regret, as he held the Jiang family's deity responsible for his offspring's demise. Little did he expect that years later, the Lin family head Lin Su would marry the younger sister of his enemy, an act which Lin Gu could not tolerate, leading to a protracted vendetta against the family head's faction. 20 years ago, he conspired with 10 elders of the Lin family to force the head to adhere to family rules. Taking advantage of Jiang Rou's unawareness and acting before the Jiang family's deity could intervene, compelling the still infant Lin Yuan to be sent down to the lower realm. Chapter 94. The Path of Injury? A quest for supremacy in the blink of an eye. Another 10 days have passed. On this day, the Lin family, a prominent imperial clan, was abuzz with excitement as the grand competition among the elites was about to commence. The reverse Central Divine Island, one of the 3 sacred islands of the Lin family, serves as the venue for the Elder Council. Within the island, celestial waterfalls cascaded, divine light enveloped the entire land, accompanied by the melodious sounds of dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, many significant figures of the Lin family had gathered, including the family head, Lin Su, the matriarch, Jiang Rou, and several elders from the council, including the esteemed Elder Lin Gu. Notable figures, usually elusive like dragons, were now present, their formidable auras resonating through the air. I and Oppose. V heard that this generation of the Lin family has produced several extraordinary talents. As soon as I received word of the elite competition, I hastily returned from the Haoyan immortal domain. I am eager to witness the return of the reincarnation body from Elder Lin Gu's lineage. Voices echoed, asserting that any one of these individuals could shake the very foundations of the Jun Tian immortal domain. Soon, the Lin family's prodigies began to ascend the reverse Central Divine Island. For many of the branch members, this was a rare opportunity. Without today's event, they would have never set foot on this sacred ground. Here, within the realm typically reserved for the core members of the Lin family, curiosity ran rampant. The imperial Lin family truly upholds a rigid hierarchy. Among the elite, a radiant azure glow surged forth, revealing a stunningly beautiful yet solitary figure. Her features were striking, with flowing black hair and a blue robe, her skin as smooth as jade, and her form exquisitely graceful, emanating an aura of coldness. She wielded a sword, appearing to be around 20 years of age, and her beauty was chilling. This was none other than Lin Qinghan, one of the most renowned participants in this grand competition. Her enchanting gaze swept across the surroundings, tinged with envy. Although Lin Qinghan had gained considerable fame within the Lin family, without the opportunity presented by today's competition, even her exceptional cold moon ice body would not grant her the right to stand here. At the same time that the elites of the Lin family gathered on the reverse Central Divine Island, another scene unfolded at the Origin Divine Island, within the Lin Yuan Palace. Surrounded by a swirling chaos of spiritual energy, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged upon a jade bed, immersed in the awakening of the supreme Tao body. For many days, he had not moved, fully absorbed in this process. During this time, sensing the immense fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from the Lin Yuan palace, neither Lin Su nor Jiang Ro dared to disturb him, believing him to be diligently cultivating. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted under the reflection of the supreme Tao. A terrifying vision manifested behind Lin Yuan. Amidst the endless chaos, limitless strands of chaotic light ascended, transforming into intricate and profound symbols of the Tao, arranging and combining. Ultimately, an eye emerged from the depths of the chaotic light, a transcendent and supreme manifestation, the eye of the great Tao. Just one step away, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Awakening the true manifestation of the supreme Tao proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. Before him, originally luminous spirit stones had lost their radiance, crumbling into dust, scattered upon the ground. The spiritual energy surged, and the spirit stones had been completely consumed. At that moment, with the solidification of the eye of the great Tao behind him, he shouted triumphantly, "It is done." A resounding roar reverberated through the Lin Yuan palace, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. However, at that instant, an unexpected event transpired. No, something is amiss. A crimson hue suddenly manifested within the center of Lin Yuan's brow, as blood began to seep from his eye, trickling down his cheek. In that moment, Lin Yuan's face paled considerably, and he quickly grasped the root of the issue. Is it connected to my previous forceful awakening of the manifestation in the lower realm? He murmured weakly. Within his supreme Tao, amidst the swirling blood, lay a scar, a wound of the Tao. In the lower realm, the Tao was incomplete, and it was impossible to voluntarily awaken the manifestation. Yet, faced with no other option, Lin Yuan had been compelled to ignite his own source power to forcefully awaken the supreme Tao, and defeat the Emperor of the Great Universe, Yi Tuesday. However, now that he was genuinely awakening the manifestation, the drawbacks of consuming his own source power had become glaringly apparent. Though the manifestation had awakened, the injury to his Tao was far from ordinary. Yet there was still hope. Elder Lin had mentioned that the Lin family's immortal phoenix elixir could heal any injury. Lin Yuan pondered, wondering if it would prove beneficial to him. He had heard that the reward for the position of the Lin family's divine son included a vial of the immortal phoenix elixir. It seemed that securing this position was imperative for him. With a wry smile, Lin Yuan rose and departed from the Lin Yuan palace. Meanwhile, on the reverse central divine island, the arena, spanning 1,000 feet in width and perfectly square, was the battleground where the elites of the Lin family would face off. The competition for the position of the divine son had always been determined here. 72 Lin family prodigies stood in the arena, including the two most renowned talents of the current generation, Lin Qinghan, the Cold Moon Ice Body, and Lin Ming, the reincarnation body who was the frontrunner for the divine son position, even rumored to be preselected. Many of the Lin family's powerful figures had come to witness these two, particularly Lin Ming, who possessed a physique only second to the 10 supreme bodies in the world, thus holding an exalted status in the eyes of the Lin family. Is it the reincarnation body of the Lin family? Truly remarkable, remarked a recently returned powerful figure, observing Lin Ming with admiration. I've heard that our arch-rival, the Dragon Emperor Ridge, has produced a dragon prince with terrifying talent. Only our Lin family's reincarnation body may stand a chance against that dragon prince, murmured others, their gazes fixed on Lin Ming. In the midst of this gathering, Lin Su, the family head, sat atop the high platform, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned in resplendent black robes with golden trimmings. His imposing presence radiated authority, and he observed the assembled Lin family prodigies with a keen eye. Noting the absence of one individual, his son Lin Yuan. Yuaner has been in seclusion for a while now. He must still be cultivating, Jiang Ro spoke, her voice rich and regal as she sat beside him. She seemed unconcerned with the so-called elite competition, prioritizing her son's cultivation above all else. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. Oomph. Today is the day of the Lin family's elite competition. How could you forget such an important event, Lin Su? You truly have a remarkable son. It was Elder Lin Gu, intent on using today's occasion to humiliate Lin Yuan and bring shame upon Lin Su's lineage within the family. Lin Yuan's absence raises questions about his ability to endure humiliation. After all, the clan's grand competition has long been a cherished tradition of the Lin family, and no one dares to violate its sanctity. Lin Yuan's failure to attend certainly opens him to criticism within the family. What? The young master of the Lin family is so negligent toward the grand competition. Truly a misfortune for the family. As the son of the clan leader, he is merely a congenital Dao body, which nearly brought disgrace to the Lin family among the numerous forbidden forces in the past. Fortunately, the lineage of the elder had the reincarnation of the nether body to salvage their reputation. Yet now he is still delayed in arriving. In the elder council, several elders echoed the sentiments of the grand elder, their voices resonating. After all, apart from a few elders, the rest of the Lin family stands firmly with the grand elder, Lin Gu. As the chatter grew louder, the stands became a cacophony, filled with the presence of Lin family's formidable figures. However, their murmurs remained subdued, for they dared not offend the clan leader excessively. Upon hearing the commotion, the 72 prodigies of the Lin family present on the martial arts stage became restless. Could it be that our young master fears Lin Ming and is too intimidated to show up? A cold laugh echoed among the prodigies. It seems he recognizes that he cannot compete with Lin Ming and fears the disgrace of defeat, which is quite understandable. The young master's withdrawal from the grand competition is unprecedented throughout the years. Voices fill the air, mostly from the descendants of the grand elder, laced with mockery and disdain. If he dares to come, I shall trample him beneath my feet and become the divine son of this generation of the Lin family. As these words were spoken, Lin Ming was exalted like a star among the crowd. Clad in pure white, untouched by dust, he stood amongst the throng, his handsome features sharp, with gray hair cascading naturally down his back. The power of the laws swirled around him, forming 6 interconnected paths, creating a vortex enveloping his being. Most striking were Lin Ming's deep, pitch-black eyes, which seemed capable of drawing all living beings into the depths of the netherworld. This aura was so formidable that many of the surrounding Lin family prodigies, including Lin Qinghan, felt the weight of pressure emanating from Lin Ming. Is this the reincarnation netherbody? It truly cannot be underestimated. With a grave expression in her beautiful eyes, Lin Qinghan gazed at Lin Ming. Even with her unmatched cold moon ice body, she felt suppressed by his sheer physical prowess, a sensation she had never experienced before. Dressed in blue with flowing black hair, her exquisite features stood out amidst the crowd of prodigies. Despite the ridicule directed at the young master, Lin Qinghan refrained from joining in. After all, she was merely a branch descendant of the Lin family. Even for the sake of her own aspirations, she dared not mock the young master, who possessed the bloodlines of 2 great imperial families. The conflict between the clan leader and the grand elder was beyond her purview. Her sole objective was to strive for victory in this grand competition, and nothing more. At that moment, the atmosphere around the martial arts arena buzzed with chatter regarding Lin Yuan's anticipated arrival. "Mother, why do those people harbor such animosity toward my brother?" With wide, innocent eyes, Lin Yu inquired, perplexed by the surrounding voices. "It is merely that some wish to seize this opportunity to target your brother." A faint smile played on Jiang Rou's lips as she cast a sidelong glance at a few of the Lin family elders. The plans have been set. Her gaze occasionally drifted to a corner of the void. Today, within this martial arts arena, should anyone dare to harm her son, she would not hesitate to let the grand competition of Lin family prodigies be stained with blood. At this point, Jiang Rou remained unaware that Lin Yuan had already attained the status of a supreme Dao body, a revelation her husband, Lin Su, had chosen to withhold for the sake of a surprise. The voices grew louder, fueled by the grand elder's descendants who were the most vociferous. "Are we still waiting? We cannot afford to wait indefinitely for him. Just because he is the clan leader's son, he thinks he is remarkable, yet he dares not show up." The prodigies grew impatient. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, striding through the air. "Who says I dare not come?" With hair as white as snow and dressed in black, his expression was stern and his eyes void of life, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld him. It was Lin Yuan, advancing towards them. An aura radiated from his form, akin to that of a son of the Tao, descending into the arena, standing before the crowd. Although his complexion appeared somewhat pale due to injuries sustained from the Tao, his presence was impossible to overlook. I am Lin Yuan. I apologize for keeping you waiting. His voice resonated calmly, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that subtly rivaled that of Lin Ming, the reincarnation netherbody. In that moment, the other Lin family prodigies felt an unexpected weight in the presence of Lin Yuan. Among the prodigies, a pair of beautiful eyes, imbued with a chill, discreetly observed Lin Yuan, filled with curiosity. Is this truly the young master of the Lin family? How strange. For some reason, I feel a subtle pressure from his innate aura, despite my own cold moon ice body, which ranks much higher. The murmurs were barely audible, as Lin Qinghan pondered. Among all the physiques in the world, hers ranked in the 30s, far superior to Lin Yuan's innate Tao body, which was positioned at over 90. Yet now, she could not fathom why she felt this sense of oppression. Perhaps it is merely an illusion? With a sigh, Lin Qinghan dismissed the thought and chose not to dwell on it further. Chapter 96. The grand competition of the Lin family begins. Confrontation with Lin Qinghan at this moment. In the arena, numerous prodigies sought to evade confrontation. Lin Yuan stood at odds with Lin Ming, the descendant of a prominent elder and the heir of two imperial bloodlines. As the scion of the Lin family, I shall bear the banner of our generation's brilliance. You, however, are destined to be trampled beneath my feet. With silver hair billowing and clad in pristine white, Lin Ming exuded an air of superiority, his handsome features chiseled, surrounded by the powerful forces of reincarnation that tore and consumed the surrounding spiritual energy. His voice dripped with arrogance as he regarded Lin Yuan, a cold smile playing upon his lips. After 2 decades of trials in the lower realm, he felt invincible upon his return to the Lin family, believing the title of Divine Son to be merely within his grasp. Only he could elevate the name of the Lin family's prodigies to reverberate through the 9 heavens. Lin Yuan, the son of the family head, would soon be crushed under his heel, destined to become a disgrace to the lineage of the family head. This was the expectation of Lin Ming's ancestor, Elder Lin Gu, for although Lin Yuan bore the blood of the Lin family, he was also tainted by the enmity of the Jiang family. Trample me beneath your feet? Lin Yuan recalled how many had once proclaimed such intentions during his time in the lower realm, including that Yixian. Yet, every individual who uttered such words ultimately met their demise at his hands. Now, upon returning to the Lin family, he heard the same declaration from a peer. Clad in black, with white hair cascading behind him, Lin Yuan's eyes, devoid of light, fixed upon the lofty figure of Lin Ming. A faint, cold smile graced his lips. You should consider yourself fortunate to share the Lin surname, for all who have uttered such words have perished. Lin Yuan's tone remained calm and indifferent. The grand competition of the Lin family had yet to commence, but the animosity between Lin Yuan and Lin Ming was palpable, an unyielding clash of wills. Most present, save for the family head Lin Su and Lin Jiao, dismissed Lin Yuan's words as the impetuous bravado of youth. After all, in terms of physique, the innate Tao body could not compare to the reincarnation body, with an insurmountable gap between the two. At this juncture, with Lin Yuan's arrival, the crowd fell silent. From the highest point of the arena, the voice of family head Lin Su boomed. Let the competition of the Lin family's prodigies commence. His gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, a smile gracing his lips as he had awaited this moment since learning of his son's supreme Tao body. The prevailing belief in the Lin family was that the title of Divine Son would belong to the reincarnation body. Lin Su was curious to witness the expressions of those present when they learned of Lin Yuan's true physique. The 10 supreme physiques were exceedingly rare throughout the endless ages of the 9 heavens. With a wave of his hand, golden divine light illuminated the arena, casting its glow upon the 2 prodigies. The rules of the competition are as follows. Those illuminated by the golden light shall compete. The victor advances, while the defeated shall exit the arena. Coincidentally, one beam of golden light descended upon Lin Yuan, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Although Lin Ming's prestige was unparalleled among the Lin family's prodigies, this did not imply that Lin Yuan was truly insignificant. Not only was he the son of the family head, but he also bore the lineage of 2 imperial families. Merely possessing the innate Tao body already placed him above the majority of the Lin family's prodigies. After all, to rank within the top 100 among the 3,000 physiques across the myriad realms was no trivial feat. As the golden light shone, 2 figures entered the arena, while the other prodigies observed from the sidelines. At this moment, Lin Yu, dressed in white and exuding elegance, approached Lin Yuan with a shy smile. "Cousin, please show mercy." He was the descendant of the second elder of the Lin family, one of the few remaining factions that maintained cordial relations with the family head's lineage, free from the elder's control. Upon realizing his opponent was Lin Yuan, he understood he was destined to lose, but felt no dismay. As a member of the Lin family, he had never relished combat. He was merely fulfilling an obligation. "Very well," Lin Yuan replied calmly, observing Lin Yu's lack of combativeness with indifference. The arena was filled with vibrant spiritual energy, but no earth-shattering battle ensued. With a single strike, Lin Yu was defeated, exiting the arena with a smile that suggested relief rather than defeat, much to the chagrin of the second elder, Lin Wei, who wished to reprimand his descendant. As time passed, the Lin family competition progressed, showcasing fierce battles among the prodigies. Golden light continued to shine upon participants, and the arena pulsated with energy, resonating with extraordinary intensity. As members of an imperial lineage, the Lin family and Oppos, as prodigies, including Lin Yu, possess considerable strength and skill, far surpassing those of ordinary sections. With each clash, victors emerged while others, filled with frustration or grievous injuries, withdrew. At that moment, golden light once again descended upon Lin Yuan, alongside a formidable opponent, Lin Qinghan, the cold moon ice body. The crowd erupted in excitement, for a true spectacle was about to unfold. Lin Qinghan was one of the most powerful female prodigies of this generation, and it appeared that Lin Yuan's path to advancement might be halted here. The innate Tao body was no match for the cold moon ice body, and it was a pity that such an extraordinary talent belonged to a branch of the Lin family. Voices echoed around the arena, filled with chatter, especially among the prodigies of the Elders faction, expressing their belief that Lin Yuan would surely lose to Lin Qinghan. How fortunate for him that he did not face Lin Ming. They scoffed. The cold moon ice body is beyond the capabilities of the innate Tao body. Amidst the murmurs, not a soul believed Lin Yuan could triumph over Lin Qinghan, given the disparity between their physiques. With graceful steps, Lin Qinghan approached, her features striking, her long black hair cascading over her blue attire, emanating an aura of coldness that seemed to shroud the arena in frost. "Surrender," she commanded. "I wish not to harm you." She gazed at Lin Yuan, akin to an ice goddess, her eyes reflecting both beauty and intensity. Chapter 97. No one can force me to use Tao weapons. The arena echoed with a cacophony of voices. Within, a chill began to permeate the surroundings, and before him stood a figure of extraordinary beauty. "Do you wish to avoid harming me?" Clad in black, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon his opponent, whose cold and slightly pale visage betrayed a hint of surprise. It was evident that the other party was eager for victory, and Lin Yuan recognized their identity as a member of the Lin family branch. The Lin family maintained a rigid hierarchy. Even the most gifted scions of the branch must secure resources from the family by excelling in this grand competition. Lin Yuan understood that the opponent feared injuring him, the so-called young master, lest they face repercussions later. "Ah, so you are wary of my status as the young master?" Lin Yuan mused, a smile gracing his lips, never having anticipated a day when he could leverage his identity to intimidate others. Ironically, he had previously detested such behaviors. "Indeed, therefore, I kindly request your voluntary concession." The voice rang out, and Lin Qinghan's stunning countenance remained unperturbed as she gracefully acknowledged the challenge. Although she had felt a slight sense of oppression from this innate Tao body, she attributed it to the uniqueness of his cultivation method. After all, he was the young master of the Lin family, with a father as the head of the Lin family and a mother from the imperial Jiangs. The resources at her disposal paled in comparison to those of her branch. Desiring victory, but unwilling to inflict harm upon him, made her position precarious. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding onlookers, particularly the brilliant scions of the Lin family's elder faction, seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Yuan. "It appears our young master wishes to leverage his status to coerce the branch's prodigy. Our Lin family's competition has always been fair and just. Who would have thought? In terms of strength, an innate Tao body cannot possibly rival the cold moon ice body. He is left with no other option." Voices of derision echoed around the arena. They had hoped to trample him, but it seemed that opportunity had eluded them. Clad in pristine white, his handsome features striking, Lin Ming sighed, believing that Lin Yuan stood no chance against the cold moon ice body. Amidst the clamor surrounding him, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Some matters. The more one explains, the more they invite misunderstanding. Moreover, would he truly lose? Make your move, if you can indeed defeat me. I assure you no harm shall befall you. Lin Yuan's expression remained tranquil as he spoke to Lin Qinghan. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Qinghan's heart inexplicably fluttered as she sensed a wave of unease wash over her, the source unknown. A frigid aura surged forth, the air condensed around them, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, outside the arena, seated high above, was Jiang Ro, adorned in regal purple robes, her gaze fixed upon Lin Qinghan, who was set to duel with Lin Yuan, a glint of malice in her eyes. To this day, she believed her son to be merely an innate Dao body. Coupled with Lin Yuan's slightly pale complexion, it was evident he had sustained injuries during his cultivation. Desperate to protect her son, she was prepared to resort to any means necessary. She sent a message through the void: if Lin Yuan finds himself in danger, eliminate Lin Qinghan. The transmission was inaudible to those around her. Understood, Divine Maiden, came a reply. In the shadows of the void, an elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles and clad in a black cloak, observed the arena below. She was the same figure who had met Jiang Ro in the night. Aged and frail, her gaze fixed intently on the duel. The supreme secret arts of the imperial Jiang family remained undetectable by all but those at the pinnacle of power. The Divine Maiden has truly changed. It seems the forced descent of the young master has inflicted a profound blow upon her. She lamented. Having followed Jiang Ro for countless years, she had witnessed the transformation of the once resplendent woman into the matriarch of the Lin family. She knew well that the original Divine Maiden was not as she appeared now. At that moment, within the arena, snowflakes fell suddenly, a chilling atmosphere enveloping the space. Lin Qinghan lunged forward. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed as its blade shimmered with a vibrant blue light, intertwining with the falling snowflakes. Ultimately, it manifested as countless ice shards, floating densely around the arena like a multitude of unyielding ice swords, their sharpness distorting the air, threatening to rend it asunder. This strike transcended the limits of a half-step ascendant, rendering even some ascendant-level warriors hard-pressed to withstand it. As the onlookers from the Lin family beheld Lin Qinghan's attack, astonishment lit their eyes. No wonder she is of the cold moon ice body. This strike is remarkable. It seems our family's hope for this generation, aside from the reincarnated Lin Ming, may also rest upon this cold moon ice body. I hear she is merely a scion of the Lin family branch. Yet I find myself intrigued. Voices among the Lin family spectators revealed a desire to take Lin Qinghan as a disciple. Meanwhile, the other talented individuals of the Lin family expressed their surprise. The cold moon ice body indeed lives up to its reputation. Our young master may not withstand this blow. Indeed, it completely surpasses the limits of a half-step ascendant. Previously, such claims were mere conjecture, but as Lin Qinghan unleashed her power, many of the Lin family prodigies genuinely believed that, apart from the reincarnated Lin Ming, none could rival Lin Qinghan. At this moment, within the arena, Lin Qinghan wielded her sword, summoning the myriad ice shards that hovered above, ready to descend. Will you not use your Dao weapons? She inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, perplexed. In her view, the innate Dao body should not be her match. She sensed he had been injured before. If he did not employ his Dao weapons and she accidentally struck him down, the wrath of the family head would be too great for a mere scion of the branch to bear. Dao weapons? Clad in black, his white hair cascading, Lin Yuan's deadpan gaze surveyed the swirling ice shards. His expression remained serene. Such a level of Dao technique would not harm him, even if he had sustained injuries prior to this moment. He possessed Dao weapons, like the celestial sword of the Qingyun sect's master, which he had brought back to this realm, but it was merely a keepsake. In battles of equal standing, no one had ever compelled Lin Yuan to resort to his Dao weapons, for his body was formidable enough. Within our ranks, no one can compel me to wield my Dao weapons, Lin Yuan stated, shaking his head slightly, his demeanor calm and composed. Chapter 98. A single blow to repel Lin Qinghan. The disparity between the phenomena in the realm of the same cultivation level. None could compel me to employ my Dao soldiers. This declaration resonated throughout the entire arena. For Lin Yuan, He merely spoke the truth. However, for the multitude of onlookers surrounding him, it ignited a fervor, especially after Lin Xinghan's strike, which garnered the approval of numerous formidable members of the Lin family. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. How dare one confront the cold moon ice body with such audacity? They perhaps believed that, as the young master of the Lin family, a mere branch family prodigy, he truly would not dare to harm him. Our young master, while lacking in strength, certainly excels in arrogance. The young prodigies of the elder Lin Ming's faction stood together, openly ridiculing him with disdainful expressions. The young master's behavior, indeed, was somewhat. A wave of silence swept over. Even the Lin family prodigies, who previously had no grievances with Lin Yuan, felt he was becoming excessively arrogant. Our young master, how dare the youth speak so recklessly? On the viewing platform, those Lin family strongmen who had earlier acknowledged Lin Xinghan's strike wore displeased expressions, their eyes turning towards the family head, Lin Su, seated in a position of authority. Out of respect for the family head's dignity, they refrained from speaking too harshly. However, the Lin family elders aligned with the elder were far less courteous. A mere innate endowed body almost brought our Lin family disgrace. Yet he speaks so brazenly. Mere child's prattle. I truly cannot fathom how our young master has honed his skills in the lower realms. Disdainful and mocking voices echoed around, deeming Lin Yuan excessively arrogant. Yet, at that moment, the family head Lin Su maintained a tranquil demeanor. Silence. With a commanding presence and two simple words, the surroundings fell into an instant hush. At this moment, in the arena, facing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Xinghan stood adorned in flowing blue, her delicate figure enveloped in an endless cold radiance. In her grasp, the blue sword light shimmered brilliantly, drawing forth a myriad of ice shards that floated around her. The exquisite beauty of Lin Xinghan slightly shook her head. Choosing not to speak further, she had already offered her gentle warning. Regardless of the young master's demeanor, she bore no responsibility. The battle of the Lin family prodigies was of utmost importance to Lin Xinghan. She understood that her branch family status necessitated a prominent position in this contest to secure adequate resources for cultivation, aspiring to reach greater heights. Lacking a formidable background, her parents were merely ordinary cultivators within the Lin family. Kill, a singular word. In an instant, the blue light surged forth, and the ice shards, akin to 1,000 swords, erupted, tearing through the void, annihilating everything in their path, descending upon Lin Yuan. This strike was terrifying, prompting Lin Yu in the stands to cry out with worry. Brother, be careful. With calm eyes, Lin Yuan turned, offering a placid smile towards the small figure clad in red on the platform. Boom! An immeasurable aura emanated from Lin Yuan, surpassing Lin Xinghan's strength considerably. Break! His white hair danced, black garments billowing without wind, as Lin Yuan formed a fist seal and struck forth, seemingly an unremarkable blow. Boom! 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 The fist seal traversed the air, a dual-colored radiance of black and white accompanying it, shaking the surrounding void and shattering all matter. The space, akin to a tranquil lake, erupted into tumultuous waves, violently trembling as if on the verge of shattering. The arena quaked, vibrating violently. At that moment, crack, crack, crack. The myriad ice shards originally directed at Lin Yuan twisted in the void, shattering into countless fragments before they could reach him, exploding and descending to the ground. Simultaneously, with a soft thud, Lin Xinghan, the spellcaster, was swept back dozens of steps, her hair flowing wildly, her body shaken, blood surging within, and she spat out a mouthful of crimson. Her stunning visage paled considerably. Lin Yuan's strike caused the elder, Jiang Mei, who had been concealed in the void to protect him, to abruptly cease her actions. The young master. In the arena, Lin Xinghan, momentarily dazed, felt a trickle of blood slide from her lips, her gaze reflecting a fleeting confusion. How is this possible? Her voice trembled with doubt and disbelief. Internally, she was utterly bewildered. She could ascertain that Lin Yuan had not exerted his full strength just now. It was merely a casual strike. Yet she had. A single blow. Lin Yuan's seemingly unremarkable strike had caused Lin Xinghan, the cold moon ice body, to falter instantly. At this moment, a heavy silence enveloped the surroundings. all eyes turning towards Lin Yuan, including those Lin family strongmen on the viewing platform, who had previously held Lin Qinghan in the highest regard, now wore expressions of perplexity. Something feels amiss. The young master. It seemed we underestimated this young master. It was absurd. The cold moon ice body ranked among the top 30 in the Nine Heavens immortal domain and across myriad realms for its formidable nature. The strength it exhibited was evident to all moments prior. No one had anticipated that Lin Yuan, with his innate Tao body, could withstand such a strike. Yet now, many sensed something unusual about him. After all, Lin Yuan had displayed a nonchalant demeanor earlier. This is impossible. He is merely an innate Tao body. How could he withstand that strike with his bare hands and injure Lin Qinghan in the process? Could it be he employed some secret technique? Naturally, the most incredulous of all were the young prodigies aligned with the elder Lin Ming. They had hoped for Lin Yuan's defeat, yet the outcome was beyond their imagination. Their previous remarks had been thoroughly refuted by Lin Yuan's display. That fist seal. Among the prodigies, a figure clad in immaculate white, his handsome features sharp and his gray hair cascading naturally, Lin Ming fixed his deep, dark gaze upon Lin Yuan in the arena, puzzled. The power of laws swirled around him, manifesting in 6 intertwined paths, forming a vortex encircling Lin Ming. As one nearly destined for the position of the chosen one, Lin Ming understood, well, that had he faced Lin Qinghan's earlier strike, he too would not have dared to be careless. It seems I truly underestimated you slightly. Yet, the disparity between the phenomena of our physiques is not something any secret technique can bridge. Lin Ming regarded Lin Yuan in the arena with a cold smile. Despite Lin Yuan's combat prowess exceeding his initial expectations as a reincarnation of the underworld body, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf that exists between prodigies of differing physical constitutions. Once Lin Qinghan's cold moon ice body phenomenon emerges, you shall surely be defeated. Chapter 99. The Celestial Phenomenon. The radiant moon of Frost Lin Yuan's recent strike indeed astonished many. After all, the disparity between the innate Tao body and the Frost moon ice body is immense, particularly with Lin Yuan's pale complexion, which clearly indicated prior injuries. The fact that he managed to repel and injure Lin Qinghan, who wielded a Tao weapon, shattered the understanding of countless onlookers. However, possessing a Frost moon ice body ranked in the 30s was not a trivial matter in the eyes of many. The strength of one's constitution is profoundly tied to the manifestation of celestial phenomena. At this moment, Lin Qinghan had yet to unleash her phenomenon to the multitude present. The previous battle merely appeared as a prelude to a greater conflict. Once the Frost moon ice body's phenomenon activated, it was universally acknowledged that the innate Tao body would stand no chance against it. At this moment, standing in the arena, the azure radiance surrounding Lin Qinghan dimmed slightly. Her figure was exquisite, adorned in a blue robe with droplets of blood. With a cold, beautiful countenance, her gaze regained clarity from a momentary daze. Cough, cough. With a delicate hand, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It seems we all underestimated you before. Her expression turned serious as she looked at Lin Yuan. The impact of her previous strike being shattered by him had indeed left Lin Qinghan shaken. Nevertheless, she exuded unwavering confidence in her own phenomenon. From this point onward, I shall not hold back. Her eyes regained their confidence and determination. This battle of prodigies was of paramount importance to Lin Qinghan. Amidst the azure brilliance, a breathtaking, proud, and solitary figure emerged. With an icy beauty, flowing black hair, and a blue robe, her form was a delicate embodiment of elegance, radiating an aura of chill as blue light surged around her, seemingly casting a layer of frost over the surroundings. At this moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The surrounding light dimmed as if day had suddenly turned to night. From behind Lin Qinghan, the void began to ripple, revealing a grand spectacle. As the essence of the world materialized, mountains and rivers, the night sky unveiled a resplendent moon radiating a blue glow, ascending slowly. Silver light scattered, illuminating all, as if it sought to encase everything in a frosty embrace. The phenomenon of the frost moon illuminated the arena, casting an ethereal coldness that made the nearby Lin clan prodigies shiver uncontrollably. In that instant, astonishment swept over the crowd. Is this the manifestation of the Frost moon ice body? Truly, a formidable constitution ranked among the top 3,000. The presence of such a phenomenon transformed the very nature of battle. There was a world of difference between having a phenomenon and not. "Oh dear, our young master might be in trouble," murmured a youthful voice. Sitting beside Jiang Ro, a petite figure clad in red with two playful pigtails, it was Lin Yu. Her long eyelashes framed her lively, expressive eyes, now clouded with concern as she gazed downward. "Do not worry. Yuan's strength may well exceed our expectations." Lin Su, the family patriarch, reassured with a smile, revealing no trace of anxiety regarding Lin Yuan's predicament. Meanwhile, in the stands, not only Lin Yuan's family observed. Slightly lower than Lin Su sat Lin Gu, the clan's elder, whose frigid demeanor and formidable aura commanded respect. Dressed in a blue Dao robe, his deep-set eyes resembled an abyss, devouring the light around him. A cold smirk played upon his aged features. The Frost Moon Ice body may not rival Ming's reincarnation body, but it is certainly beyond the capabilities of the innate Dao body to withstand, he remarked. Indeed, it seems our young master merely employed some secret technique to turn the tide, but with the manifestation of the Frost Moon Ice body, his defeat is inevitable, echoed the other elders surrounding Lin Gu, their skepticism toward Lin Yuan unwavering. With the phenomenon manifesting, the radiant moon cast a blue glow over the arena, bathing it in an otherworldly light. At this moment, clad in black with snow-white hair, Lin Yuan observed the scene with a calm demeanor. The Frost Moon phenomenon. I wonder how formidable it truly is? He sensed Lin Qinghan's aura rising, now enhanced by the phenomenon, surpassing her previous state. Lin Yuan's gaze, filled with a profound stillness, fixated upon the luminous moon phenomenon, tinged with curiosity. The Frost Moon Ice body, ranking among the elite in the 3,000 constitutions, commanded Lin Yuan's acknowledgement. Such a constitution possessed undeniable strengths, and until now, he had never encountered an adversary of this caliber. However, he remained unfazed by the overwhelming aura. It was not pride. For even bearing injuries, he regarded Lin Qinghan with indifference, merely intrigued by her phenomenon. At this moment, the atmosphere erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Under the moonlight, Lin Qinghan's aura surged to its zenith. Her azure robe billowed as her demeanor grew increasingly frigid, resembling a celestial being emerging from the Palace of Cold. Wielding a jade sword pointed toward Lin Yuan. This strike, even I cannot fully control. If you wish to concede, now is the time. Her voice, icy and resolute, resonated through the air as she hovered above. In my lexicon, the word surrender does not exist. Moreover, you cannot harm me, Lin Yuan replied calmly, his expression unperturbed as he shook his head slightly. With that, words became unnecessary. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the phenomenon behind Lin Qinghan, the radiant moon, intensified, shaking the very fabric of reality, resonating through the void. The moonlight cascaded, coalescing in the sword she held as a frigid energy descended. Illuminate the world. Suspended in the air, her hair shimmering, her brilliance blinding, Lin Qinghan's crimson lips parted slightly, her cold voice echoing throughout. Cold. The surrounding air is frigid beyond measure. Crack, crack, crack. The void seemed to freeze, and beneath the moon's glow, frost enveloped the earth, fracturing the tiles of the arena. Boom! A blade of unparalleled sharpness cleaved through the heavens, radiating brilliance that dispelled the surrounding darkness, descending from above, empowered by the phenomenon of the frost moon. The void was split as the swordlight fell toward Lin Yuan. Chapter 100. Is it the aura of the supreme body? That beam of swordlight, unmatched in its sharpness, exuded an icy chill that sent shivers down the spines of many Lin family prodigies, even from a considerable distance around the arena. Is this the power of our Lin family's cold moon ice body? Such an overwhelming presence. It seems to far exceed the limits of the half-step ascendant realm. I fear that even a true ascendant would be shattered by this sword. It appears our young master may be facing defeat this time. Voices filled with astonishment echoed throughout. Although Lin Qinghan is recognized as the most gifted among the Lin family prodigies, second only to Lin Ming, this is the first time they have witnessed such a transcendent manifestation from this extraordinary female genius. In this moment, As they beheld the manifestation of the cold moon ice body, they comprehended the sheer terror of those ranked among the top 3,000 physiques. What a formidable strike! While it may not surpass my strength, it is not something a mere innate Tao body can withstand. At this moment, a voice among the prodigies rang out, tinged with surprise. With gray hair cascading naturally and clad in immaculate white, Lin Ming stood tall. During the Lin family prodigy battles, possessing the reincarnation mysterious body, he had regarded everyone with disdain, believing the position of divine son to be within his grasp. However, he now realized he had underestimated everyone. Alas, this generation's young master of the Lin family lacks even the qualification to challenge me. Lin Ming scoffed coldly, convinced that Lin Yuan had no chance against this attack. Boom! 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 Within the arena, an overwhelming chill froze everything, and under the moonlight's embrace, it felt as though even the souls of living beings were on the verge of being encased in ice. The sword light, empowered by the manifestation, was the source of this frigid essence, descending upon Lin Yuan. At this moment, clad in black, with a cold and serene expression, Lin Yuan stood unmoving, just as Lin Ming had stated. However, it was not fear that kept him still. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Yuan, puzzled by his intentions. Suddenly, Lin Yuan moved. Without utilizing any Dao weapons, he merely extended a single finger. In the face of Lin Qinghan's terrifying strike, he simply pointed. The onlookers erupted in fervor. What is he attempting to do? How dare he be so audacious? This is incomprehensible. After all, he is the young master of the Lin family. If possible, he must be rescued. From the high stands, numerous voices of confusion arose, with some preparing to intervene on Lin Yuan's behalf. Ultimately, this was a direct battle among the young prodigies of the Lin family. Injuries could be managed, but any unforeseen mishap would be a loss for the family. Especially for Lin Yuan, whose identity as the young master was of utmost importance. Even if injured, he must not face any accidents during this grand family competition. In the arena, Lin Yuan disregarded the clamor around him. He did not perceive his actions as reckless. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an incredibly powerful aura surged from Lin Yuan, his black attire billowing as boundless Dao light enveloped him, accompanied by mysterious Dao patterns swirling around. An indescribable essence manifested from Lin Yuan, supreme, sacred, and transcended, an aura unique to the 10 supreme bodies, surpassing all other physiques in existence. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and the entire arena quaked beneath Lin Yuan's overwhelming presence. With a pair of deadpan eyes, he gazed upward. The cold moon ice body is insignificant before me. Break. A single, simple word escaped Lin Yuan's lips. With a mere flick of his finger, black and white flames danced and swirled at his fingertips, radiating brilliance that illuminated the heavens, ultimately transforming into a colossal finger mark that hovered in the void. There was no grand collision as anticipated. Instead, it was a one-sided domination. The sword light, dazzling and sharp, imbued with the coldness of Lin Qinghan's strongest strike, began to shatter beneath Lin Yuan's finger mark. As all traces of coldness were extinguished, crack, 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 the sword light aimed at Lin Yuan fragmented into countless glimmers that scattered around the arena. Ignoring Lin Qinghan's astonished expression, Lin Yuan's assault remained relentless, the finger mark piercing through space like a force of nature, rending the heavens and shaking the earth. The cold moon loomed overhead. The manifestation behind Lin Qinghan was now pierced and obliterated by Lin Yuan's finger, vanishing into nothingness. This scene rendered the surrounding spectators utterly silent. At this moment, Lin Qinghan hovered in midair, her mind in turmoil, her face a portrait of disbelief. How could this be? You? Are you truly an innate Tao body? As the manifestation was shattered, the azure light surrounding her dimmed significantly. With ink-black hair and blue garments, her exquisite figure appeared fragile, her previously radiant features now pale and devoid of color. Facing Lin Yuan, she looked up in astonishment. At this moment, a finger, radiating black and white light, hovered before her forehead as Lin Yuan stood before her. The aura emanating from his fingertip was incredibly fierce, as if poised to shatter her skull at any moment. Guess. The voice resonated. With white hair flowing and clad in black, Lin Yuan stood before Lin Qinghan, his expression icy, his gaze devoid of emotion, unperturbed by the beauty before him. After a moment's contemplation, he took a step forward and descended onto the arena. Young master, did you hold back just now? Lin Qinghan, also landing on the ground, gazed at Lin Yuan and Appo's retreating figure. Her heart was still unsettled. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The defeat had come too suddenly, leaving her momentarily stunned. Although she had lost, her injuries were not severe. Lin Qinghan understood that this young master had shown her mercy. Otherwise, she would have been gravely wounded, if not dead. Before the battle, you mentioned not wanting to hurt me. Then I shall not harm you either. Lin Yuan's stern visage broke into a faint smile. Reflecting on their earlier exchange, he found it amusing that this woman had feared his identity and expressed a desire not to injure him. Quite intriguing. At this moment, behind Lin Yuan, upon hearing his words, Lin Qinghan's previously cold demeanor flushed slightly, her head lowering in embarrassment. Meanwhile, around the arena, while the younger prodigies may not have perceived it, those seated in the high stands, including some of the Lin family's esteemed elders, sensed the aura emanating from Lin Yuan. Supreme, transcendent, surpassing all other physiques in existence. Was that the aura of the supreme body? Chapter 101, Uncertainty. How could it be possible for Lin Yuan to confront Lin Ming? He actually emerged victorious? At this moment, Lin Ming, who had been so confident of Lin Yuan's imminent defeat among the elite, found his composed demeanor shattered by disbelief. It is worth noting that Lin Qinghan's previous strike had instilled a sense of caution even in him, the reincarnation underworld body. Yet now, after merely a fleeting moment of confusion, Lin Ming's expression returned to normal. If that is the case, then allow me to personally defeat you. I shall trample the young master of the Lin family beneath my feet. With profound confidence reflected in his gaze directed at Lin Yuan, Lin Ming was assured of his strength, which far surpassed that of a mere cold moon ice body. Lin Yuan was defeated, succumbing to Lin Yuan. Surrounding the martial arena, the Lin family's elite were shaken, their gazes clouded with confusion, still struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. Just moments ago, was it truly Lin Qinghan who fell? It appears so. Therefore, the cold moon ice body was bested by the innate Tao body. Surrounding murmurs of doubt and bewilderment filled the air. The innate Tao body ranked above 90 among the world's physiques, while the cold moon ice body held the 30th position. Throughout history, the disparity between these two physiques has been immense. Yet now, both Lin Yuan and Lin Qinghan stood on equal ground, half a step away from ascension. Even with the aid of extraordinary phenomena, Lin Qinghan was unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Yuan, creating an impression that they were not of the same caliber. This was the crux of the confusion among the Lin family's elite present. At this moment, those on the viewing platform, unlike the elite below, were genuine powerhouses of the Lin family, their gazes fixed upon Lin Yuan's figure in the arena. Shock and curiosity sparkled in their eyes. Many elders even trembled with excitement. They sensed the aura of a supreme physique during Lin Yuan's battle with Lin Qinghan. For many years, even the imperial Lin family, a taboo clan of the Nine Heavens celestial domain, had not witnessed a supreme physique ranked among the top 10. The mere news of a reincarnation underworld body emerging from the lineage of the Great Elder had thrilled them immensely. The reincarnation underworld body ranked 11th among 3,000 physiques, seemingly just shy of the top 10 supreme physiques. However, that slight difference was akin to a chasm, a divide of the heavens and earth. For eons, the rankings of the 3,000 physiques have fluctuated with their bearers. Only the top 10 supreme physiques have remained unchanged since time immemorial, towering above all others. At this moment, the spectators on the platform were filled with uncertainty. If only the extraordinary phenomenon had been utilized earlier, we would be able to ascertain whether our young master is a supreme physique. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting impression. Indeed, after all, it has been ages since one of the top 10 supreme physiques has manifested, save for the current divine lord of the Jiang family. Many Lin family powerhouses thought of Jiang Ro, seated high above. In the world today, if one were to name the only confirmed supreme physique, it would undoubtedly be the divine lord of the Jiang family, the brother of the Lin family matriarch. The name of the peerless divine body resonates throughout the Nine Heavens celestial domain, being the only verifiable supreme physique in existence. At this moment, clad in majestic purple robes, Jiang Ro sat elegantly above, gazing down at Lin Yuan in the arena with a maternal affection laced with a hint of curiosity. Could it be that aura? Is it a supreme physique? Jiang Rou, Lin Yuan's mother, shared in this sensation. Moreover, her understanding of such matters surpassed that of the other powerhouses present. After all, the only true supreme physique in the nine-heaven celestial domain is her own brother. She was intimately familiar with the unparalleled power that transcends all other physiques. Yet now, she sensed a similar aura emanating from her son. Could it be? Alas, if only Yuan had employed his extraordinary phenomenon, then we would know for certain. With a sigh, Jiang Rou lamented, as like the others, she too could not ascertain whether her son possessed such a physique without the manifestation of an extraordinary phenomenon. However, she remained oblivious to the smile that graced the face of a certain individual beside her. Indeed, splendid. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. With hair cascading like a waterfall and adorned in a flowing black robe accented with gold, the family patriarch Lin Su sat tall and proud. His once imposing countenance struggled to contain a smile as he murmured softly, almost inaudibly, so quietly that even Jiang Rou did not catch his words. Only noting the smile upon her husband's face. What are you smiling about, foolishly? Did you not see how perilous it was for our son, just now? Are you not concerned as a father? Jiang Rou's expression turned indignant. Ah, no, I merely rejoiced at Yuan's victory. The patriarch of the Lin family, who usually exuded immense authority, found himself somewhat subdued, slightly intimidated by his wife. After all, he knew of her grievances over the years since Lin Yuan was sent to the lower realm. This was also one of the principal reasons Lin Su had not revealed certain matters to Jiang Rou. He awaited the moment when the extraordinary phenomenon of the supreme Tao body would emerge, knowing it would clarify his past decisions for Jiang Rou. At this moment, on the martial stage, with the conclusion of the battle between Lin Yuan and Lin Qinghan, Lin Yuan emerged victorious. The golden light cascading from the void illuminated the Lin family's elite engaged in their duels. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan's combat did not cease. While dealing with other Lin family elites was manageable, facing the descendants of the great elder's lineage was an entirely different matter. When they struck, they held nothing back, aiming to inflict severe injuries or even death. The descendants of the great elder, Lin Gu, were numerous, with Lin Ming merely being the most gifted among them. No, cries of agony echoed. Twisted limbs, blood flowing profusely, stained the martial arena red. Crack! A cousin of Lin Ming found his limbs shattered by Lin Yuan. Collapsing to the ground, he had been the loudest in mocking Lin Yuan moments earlier. This was not the first instance. The spectators present could clearly see that Lin Yuan was targeting the elites of the great elder's lineage. This action further darkened the expressions of the great elder and Lin Ming on the viewing platform, who exchanged silent communication. Rest assured, ancestor, when I strike, you shall regret this. The depths of Lin Ming's dark gaze exuded a chilling aura as he communicated with the great elder, brimming with confidence. As time passed, only two contenders remained unscathed on the field, Lin Yuan and Lin Ming. A brilliant cascade of golden light fell upon the two youthful figures, Lin Yuan and Lin Ming. I have awaited this moment for far too long. With a cold snicker and a vicious expression, Lin Ming strode confidently into the arena.